Miss Chin, stop it. Ling Yu was always a gynecologist, with more restraint than most, managing to resist the temptation and turn her face away. But in the next moment, Chin Mingyu pushed him down again, her gaze dominant, leaving bright red marks with her lips all over his face. Soft and moist. It made Ling Yu's heart itch unbearably. What was this supposed to be? Was he going to be forcefully seduced by his wife during their marriage? Seeing the icy woman starting to undress, Ling Yu had no choice but to knock her out. Otherwise, if this continued, things would surely become unmanageable. If Chin Mingyu was conscious, Ling Yu felt he wouldn't have been able to control himself. But since the icy woman was unconscious, if he took advantage, what difference would there be from a beast? Most importantly, once the icy woman woke up, she would definitely kill him. Ling Yu didn't want to have a fling and turn into a ghost. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight shone through the clear glass window, illuminating Chin Mingyu's jade-like beautiful face. Chin Mingyu slightly opened her beautiful eyes, her eyelashes trembling, and she struggled to sit up. The blanket slid off her smooth body, revealing her delicate and perfect form. What's going on? Chin Mingyu's face turned pale instantly. Why wasn't she wearing any clothes? What exactly happened last night? Miss Chin, you're awake? Just then, Ling Yu walked in with a lovingly prepared breakfast, only to be greeted by the sight of his wife's bare, beautiful body, causing his blood to surge. Morning was the time when a man's energy was at its peak, and this icy woman was challenging his limits of endurance. You bastard! Seeing him, Chin Mingyu became utterly terrified and started throwing things at him in a panic. Miss Chin, please calm down. Ling Yu tried to block the items, all persuading her. You pervert! What did you do to me last night? I really didn't expect this from you. Chin Mingyu was furious and outraged. She had androphobia, normally getting goosebumps just from shaking hands with a man, never dreaming that one day a man would take her virginity. She was so angry that she grabbed a pair of scissors from the cabinet and lunged at Ling Yu. What the heck? Ling Yu never expected the icy woman to act like this. Startled, he quickly grabbed Chin Mingyu's wrist. Did this woman really want to make him a eunuch? Miss Chin, can you please be reasonable? Actually, I was the victim last night. You were the victim. Upon hearing this, Chin Mingyu was so enraged that she froze. Her chest heaved faster and faster, like a volcano about to erupt. She was still pure and chaste, now stripped of her clothes and taken advantage of by this man, and he dared to claim he was the victim. Could he be any more shameless? That's right, when I brought you home, you were delirious, hugging and kissing me wildly, and even tore off your own clothes. I knew you couldn't control yourself, so I knocked you out and even fed you sobering tea before I left. I even kindly made you breakfast early in the morning, and yet you threw things at me and tried to take my life with scissors. Am I not the victim? Ling Yu passionately explained the truth. He truly didn't know how Chin Mingyu, while asleep, could strip herself clean, inadvertently allowing him another glimpse of her body. Could he blame himself? After hearing the entire truth, Chin Mingyu's face instantly blushed to her ears. She then realized her body didn't hurt at all, and the bedsheets were very clean, proof enough that Ling Yu hadn't taken advantage of her. Every time you get drunk, you vomit all over me, and I bet I still smell like it now. Ling Yu continued to complain. Chin Mingyu, even more embarrassed, quickly snapped, "Shut up. Enough already, isn't it enough that I'm sorry?" Even her apology was queen-like. That's not necessary. With that, the anger in Ling Yu's heart dissipated. Regardless, Chin Mingyu hadn't done it on purpose, and Ling Yu had actually felt quite comfortable last night. Now, seeing Chin Mingyu's body, he found it even more pleasing to the eye. Although Ling Yu wanted to take another look, being a gentleman who respects boundaries, he immediately turned around and said, "I've prepared breakfast for you. Remember to eat. I'm heading out to work now." Bang. The door closed. Ling Yu leaned against the wall, gasping heavily. As a gynecologist, he had seen countless women's bodies, but they never affected him emotionally, except for the icy woman whose presence nearly made his heart leap out of his chest. Chin Mingyu's mind was also gradually clearing up. It must be said, this man really was a true gentleman. Under the circumstances of last night, another man might have taken advantage of the situation. But Ling Yu resisted the temptation and maintained his integrity. Chen Mingyu pursed her lips, feeling a hint of affection for Ling Yu while also feeling conflicted. Could it be that my charm is so minimal? How did that man resist last night? Are all gynecologists truly immune? Ling Yu didn't care what Chen Mingyu thought. He hurriedly went downstairs to work. He was indeed concerned about who had drugged her last night. Could it be that wealthy playboy? It didn't seem likely. If he hadn't brought his wife home in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At that moment, a van suddenly stopped by the roadside at the entrance of the high-end residential area, Yunshan Poetry. This intersection was rarely passed by people early in the morning, for men emerged from the van with a menacing presence, blocking Ling Yu on his way to work. These men had a steady stance and walked with force. Clearly not ordinary people, and definitely stronger than the thugs from last night. Ling Yu immediately frowned and asked, "Are you here for me? Are you sure you've got the right person? No mistake, it's you we're after." The leader of the men coldly said, and then threw a punch directly at Ling Yu. This punch had the power to potentially explode Ling Yu's head. Ling Yu was taken aback and quickly sidestepped to dodge. At that moment, a Lamborghini called Veneno also pulled up at the corner of the street. The car was very conspicuous. A handsome and charismatic man was eating chocolate in the car, watching the scene unfold with relish. He really didn't know what this scruffy gentleman was to Chen Mingyu. A personal bodyguard? He and Chen Mingyu had been rivals in the business world for many years. Although they had their wins and losses, overall, he had lost. So, he no longer wanted to continue battling Chen Mingyu. He just wanted to turn that woman into a member of his own family. How could he let a nobody ruin things now? But in the next moment, he forgot to chew the chocolate in his mouth, staring dumbfounded at what was happening in front of him. Ling Yu had knocked down all four of the highly paid thugs he had hired. What was going on? These experts were champions of various martial arts competitions in Southern Province. Were they so undeservedly renowned? Who exactly is this guy? The handsome man was utterly shocked. When did Chen Mingyu hire such an expensive personal bodyguard? Knock, knock. The next moment, Ling Yu forcefully knocked on his car window. Despite being slightly injured while dealing with the four martial artists, Ling Yu felt he could still handle one more person without a problem. The handsome man gritted his teeth. He and Chen Mingyu shared the same sentiment, considering knocking on a car window to be extremely rude and a severe provocation. He, the great young master of the Liu family, known as one of the 4 young masters of Yun City, had never had anyone dare to knock on his car window before. Absolutely not. "Sir, I'm here for revenge. Please open the car door, thank you." Through the car window, Ling Yu said to him politely, even smiling slightly, showing his white teeth. "A Politivenger, ha ha." The handsome man was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. He came from a wealthy family, and with the help of his background, he had bullied no less than 300 people, if not 500. He was always the one doing the bullying, and after bullying, who would dare to retaliate? And to dare to speak of revenge to his face, this guy was definitely the first. "I'm really curious, who exactly are you?" the handsome man said with a smile, beginning to take Ling Yu more seriously. It seemed that this man's presence beside Chen Mingyu, the aloof and beautiful CEO, was not just luck. He even had a strong premonition that the man before him was not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. "Let me introduce myself, my name is Ling Yu." Ling Yu still smiled as he answered. Unfortunately, the handsome man did not politely respond with his own name. Ling Yu immediately felt somewhat displeased. "Sir, it seems your mother never taught you from a young age that one should be polite?" The handsome man immediately showed a chilling smile. "You, sir, are really annoying." Ling Yu became even more dissatisfied. "Sir, I thought you were a cultured person by the way you dress." "I have been so polite. What exactly did I say to annoy you?" "Instead, you make a sour face and speak disrespectfully, even though you really are annoying." "Did I say you're like a stinky sewer rat that annoys people?" "No. A person with culture like me wouldn't say such things." The handsome man was speechless. "Isn't this talking? You said something even harsher than me. And to insult someone yet leave them unable to respond. Truly remarkable. Open the door. Then, you schemed against Miss Chen last night, and today you wanted to send people to deal with me. If you let me slap you twice and then properly apologize, Perhaps we can put our grievances aside and become friends. Ling Yu was genuinely trying to offer advice because he didn't want to make an enemy, but he couldn't pretend that last night's and this morning's events hadn't happened. So if the other party accepted his suggestion, that would be ideal. However, the handsome man was completely stunned. Then, his laughter grew louder, wilder, and more furious. He always thought he was arrogant and brash enough, but it was only upon meeting Ling Yu that he realized what true arrogance and presumption were. This scruffy man was actually demanding that he, the great young master of the Liu family, obediently slap himself twice to become his friend, which was utterly absurd. Indeed, it's a good suggestion, but unfortunately, I don't think you have the qualifications to be a friend of Liu Yejian. The handsome man scoffed coldly. Ling Yu was slightly taken aback. So this man was indeed Liu Yejian. Last time Qin Mingyu was attacked, it was suspected that he was behind it. Well then, Mr. Liu, it seems we can't be friends, so I will have to treat you as an enemy. As Ling Yu spoke, he gritted his teeth, and his veins bulged. Crack! The next moment, he actually ripped the car door open. What the heck? Liu Yejian was even more shocked. Where did Qin Mingyu find this freak? What kind of monstrous strength is this? After forcefully opening the car door, Ling Yu leisurely sat in the passenger seat and suddenly backhanded a slap across Liu Yejian's face. Smack! Clean and decisive. The blood from Liu Yejian's nose and teeth instantly stained the steering wheel red. The car began to fill with the warm scent of blood. Liu Yejian could never have imagined that this man would actually dare to hit him, and even less that he would strike so hard. Just as he was about to explode with anger, Ling Yu slapped him again with the back of his hand. Smack! After a series of slaps, Ling Yu finally nodded in satisfaction and dusted off his hands. Liu Yejian felt as if he had been overwhelmingly defeated and couldn't muster any resistance, completely losing his temper. He didn't speak or wipe the blood. He just let it drip down. His eyes stared deadly at Ling Yu, filled with intense ferocity. But Ling Yu didn't care at all. After all, a glare can't kill. Mr. Liu, due to time constraints, I have to go to work now. Ling Yu sighed wistfully. If you had just accepted my suggestion earlier, we might be friends by now. Why did you have to refuse? Liu Huden silently chuckled, his expression becoming colder and more terrifying, watching silently as Ling Yu left the scene. At that moment, Qin Mingyu's driver, who was supposed to take her to work, sat in the Bentley, dumbfounded by the scene unfolding in front of him. After being humiliated, Liu Yejian quickly drove away, seemingly not wanting to be seen. Not long after, Qin Mingyu also came out of the residential complex. Driver Wang hurriedly drove the Bentley out to her. Qin Mingyu frowned slightly. Why did you bring the car to the front? To conceal her wealth, she had always instructed her driver to avoid Ling Yu, so he wouldn't find out she was commuting in a multimillion-dollar Bentley. Wang quickly explained, reporting to President Qin. Ling Yu has already gone to work. I saw him leave with my own eyes. And before leaving, he even gave Mr. Liu a couple of slaps. What? Qin Mingyu was slightly stunned. He hit Liu head-on. Reporting to President Qin, not Liu Ershao, it was Liu Deshao. Wang's voice even trembled a bit. What? Qin Mingyu was even more excited. She had thought it was Liu head-on, that sycophant pursuing her, and that Ling Yu, knowing this, had acted out of jealousy to teach the sycophant a lesson and stop him from bothering his wife. But she had completely guessed wrong. Ling Yu had some nerve. He actually dared to hit the domineering male CEO of Liu Corporation. If the socialites and heiresses of Yun City found out, it would certainly cause a major upheaval. By then, the admirers of Liu Yejian, those socialites and heiresses, could drown Ling Yu with their spit alone. Although she also wanted to teach Liu Yejian a lesson, she had never acted on it yet. Ling Yu had taken action for her. Zi Wang, why did Ling Yu hit Liu Deshao? Sorry, President Qin, I don't know why either. Wang had only seen what happened, but he didn't know the reason. Okay, let's drive. Qin Mingyu got into the Bentley and immediately called Liu Yejian to figure out his current mood. She knew beneath his polished exterior, Liu Yejian harbored a vengeful and violent temper. Having just been hit by Ling Yu, his mood must be explosive. Unexpectedly, when the call connected, Liu Yejian's tone was nonchalant. Hello, Mingyu. It's the first time you've called me so early. What's up? Liu Deshao, where are you? Qin Mingyu cut straight to the chase. Me? What's up, suddenly caring about me? I might misunderstand and think you like me. Liu Yejian even had the mood to joke. Qin Mingyu frowned slightly. If Wang hadn't mistaken the person, then Liu Yejian was truly frightening. Just now, he was beaten to a pulp by Ling Yu at Yunshan residential area, and now he could act as if nothing happened. Liu Dashao, my driver just said he saw you getting beaten at the entrance of Yunshan residential area. And it was pretty bad. As your business partner, of course I need to show some concern. Qin Mingyu spoke frankly, waiting to see how he would respond. Could it be that Liu Yejian didn't know that Ling Yu was her man?
Haha, your driver must have mistaken someone else for me. How could I possibly get beaten? I'm usually the one doing the beating. Liu Yejian stubbornly denied it. Nonsense. Would Liu Dashao not care about his face? Going out with a group to find trouble, only to end up getting slapped twice himself. If that got out, his reputation would be ruined. Heh, I thought so too. How could Liu Dashao possibly get beaten? Who doesn't know that Liu Dashao has a whole gang of capable bodyguards? One batch after another, truly hard to guard against. Qin Mingyu's words carried a double meaning. Although she had no proof that Liu Yejian was behind her troubles on both occasions, she was clear in her heart who it was. It was normal for Liu Yejian not to admit it. He was a wolf, not a complainer. He didn't need to make a fuss or seek sympathy. He only needed to deal a fatal blow to his enemies in the shadows. Mingyu, thank you for your concern anyway. One day, if you become a daughter-in-law of the Liu family, you can also enjoy the protection of Liu family's bodyguards. Liu Yejian was still watertight in his responses. Do I need protection from your useless people? What a joke. Qin Mingyu coldly finished speaking, and then hung up the phone, unwilling to waste another word on such a person. Liu Yejian also hung up, his gaze gradually turning colder and more vicious, feeling that Qin Mingyu was kicking him while he was down, deliberately mocking him. He had a whole bunch of bodyguards, yet not as useful as the one bodyguard she had by her side. If this got out, he, Liu Dashao, would lose all face. Indeed, Liu Yejian would never think of Ling Yu as Qin Mingyu's husband, only as an arrogant bodyguard she had hired. Sooner or later, he'd have to take care of her bodyguard, to see how long they could continue to be smug. When Ling Yu came home that evening, Qin Mingyu was already waiting for him. Did you get into a fight this morning when you left home? Huh? You know about that? Ling Yu didn't hide anything, nor did he ask how Qin Mingyu found out. After all, she was a resident of Yunshan Poetry residential area, and certainly had many ways to receive news. You're very bold. Do you know who you hit? Qin Mingyu asked angrily. Seems like his name was Liu Yejian or something. Ling Yu answered the rhetorical question as if it were a genuine inquiry. Qin Mingyu was both amused and frustrated by his response. What was this? Fearless ignorance?
In all of Yun City, who would dare to hit Liu Yejian and not take it seriously? Even Qin Mingyu herself didn't have the guts. So, aside from being angry, she also felt that the man in front of her was commendably brave. From tomorrow on, you'll drop me off at work in the morning and pick me up after work. Qin Mingyu suddenly commanded like a queen. Why? Ling Yu was taken aback. Is it so difficult to take your wife to work? Qin Mingyu asked coldly, her gaze as sharp as if she wanted to carve a piece of meat from him. No. I'm just puzzled. Since we're going to divorce in 6 months, there's no need to cultivate feelings, right? Ling Yu spoke bluntly, voicing his true thoughts. This guy. Qin Mingyu was so angry she almost stomped her foot. The agreement she had forced him to sign had now become a weapon he used against her. Isn't your electric bike broken? How will you get to work without a vehicle? Qin Mingyu seemed a bit irate. Ling Yu nodded, that was indeed a problem for him. This morning, he had struggled with several rides to get to work. It was manageable for a day, but it would indeed be quite troublesome over time. The problem was that he was so broke he couldn't even afford a new electric bike. No matter what, I'm also responsible for your electric bike being smashed. I'll lend you my Maserati tomorrow, and when I have some time, I'll go with you to buy a new car. What? Ling Yu could hardly believe his ears. Seeing his reaction, Qin Mingyu found it amusing. Men usually love cars, and he must be thrilled and excited inside. right? But to her surprise, Ling Yu repeatedly waved his hands. Miss Chin, there's no need to buy a car. I can buy another electric bike when I get my paycheck next month. Until then, I can drive your Maserati to take you to and from work. You really don't want a car? Chin Mingyu was shocked. Yes, I don't want one, Ling Yu said calmly. Anyway, we're going to divorce, and I already owe you too much. It's almost too much to repay. I don't want to owe you anything more. Chin Mingyu clenched her fists slightly, her delicate body trembling. She didn't understand why she was getting angry. She just really felt like punching this man. All talk and no show. Just so you don't owe me. Don't you care about your pride? A big man going to work on an electric bike every day. Aren't you worried about people looking down on you? Chin Mingyu asked deliberately. Ling Yu remained unfazed. Indeed, people might look down on me, but one must earn respect themselves, not rely on a woman to provide it. Chin Mingyu's cheeks twitched slightly, but ultimately she snorted coldly. Suit yourself. She believed that once this man tasted the benefits of having a car, he would eventually change his mind. Chin Mingyu wanted Ling Yu to drive her to work not only because his electric bike was broken but also because she was increasingly appreciative of his fighting skills. This man's abilities were even better than the professional bodyguards she had hired. By commuting together, he could protect her, and she could also protect him. Of course, the bodyguards employed by Chin Mingyu were always on standby, ready to come to her aid at a moment's notice if any danger arose. She believed that the battle with Liu Yejian had already begun, and that man was definitely not going to let her and Ling Yu off easily. Of course, she would also find an opportunity to put Liu Yejian in a deadly situation. The next day, Ling Yu drove Chin Mingyu to the headquarters of Chang'an Group in the Maserati. However, before they reached the company, Chin Mingyu asked him to stop the car, explaining that driving it into the company and then back out would involve a lot of cumbersome procedures. Ling Yu naturally didn't doubt her words, as not entering was more convenient for him. Seeing the aloof and high-powered female CEO actually walking into the company's front gate, both the security guards and the passing employees were astonished. When did President Chin become so interested in walking such a distance? Xie Shaodi also witnessed this scene, and was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth for a long time. It was like a goddess descending to the mortal world, who had the power to bring President Chin down from the heavens. Meanwhile, Ling Yu quickly drove the presidential Maserati into the hospital parking lot. Such a luxury car naturally attracted a lot of attention from the hospital staff. When they saw it was Ling Yu, the gynecologist, stepping out of the car, everyone was nearly dumbfounded. Wow, what am I seeing? Lin Fen happened to be passing by, initially thinking some high-profile figure had arrived, only to see his best friend stepping out of the car, leaving him incredibly envious. Ling Yu, did you win the lottery? How many thousands did you spend on this car? Lin Fen's question echoed everyone's thoughts. Chen Dong, who had just arrived at the hospital for work, also came out after hearing the commotion, feeling a heavy blow to his sense of superiority. He had looked down on Ling Yu several times before, even intentionally giving away his mother's hospital room to someone else. If Ling Yu had really risen to success, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. You're thinking too much, this car isn't mine. Ling Yu casually responded to Lin Fan. But his buddy was relentless. If it's not yours, then whose is it? Who would lend you such a luxury car to drive to work? Ling Yu, of course, wouldn't answer in a public setting. Once they were inside the gynecology department and it was just the two of them, he privately told Lin Fan, "It's my wife's car. She lent it to me to drive." Man, that's something to be really envious of. Lin Fan truly admired Ling Yu from the bottom of his heart. Previously, both were bachelors, but Ling Yu suddenly got married, while his own mother was suddenly diagnosed with cancer. Now, Ling Yu's wife not only gave him money, but also lent him a car, whereas he had to bear his mother's high medical expenses. How could the disparity between people be as vast as between humans and pigs? How does that song go? We are not the same, each of us has different circumstances. But as much as he envied him, Lin Fan wasn't jealous. He was even happy for Ling Yu. Your wife is a million times better than John Milan. Ling Yu couldn't help but crack a slight smile. Indeed, despite her occasional strange temper, the Ice Queen was much better than his last blind date. By the way, bro, this is me paying you back first, Lin Fen said, and suddenly transferred 20,000 to Ling Yu. Where did you get the money? Ling Yu was startled and quickly asked. I borrowed it. You can't lend me all your money and then have none for yourself, right? Your wife treats you so well. Take some money and buy her a gift. I'll pay back the rest slowly. Lin Fan was trying to persuade Ling Yu like this. Ling Yu gave a wry smile but still returned the money to Lin Fan, without explaining why. He and Chen Mingyu had an agreement to divorce in 6 months. Why should he bother trying to please her? More importantly, the Ice Queen might even misunderstand his intentions. In contrast, Lin Fan needed the money more than he did. What's this? Are you looking down on your brother? Lin Fan got upset and sent the money back to him. You married a good wife. You really should cherish her. Don't end up chasing her at the funeral after losing her. Ling Yu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the situation, but he finally accepted the money. All right then, I'll keep it for now, and when you need money, just ask me. If we're brothers, never feel embarrassed to speak up. Of course. Lin Fan clapped him on the shoulder and they shared a laugh. Eventually, Ling Yu decided to follow Lin Fan's advice and took advantage of his lunch break today to head to the commercial district. Even if he couldn't escape the fate of divorce, he still felt he shouldn't owe the Ice Queen too much. Giving her a gift was a gesture of goodwill, regardless of whether she appreciated it or not. The mall was bustling with people as Ling Yu drove into the parking lot, just managing to snag the last spot. Though he didn't own a car, he had driven military vehicles during his time in the army, so his driving skills were quite good. He quickly backed into the parking space at speed. Before he could even get out the car, a Honda Civic pulled up next to him. A woman in a bodycon dress stepped out, cursing as she did. Hey, you have no class, do you? I saw this parking spot first, and you just took it. Have you no shame? Ling Yu frowned slightly and gave the woman in the bodycon dress a look. Her skirt was extremely short, almost the same length as her underwear, with the lace edges of her safety shorts fully exposed. But that wasn't the point. The point was, Ling Yu felt he recognized this woman from somewhere. The more civilized cousin. At that moment, another woman emerged from behind the first, trying to calm her down. It was Zhang Milin. She wasn't being magnanimous, she had just seen the Maserati and didn't want to offend a wealthy person. But she never expected that the person stepping out of the car would be a familiar face. It's you. The woman in the bodycon dress also recognized Ling Yu, her lips curling disdainfully. I was wondering who could be so tasteless. Turns out it's Milin's lapdog. Ling Yu recognized the woman too. No wonder she seemed familiar. She was Zhang Milin's cousin, Zhang Ryu, whom he had seen once before when his family visited Zhang Milin's home. At that time, Zhang Milin's family was looking down on him, and this woman was there too. HMPH, a man like you deserves to be single forever. You have no manners and still dream of marrying Milin. Keep dreaming. Zhang Ryu was fuming and hadn't yet calmed down, so she started ranting at Ling Yu. Ling Yu was speechless. If she had spoken nicely, he would have considered finding another parking spot. But since she was cursing like a shrew, he didn't feel like dealing with her and just turned to leave. Hey, you tasteless man, believe it or not, I'll scratch your car. Zhang Ryu became even more agitated and threatened. Cousin, shut up. Zhang Milin quickly tried to stop her, thinking her cousin was being foolish. Dare to scratch a luxury car. Can you afford the consequences? She had initially hoped to attract the attention of a man driving a luxury car, worrying he might be an unapproachable, married old man. But, to her surprise, it turned out to be Ling Yu. The last time they had dinner, because of an unexpected revelation, Chen Dong thought her promotion was doomed and deliberately mentioned she left hand in hand with Ling Yu, disregarding his feelings, which led to their breakup. Unexpectedly, by leveraging Ling Yu's assistance, she managed to deliver the project on time and secured a bonus. Although she didn't get a promotion due to the logo issue, the outcome wasn't too bad. After some reflection, she felt she shouldn't blame Ling Yu and even owed him thanks. She planned to write off their past interactions and never cross paths again. But who would have thought she'd see him driving a Maserati to the mall today? Could it be that Chang'an Group has taken a liking to him, offering him an executive position? It seemed very likely. The completion of the strategic warehouse project was said to bring about $1 billion. in future strategic profits for Chang'an Group, which never skimps on rewarding talent. A few million as a reward was nothing for them. Meanwhile, John Ryu was still fuming, unaware of her thoughts, and kept shouting excitedly, "Milan, you should never give a chance to such lapdogs again, so tasteless. Stealing a woman's parking spot, what kind of man does that? Ling Yu, stop." Zhang Milan indeed quickly called out to Ling Yu. Ling Yu sighed in resignation, debating whether to engage with these two women. Zhang Ryu laughed mockingly, feeling vindicated. Look at this lapdog getting his comeuppance. Embarrassed in front of your goddess, aren't you? Unexpectedly, Zhang Milan couldn't take it anymore and coldly reprimanded, "Cousin, I told you to shut up. I won't allow you to insult Ling Yu anymore." Huh? Zhang Ryu was instantly stunned. Was her cousin out of her mind? Last time at your house and at the restaurant, you clearly despised him. Zhang Milan ignored Zhang Ru's foolishness and quickly trotted in her high heels to catch up with Ling Yu, grabbing his hand tightly. It was then that she realized how sturdy Ling Yu's build was, much more manly, and Chen Dong. She had been blind to dismiss such a man before. If heaven arranged another blind date for them, she would definitely shout, "I do. Miss Zhang, please conduct yourself with dignity, and don't pull on me in public." Ling Yu coldly shook off her hand, his face stern. A parking spot isn't just whoever sees it first. It's about who parks there first, understand? He expected Zhang Milan to be unreasonable as before, but to his surprise, she immediately agreed and nodded. "You're absolutely right. It was my cousin causing trouble. I apologize to you on her behalf." "What the heck?" Ling Yu was stunned. "Is this really Zhang Milan? Did she hit her head or something?" Zhang Ryu was even more shocked, her eyes nearly popping out. Was this the same cousin? Her behavior today was totally out of character. "Ling Yu, don't be mad. Are you here to shop? I can keep you company, okay?" Zhang Milan pouted, adopting a demure and dependent demeanor. It must be said, although she couldn't compare to Qin Mingyu, she was quite attractive. Any other man might have been softened by now, but Ling Yu just caught goosebumps. Was this woman on the wrong medication today? Or did she forget to take her meds before leaving the house? "Why would I need you to accompany me? You're not my woman." Ling Yu frowned and retorted, finding it amusing inside. "You don't have a female companion for shopping? How boring. I can keep you company, not only to entertain you but also to give you face. Don't worry, I won't argue with you, and who knows, maybe after shopping, I might even become your woman." Theft. Seeing Zhang Milan's demeanor and hearing her words, Ling Yu almost spit blood on the screen. This woman was too bizarre today. It was actually giving him the creeps. "No thanks." While extending a hand doesn't hit a smiling face, regardless of what Zhang Milan was thinking, Ling Yu politely declined and turned to leave. Yet, Zhang Milan still wouldn't give up, yelling after him, "Ling Yu, I won't give up. I'll make sure to chase you down and make you my boyfriend." Even Zhang Ryu got goosebumps all over. What on earth did her cousin take today? "Milan, are you feverish today?" Zhang Ryu hurried over, touching Zhang Milan's forehead, then her own. "No fever." Could it be that her inherent lapdog tendencies suddenly surged up? She really said all that? She has potential. "Cousin, I'm fine. I'm in great shape right now." Zhang Milan quickly pushed Zhang Ru's hand away, saying, "That man must have helped Chang'an Group complete a big project, and now he's rising high. Just look at what car he's driving, look closely." Pointing at the Maserati, Zhang Ryu had been focused on the parking spot earlier and hadn't noticed what car Ling Yu was driving. Only now did she take a closer look and got quite a shock. "My gosh, that's a Maserati, right?" "Yes, the Maserati President. It's been featured in dramas too. The base model costs around 3.5 million. Zhang Milan stated directly, to drive such a car, if he's not a wealthy man, then who is? Only then did Zhang Ryu have a realization. No wonder Zhang Milan had acted so differently just now. She had nearly offended a wealthy man without knowing it. "So Milan, how do you plan to pursue him?" "I don't really have a plan yet." Zhang Milan was candid. She had blurted it out in the moment, but she had never actually chased a man before. "Don't worry, your cousin will help you. I know exactly what men like. I guarantee he'll help you catch him easily. Zhang Aryu was all geared up, already having schemes in mind after seeing Zhang Milan's boldness. Well then, cousin, I'm counting on you. Zhang Milan was also very excited. She knew her cousin had started dating at 17 and had gone through several jerks before getting married. So she definitely knew much more about men. Besides, it's said that a woman chasing a man is separated only by a layer of yarn, and with her cousin's help, success was almost guaranteed. Hehe. Don't worry, unless that man is a eunuch or has a wife, your cousin will definitely help you get him. Zhang Aryu patted her chest confidently. Meanwhile, Ling Yu, alone in the mall, wandered around without deciding on what gift to buy for Qin Mingyu. He was about to call his sister for advice when he took out his phone and was stunned. His messages had exploded. What the heck? 99 unread messages. A bad feeling suddenly washed over him. He had never experienced anything like this before. Indeed, when he opened his phone and saw various messages, he was stunned on the spot. Bro. What's gotten into Zhang Milan? She actually posted in her moments saying she likes you, and that you are her future boyfriend. If your wife sees this, not even jumping into the Yellow River could clear your name. Ling Yu. You're so badass. This high-profile woman chasing a man, I've never seen anything like it. Truly unbelievable. Doesn't Zhang Milan know you're married? Ling Yu. You sly dog, playing it cool all this time. You said you never had a girlfriend before, and now suddenly, there's this beautiful woman publicly declaring her love for you. Bro, you've really got a knack for charming women, teach me your ways. I'm even willing to pay tuition. Ling Yu's mind went blank, and he didn't have time to reply to any messages. He hurriedly opened his moments. Since they had added each other on WeChat due to work, he saw Zhang Milan's status, where she indeed made a love declaration towards him. This is crazy, this crazy woman. Just as his sister had worried, if this escalated and reached Qin Mingyu's ears, he really wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. At that moment, his moments updated again. Ling Yu refreshed almost reflexively, and he felt drained, leaning against the wall. Ling Yu, I've already fallen for you. Fate brought us together during the blind date, let us know each other through work. I believe that sooner or later, we will fall in love in life. Here I declare, Zhang Milan, you are mine. No matter what methods or means, I will chase you down and win you over. Friends in my moments, please support me. If I succeed, I'll treat everyone. The post even included their blind date photo and a photo of them together at work, which could mislead others into thinking they were very intimate and romantic. The next moment, Lin Qingshuan also called him. Dr. Ling, what's going on? Your sister told me about a woman named Zhang Milan who is madly confessing her love to you. You must really have a lot of charm. Lin Qingshuan's tone was teasing, but it was clear there was a thorn in her heart. Ling Yu was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. He hadn't said anything, nor had he done anything. How had he suddenly become famous out of nowhere? Dr. Ling, the girlfriend you mentioned to me before, it wasn't Miss Zhang, was it? Clearly, this was the real reason why Lin Qingshuan had hurriedly made this call. If Ling Yu's mentioned girlfriend was Zhang Milan, she felt she still had a chance. No. Absolutely not. I have no romantic relationship with Zhang Milan. Thank you for your concern, Miss Lin. Ling Yu quickly clarify. I see. Lin Qingshuan responded with a laugh, but her heart felt a bit sour. It seemed she wasn't the only woman who saw something in him. After hurriedly hanging up the phone, Ling Yu suddenly lost all interest in buying gifts. He needed to explain things to the Ice Queen in advance, otherwise if she heard about it through some channel, she would surely start suspecting him again. Ling Yu thought about calling Qin Mingyu, but the Ice Queen was very busy and unlikely to have heard about it so quickly. If he called her out of the blue to explain, might it seem unnecessary or even as if he was bragging. What a headache! Unexpectedly, at that moment, Qin Mingyu called him. Ling Yu. Where are you? Me. I'm at Yunjin Mall. Alone. What are you doing there? Why emphasize alone? Qin Mingyu's casual questions left Ling Yu momentarily speechless. Fortunately, Qin Mingyu didn't press further and continued, I'm about to get off work. Come to the place we met this morning to pick me up. Okay. I'll be there right away. Ling Yu quickly agreed, sensing from the Ice Queen's tone that she probably didn't know about the moment's incident yet. It made sense. After all, Sang Milan was not on the same social level as Chin Mingyu, so it was unlikely that news would reach her. About half an hour later, Lingyu drove to the front of Chang'an Group's headquarters. Chang'an Group's headquarters was located in a skyscraper within a business park, preceded by a clean green space. Chin Mingyu approached from between the trees, looking like a forest sprite, which momentarily stunned Lingyu. Chin Mingyu noticed Lingyu staring and couldn't help but ask as she got into the car, "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" "Ah, no. Miss Chin, you are just very beautiful," Lingyu sincerely complimented. Indeed, Chin Mingyu was the most beautiful person he had ever seen. Just realizing this now, Chin Mingyu wasn't embarrassed or shy. Instead, she seemed a bit proud as she retorted. Not just realizing it, just now found the chance to say it. As Lingyu drove, he honestly said, "The first time I saw Miss Chin, I was awestruck, always feeling like you and I are from different worlds. You belong in the heavens like a celestial being, and I'm just a mortal on the ground." Chin Mingyu listened silently, a faint smile playing on her lips. She knew she was beautiful, but very few dared to praise her to her face, especially with such sincerity. So, she felt very pleased inside. Just then, Lingyu's phone rang. It was from his mother, Chen Ailin. "Ziyu, what's going on with Zhang Milan? She seems like a different person. She just came over to help me clean." "What? No way." Lingyu was so surprised his mouth gaped open. His mother was a cleaner, and even if Zhang Milan was helping her clean after work hours, it was still quite astonishing. That woman was serious. "Mom, don't worry about her. From what I know of her, she'll stop after putting on a show for a while." Lingyu didn't understand what was going on with that woman, so he could only say that. "How could that be okay? I think her sudden niceness towards me is definitely because of you. Did something happen between you two? I'm warning you, don't mess around and do anything to betray Mingyu." Chen Ailin's intelligence and moral compass were clearly intact as she immediately cautioned Lingyu. "Mom, nothing happened between us. I don't know what got into her all of a sudden, but I absolutely won't do anything to betray Mingyu. Don't worry." Lingyu blurted out passionately. Chin Mingyu, listening on the side, was initially taken aback, then revealed a smile that was not quite a smile. It seems this man really doesn't have any improper relations with any woman. "Okay, I believe you. All right, I'm driving Mingyu home now, I'll hang up." After hanging up the phone, Lingyu quickly explained to Chin Mingyu, "Miss Chin, I don't know what happened. My last blind date suddenly declared her feelings for me to date and misunderstand. I'm not trying to brag in front of you. This situation is really strange. But I assure you, there will be nothing ambiguous between us." Seeing his anxious demeanor, Chin Mingyu felt inexplicably pleased. His previous remark about never having waited for Miss Chin to come home had been gnawing at her. Today, she finally felt like she had one up on him. "If you're not guilty, why do you feel the need to explain?" Chin Mingyu asked deliberately. Lingyu quickly calmed down. "As long as we are not divorced, Miss Chin, you are my wife. I don't want you to feel uneasy or suspicious about me." Chin Mingyu couldn't help but smile, her smile very beautiful. But in the next moment, she suddenly turned cold. "You're thinking too much. I've never felt uneasy about Mr. Ling." Lingyu was momentarily taken aback, then also had to laugh. This woman was clearly playing it up, but her saying this did reassure him quite a bit. "Don't say you don't know what got into that woman. I think it has something to do with you driving a Maserati today." Chin Mingyu suddenly spoke up again, giving Lingyu a reminder. In fact, she didn't know Zhang Milan well, but she had seen the scene of her blind date with Lingyu. That woman's face clearly spelled gold digger. So, today's sudden change in behavior was obvious to her without much thought. "Miss Chin, you really are clever." Lingyu genuinely admired Chin Mingyu's perceptiveness. No wonder she could be an executive of a large company, something he could never manage himself. He had thought that Zhang Milan was just having a momentary lapse and would soon come to her senses, but he didn't expect her to go all in. After he dropped Chin Mingyu off at home, his sister called, asking him to come home immediately. Lingyu served the dinner he had prepared in front of Chin Mingyu, took off his scarf, and said, "Miss Chin, Please have this dinner by yourself. My sister has asked me to come home immediately for an urgent matter. Qin Mingyu slightly furrowed her brow, but was pleased that this man always reported his actions to her, so she nodded slightly without saying anything. Driving the Maserati, Lingyu quickly arrived home only to find his usually busy sister relaxing on the couch watching TV, her extraordinarily long legs indecorously raised on the table. Sister, have you had dinner? No. Ling Ruoxu gave him a glance and responded nonchalantly. Is mom making dinner? Hey, just go look in the kitchen. Ling Ruoxu didn't answer him. Lingyu suddenly had a bad feeling and quickly walked into the kitchen, only to be stunned. There was Zhang Milan, wearing an apron and busily helping Chen Ailan in the kitchen. Actually, it was Chen Ailan trying to persuade her not to bother, yet she insisted on helping. Zhang Milan, what are you, in the late stages of a brain infarction? Lingyu immediately spoke, his face full of disbelief. He never imagined that this woman would chase him like this. Who does such embarrassingly desperate things without a decade-long brain blockage? Dear, you're back. Zhang Milan didn't get angry at Lingyu's remark. Instead, she actually approached him eagerly. Chen Ailan quickly stepped in between, pulling her son out of the kitchen and whispering sternly, Ziyu, what's going on with you? Why did you provoke this woman? What if Mingyu finds out? Lingyu rolled his eyes, whispering back, Mom, I really didn't provoke her. She's just after me for my money. After your money, as if you were so rich. Chen Ailan didn't believe it and kept smacking her son, warning him not to flirt around with women. Ling Ruoxu, watching this scene from the living room, felt a momentary pang of sympathy for her brother. The next moment, she walked straight into the kitchen and deliberately praised with a smile. Miss John, I didn't expect you to be such a capable woman, fit for both the hall and the kitchen. Any man who marries you would surely be fortunate to death. Zhang Milan was very pleased to hear this. Lingyu frowned, wondering what his sister was up to now. Ling Ruoxu suddenly changed her tone. It's just too bad. My foolish brother doesn't have that luck anymore. After his failed blind date with Miss John, he went and got married, and his wife doesn't step foot in the kitchen at all. Theft. Zhang Milan was tasting the soup and spat it out upon hearing this. Fortunately, Ling Ruoxu was prepared and dodged in time, otherwise she would have been sprayed in Thefus. Ruoxwester, what are you saying? You must be joking, right? Lingyu, he's really married? Zhang Milan still looked incredulous. Although Lingyu had told her twice that he was already married, she had always thought he was making it up. How could it be so fast?
Do you think getting married is like going to the market to buy vegetables, where you just pick up whatever you like? I'm good at everything except lying. Ling Ruoxue shrugged, speaking flawlessly. What she said was the plain truth. Where could there be any flaws? Yet Zhang Meilan still didn't believe it, even thinking that Ling Ruoxu was using this tactic to test her sincerity towards Ling Yu. Humph, such petty tricks. Her cousin Zhang Ru had already prepped her with all sorts of warnings. These tactics wouldn't scare her now. How much time has passed since Ling Yu and she went on that blind date? Could this straightforward man really have gotten married that quickly? Impossible. Most importantly, there wasn't a single wedding photo in his house, and besides his mother and sister, there was no third woman. Clearly, it was a lie. Ha! Ruoxui's sister? That's a funny joke. Zhang Meilan laughed it off casually, brushing aside the matter and then cheerfully saying, Shall we start the meal? Let me see if you like my cooking. As she served the dishes, she also took a moment to glance outside at the front yard, indeed spotting a Maserati parked there. Never mind whether Ling Yu had been promoted at Tiangong Group or not, just for that luxury car, she was determined to marry this man.
Seeing that this woman had upped her game and wasn't as easy to dismiss as last time, Ling Ruoxu felt helpless. She wasn't to bother. Having someone volunteer to cook dinner for her family was actually quite comfortable. She was just worried about her brother, hoping he could hold out. During the meal, Zhang Milan intentionally sat next to Ling Yu. You couldn't imagine how uncomfortable Ling Yu was, having no appetite at all, and just thinking about how to get rid of this woman so she would stop bothering him and his family. Dear, what's wrong? Don't you like the food I made? Zhang Milan put on an innocent and aggrieved face. Although her cooking skills were average, She had prepared her best dishes tonight to make a good impression. They couldn't be that bad, right? Ling Yu just gave her a helpless look, letting her slowly come to her own conclusions. Seeing the situation, Chen Alan quickly smiled politely and said, Miss Zhang is very capable, and the food is delicious. Nowadays, not many women can cook well. How is that rare? Am I not one of them? Ling Ruoxu immediately pouted, visibly annoyed. While her mother might need to be polite, she felt no such obligation. Ling Yu quickly backed up his sister. That's right, my sister's cooking tastes better. Zhang Milan saw his lack of face-saving effort and twitched her lips, clearly upset. Yet she still had to smile and compliment. It seems I'll have to ask your sister for more advice then. Why would you ask me for advice? Ling Ruoxu immediately pouted and laughed. You're neither my brother's wife nor a member of our family. I have no obligation to teach you. Women, after all, do like to make it tough for other women. This comment infuriated Zhang Milan, who secretly clenched her teeth and mentally cursed Ling Ruoxu. What's she so arrogant about? Just because she can cook, she deserves not being able to make money or get married. Ruoxu, watch your language. Chen Alan quickly intervened, smiling apologetically. Milan, Ruoxu is just quite straightforward. Don't take it to heart. Her politeness kept Zhang Milan's fantasies alive. After all, her cousin's strategy was to capture the king to capture the thieves if she could win. Over Chen Alan, marrying into the Ling family was only a matter of time. And then she would be the mistress of that $1 million Maserati. Thus, Zhang Milan immediately switched from anger to smiling. Mom, I won't take it to heart. Theft. Ling Yu and Ling Ruoxu simultaneously spit out their food. What did you just call my mom? Ling Yu looked at Zhang Milan in shock. Ling Ruoxu also looked disdainful, wondering how someone could be so shameless. Who would take care of this demoness? This Zhang Milan was immediately a bit embarrassed. She had blurted out the wrong term in her excitement. Although Zhang Yu had advised her that to successfully chase the man of her dreams, she needed to persist in 3 things. 1. Persistence. 2. Shamelessness. 3. Persistent shamelessness. But truly being persistently shameless was incredibly hard. Zhang Milan, I know exactly what you're thinking, but don't get ahead of yourself. Ling Yu laid his cards on the table again. Believe it or not, I'm already married. That Maserati belongs to my wife, not me. Zhang Milan was slightly stunned, still half doubtful. If Ling Yu hadn't been rapidly ascending the ranks at Chang'an Group, why would a wealthy and beautiful woman take an interest in someone of his standing? Ling Yu didn't care how she took it, continuing. Moreover, my family can't afford a 500,000 yuan dowry. I can't buy a wedding house or a wedding car. We're really not suitable. Zhang Milan, initially half doubting, now completely disbelieved him. She had come prepared this time, guided by her cousin, and she wouldn't be easily fooled by Ling Yu as before. So, she proactively smiled and said, Dear, material things don't matter. It's best if we have them, but it's okay if we don't. I like you for who you are. Haven't we already gone on a blind date? I fully accept you. Theft. Ling Ruoxu sprayed her food again, this time directly onto Zhang Milan's face. Who wrote that line for her? It's genius. Ruoxu sister, why did you spray food all over my face? Really? Zhang Milan wiped her face, somewhat upset. Ling Yu didn't want to continue this back and forth and decided to call Qin Mingyu on a video call to make this woman completely give up. On the other side, Qin Mingyu saw Ling Yu's incoming call, her eyes twinkling slightly, guessing what he was about to do. Qin Mingyu directly declined the call and then took out a face mask to apply. Ling Yu tried calling twice, without getting an answer, wondering what the Ice Queen was up to. Why does it always break down at critical moments? Dear, who are you calling? Zhang Milan noticed Ling Yu's actions, her expression a mix of amusement and skepticism. Is this man really acting like someone who has a wife? Just as Ling Yu was unsure how to respond, Qin Mingyu called back. My wife, let me show you. Ling Yu quickly answered the call, intentionally holding the phone screen in front of Zhang Milan. As the video connected, there appeared a stunningly posed and elegant beauty. Although Qin Mingyu had deliberately applied a face mask, her graceful figure and innate elegance still made Zhang Milan envious and jealous. Ling Yu, how daring of you! Who is this woman you are dining with behind my back? Chin Mingyu didn't even need Ling Yu to speak, she seamlessly played along. Wife? Don't misunderstand. This is the last person I had a blind date with. She suddenly wanted to see what my wife looks like, so I obliged her wish. Ling Yu hurriedly explained. Zhang Milin was dumbfounded by now. She had never dreamed that Ling Yu was really married, and his wife's living quarters seemed very upscale. Ah, are you trying to show off your wife? Chin Mingyu's eyes twinkled with pride, but in the next moment, she resumed her queenly demeanor, commanding coldly, "Drive my Maserati home immediately." Right away. Ling Yu agreed and was about to end the video. However, Chen Alan quickly rushed over, not allowing him to hang up, excitedly grabbing the phone. Mingyu, it's been so long since I've seen you. Have you lost weight? When do you have time to come home again? I'll make some soup to nourish you. If Ling Yu and Chen Mingyu might still be acting, Zhang Milin could tell that Chen Alan's emotions were genuinely sincere. Could that beautiful woman really be her son's wife? A strange warmth welled up in Chen Mingyu's heart. She had tasted countless delicacies and drunk many nourishing soups, but she had never felt like this before. She could tell that Chen Alan genuinely cared for her. In a while, Mom, Chen Mingyu responded. What did you say? What did you just call me? Chen Alan was so excited she nearly leapt for Joe, and she almost burst into tears. Although Chen Mingyu had visited Ling Yu's home before, she had never called her mom nor did she talk much with her. Although Chen Alan didn't hold this against her daughter-in-law, she was always a bit worried, fearing that her daughter-in-law might look down on her mother-in-law and refuse to call her that. But today, she unexpectedly heard the word mom. Ling Yu quickly made faces at Chen Mingyu, hoping she would say it again to make his mother happy. However, Chen Mingyu had just called her naturally and now felt a bit embarrassed to repeat it. So she quickly changed the subject. Next month, I'll make time to come back again. Great, great, let me know the date in advance, and I'll prepare the soup for you. Chen Alan didn't press her, still overwhelmingly excited. Now, just seeing her daughter-in-law made her very happy. Chen Mingyu sighed, unknowingly, recalling what Ling Yu had said about them eventually divorcing. She wondered if Chen Alan could withstand such a blow. Okay, I have to hang up now. Chen Mingyu didn't like this feeling and immediately ended the call. Ling Ruoxu looked at Zhang Milin, who was stunned like a wooden chicken, and said with a laugh, Miss Zhang, if you don't mind, I actually welcome you to be my brother's mistress. Hehe. Zhang Milin's face instantly turned red, unsure whether she was angry or embarrassed, almost stomping her feet into the ground right there. Ling Yu is really married. Huh. And it seems he snagged a wealthy beauty. Miss Zhang, I need to go home now. Do you need a ride? Ling Yu didn't want to stay at home and feel awkward any longer, so he politely asked Zhang Milin. Ling Ruoxu found it amusing, thinking that even someone as shameless as this Miss Zhang wouldn't cling to her brother anymore, right? Unexpectedly, Zhang Milin, her face flushed, nodded her head. Okay, you can take me home then. What the heck? Ling Ruoxu's eyes bulged slightly, couldn't believe the woman's shamelessness. Ling Yu was used to it by now. He would have been surprised if Zhang Milin had refused. Sure enough, once Zhang Milin got into the Maserati, she started exploring it as if she had discovered a new world, touching everything and even taking selfies, not caring whose car it was. Who knows, she might even secretly post it on her social media later. Ling Yu, how old is your wife? After a moment, Zhang Milin suddenly asked. Ling Yu was slightly taken aback. Why? Still interested in me? I'm really just a poor guy. My wife's money isn't shared with me, and this car is hers. In just driving it temporarily. Zhang Milin huffed coldly. I just asked her age. Just answer that. Why all the unnecessary talk? 27. Ling Yu wasn't afraid to tell her. Zhang Milin was inwardly astonished. Chen Mingyu had deliberately worn a face mask to hide her face, and although her figure was great and her skin well maintained, she had subconsciously guessed that Chen was an older woman. After all, a wealthy woman could easily maintain her looks to appear in her 20s even if she was in her 40s or 50s. Some female celebrities at 71 look like they're in their 20s. And there's even a 60-year-old actress who visited a nursing home, where some women a few years younger thought she was their granddaughter's age. Unexpectedly, she's only 27. I wonder, What does she see in you? Zhang Milan now had no more fantasies about Ling Yu and reverted to her original demeanor, even looking at him with a bit of disdain. You'd have to ask her about that. How would I know? Ling Yu responded nonchalantly, not revealing the truth. This was a secret between him and Chen Ningyu. Humph, I still think you hired someone to play this role. It's just too unbelievable. Zhang Milan remained suspicious. A mismatch in social status. How could a man with an annual salary of 80,000 marry a wealthy beauty? Not even novels write stories like this. Ling Yu just smiled, then did not respond, eager to drop her off at home and be done with it. Back at home, he quickly thanked Qin Mingyu. Miss Qin, thank you for your cooperation tonight. Not only did you help me get rid of a nuisance, but you also made my mother happy. Qin Mingyu casually smiled, though deliberately hiding it. There was still a trace of pride in her expression. She had easily won over her mother-in-law. It seemed she was indeed a likable daughter-in-law. However, after a moment, she coolly said, "Don't get the wrong idea. I did this in response to you beating up Li Yejian. That scoundrel has tried to sabotage me several times. I should have dealt with him long ago." Ling Yu was slightly taken aback, forcing a stiff smile. Miss Qin, you knew about that? Of course, I know. Be careful yourself. That guy is much more troublesome than the woman clinging to you. He strikes when you least expect it. Qin Mingyu seriously warned. Although she had made Liu Yejian suffer many defeats in the business world, in her personal life, she had nearly fallen into his traps twice. Especially the last time, when he secretly drugged her drink. She didn't notice, and if Ling Yu hadn't taken her home in time, her virtue might have been compromised by Liu Hitang. If she had made a fuss and sought revenge, he would just push Liu Hitang forward as a scapegoat, ensuring the real mastermind, Liu Yejian, remained untouched. I understand, Miss Qin. Also be careful yourself, and call me any time you need. I may be a rough man, good for nothing much, but I can still handle a fight if it's for the right cause. Ling Yu confidently responded to Qin Mingyu. A veteran from the battlefield, he was ready to fight any battle for justice. Qin Mingyu responded with a cold smile and turned to head back to her room. The next day, while Ling Yu was at work, he received an urgent call from his mother. What? Uncle has been detained overseas. Yes, apparently, he was lured abroad to engage in some illicit activities, and now wants to come back but has been detained demanding a ransom of 160,000 yuan. Chen Nailan was very anxious. Early in the morning, her father had called asking her to contribute 80,000 yuan, but where would their family get that kind of money? After hearing the details from his mother, even the usual even-tempered Ling Yu couldn't help but seethe with anger. He had never liked his maternal grandfather, who did nothing but indulge in vices like eating, drinking, gambling, and frequenting brothels, and he despised this uncle even more. His mother was born into a family that favored sons over daughters. In her village, marrying off a daughter was like selling her. When his father married his mother, the grandfather demanded a dowry of 100,000 yuan. At that time, 100,000 yuan could build a large house. Ling Yu's father, also a returning soldier, had given all his savings to the grandfather's family to marry his mother. Unexpectedly, not only did the grandfather's family not provide any dowry, but they also didn't even show up at the wedding, claiming the journey was too long and they wouldn't attend. Whenever his mother recalled this event, she couldn't help her eyes from reddening. The grandfather's family barely contacted his mother, but 3 years ago, when the uncle racked up a huge gambling debt, the grandfather brought a horde of relatives to their door, insisting that his mother help pay off 30,000 yuan of the uncle's debts, claiming it was her duty as his sister. At that time, Ling Yu's father had passed away, and he was still on the front line, leaving only his sister Ling Ruoxu, who couldn't stand up against those devils on her own. After they took the money, the grandfather and uncle didn't even say thank you, and now they were asking for money again. Did they think their family was an ATM? Asking for money whenever they wanted, and ignoring them otherwise. Mom, what do you plan to do now? Ling Yu first asked his mother for her opinion. He had no affection left for his grandfather and those relatives, but he was worried his mother might still feel connected to them due to blood ties. If his mother decided to help his uncle, as her son, he would need to find a way to assist her. Sighed, I don't know what to do either. We don't have any money left. Chen Ailin was very sensible. Even if her relatives put immense pressure on her, she wouldn't ask her son for money, let alone approach her daughter-in-law. Their family already owed too much to their daughter-in-law. Ziyu, if grandfather calls you, just tell him you have no money. We absolutely mustn't let them know that Mingyu is a high-ranking executive in a big company. Or else I'm afraid they'll force you to ask Mingyu for money. Chen Ailin knew her father well recognized money, not people. That's why she hadn't dared let her father know when Qin Mingyu visited their home with Lingyu. If her father knew his granddaughter-in-law was wealthy, he would definitely try to extort money by any means necessary. Her calling Lingyu now was meant to remind her son, not to ask him for money. Mom, I understand, Lingyu agreed. He didn't want to help that uncle at all. Man again. His uncle had proven irresponsible, a man in his early 40s, father of two, yet utterly lacking a sense of duty. Whenever he had money, he squandered it on himself, never caring for his two children. Whenever Lingyu had occasionally visited his maternal relatives with his mother, he saw his cousins dressed in tattered clothes. Due to their parents' divorce and their father's neglect, they were often bullied by other kids, which made them very introverted and insecure. In any case, this uncle has always had aspirations higher than the skies, a luck thinner than paper. Lingyu knew all too well that his grandfather took the 100,000 yuan dowry his father had given to his family and handed it over to his uncle for business purposes, but his uncle squandered it in no time at all. The business was a mess, and then he got hooked on gambling, dreaming of striking it rich overnight. The result, he lost everything, even his pass, and racked up huge debts with high-interest loans. His grandfather had to sell land and borrow money to pay off his debts. And his mother even gave him the 30,000 yuan she had saved through hard work. Even his sister was morally blackmailed into giving him 20,000 yuan. But now, he had gotten into this mess again. A leopard never changes its spots, and Lingyu was clear that this uncle was beyond saving. The body can be saved, but the spirit is harder to heal. As a doctor, he understood this better than anyone. As expected, that evening when Lingyu got home and was preparing to bathe, his grandfather's call came in. Lingyu had already prepared the hot water in the bathtub and decided to take his bath first. After bathing, he picked up his phone and saw over 10 missed calls. What's going on? Which vixen is chasing you now? Qin Mingyu couldn't help but come out, teasing him with a smile. Lingyu managed a bitter smile, but before he could respond, the phone rang again. This time, he answered it. What's the matter? Why did it take so many calls to get through? Did you see it was me and decide you didn't want to answer? His grandfather was as harsh as ever, starting the conversation with a barrage of scolding. Grandfather, sorry about that. I was just taking a bath. A bath? Humph. To me, it seems like you knew why I was calling and deliberately avoided me. Let me tell you, you can't hide from this. The grandfather was merciless in his confrontation. Grandfather, I had just prepared the hot water. I really wasn't avoiding you. Besides, would I need to do that? Lingyu's expression darkened. Qin Mingyu rarely saw him like this and was curious about who could make him so angry. If you weren't hiding, that's good. Your uncle is detained in southern Myanmar, and they're demanding 160,000 yuan for ransom. How much money do you have? Send it to me quickly. Saving your uncle is urgent. The grandfather spoke as if it was Lingyu's obligation. Lingyu couldn't help but laugh. Grandfather, I'm his nephew, not his father. It's his own fault, and am not obliged to clean up his mess. Besides, I don't have money right now. I really can't help him. You ingrate. The grandfather cursed furiously. There's a saying, a mother's brother is like a father. Your father is gone now, you should treat your uncle as you would your father. Now that he's in trouble, you want to wash your hands of it. You unfilial offspring, a scourge. This made Lingyu want to explode. He had long known about his grandfather's character, who favored sons over daughters, treating grandsons like treasures and grandnephews like grass. His grandfather always spoke harshly to his mother and him, which was why Lingyu disliked visiting him from a young age. And now, to think his grandfather would stoop to calling him such vile names. Anyway, I will bring people to your house. You better have some decency, at least 80,000. Otherwise, if anything happens to your uncle, I will not let you off even in death. Your conscience will torment you for life. The grandfather laid his terms bare and hung up the phone. After his declaration, Ling Yu was fuming like a boiling kettle, having to deal with such a horrible old man who was unfortunately his own grandfather. "What's wrong?" Qin Mingyu saw his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot and couldn't help but frown and ask. They lived under the same roof, after all, and she couldn't just ignore this situation. Ling Yu explained the situation to Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu's brows also showed a hint of disgust and disdain. With her extensive knowledge and experience, she knew that Ling Yu's uncle being detained in northern Myanmar was likely due to involvement in some fraudulent activities. Such people lacked any moral compass, causing immense harm to many for the sake of money. They were worse than scum, and it would be deserved if he met a dire fate. Unfortunately, this person was Ling Yu's uncle, and the direct request for money from his own grandfather put Ling Yu in a difficult position to outright refuse. "What do you plan to do?" Qin Mingyu didn't care about the uncle's fate. She was only interested in how Ling Yu would handle the situation. "We don't have 80,000 yuan, and even if we did, I wouldn't give it," Ling Yu stated firmly, a stark contrast from his usual demeanor. "From childhood to now, this uncle of mine has never taken care of his own children, let alone me and my sister. He's always asking my mom for money, even swiping things from our house when he visits. We don't owe him anything, and there's no reason to sell what little we have to pay for his mistakes. We need to live too." Hearing this, Qin Mingyu felt relieved. She had been worried that Ling Yu might ask her for money. While 80,000 yuan was a trivial amount for her, she simply did not want to spend it on a worthless cause. Rescuing such a lowlife will only enable him to continue harming others. "Then don't give them a single penny, and when your grandfather comes, I suggest you and your mother demand the return of the 30,000 yuan previously lent to his family." Qin Mingyu's suggestion was radical. Ling Yu was momentarily stunned. Although he had no intention of giving more money to his grandfather, he had never considered making such a move. Seeing his hesitation, Qin Mingyu knew he felt burdened and said, "People like your grandfather and uncle will never appreciate your help no matter how much or often you help them. They'll not only remain ungrateful for past assistance, but may also hold a grudge for not doing more. Since that's the case, just cut ties clearly. Demand back the 30,000 yuan. Then they won't have the gall to shamelessly ask you for money in the future." The Ice Queen indeed. While Ling Yu felt her suggestion was somewhat ruthless, it was very rational. He had already decided not to give the 80,000 yuan, and he said as much, but it always felt a bit heartless to actually follow through. Now, with Qin Mingyu's words, he suddenly felt all his psychological burdens lifted. "Miss Qin, thank you." Ling Yu suddenly smiled and expressed his gratitude. Qin Mingyu was slightly taken aback and then laughed. "Thank me for what? I didn't give you any money." After saying that, she coolly turned and went back to her room. She didn't want to see a gloomy man wandering around the house. Now that the matter was resolved, it was done. The next day was Saturday. Ling Yu didn't go to work at the company today. He got up at 7 in the morning to make breakfast and only saw Qin Mingyu come out of her room halfway through, stretching lazily like a cat. Her pajamas slightly lifted, revealing her enticingly sexy waist, sharp as a life-taking side. Her pink belly button seemed almost magical, making it hard to look away. Her perfect figure was fully on display. "Miss Qin, you don't have to go back to the office today." Ling Yu immediately stepped out of the kitchen wearing an apron. Qin Mingyu nodded. This seemed to be the first time she and this man were spending the weekend together at home. "In making breakfast, would you like me to add a portion for you?" "That would be fine." Qin Mingyu nodded, and Ling Yu turned back to the kitchen. One of the reasons she previously didn't want to get married was actually quite significant. She didn't want to step into the kitchen. Men work outside. Women manage the household. It's a traditional notion in the Dragon Country. Yet, Qin Mingyu hadn't expected that. Now married, it would be the man entering the kitchen. While she could continue to live without lifting a finger in there, even more conveniently, and before. Soon, Ling Yu brought out something that looked like 2 large pancakes and placed them on the table in the living room. Then went to the fridge to get some milk, intending to heat it up. "What are these?" Qin Mingyu was curious, examining the 2 golden pancakes for a while. "They're called bird's nest potato pancakes." Ling Yu's voice came from the kitchen. "Made from potatoes, eggs, and flour. They're not expensive to make, but they look and smell great, and taste good too. Chen Mingyu scoffed, self-praise much. Selling your own melons? She tended to be sharp-tongued but admitted that the food did look appetizing. She wondered if the taste would match his appearance. She'd never eaten such a humble breakfast before and was slightly concerned it might be junk food. Soon, Ling Yu came out with 2 hot glasses of milk, placing one in front of her. As if reading her mind, he suggested, "Miss Chen, try a bite. It's quite tasty and nutritious too." Chen Mingyu frowned slightly, but eventually forked a small piece and slowly took a bite. Her expression changed immediately, and she took 2 more bites. Seeing her eat like that, Ling Yu couldn't help but laugh, feeling a sense of accomplishment. "It actually tastes quite good, but I'm not used to fried food. I can eat it once in a while." After eating half, Chen Mingyu took a couple of sips of milk and then stopped. Watching her eat was like watching a cat, cautious as if she wanted to weigh each bite before eating. Ling Yu shook his head subtly, quickly finishing his own pancake, then pointed at the half Chen Mingyu had left and asked, "Aren't you going to finish it?" That's enough," Chen Mingyu nodded, elegantly wiping her mouth. But the next moment, she was stunned. Ling Yu casually picked up the half-eaten pancake she left and gobbled it down without any hesitation. Chen Mingyu's expression was one of shock, and she pointed at him accusingly. "How can you do that? What's wrong?" Ling Yu blinked innocently, looking puzzled. "Didn't you say you were done? Just because I'm done doesn't mean you can eat it." Chen Mingyu felt like they were not quite on the same wavelength. Seeing his still confused expression, she straightened her face and said sternly, "I've eaten from it, and you eating it after me isn't that like an indirect kiss?" Realization dawned on Ling Yu. So that's what the Ice Queen was concerned about. He chuckled and started to say, "Miss Chen, that night you were drunk, you almost hissed me, so this would be." Before he could finish, he sensed imminent danger. In the next instant, a cushion came flying towards him. Fortunately, Ling Yu was quick to catch it, looking at Chen Mingyu in alarm. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, seemingly ready to slice him into pieces, sending shivers down his spine. "Don't say another word, or I'll kill you." She had a strong aversion to men. Even casual physical contact with men would make her skin crawl. Just seeing Ling Yu eat the pancake she had bitten into made her feel uncomfortable. And now he dared to bring up her embarrassing drunken antics. Was he tired of living? Seeing her grip her knife and fork as though ready to throw them at him like darts, Ling Yu quickly shut his mouth, hardly daring to breathe, yet his eyes involuntarily glanced at her unfinished glass of milk. "Don't look." Chen Mingyu scolded sharply, quickly finishing the milk she had intended to leave, just to prevent him from targeting it. Seeing her reaction, Ling Yu gave her a thumbs up. "Miss Chen, that's the right approach to food. Every bit counts, please don't waste it. Get lost." Chen Mingyu put down the cup and stood up angrily. If eating the pancake didn't count as an indirect kiss, him drinking her leftover milk definitely would. Ling Yu had no such intentions. He just didn't want to waste food. Yet, the Ice Queen acted as if he was always coveting her. Ling Yu also finished his own milk, then began to clear the table. Suddenly, Chen Mingyu turned back and asked, "Do you ever feel like this lifestyle undermines your dignity as a man?" "What?" Ling Yu looked at her, puzzled. Seeing that he really didn't seem to mind, Chen Mingyu explained, "Traditionally, men work outside, while women handle the household chores. Yet living with me, you've taken over all the household duties. Doesn't that bother you?" "Oh, that's what you mean." Ling Yu chuckled, "I'm not some pampered child. I've always taken care of myself, whether at home or in the army. Even when living with my mom and sister, I often cook breakfast for them. Taking care of my family makes me happy. There's nothing uncomfortable about it." Hearing this, Chen Mingyu couldn't help but smile. It seemed everything he had told her during their arranged meeting was heartfelt, and he truly considered her family. It was also fortunate that he was the type to do household chores. Otherwise, she might have had to hire a maid, which would have been inconvenient. Just as Ling Yu finished cleaning the dishes, his phone rang. Seeing that it was his sister, he instinctively frowned. Was there another issue at home?
"Brother, you need to come home. Grandpa and the others are here." As expected, Ling Ruoxue was calling for help. "Okay, I'll be right there." Ling Yu didn't ask for details. He just hung up the phone and prepared to leave. He knew the people from his grandfather's side too well. They were unreasonable, and he was worried his mother and sister couldn't handle them on their own. "Miss Chin, I need to go home for a bit. I might not be back for lunch." Before leaving, Ling Yu informed Qin Mingyu of his situation. Qin Mingyu nodded. "All right. If you need help, call me." Her words were simple, but warmed Ling Yu's heart. He nodded in appreciation and left. Meanwhile, the Ling family home was already chaotic. His grandfather, Chen Sanhua, had arrived early in the morning with his wife, grandchildren, and a lot of noise. "Ailan, just tell me straight. Is Chen Yuewen really your brother?" Grandfather Chen pointed accusingly at Chen Ailan's nose. Being from an older generation where people married and had children early, he had his first daughter, Chen Ailan, at 18 and was now 75, still physically fit, even healthier than Ailan. "Father, Yuewen is certainly my brother, and I want him to come back alive too, but we really don't have any money left." Chen Ailan looked utterly distressed. Ling Ruoxue stood behind her, looking ready for battle. No matter how much their grandfather's family argued or caused a scene today, they were determined not to give in to the demand for 80,000 yuan. Why should they? Over the years, their uncle had only ever contacted them for money and never provided any help or benefits to their family. Why should they clean up his mess now that he was in trouble? "Ugh, you have no money. But don't your children have any? Can't you ask them?" Chen Sanhua was blunt. His wife, Luo Kaijin, joined in, using a softer approach with Chen Ailan. "Ailan, it wasn't easy for your mom to have your brother either. If anything happens to him, our family will be ruined." Chen Ailan was visibly moved, her eyes moistening. Despite how hopeless her brother might be, he was still her blood brother. "Ailan, look at you and your children. Can't you help a little?" she pleaded with Ling Ruoxue. "Help? Help what?" Ling Ruoxue, not a naive young girl, retorted passionately. "Our family already helped him pay off his gambling debts last time, and they haven't paid us back yet. It's been 3 years. When have they ever thought about repaying us? Money doesn't grow on trees." "Cousin, what do you mean? You want to just watch him die?" At this point, a bulky young man pushed Ling Ruoxue aggressively. He was Chen Yuewen's son, Chen Jungxi. Now 18 years old and over 6 feet tall, he was significantly bigger and stronger than he was 3 years ago. In his agitation, he pushed Ling Ruoxue to the ground. "Jungxi, what are you doing? How can you push your cousin like that?"
Chen Han, Chen Yuan's older daughter, at 22 years old, was usually quiet and reserved due to her childhood insecurities. But she had a good relationship with Ling Ruoxue and quickly moved to help her up. Chen Jungxi, bullied by other children when he was younger, was timid outside the home, but emboldened by his grandfather's protection, he had grown accustomed to being a bully at home. Now the strongest in the room, he continued to boast, "What's wrong with hitting her? My dad is her uncle. This woman is heartless and merciless. If she wants help, she deserves it. Right? Well done." Chen Sanhua even loudly praised, "Women need to be beaten, or they'll think they can rule the world." Then, pushing Chen Han aside, he pointed at Ling Ruoxue and raged, "For thousands of years, men have been the heads of the household. I tell you, with your father gone, your uncle is your father. The way you spoke just now is utterly unfilial and invites divine punishment." Ling Ruoxue was so angered by this appalling grandfather-grandson duo that she felt like committing murder. What era were they living in to still hold such beliefs? It was exactly these ridiculous ideas that had ruined their uncle. Their grandfather always treated their mother like dirt, using her as a cash machine for their uncle, who consistently made poor decisions without any repercussions, all due to this outdated and sexist mindset. "Ailan, as the elder, you must get your children to gather the 80,000 yuan. Your brother can't wait any longer. If you really don't have it, then sell the house." Chen Sanhua was utterly ruthless. He had only one son, whom he had struggled to raise for 44 years. Now, if his son died overseas, he felt he might as well die too. Thus, he was desperate to get the money by any means necessary. "Right? Men have the final say in this house. Hurry up and get the money to ransom my dad." Chen Zhengxi also added arrogantly, hands on his hips. At 18, accustomed to being bullied outside, he had never been taken seriously before. Now, reveling in the power of making decisions for the family, he took pride in being a man. Chen Ailan was at a loss for a moment and hurriedly helped her daughter up first. Ling Ruoxu clenched her teeth, ready to call the police. Women can hold up half the sky too. Who says men have the final say? Even if that were true, I am the man of this house. At that moment, an angry voice came from outside the door. Xiao Yu. Chen Ailan finally felt a wave of relief wash over her. Ling Ruoxu also felt a sense of support. No matter how strong she was still a woman, and if it really came to a physical confrontation, she would be at a disadvantage. But now that her younger brother was back, things were different. She wondered who would dare to make a move now. Sure enough, Chen Zhengxi, who had just been strutting around full of bluster, immediately stood aside and even stammered, "Cousin," when he saw Ling Yu. Although he was no shorter than Ling Yu, there was a world of difference in their presence. After all, Ling Yu was a veteran who had seen actual combat, which was not something this young kid could compare to. At this moment, his habit of bullying the weak and fearing the strong was completely exposed. "You dare to touch my sister?" Just a look from Ling Yu was enough to make Chen Zhengxi stagger. "Cousin, listen to me. I didn't mean it. I was just a bit too agitated. I didn't mean to push my cousin on purpose." Ling Yu didn't listen to his excuses and took a step towards him, causing this cowardly cousin to fall to the ground in fright. "Ling Yu, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to bully the younger ones?" Chen Sanwo immediately shouted angrily. "Come on then, want to fight? If you are capable, hit your grandfather." Of course, Ling Yu wouldn't lay a hand on the old man. He wasn't foolish. Chen Ailan hurried over to mediate. "Xiao Yu, calm down. Let's just try to solve the problem quickly. About your uncle, they said if the ransom isn't delivered within 3 days, they will." She dared not finish her sentence, as she was also very anxious inside. This brother of hers might be useless, but blood is thicker than water after all. "I didn't say I was going to fight. I came back to solve the problem." Ling Yu reassured his mother before turning his attention back to his grandfather. "Want to solve the problem? Then quickly put together 80,000 yuan. Chen San will look self-righteous. They want 160,000 yuan. And your grandmother and I have taken out all our retirement savings, which makes up 80,000 yuan. Your mother is your uncle's own sister, so it's not too much for her to come up with another 80,000 yuan. Right?" Chen Ailan dared not retort, even though she didn't have a penny left in her pocket. Ling Ruoxu, however, was seething with frustration. Regarding Chen Yuan, a degenerate involved in drinking, gambling, and other vices, she wouldn't want to ransom him for 160 yuan, let alone 160,000 yuan at even 16 cents. At 21, he got a woman pregnant and married her out of obligation. After his wife gave birth to Chen Han and Chen Zhengxi, he complained about her changed figure and divorced her against everyone's advice. After the divorce, he never took care of his children but left them to be raised by their grandparents while he indulged in his vices. And now, he had supposedly upgraded to making money abroad. The result, his dream shattered, and now he was detained by human traffickers. Served him right. What use was there for such a man to return to the country? He'd just pollute the environment. Ling Yu shared his sister's sentiments but had to consider his mother's feelings, so he plainly said, "Grandfather, we don't have money. My annual salary is only 80,000 yuan, which barely covers my regular expenses. My mom hasn't been working until recently because we are strapped for cash, and now she's taken a job as a cleaner. We really can't help." Anyone with a bit of shame would have backed off at this point. But not Chen Sanwa. He directly pressured Chen Ailan, his face turning red. "Ailan, I don't care. That's your own brother. You must come up with the 80,000 yuan. Otherwise, we will no longer acknowledge you as our daughter. If you don't have the money, let your daughter contribute. Ruoxu is old enough and doesn't have a family to support. She definitely can afford the 80,000 yuan." The old man was cunning, indeed, setting his sights on Ling Ruoxu. Ling Ruoxu had, indeed, saved some money previously to help her brother court a wife, but why should she have to hand it over now? She didn't expect her uncle to care for them, but if he hadn't been so despicable, repeatedly taking money and items from their home, she might have been reluctantly willing to help. But now, she just didn't want to give. Ling Ruoxu, can't you just treat it as lending to us old folks? Chen Sanwo was shrewd, playing both the soft and hard tactics, having zero in on Ruoxu's finances as the reason for his visit. Now that he mentioned a loan, was Ruoxu bold enough to refuse? Ruoxu's face turned red with frustration. Her grandfather was cunning, but she wasn't foolish. Lending 80,000 yuan would be like throwing it into a black hole, never to see it returned. A loan, you say? Ling Yu saw that his sister was momentarily speechless, and immediately took over the conversation. As the saying goes, lend and return, and lending is easy. Lend and don't return, and no more loans will be given. 3 years ago, grandfather helped uncle take 30,000 yuan from our mom, which seems to have never been returned. The room fell into silence. Chen Sanwei and his family had never considered repaying the debt. Even Chen Ailin hadn't thought to press them, but her son had brought it up. All right, just lend me another 80,000 yuan, and when the time comes, I'll have you and return it all to you. Chen Sanwa quickly dismissed. Ling Yu and Ling Ruoxu could tell there was deceit. Lending money would be as good as throwing it away, knowing their uncle would likely never repay. Ruoxu, if you have it, just lend some to your grandfather, please. Chen Ailin also couldn't help but speak up, caught between her father and her brother. Although her maternal family had been far from generous over the decades, she couldn't bring herself to be so ruthless. If her brother really died abroad, she would feel guilty. At this moment, tears nearly welled up in Ling Ruoxu's eyes. Her salary wasn't high, and the money she had saved was intended for her future. How many decades does one have in life? Now, to throw away her savings for a worthless uncle, she couldn't bear it, but not. Lending would distress my mother. Ruoxu struggled with her decision. Cousin, we're family after all. You wouldn't just watch him die, would you? Chen Zhengxi also pressed, appearing somewhat smug, as if he had Ruoxu cornered. My sister doesn't have 80,000 either. Forget it. Ling Yu immediately spoke up to defend his sister. We still have 3 days. Let's think of other ways, see if we can report this to the police, or find some other way that doesn't involve money. Yu Chen Sanwa's face turned red with anger, having thought the matter settled only to be blocked by Ling Yu's refusal to disregard his son's life and death. Grandfather, if you really want uncle to survive, tell me the details. We can work together to find a solution. Otherwise, even if we send the ransom, what if they don't release him and continue to extort us? What can we do then? Ling Yu's reasoning was sound. Chen Sanwa, furious and flustered, blurted out, Fine, I'll tell you everything. But if the ransom isn't sent in 3 days, your uncle will never come back, and I'll haunt you as a ghost if something happens to him. After a series of threats, he briefly shared the information and then prepared to leave with his family. Chen Ailin, pitying the plight of his family, tried to persuade them to stay for a meal. But Chen Sanwa didn't appreciate the gesture and left abruptly. Ling Yu, what should we do now? Chen Ailin was at a loss, unable to force her daughter to give up her savings. Without any other options, and for her brother's life, she might even have to sell the house. Ling Yu, seeing through her thoughts, quickly reassured, Mom, don't panic, I'll handle this. Don't think about anything else. We owe uncle nothing, and if anything happens to him, it's his own doing, not anyone else's fault. Ruoxu also agreed passionately. Exactly, the man is 44 years old, not a minor. If he can't live wisely at his age, whose fault is it if he dies? It's not like we're the ones killing him. Chen Ailin understood the rationale, but she still couldn't bear it. At this time, nearing noon, Qin Mingyu had her driver take her out to a restaurant for lunch. Qin Ruhan, the company for the day, was also summoned by a phone call from her sister. Moreover, Zia Shouty was also with them today. Dig sis, it's Saturday. Why aren't you at home with your brother-in-law? Why drag us out? Qin Ruhan was somewhat discontent. She had started to take over some projects at the company and was usually very busy. Only on Saturdays did she have time to sleep in. Now it was barely 11 o'clock and the sun had just started to warm up. Yet her sister had already dragged her out for a meal, which seemed too much. Your brother-in-law went home early this morning. Isn't it normal for me to ask you out for a meal? Why all the fuss? Qin Mingyu responded with her usual icy demeanor. Qin Ruhan glanced at Xia Shaodi, and the two sneakily chuckled before she continued. So, we're just the backup plan since brother-in-law isn't available? Qin Ruhan's eyes turned frosty, scaring Qin Ruhan into silence. She wasn't her brother-in-law. She didn't have the same immunity with her sister. Stop the smart talk. If you don't want to eat, you can go back to work. You must have a pile of work waiting, right? If not enough, I can always add more. No. 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 It's an honor to dine with my dear big sister. Qin Ruhan quickly stuck out her tongue, begging for her sister's forgiveness. Meanwhile, she wondered internally how her brother-in-law could withstand her sister's demeanor. They had been living together for almost half a month now, right? If it were her, she would have moved out long ago due to the pressure. During the meal, Qin Mingyu's phone rang. Xia Shaodi and Qin Ruhan both kept their heads down, sneaking glances with their eyes. If it were them, they wouldn't dare to play with their phones or even answer calls without permission while dining with Qin Mingyu. Normally, Qin Mingyu also wouldn't answer calls during meals, but this time was an exception. Seeing the caller ID, she picked up the phone. After listening for a while, she responded indifferently, I understand. After putting down the phone, Qin Ruhan, still looking down, mouthed to Xia Shaodi, it's brother-in-law. Xia Shaodi also secretly smiled, noting that the man always seemed to have special privileges with Boss Qin. Noticing their gazes, Qin Mingyu scanned over them, and they quickly pretended to focus earnestly on their meal. Shaodi, help me look into something, Qin Mingyu suddenly commanded. This was also part of why she had invited Xia Shaodi to join them for the meal today. Xia Shaodi, being Qin Mingyu's personal assistant and a prominent figure, next to the boss of Chiagang Group, had 3 reasons for her position. First, she was well-educated with strong professional knowledge and skills. Second, she came from a powerful family herself. Although her family's influence couldn't match the Qin family, it was still considerable. Third, she was a skilled hacker with unique sources for gathering information. Of course, Miss Qin, what do you need? Xia Shaodi responded with great respect to Qin Mingyu, not just because of the job but also due to their relationship and her genuine admiration for Qin Mingyu. Check if Chen Yuan is really being held in northern Myanmar, Qin Mingyu instructed. Got it. Xia Shaodi immediately agreed to the task. For her, this was a relatively simple task. For over 20 years, many people from their country had used illegal channels to go abroad for activities that were prohibited domestically. The last few years had seen a peak in such cases. The routine methods used for these illegal crossings were well known, and with the resources of the Chiagang Group, along with her personal contacts, investigating individuals who had recently used these secret routes to leave the country was straightforward. Also, send a few people to look into Ling Yu's grandfather, Qin Mingyu added after a moment's thought. Qin Ruhan was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but tease. Hey, Big Sis is starting to get curious about her brother-in-law's background. Are you thinking about spending a lifetime with him, so you're trying to get to know more about his family? Qin Mingyu shot her a look that immediately silenced her. It seems you really are quite idle. All that chatter. No. 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 I'm very busy. Qin Ruhan quickly shut up. Others might not dare to say too much, but she knew her sister would actually load her up with more work if she kept up her chatter. She wasn't the brother-in-law. She didn't have that kind of privilege. All right, Miss Qin, Xia Shaodi responded again. Meanwhile, Ling Yu, in his effort to find a way to rescue Chen Yuan, had not only made numerous calls, but also visited several places, including the police station. However, the police had explained that rescuing a hostage in northern Myanmar would require cooperation from the local authorities there, and they couldn't guarantee success. Ling Yu wasn't worried about his scoundrel uncle's life or death. His concern was more about his mother feeling guilty if something bad happened and the relentless pestering from his grandfather's family. By 10 o'clock that night, Ling Yu returned home, exhausted. Seeing Qin Mingyu arranging something on the balcony, he walked over out of curiosity to take a closer look. Ling Yu saw the same tranquility and almost ethereal aura in Qin Mingyu, that had captured his attention the first time they met. Coming home to such a wife, who could say it wasn't a form of happiness? Feeling his fatigue dissipate instantly, he responded as Chin Mingyu, without turning, asked over her shoulder, "Back already?" "Yes, Miss Chin. Have you had dinner?" Ling Yu always thought of Chin Mingyu as a hiring executive rather than a pampered heiress. With servants at her beck and call, Auntie worried she might skip meals when alone. "I've eaten. There's something for you in the microwave in the kitchen. If you've already eaten, just throw it away," she replied, her voice calm and even. Ling Yu quickly headed to the kitchen. He hadn't eaten yet. It was already 9 when he left the police station, and he had planned to just whip up some noodles at home. He hadn't expected this pleasant surprise from the typically icy Chin Mingyu. Seeing him devour the takeaway in the living room in a ravenous fashion, Chin Mingyu couldn't help but smile slightly at his unseemly eating manners. After a while, she slowly approached him and began, revealing her teeth slightly. "Your uncle did indeed smuggle himself to northern Myanmar 34 days ago. He's been drumming up clients for an online gambling ringa sort of internet fraud." Ling Yu paused mid-chew, looking up at her in surprise. Chin Mingyu continued without looking at him. Like him, others in this batch dreamed of getting rich quick. Out of 11, 7 have already returned safely. They only paid 30,000 for ransom. The so-called 160,000 is just a story concocted by your grandfather to deceive you. What? Ling Yu was suddenly taken aback, his expression turning angry. "Do you doubt what I'm saying? Don't you believe that your grandfather could deceive you?" Chin Mingyu retorted. Ling Yu hurriedly clarified. "No. I believe Miss Chin. You are 100 times more trustworthy than my grandfather." Hearing his words and seeing his expression, Chin Mingyu smiled proudly. "That goes without saying. I don't like to deceive people." After saying this, however, she felt somewhat uneasy. She was still hiding her true identity from Ling Yu. Ling Yu didn't notice these subtle expressions. His fists clenched tightly, all to fitting the character of his grandfather. How else could such a despicable uncle have been raised? Also, a friend of mine, who works at a private university in Yuncheng, found an application for a scholarship from a new student named Chen Zhongxi. The father listed in the family member section has the same name as your uncle. Chin Mingyu continued, sending Ling Yu a photo of the application form. Clearly written in black and white, the applicant was his cousin Chen Zhongxi, whose college entrance examination scores were abysmal, yet he still aimed to attend a private university. The sponsorship fee required was exactly 50,000, due in 3 days. Ling Yu suddenly understood everything. Furious, he punched the sofa. What kind of shameless relatives did he have? Chin Mingyu, unsure if Ling Yu had grasped the full story, continued coolly. "Clearly, your uncle is blinded by greed. He actually went to northern Myanmar, and to come back, he needs to pay 30,000 in ransom. The remaining 50,000, your grandfather plans to use for his grandson's university sponsorship fee." Ling Yu nodded, understanding why Chen Zhongxi was so aggressive today, even daring to push his sister. It wasn't for his irresponsible father, but for himself. "Miss Chin, thank you. You've helped me again." Despite his anger, Ling Yu's first response was still to express his gratitude to Chin Mingyu. Chin Mingyu, feigning indifference, responded, "No need to thank me. I just happened to find out, and these things aren't hard to check." "How is it not difficult to check?" Ling Yu immediately responded, "If it weren't for Miss Chin, I would have had no way to find this information." Chin Mingyu scoffed and turned her face away. She had intentionally downplayed her capabilities to mask her powerful resources, and this fool just had to expose it. "So, what do you plan to do now?" Chin Mingyu deliberately asked Ling Yu, trying to divert his attention. Otherwise, if he kept probing about how she obtained this information, she would be at a loss to explain. Fortunately, Ling Yu wasn't the type to pry into such matters, and he quickly redirected his focus back to his uncle's issue. "If it's just 30,000 for the ransom, even though Chen Yuan is a scoundrel, we still need to save him. Who made him family?" Ling Yu sighed. Chin Mingyu smirked, knowing how this fool pretended to be indifferent, but would ultimately end up being the sucker. "Do you have 30,000? Do you want me to lend it to you?" Chin Mingyu offered, touching Ling Yu, who still declined. "Thank you, Miss Chin. I've already borrowed over 200,000 from you. I don't want to borrow more. I'll figure out the 30,000 on my own." Suit yourself. Let me know if you can't handle it. Chin Mingyu left him with that remark and went to her room to sleep. Ling Yu was left in the living room, sighing in resignation. He had initially planned to use the 20,000 Lin Fan was returning to him to buy Chin Mingyu a gift. But with lives at stake, he had to lend the money to his grandfather. First, to avoid his uncle dying abroad, which would burden his mother with guilt for life. As for buying a gift for his Ice Queen, he would have to wait until he received his next 2 paychecks. The next day, Ling Yu shared all the information with his mother and sister, and also transferred the 20,000 to his sister to give to his mother. Knowing the truth, Ling Suozu was furious and adamantly refused to give any money to their grandfather's family. Knowing his sister's temperament, Ling Yu ended up transferring the money to his mother, leaving it up to her whether or not to give it to the grandfather. Anyway, I'm doing this not really to save that scoundrel of an uncle, but just to give my mom some peace of mind. By Monday, Ling Yu received a notification that he was actually being transferred to the headquarters. This was great news. Now that Ling Yu was driving his wife to and from work every day, being transferred to the headquarters, and he wouldn't have to commute back and forth to his part-time job, and he could even go home with his wife after work. That evening, after discussing it with Chin Mingyu, they managed to achieve the goal of going home together. In the car, he couldn't help but express his gratitude to Chin Ruhan in front of Chin Mingyu. It's all thanks to Miss Jin III. Otherwise I'd still have to go to the branch for my part-time job, and only after finishing there could I come to the headquarters to pick you up. Sometimes it's really hard to arrange. Chin Mingyu found this amusing. The big fool didn't know that it was all her doing behind the scenes. He didn't even know that Chin Ruhan was her own sister. The young lady of the Chin family seldom played games, but after marrying this man, she enjoyed the fun of playing this game, wondering when this fool would find out her true identity. As the car was almost home, Ling Yu received a message that Miss Jin III was asking him to pick her up from home. Seeing this message, Ling Yu frowned. He wasn't a driver, so why was the third miss asking him to do this? What's wrong? Chin Mingyu asked upon noticing his reaction. Miss Chin, the third miss, is at a banquet at the Grand Hotel, and she asked me to dress formally and pick her up. Ling Yu honestly replied, although it's a bit strange. She is my boss at my part-time job, so I feel I can't refuse. Chin Mingyu frowned. What was that girl up to? With so many bodyguards and drivers in the Chin family, why did she specifically want her husband to pick her up? Miss Chin, may I go? Ling Yu asked for permission. Though they had agreed on certain principles and were set on eventually divorcing, Ling Yu still respected his wife. Go ahead, Chin Mingyu agreed, knowing that the girl was her own sister and not worried about any mischief brewing between them. Thank you, Miss Chin. Ling Yu had just dropped Chin Mingyu at home and was changing into a formal suit when he prepared to take her Maserati out. Wait a minute. Just as he was about to leave, Chin Mingyu called out to him, even walking over to help him straighten his collar and adjust his hair. How? Ling Yu was somewhat flattered at this. Was the first time the icy lady had fussed over his appearance. Go on then. After meticulously fixing him up, Chin Mingyu finally let him leave with satisfaction. She knew her sister all too well. It didn't take a genius to guess what her sister intended to use her brother-in-law for. A shield, obviously. Meanwhile, at a luxurious banquet room in Lanchang Hotel, a college student party was in full swing. The lights were dazzling, and the atmosphere was intense. The attendees, dressed glamorously, radiated youth and elegance. Tonight was the birthday celebration of Liu Qingyun, a junior member of the Liu family of Yun City. Although Liu Qingyun's status couldn't match that of Liu Yejian, the direct heir, nor even Liu Hedong, another direct but notorious scion, he was still a rich second-generation heir. Hence, the young men invited tonight were either wealthy or of high social status, and the women were either daughters of affluence or exceptionally beautiful. At this moment, Chin Ruhan had already left the dance floor and was sitting alone on a lawn sofa. Seeing this, her friend Lin Feifei approached her and asked, Ruhan, are you going home? Lin Feifei, the younger sister of Lin Qingshuan, was 21 years old, just like Chin Ruhan, and both were senior students at Yun University. In half a year, they would either go abroad for further studies or join their family businesses. Pretty much, I've already called someone to pick me up. Chin Ruhan answered with a smile, her eyes betraying a hint of anticipation. Is it your family's driver? You'd rather have your own driver come get you than let Liu Qingyun drive you home? Lin Feifei asked curiously. Liu Qingyun was not only a wealthy son, but also a prominent figure at school, and many girls liked him. Humph. Why would I want him to give me a ride? He's not my boyfriend. Like her sister, Chin Ruhan had no interest in the young masters of the Liu family. They were either hypocrites, troublemakers, or notorious playboys. Knowing that Liu Qingyun would probably pester her tonight, she deliberately had Ling Yu come to pick her up, since a regular driver might not be able to fend off a Liu. Just then, the door to the hall opened, and a tall, striking man walked in, drawing the attention of many. Wow, look at that guy. He's so handsome. Yeah, he's exactly my type, tall and well-built. Is he here for the party? I don't recognize him. A group of girls immediately started chattering. The tall man ignored these comments and scanned the room before heading towards Chin Ruhan. Miss Chin, I'm here, are you ready to go? It was Ling Yu, of course. Standing at 183 centimeters and dressed in a suit, especially after being groomed by Chin Mingyu, he looked incredibly dashing, far more than usual. Chin Ruhan was momentarily stunned herself. No wonder both her sister and Lin Qingshuan, to great beauties, were interested in him. Tall, handsome, and impeccably dressed, he could be said to be extraordinarily impressive. And this fool seemed completely unaware of his own appeal. Miss Chin. Seeing Chin Ruhan staring blankly at him without responding, Ling Yu waved his hand in front of her face. Seeing Ling Yu interact with Chin Ruhan, Lin Feifei was astonished. Could this handsome man be Chin Ruhan's boyfriend? No wonder she had never accepted anyone else's advances. Ling Yu startled Chin Ruhan by suddenly standing up. The next moment, to everyone's surprise, she directly linked arms with him and smiled broadly at Lin Feifei. Let me introduce him, this is Mr. Ling Yu, my knight in shining armor for tonight. Lin Feifei and Ling Yu were both stunned. What was going on? Especially Lin Feifei, knowing Liu Qingyun's interest in Chin Ruhan, couldn't believe she had intentionally brought a handsome man to the event. Clearly, she was up to something. As expected, Liu Qingyun saw Ling Yu talking to Chin Ruhan and immediately approached with two of his lackeys. Lin Feifei was a bit scared seeing Liu Qingyun approach aggressively. In this superficial and materialistic society, the handsome often fall short in front of the wealthy. Before Liu Qingyun could speak, one of his followers, his hair slick with gel, scoffed at Ling Yu's attire and threatened, "The most important thing in life is to know your place. Wanting to climb the social ladder without the means can lead to misfortune." Ling Yu was indeed dressed in less expensive clothes, but he made them look good. Regardless, they were not as valuable as their shoes. Wealth isn't something you can just pretend to have. The young crowd around them loved drama and quickly gathered around, making Ling Yu the center of attention. Many men jealously critiqued Ling Yu's appearance. Despite his impressive stature, they thought he was delusional to think he could court a lady from the Qin family. Ling Yu wasn't angry, but he wasn't someone to be easily bullied either. He feigned ignorance. Climbing. What climbing? We're only on the 6th floor. Is that considered high? I didn't struggle to get up here, and surely, you don't find the 6th floor a difficult climb, right? Hey, young people should exercise more. His comment caused a burst of laughter, especially from the women. Chin Ruhan also brightened, surprised to find that despite his usual clueless demeanor, which her sister often criticized, he could be quite witty and humorous at times. The laughter irked the gel-haired man, who felt humiliated and burst out in anger. "You're saying I lack stamina? I can handle 7 rounds a night." He caught himself as he realized the awkward silence. "Bao, are you stupid? I meant that you, a nobody, dare to act as the protector for Miss Chin Ruhan. Do you think you're worthy?" Ling Yu ignored him and asked Chin Ruhan, "Miss Chin, are there any requirements regarding social status or wealth to be your protector?" His calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the gel-haired man's tantrum. Lin Feifei was also captivated by him. That's mature charm, she thought. Next to him, the gel-haired man seemed like a childish brat. Nope. Chin Ruhan smiled lightly. There's just a height and appearance requirement, at least 6 feet tall, and you meet it. The gel-haired man's face turned sour as he looked toward Liu Qingyun, who happened to be quite short. Liu Qingyun twitched, unable to accept the jab, feeling as if his lackey had betrayed him. Oh, then he must be talking nonsense, Ling Yu sighed at the gel-haired man. Is this what modern education produces? Everyone laughed again. The gel-haired man was furious, but before he could explode, Liu Qingyun kicked him aside. He was useless, always missing the point, and now he had caused Liu to be unintentionally insulted. It was best if he stayed far away. Liu Qingyun smirked coldly at Ling Yu. I wonder if it was Fish Lang who gave you the courage. Don't you know who Miss Jin is? Anything she owns is worth years of your struggle. If I were you, I'd be so ashamed I'd find a hole to crawl into, not daring to show my face. This statement made many look at Ling Yu with disdain. Indeed, what good does it do to look handsome? His social standing and that of Miss Jin couldn't be further apart. Any of them there would be mortified to the point of tears, running for the doors. But not Ling Yu. He never cared about these social divisions and stood his ground, arguing back confidently. Why should I be ashamed? I've never been ashamed of being poor. Furthermore, from the moment I joined the military, I've lived my life with pride. I've been to battlefields, defended dragon countries' borders, and protected our motherland's rivers and mountains. I've made my contributions to this country, and have never engaged in any criminal activities. No matter who I face, I can stand tall with pride. His words left everyone speechless, filled with a newfound respect. Compared to the wealthy youngsters who only knew how to flaunt their riches, he indeed shone with an earnest glow. If not for brave men like him guarding the frontiers, where would these rich second generations get the chance to flaunt their wealth? Well said. That was excellent. Qin Ruhan started clapping first. Lin Feifei joined in. Eventually, nearly everyone in the room applauded Ling Yu. Ling Yu didn't want to argue with these young upstarts. His speech was just a spur-of-the-moment thing, and he didn't want to continue. However, Liu Qingyun was already internally shaken. Ling Yu's strong and forthright speech had made him feel almost criminal, seeing everyone support Ling Yu like that. Brave Mr. Ling Yu, who has saved countless lives, let's dance. Qin Ruhan suddenly didn't want to leave, especially seeing how he had embarrassed Liu Qingyun and his ilk. She was quite pleased. But Ling Yu was suddenly embarrassed. I only know martial arts, not dancing. Faced with her invitation, Ling Yu was a bit awkward, not wanting to accept. He didn't know she was actually his sister-in-law, and being a married man, he maintained a respectful distance. I'll teach you. Great hero. Qin Ruhan was stubborn, pulling him into the dance floor despite his reluctance. With them leading the way, Lin Feifei and others also joined. And, just as the atmosphere was recovering, the banquet hall door was gently pushed open again. A beauty no less stunning than Qin Ruhan entered, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Her skin shone like snow under the lights, and her eyes, deep as the sea, seemed to draw people in. Despite wearing something simple with no particular highlights, she was still the most dazzling presence there. Heaven, has the campus beauty senior come? Indeed, it's the most beautiful campus beauty in Yun University's history. Tang Zuyan. People in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. Ling Yu was also taken aback. This was the beautiful woman he had met at the bar that night. And she was actually Yun University's campus beauty. Senior Tang, welcome to my birthday party. Liu Qingyun, accompanied by the haired gel guy and others, immediately greeted Tang Zuyan. The crowd was again surprised. Tang Zuyan had always been quiet and low-key during her university days, never attending private gatherings except for school-organized events. Throughout the 4 years of college, many wealthy heirs had pursued her, but she had rejected them all. Thus, her attendance at Liu Qingyun's birthday party was truly shocking to everyone. Ling Yu was also quite surprised and even glanced at Qin Ruhan, wondering why the third miss, knowing Tang Zuyan was her senior and not some bar girl, hadn't clarified this last time. Qin Ruhan just rolled her eyes at him. She wanted to see her sister get jealous and furious. Besides, she hadn't known what happened inside the bar that night, so how could she have clarified anything for him? Not kicking someone when they're down, that was Miss Jin giving you face. The next moment, Tang Zuyan gracefully smiled at Liu Qingyun and said, Sorry, I'm not here for your birthday party. I'm working part-time here, coming to sing a couple of songs to liven up the evening. That explained it. Like everyone else, Ling Yu finally understood. Liu Qingyun snorted coldly and didn't pursue her any further. After all, no matter how beautiful Tang Zuyan was, her modest background wasn't to his taste. His real aim was to pursue Qin Ruhan, marry her, and use the Qin family's power to rise above other men in his own family. But having just made a fool of himself in front of Qin Ruhan, he was upset and subconsciously looking to regain some ground, his feelings quite conflicted. Tang Zuyan ignored Liu Qingyun and walked directly to the stage in the dance hall, smiling beautifully at everyone. Shy yet dazzlingly lovely. Every male in the room felt like they were falling in love. Beautiful, she's so beautiful. Ling Yu couldn't help but softly exclaim, thinking that Liang Yongjian's taste was indeed excellent. No wonder he was always sneaking peeks at her in the bar. Qin Ruhan suddenly stepped hard on his foot. "Third miss, what are you doing?" Ling Yu winced in pain and quickly stepped away from the little mischief maker. Even if the third miss was his boss, that didn't give her the right to stomp on people without reason. "Humph. Who is more beautiful, Senior Tang or your wife?" Tang Zuyan asked, puffing up. Ling Yu was taken aback, finding the question rather strange. Usually, women with a competitive spirit ask how they compared to other beauties. But why was the third miss asking him to compare his wife with other women? "Say it quickly, or I'll fire you." Qin Ruhan glared at Ling Yu while sneakily pressing on her phone. "Of course, my wife is the most beautiful." Ling Yu didn't hesitate and immediately answered. No matter how beautiful Tang Zuyan was, she couldn't outshine Qin Mingyu. In his eyes, from the moment he first saw the Ice Queen, he felt no other woman could surpass her beauty. Qin Ruhan immediately chuckled, planning to send this video to her sister to see her reaction. Ding dong. Soon enough, Qin Mingyu, who was at home working on her laptop, received a video message. Upon opening it, the usually expressionless face burst into a smile. "That dummy, isn't it obvious? Of course, your wife is the most beautiful," Qin Mingyu muttered proudly. Then, she quickly stiffened her expression, glancing around to see if anyone was there. Strange, why did she suddenly feel proud just because that dummy complimented her? Back at the banquet hall, Tang Zuyan began to sing. Her melodious voice flowed like a gentle stream, cleansing the souls of those listening. "It's so beautiful." Ling Yu couldn't help but acknowledge that Tang Zuyan was truly a woman of both beauty and talent, surpassing many celebrities. Unfortunately, in this world, packaging and capital operations dictate success, not just talent and good looks. Just then, the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. A drunken man, followed by 7 or 8 burly men who looked menacing, stormed in. The music abruptly stopped, and the atmosphere immediately tensed up. The drunk man pointed at Lin Fei and angrily cursed, "You wench, you dare kick me? I'll see where you can run now." All eyes quickly turned to Lin Fei. This son of a noble family turned pale. Just moments before, she had encountered this drunken man when she went to the restroom. He had been outrageously harassing her in the corridor, even attempting to grab her chest. In a panic, she had used a self-defense kick aimed at his groin, and then ran back to the hall in terror. She thought that by returning to the crowded hall, the drunken man would back off. However, to her dismay, it only took him a short while to gather his crew and barge in. Somebody said they're from the Battle Wolf gang. Someone in the crowd recognized these men and whispered. The students around instantly became anxious and fearful. The Battle Wolf gang was one of the largest underworld organizations in Yun City. Who would dare to provoke them? Ling Yu also frowned slightly, the term Battle Wolf evoking a special sentiment in him. Back in the northern borders, he used to lead the Battle Wolf troop. If not for a mistake during a battle 3 years ago, he might still be in that position. Unfortunately, he no longer had any connection with the Battle Wolf troop. "Brothers, this party is under my charge. Please don't cause any trouble here." Liu Qingyun didn't catch the whispered conversations around him, mistakenly thinking he found an opportunity to show off, and quickly stepped forward. Just as Liu Qingyun was reeling from being humiliated by Ling Yu, and was trying to regain some face by defending Lin Fei, his attempt was rudely interrupted. "Stop messing around. I could kill you bunch of bratty kids if I wanted to. Do you believe that?" The drunk man retorted aggressively, not hesitating to smash a beer bottle towards Liu Qingyun. Fortunately, the hair gel man, ever loyal, shielded him, saving him from the assault. With a loud crash, The beer bottle shattered on the ground, leaving Liu Qingyun frozen in shock. He quickly retreated to safety, oblivious to his friend's plight. The students scattered in fear, trying to escape the escalating violence. But the exits were blocked by the gang members, making escape impossible. "You know who I am, I'm Du Qing," the drunk man roared, instilling fear into Liu Qingyun, who wished he could just disappear. This was the second-in-command of the Battle Wolf gang. "What? Not so arrogant now." Du Qing kicked Liu Qingyun away and swaggered towards Lin Feifei, his followers wreaking havoc behind him. Liu Qingyun, desperate, surreptitiously texted the hotel manager for help. "Hey, beauty, you were quite bold just now, huh?" Du Qing jeered as he grabbed Lin Feifei by the waist. "Dared to kick me? Tonight, I'm taking you with me." Lin Feifei struggled desperately, on the verge of tears. The notorious reputation of the Battle Wolf gang meant that even her father might not be able to resolve this situation. She looked towards Qin Ruhan in desperation, hoping she could somehow save her. Qin Ruhan was determined to help her friend and was about to intervene when a man in a suit rushed in with several security guards. Seeing this scene, the man in the suit hurriedly approached Du Qing with a placating smile. "Oh, if it isn't Second Master Du. I'm the hotel's general manager. Miss Qing and Miss Lin are esteemed guests of our hotel. Could you please show some consideration and let them go? I will certainly compensate you for any losses, and our hotel also has many beautiful ladies who could help soothe your temper." As the hotel's general manager, he obviously knew the identities of some of the influential guests at the banquet. If anything happened to them in his hotel, he would definitely be held accountable, so he spared no effort in trying to defuse the situation. Qin Ruhan also quickly seized the opportunity to text her sister for help. In her mind, her sister was a formidable figure in Yun City, definitely unafraid of the Battle Wolf gang. "Get lost." Du Qing, always arrogant and impulsive, was even less restrained when drunk. He fiercely kicked the manager away. "Hot, do I look like I need money? I want high-quality beauties." Du Qing became increasingly wild, openly making a brutal declaration. "I'll lay it out here. Men, kneel to the side. Women, line up against the wall. Those I pick will strip and serve me tonight. If I'm satisfied, then we're good. Otherwise, I'll cripple the men and disfigure the women." Ha! His minions brandished their machetes, their blades gleaming menacingly, which terrified the students around them. These were mostly children of Yun City's wealthy, fully aware of the Battle Wolf gang's influence. Many high-ranking officials and rich businessmen had been named or killed by them. Who would dare to challenge such desperate criminals? "Let Feifei go." At that moment, Qin Ruhan couldn't stand it anymore and suddenly rushed out to push Du Qing away. Du Qing was initially furious, but when he saw Qin Ruhan's beauty, his eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new world. "Damn, she's really hot. There's an even prettier one here." Du Qing's eyes gleamed with a predatory light, and he laughed lecherously. "These rich daughters, such tender skin. Tonight, I'm going to strip you all." Some of the men in the room shamefully got excited by his words. Getting the chance to take Qin Ruhan and Lin Feifei to bed at the same time was like a daydream come true for them. Du Qing then lunged directly at Qin Ruhan. "Ah, don't touch me." Qin Ruhan instinctively screamed and covered herself, shocked that such a thug would dare to touch her. Finally, Ling Yu couldn't stand it any longer. Even though he knew it would bring trouble upon himself and that the consequences could be severe, he still kicked Du Qing to the ground. The whole room was shocked. Everyone stared at Ling Yu with wide eyes. Qin Ruhan also opened her eyes and saw her brother-in-law standing tall and defiant, like a god descended from the heavens. Liu Qingyun's cheeks burned with shame, feeling utterly humiliated. Facing the same Du Qing, he was bullied and couldn't even utter a word. Yet Ling Yu fearlessly knocked Du Qing to the ground. At that moment, everyone could clearly see the difference between them. "Damn it, you dare to hit me. Kill him." Du Qing was furious and ordered his men to kill Ling Yu. A group of men with machetes and charged at Ling Yu and Qin Ruhan. Qin Ruhan was so terrified that she dared not open her eyes. In the next moment, Ling Yu's strong hands firmly embraced Qin Ruhan, effortlessly navigating through the mob of fierce thugs. With each punch and kick, he knocked one down after another. Many people there witnessed such intense real-life combat for the first time, and it left them blood-boilingly exhilarated. Ling Yu's skills far surpassed those of the hooligans, striking them down like a wolf among sheep. The scene had many captivated, including Tang Zuduan, who admired his prowess, regretting that she wasn't the heroine of the evening. Lin Feifei also couldn't help but appreciate Ling Yu's bravery, glancing at Liu Qingyan and noting the stark contrast. The young elites of wealthy families often thought themselves formidable, flaunting their superiority. Yet, in the face of real danger, they were utterly unreliable. Liu Qingyan understood the meaning behind her glance and hung his head, unable to meet her eyes. "You just wait. You're all dead." Du Qing hadn't expected anyone in Yan City would dare oppose the War Wolf gang. Seeing his men were no match for Ling Yu, he quickly retreated to call for reinforcements. Although the gang fled, the attendees were still panicked. Everyone knew how formidable the War Wolf gang was. Now that the situation had escalated, they feared what would happen once Du Qing returned with more gang members. Seeing their ashen faces, Ling Yu knew their fears and quickly said, "You should all leave now. If those people come back, they'll be coming for me." His words woke them from their stupor. The crowd dispersed quickly, realizing that the fight was Ling Yu's doing, and leaving would keep them safe from being collateral damage. Although Liu Qingyan felt ashamed to flee the scene and lose face, when compared to his safety, pride was insignificant. Thus, he too fled with his tail between his legs. "Are you not leaving? Do you want to be caught and forced to entertain those thugs?" Ling Yu addressed those still hesitating, urging them to prioritize their safety. As everyone hurriedly squeezed through the door to leave, Ling Yu realized that Qin Ruhan, Lin Feifei, and Tang Zuduan were still standing in place. He quickly urged them to leave. Without their escape, once the War Wolf gang's reinforcements arrived, how could he protect them? "We leave together." Qin Ruhan firmly grasped Ling Yu's hand, resolved to face life or death with her brother-in-law. "I caused this. How can I leave you behind?" Lin Feifei said, biting her lip. Tang Zuduan simply smiled and added, "I'll stay to help call the police." Ling Yu had initially planned to stay to see who the leader of the War Wolf gang was, as a former subordinate of his in the War Wolf troop also shared the surname Du, and he suspected a connection to this gang. But now, if he didn't leave, and the three women wouldn't leave, he feared a mistake could cost them all their chance to escape. Reluctantly, Ling Yu decided to lead them out. However, their delay allowed the War Wolf gang's main force to arrive swiftly. A black phantom car followed by 10 Hummers arrived at the Dragon City Hotel in less than 10 minutes. The proximity of the War Wolf gang's headquarters to the hotel explained Du Qing's boldness. The doors of the Hummers opened in unison, and burly men poured out like a tide. Each man was serious, forming neat rows without any unnecessary movements. Clearly, this was no ordinary gang of thugs, but a well-trained paramilitary organization, more formidable than any ordinary criminal group. "What do? We can't escape now," Lin Feifei exclaimed as they reached the ground floor. Qin Ruhan quickly called her sister. If her sister didn't come to their rescue soon, she and her brother-in-law might not make it through the night. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Ling Yu protected the three girls behind him and handed a small military knife he always carried to Qin Ruhan. In case of any emergencies, it could give her some means to defend herself. Outside, a woman in a black trench coat stepped out of a car. Wearing sunglasses and bright red lipstick, she emanated a powerful aura, her presence almost too intense to look directly at. She was Du Yue, the boss of the War Wolf gang. Her arrival was so swift that Ling Yu and the others didn't even have time to leave the scene. The hotel manager and the security staff stood to the sides like scared children, daring not to breathe too loudly. Faces around them were ashen with fear. "Sis, I was beaten up in this hotel. You have to avenge me." Du Qing quickly ran to his sister to complain. Du Yue didn't respond, her gaze fixed on the hotel entrance. "No, it wasn't us who fought. We greatly respect the War Wolf gang," the manager said desperately, trying to distance himself from Ling Yu, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Du Yue didn't even glance at him. Her eyes were locked on Ling Yu. After making eye contact, Ling Yu handed the keys to his Maserati to Qin Ruhan, instructing, "You go back first, I'll handle things here." But the three women were taken aback. Yet Ling Yu's determined look left them no choice but to comply. "Hey, think you can leave just like that?" Not so easy. Du Qing tried to stop them, but retreated when he met Ling Yu's fierce gaze. Du Qing, get out of the way. Stop embarrassing us, Du Yu's voice, tinged with anger, echoed, causing Du Qing to sweat profusely. Normally, his sister might not care about his antics, but his public harassment and bullying of women was a disgrace to the Werwolf gang's reputation. Go upstairs and talk. Du Yue spoke only this to Ling Yu before she passed by him and entered the hotel. Dozens of Werwolf gang members didn't trouble the three women as they left, but surrounded Ling Yu tightly. Seeing that Qin Ruhan and the others had safely gotten into the car, Ling Yu then turned and re-entered the hotel. The Werwolf gang's members flooded into the hotel like a tide, causing passers-by to hide in corners, fearing that even an extra glance might bring trouble. As the imposing crowd continued to pour into the sixth-floor suite, the hotel manager was so frightened his legs were trembling. At that moment, he was ready to abandon his job and flee. Soon, two subordinates brought in a large sofa. Du Yue sat down and looked at Ling Yu. Was it you who hit my brother? Yes. What about it? Ling Yu nodded in response. The hotel manager wanted to jump up and fight Ling Yu himself. Was this fool trying to act tough even when death was staring him in the face? He'd rather die alone and not drag the hotel down with him. As expected, Du Yu's glance prompted the dark barrels of guns to point at Ling Yu. This frightened the manager even more. If they shot Ling Yu in the hotel, it could lead to a scandal and possibly force the hotel to close. Yet, Ling Yu remained calm, looking at the sunglass-wearing Du Yue and said with a smirk, I thought the boss of the great Werwolf gang would be some formidable man, but it turns out to be a frail woman. Frail woman, the room was shocked. He actually called the boss of the Werwolf gang frail. The hotel manager nearly burst into tears. This young man's recklessness knew no bounds, but he wished he wouldn't drag the hotel into his mess. Shoot him. Kill him. Du Qing couldn't stand it anymore. This fool had bullied him, and now he dared to insult his sister. Without giving him a couple of bullets as a token, where would the Werwolf gang's face be? The sound of bullets being chambered made the air in the room go still. At this critical moment, it was Du Yue who called for a halt. She stood up, swept a glance at Ling Yu, and suddenly raised her leg, aiming a kick at his face, as if to show him she wasn't as weak as he suggested. The room was filled with the sound of rushing wind. Ling Yu didn't move, but Du Yu's foot stopped right in front of his face, holding a stable split stance. Despite her slender frame and a height of only about 1.63 meters. Standing in front of Ling Yu, she seemed delicate yet her presence was terrifying. The crowd was horrified. Yet Ling Yu remained calm and even smiled faintly, impressed by the woman's fierceness as always. With no mercy, Du Yue stomped down, shattering the solid wooden table beneath her foot. Not only that, her force was so great that she even cracked the hotel's marble floor. The scene was shocking, such terrifying strength. The entire room was stunned by the display. Indeed worthy of the Werwolf gang's boss. Impressive, Ling Yu couldn't help but clap, genuinely admiring her raw power. He doubted he could surpass this powerhouse woman in sheer strength. The hotel manager sneered inwardly, thinking now was the time to back down. It might be too late for that. Who did you just call frail? Du Yue stared down Ling Yu with her fierce gaze. Of course, it was you. Ling Yu didn't change his stance. As a gynecologist, he was very familiar with the physical condition of the woman before him. You insolent fool, daring to disrespect my sister. You're courting death. The tension was palpable once more as Du Qing personally snatched a gun and pointed it at Ling Yu's head, intent on executing him for his sister. However, at this critical moment, Du Yue intervened again, not only stopping the action, but also ordering everyone out. Even if Du Qing was resentful, he had no choice but to obey his sister. He glared venomously at Ling Yu before following the others out of the banquet hall. The hotel manager, puzzled by the female boss's decision to let them leave, couldn't manage much concern as he felt a tremendous relief and quickly made his escape from the scene. It's sad to see the once famed Werwolf of the northern frontier now just a minor figure in Yun City, Du Yue commented as they were left alone, finally removing her sunglasses to reveal her aggressive eyes. Ziyue, it's good to see you. Ling Yu greeted her with a nostalgic smile. Once comrades in arms on the battlefield, they had fought side by side, annihilating countless enemies. Yet, He never imagined they would meet again in Yun City under such circumstances. Boss. It's been a long time, I never thought I'd see you here. Due spontaneously threw herself at Ling Yu, embracing him as if he were her own brother. This scene would have shocked anyone outside, seeing the formidable leader of the Werewolf gang displaying such reminiscence and admiration. All traces of her usual ruthlessness and dominance vanished in front of Ling Yu. To her, Ling Yu was more than just an old friend. He was a legend of the northern frontier, once known as the king of the werewolves. Ling Yu felt a surge of mixed emotions as if the days when he led his brothers across the battlefields were just yesterday. Zua, why did you retire too? When did you come to Yun City? Ling Yu asked after a moment. Sighing, boss, I've always felt sorry for you over these 3 years. And it pains my heart to think of that battle. Due finally expressed the feelings she had been holding back. 3 years ago, during a fierce battle in the northern frontier, Ling Yu led his Wolf squad on a covert mission to destroy an enemy base. Tragically, due to a betrayal from within, all 17 members of the Wolf squad fell into an enemy trap. Ling Yu managed to escape with his exceptional skills, but his subordinates were all captured. The enemy issued a brutal demand. For his brothers to live, Ling Yu had to abandon the mission. After much agony, Ling Yu chose to save the lives of his 16 comrades, abandoning the mission. This decision led to the failure of the strategic operation and ultimately caused the entire northern strategy to collapse. Ling Yu, who had served in the northern frontier for 8 years and was revered as the king of the werewolves with 1 first-class merit, 52 second-class merits, and 143 third-class merits, found his single failure had knocked him off his pedestal. Because of this failure, he developed severe psychological issues and chose to retire voluntarily, returning to Yun City to live a quiet life away from the spotlight. Boss, you weren't wrong back then. If I were in your shoes, I would have made the same choice, Due passionately stated. As the captain, you couldn't just watch your brothers die in front of you. She had long wanted to express these thoughts to Ling Yu. Unfortunately, after he left the military, she lost contact with him. And had it not been for today's unexpected encounter, she might never have seen him again. Let it be. It's all in the past, Ling Yu said with a resigned smile. Sometimes, no matter which choice you make, it's wrong. As a man, he was ready to face the consequences of his actions, which is why he chose to leave behind all his honors, rank, and wealth to return to a quiet life in his hometown. Boss, as far as I know, the northern frontier still longs for the return of the Wolf King to continue the mission. If you're willing to return, I will definitely follow you back into battle, Due continued, her eyes burning with fervor. Clearly, she did not want her skills to go to waste away from the battlefield. Ling Yu shook his head and sighed deeply, turning away from Due. I'm no longer worthy of the title Wolf King. Besides, I'm married now. Let all the past, whether it was right or wrong, fade away with the wind. What? Due asked in surprise. Boss, you're married. Who is the bride? In her mind, Ling Yu was a battlefield hero, not someone an ordinary woman could match. A corporate executive from Yun City. She treats me very well, Ling Yu replied nonchalantly. Due looked disappointed, realizing that the Wolf King had lost the spirit to return to the battlefield. She felt her hopes were dashed and despair overtook her about the world. Meanwhile, outside the hotel, Qin Ruhan sat in a Bentley, with several cars following her. Though the entourage wasn't as grand as the werewolves, it was certainly significant. Sister. Seeing Qin Mingyu arrive at the scene, Qin Ruhan dared to rush out of the Maserati. Where's that man? Qin Mingyu asked coldly. Brother-in-law stayed behind in the hotel to save us, Qin Ruhan replied, almost crying. Time had passed, and if the werewolves really wanted to kill Ling Yu, his chances of survival seemed slim despite his bravery. He's such an idiot, Qin Mingyu bit her lip and then commanded. Follow me up. Yes, Ms. Qin. 12 professional bodyguards responded in unison. These men were Qin family's elite, capable of taking on 10 opponents each without a problem. Ordinarily, they were tasked with protecting Qin Qianggong. If not for knowing that Ling Yu was in grave danger, Qin Mingyu wouldn't have had her grandfather deploy them. But before she could lead her team inside, a commotion at the hotel's entrance caught everyone's attention. The next moment, Ling Yu emerged from the hotel unharmed. Is that it? Qin Ruhan stared in disbelief, looking back and forth between Ling Yu and her sister, fearing that her sister might suspect she was making up stories to play a prank on her. Retreat. Qin Mingyu, wanting to keep up the appearance of frugality, quickly ordered her bodyguards. Taking advantage of Ling Yu's inattention, she walked towards him alone. Qin Ruhan didn't want to disturb her sister and her husband, so she quickly left the scene with the bodyguards. Ling Yu looked up, saw Qin Ruhan and the 12 highly skilled bodyguards, but did not connect them with Qin Mingyu. Thinking they were sent by his sister-in-law to rescue him, his focus then shifted entirely to his wife. "Miss Qin, why are you here? You idiot, playing the hero again?" Qin Mingyu began, her voice stern but her eyes filled with concern. "I've been holding back for a long time, but the third miss is my boss, and I couldn't just stand by and do nothing, right?" Ling Yu scratched his head, looking a bit apologetic for making his wife worrying and come all this way. "Let's talk at home." Qin Mingyu quickly pulled on his sleeve to leave. Qin Ruhan watched from a distance, finding the scene incredible. Her sister, the Ice Queen who used to shudder at any man's touch, was actually pulling a man by the sleeve. Even if it was just the sleeve, it was a major breakthrough. "Sister." Outside the hotel, a group of fierce men from the Warwolves suddenly shouted in unison. Due also walked out of the hotel, paying no heed to her subordinates, her gaze fixed intently on the couple walking away. "Hey, she really is beautiful. Big brother has such good taste." Due muttered to herself with a hint of self-deprecation. The next moment, she put on her sunglasses, restoring her unapproachable aura, waved her hand, and left with her entourage. On the way home, Qin Mingyu remained silent, waiting until they got home. As soon as the door closed, the Ice Queen could no longer hold back. "From now on, you're not allowed to go out at night. It never ends well. Every time you go out, you end up fighting. Are you some kind of violence addict?" It had been less than a month since they got married, and this guy had already gotten into brawls 3 times. Faced with Qin Mingyu's animated questioning, Ling Yu didn't argue, just slightly taken aback. "Miss Qin, do you care about me that much, that?" Qin Mingyu's body trembled slightly, and she quickly hardened her expression. "Who cares about you? You're thinking too much. I just don't want you getting killed someday, leaving me a widow, making it messy when I want to divorce." "Is that so?" Ling Yu wasn't ignorant. He knew well that being widowed wouldn't require a divorce process, but he still earnestly promised. "Then, Miss Qin, I promise you, I won't get killed by anyone before our divorce." "You." Qin Mingyu was almost driven mad by this obtusely straightforward man. Switching to her domineering CEO mode, "From now on, you are not allowed to go out at night without my permission. Got it?" "Miss Qin, I did have your permission to go out tonight." Ling Yu responded seriously again. Qin Mingyu was speechless. All right, she was too tired to argue with this idiot. Go back to the room and sleep. If he gets killed, so be it. What does it have to do with her? Why did she make such a big deal about rescuing him tonight? Inside, Qin Mingyu quickly justified to herself. "It wasn't him I was rescuing. It was just for my sister." The next day, after Ling Yu finished his shift at the hospital, he drove his Maserati directly to the headquarters of Chiagang Group. Unexpectedly, at the entrance of the company's skyscraper, he bumped into the third young mistress, who had just gotten out of her car. "Hey, big dummy," Qin Ruhan waved at Ling Yu. Ling Yu frowned and walked over, speaking seriously. "Miss Qin, my name is not Big Dummy. If you're not called Big Dummy, why did you respond when I called?" "Heh." Qin Ruhan laughed joyfully. Ling Yu, if she weren't his boss, he felt like he could have lost his temper. "All right, I won't call you that anymore. Okay, don't look so gloomy." Qin Ruhan quickly tried to appease him. After all, he was her lifesaver, and also her brother-in-law, so she had to give him some respect. That nickname was also something only her sister could use. "Do you have an English name?" Qin Ruhan asked next. Ling Yu shook his head. As a proud citizen of Longguo, why would he need a Western name? "That's perfect, I'll give you one. From now on, you're Jeff." Qin Ruhan didn't care whether Ling Yu liked it or not, she forcefully named him. Before Ling Yu could respond, she continued, "Jeff is a homophone for brother-in-law in our language. So I'll just call you brother-in-law from now on." "What the heck?" Ling Yu's brows furrowed into a deep Chuan character. This third young mistress was really capricious and arbitrary, even going as far as to forcefully name someone. By the way, brother-in-law, how did you manage to leave the hotel unharmed last night? Chin Ruhan quickly followed up with another question. She was really curious about this, and although she had pestered her sister about it earlier today, she didn't get any answers, so now she naturally had to pester her brother-in-law. Ling Yu also didn't respond well, because he didn't want anyone to know about his past identity. Did you make some kind of deal with that female boss in order to save your life? Chin Ruhan glanced at him, not answering, and directly guessed herself. Last night, she thought about it and felt that this was the most likely possibility. After all, her brother-in-law was good-looking and had a good figure, so the female boss was very likely to take a fancy to him. She even imagined various inappropriate scenes. If that's the case, she's sorry for her sister. Oh, a deal. What deal? I just spent some time alone with her. Ling Yu confessed. What? Alone with her? Was there any physical contact? She gave me a hug. Other than that, nothing. What? She hugged you? Was it tight? And then? It was quite tight. Why are you asking about this? Ling Yu frowned, feeling that Miss San was acting strangely. Is she really a lady from a prestigious family? Why does she care so much about his affairs? Chin Ruhan listened, and goosebumps rose all over her body, feeling endless self-blame. It's all her fault for calling her brother-in-law here, otherwise he wouldn't have sacrificed so much to save her. He actually got hugged tightly by the female boss, but judging by her brother-in-law's current spirited appearance, he probably enjoyed it at the time, right? Hopefully her sister won't find out. Ling Yu also didn't know what Chin Ruhan was imagining, and was about to walk into the company, when he suddenly noticed that there were flames in front of the company's door. If he hadn't looked carefully, he wouldn't have noticed. It was hundreds of candles burning, gathered into a large heart shape. Wearing expensive clothes, second young master Liu from the Liu family was standing in the heart-shaped area, holding a bouquet of flowers, with a look of anticipation, looking up at the top of the building. There were also many young men and women around him, loudly cheering for him. Qin Mingyu, agreed to second young master Liu. Qin Mingyu. Liu Hedong. A match made in heaven. Qin Mingyu. Liu Hedong. Qin Mingyu. Hearing these voices, not to mention Ling Yu, even Qin Ruhan was stunned. This Liu Hedong had guts, actually openly confessing his love to her sister after the employees had left work. Mingyu, I truly love you. I, Liu Hedong, will not marry anyone else in this lifetime but you. I will definitely pursue you. Liu Hedong also shouted hoarsely, at the top of his lungs. This wasn't his first time publicly declaring his love for Qin Mingyu, but it was the most high-profile time. To increase his chances of success, he spared no expense, bringing a group of advisors to assist him. Candles, flowers, a lovesick young master, and a beautiful, aloof lady. At this moment, how romantic it was here. Not to mention those young onlookers, even the middle-aged cleaning aunties, are feeling a bit emotional. If someone confessed like this to them, they would definitely abandon their brooms and throw themselves at the person. Just as everyone was prepared to witness the romantic love story that could only happen in idol dramas, Qin Mingyu still hadn't appeared. However, Ling Yu couldn't bear it any longer. Qin Mingyu was his wife. This Liu Hedong was simply audacious, actually openly pursuing his wife. Seeking death, Ling Yu looked around for a moment, then suddenly brought two buckets of water from the security booth and charged straight at Liu Hedong. It's windy and dry. Beware of fires. Ling Yu was very angry, but he couldn't reveal his relationship with Qin Mingyu, especially now that they were still under her company building, so he could only pretend to be a security guard. Seeing him charging over aggressively, the crowd, who had been excited just a moment ago, suddenly froze. What does he want to do? Could this security guard be so clueless about romance? */*. Ling Yu didn't care about the expressions of these people at all. He just directly poured the two buckets of water over. As the sound of the flames being extinguished echoed, the flame of love in Liu Hedong's heart also extinguished. He widened his eyes, staring at Ling Yu in shock and anger. Is this security guard an idiot? I'm playing a romantic confession here. What are you doing extinguishing the fire? Ling Yu pretended to sigh with relief, wiped his forehead, and smiled. All right, the fire has been put out. Everyone, Rest assured, with me, as the human fire extinguisher, I guarantee that no flame can ignite. After saying that, he casually threw away the 2 water buckets and was about to walk into the company. Upstairs, Zia Xiaodi had been watching the situation downstairs for President Qin, and was just wondering how to drive away Liu Hedong when President Qin's husband appeared. She hurried into the CEO's office and excitedly told Qin Mingyu about the scene just now. Qin Mingyu, who had been pretending to focus on work, pretending not to know what was happening outside, quickly stood up and walked to the window on the 12th floor to look down. Seeing the scene downstairs, where everything had come to a halt, she smiled. "You fool! Ruining young Master Liu's confession. I'll make you regret it." "Yes. Make that clueless idiot regret it. Do you know how much effort it took us to set up this scene? Damn it." Before Ling Yu could enter the company, the excited crowd instantly surrounded him, with an attitude as if they were about to skin him alive. "Xiaodi, quickly, inform all the security guards in the entire group to go down and support Ling Yu." Seeing the situation, Qin Mingyu immediately ordered excitedly. Zia Xiaodi immediately teased, "President Qin, I understand. Just now, the husband helped the wife out of trouble, so of course the wife has to protect the husband." Qin Mingyu's face blushed, but she tried hard to maintain an icy demeanor. Glaring coldly at Zia Xiaodi, "Does my command need you to interpret it?" Zia Xiaodi quickly shut her mouth and went to give orders. "Stop." A group of people blocked Ling Yu before he could enter the company gate. Liu Hedong slowly approached from behind, his face full of anger. He recognized Ling Yu. Wasn't this Qin Mingyu's personal bodyguard? Last time at the Blue Tone Club, Qin Mingyu even used him as a shield. This guy ruined his plans time and time again, and he wouldn't let him off today. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Captain Liu Yuan of the Chia Gang Group security team led a group of security guards out in force. They had long been displeased with Liu Hedong, who always openly pursued their goddess CEO at the Chia Gang Group. If it weren't for fear of his identity and background, they would have wanted to beat him up long ago. They didn't expect him to escalate things tonight, actually setting up candles and lighting them as if the commercial park were his own backyard. Unreasonable. What if a fire broke out? Even if there wasn't a fire, burning the plants and grass wasn't acceptable. Fortunately, with Ling Yu taking the lead and extinguishing his candles, plus the CEO's orders from above, they could finally let loose and openly teach him a lesson. Ling Yu, seeing the company's reinforcements, also stood tall and pointed at Liu Hedong and his group, rebuking angrily, "You bunch of thugs, attempting to burn down the Chia Gang Group headquarters and still daring to provoke trouble openly." This statement instantly stunned Liu Hedong's group. Attempting to burn down the Chia Gang Group headquarters. What a huge accusation. Did this guy want to get someone killed? Liu Hedong and the others' arrogance instantly vanished, and they looked at each other in shock. With the balance shifting, Liu Yuan's security team immediately exclaimed excitedly, "We are the company's security guards, and we have a duty to put out fires. You still don't leave. Believe it or not, we won't be polite to you. Remember to clean up your trash and leave a footprint. We'll make sure you come back to clean up properly." Liu Hedong looked at the excited security guards, finally gritted his teeth and coldly shouted at Ling Yu, "You wait." Then, he and his group left the scene in a huff. "Hey, clean up your candles," Ling Yu loudly reminded them as they left. Unfortunately, these people wouldn't turn back, would they? Ling Yu could only sigh helplessly, sigh. Littering, so lacking in public morality. Any woman who marries him will definitely have a hard time. Sigh. Qin Ruhan had been watching the whole time, secretly recording the scene. This was the scene of her sister's husband battling a romantic rival and winning. She had to send it to her sister to watch. Little did she know, Qin Mingyu had been watching the entire scene from upstairs, thinking that having a husband wasn't so bad after all. At least he could help drive away some annoying suitors. That evening, Ling Yu achieved the great ideal of going home with his wife after work. In the car, Ling Yu didn't mention Liu Hedong's incident, but instead brought up a new topic. Out of the blue, "Miss Qin, tomorrow is Little Wei's 6th birthday. My cousin invited us over for a simple meal. He said Little Wei really wants to see you." Any man would want to see Qin Mingyu, and Qin Mingyu had long been used to this fact. She had misandry, but not a dislike for children. However, tomorrow wasn't a holiday, and she was very busy, so she hadn't planned on going. Ling Yu glanced at her, seeing that she hadn't responded, and immediately continued. I've already told my cousin that you're very busy with work, so the chances are you won't go. So, I just mentioned it to Miss Jin, and if Miss Jin doesn't want to go, it's fine to refuse directly. He never even thought that Qin Mingyu would agree to go. Last time, getting her to go home was already a Herculean effort. Now, asking her to go to his cousin's house, he knew it was simply impossible. I'll plan it out. Maybe I can squeeze out an hour or two tomorrow. How'd this? Qin Mingyu's response caught Ling Yu off guard, and amidst his surprise was a hint of delight. What's wrong? Don't you actually want me to go? Qin Mingyu stared at him and asked. No, I'm just too happy. Ling Yu couldn't contain his excitement. Little Wei really likes you. He said if I could bring Sister Mingyu to his house, it would be the greatest birthday gift for him. Qin Mingyu pretended to be aloof as she turned her head away, but then she secretly smiled at the car window. She found it strange herself. Why was she so happy? On the other side, when Ling Yu told the Ling family that he would bring Qin Mingyu tomorrow night, Ling Shitang and his son were very happy. Little Wei was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night, waiting to see his beautiful sister. Ziqian had spent the whole night playing mahjong again. When she got home and found out that her son hadn't slept because of this, she started nagging Ling Shitang again. What's wrong with you? You don't care if your son doesn't sleep at night? Don't you know that children grow during this time, and not sleeping well at night will stunt their growth? Ling Shitang was getting ready to leave, immune to this woman's nagging. Little Wei was also getting dressed, preparing to go to school with his father. He actually thought his mother was a bit excessive. She didn't care when she went to play mahjong, but now she dared to scold his father. This useless man, can't earn money, can't take care of the child. Sigh, I don't know how I was so blind. Following you, this useless man. Ziyangqiu nagged for a while, and then prepared to go into the room to sleep after saying another sentence. However, Ling Shitang suddenly retorted, I may not earn much money, but I still have an income of 5,000 to 6,000 yuan a month. What about you? You just know how to play mahjong all day. You don't have a job. If you could earn a stable income of a few thousand yuan a month, would our family still be living hand to mouth like this? Oh, so you blame me now? Ziyangqiu suddenly got angry too. When we got married, you said it was the man's responsibility to earn money to support the family. How come now that you've deceived me into marrying you and giving birth to your child, you're starting to regret it? Ling Shitang's face turned red with suppressed anger. He regretted making such bullshit promises in the past. Life is so long, and no one knows how much life can change. Before, their family's finances were okay, but now it's getting worse every year. Ziyangqiu neither works nor takes care of their son. Even though he was honest, he was very dissatisfied. Dad, stop fighting. I'm going to be late for school. Ling Xiaowei shouted, finally making the daily argument between the couple stop. I don't want to argue with you. Ling Yu and the others will come tonight to celebrate our son's birthday. Don't you dare go out to play mahjong again tonight. Stay at home and make dinner. Ling Shitang reminded her before leaving home with his son. In this family, earning money was the man's responsibility, and Ling Shitang provided Ziyangqiu with her living expenses. Usually, this woman often played mahjong and didn't come home to cook. Ling Shitang didn't care about her. But today was their son's birthday, and she had to make arrangements. Ziyangqiu snorted, yawned, and went back to the room to sleep. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Ling Shitang rode his motorcycle home with his son, only to find the house dark and silent. There was no movement in the kitchen, which made him angry. Ziyangqiu, come out, Ziyangqiu. Seeing his father's face as dark as the bottom of a pot, Ling Xiaowei was very scared. Usually, his father was very obedient to his mother at home, and he rarely saw his father being so frightening. What's wrong? Is there an earthquake or a fire? Why are you yelling so loudly? Hearing Ling Shitang's furious shouts, Ziyangqiu, however, was completely indifferent and lazily walked out of the room. In fact, she had been awake for a long time, just lying in bed watching short videos. She didn't realize it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. You woman, Didn't I ask you to stay home and make dinner? Where's the food? Why is the kitchen still cold? Ling Shitang pointed at her and questioned loudly. You asked me to stay home, didn't you? Did I refuse? Besides, I didn't promise to cook for you, did I? You're throwing such a tantrum, as if you're eating dynamite. Can't I cook now? Ziyangqiu showed no fear towards Ling Shitang, and she didn't believe he would dare to lay a hand on her. If he really did, that would be domestic violence. She could legitimately divorce him and leave this poor man. You. Ling Shitang's fists clenched with rage this time. Normally, this woman played mahjong every day, didn't work, didn't take care of the child, and didn't cook, but he wouldn't get angry. But today was his son's birthday. He didn't get off work until 5:30, and he had arranged with Ling Yu that they, as a couple, would come over to celebrate their son's birthday around 6 o'clock. They would leave around 7 o'clock. Who would have thought that it was already past 6 o'clock, and this woman hadn't even cooked dinner? What were they going to eat when Ling Yu and the others came? What? Are you clenching your fists to hit me? Try it if you dare. You dare to lay a hand on me. Ziyangqiu saw him like a powder keg and continued to provoke him, to see if this cowardly man dared to touch her. She wanted to completely tame him, to see if he would dare to lose his temper in front of her in the future. Ling Shitang had indeed never considered laying a hand on his wife, but seeing her still refusing to admit her fault, he was starting to lose his patience. Fortunately, at that moment, there came a knock on the door. Cousin, sister-in-law, are you guys home? Mingyu and I are here. Outside. Ling Yu smiled, feeling quite pleased. After all, it was the first time his ice queen of a wife had accompanied him on a family visit. Coming. Ling Shitang quickly responded, then whispered to Ziyangqiu, I'll deal with you later. HMPH, you think you have the guts to deal with me? Ziyangqiu raised her chin, her eyes full of disdain. Because she was in a bad mood, she didn't go to the kitchen, but instead lounged arrogantly on the living room sofa with her legs crossed. Xiaoyu. Mingyu. Sorry about this. Both my wife and I just got home and started cooking. You might have to wait a bit. Ling Shitang rarely lied, but thinking about keeping their family issues private, he fid to cover for his wife. If his cousin and his wife found out about her true nature, they would definitely look down on her. And then, it would be his loss of face. However, when Ling Yu and Mingyu walked in, they saw Ziyangqiu still sitting in the living room. And the kitchen was pitch dark, far from the appearance of someone cooking. You haven't started cooking yet? Are you trying to drive me crazy? Anger surged through Ling Shitang's mind, making his face turn black as he clenched his fists. Startled, Ziyangqiu half jumped off the sofa, half ate, quickly retreating, as if she was afraid of being domestically abused by her husband. Cousin, calm down. Ling Yu hurriedly tried to pacify Ling Shitang. It's okay, I'll cook with you. We'll finish quickly. Feeling a mix of urgency, anger, and helplessness, Ling Shitang sighed deeply. Your guests, there's no reason for you to cook. It's okay. I cook at home too. You're my brother, not a stranger. Ling Yu tried hard to calm down his cousin's anger. After all, a harmonious family is the foundation of everything, and little Wei, still so young, witnessing his parents quarrel or even fight could leave lasting childhood scars. However, he didn't expect that this remark would become Ziyangqiu's weapon. She immediately became excited and said, Ling Shitang, did you hear that? Even your younger brother cooks at home. It's just you, a man who can't earn money, doesn't want to cook, and still wants to bully his wife. Useless, you. Ling Shitang was so angry that he couldn't catch his breath for a moment. His chest was hurting badly as he gripped it tightly. Cousin, are you okay? Let's stop arguing. Ling Yu was really afraid that if the couple kept arguing, his cousin's blood pressure would rise and he would have problems, especially since Ling Shitang already had a bit of hypertension. Ziyangqiu, with her hands on her hips, sat back on the sofa and even invited Qin Mingyu to sit down. Come on, Mingyu, let's women rest while the men cook. Women should be pampered by men. Seeing her attitude, Ling Yu was also angry. He knew how much his cousin had put into this family, while Ziyangqiu was lazy and now openly disrespectful. It seemed she was a feminist through and through. Ling Shitang was still catching his breath and didn't respond. Qin Mingyu had been watching coldly, After all, she had no emotional attachment to Ling Shiteng's couple. She came tonight because of Ling Yu and Little Wei. But at this moment, she also felt that Ziyang Qiu was going too far. Though she was a woman, she never resorted to such behavior. She felt that Ziyang Qiu was deliberately provoking her husband. Was she heartless? I'm sorry. Although I don't do housework at home, I'm never idle. And I also take care of the household expenses, Qin Mingyu finally spoke up. With just one sentence, Ziyang Qiu, who had been feeling go, was stunned, her cheeks a bit flushed. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Ling Shiteng suddenly caught his breath, feeling deeply affected by Qin Mingyu's words. He exclaimed, "Where can you find a woman as lazy as you? Always playing cards and sleeping. Even my younger siblings don't do housework, but they make more money. If you're capable, buy me a Maserati to drive." Outnumbered 3-1, Ziyang Qiu couldn't retort and could only sulk with her hands on her hips, suddenly turning her resentment towards Qin Mingyu. What was this woman pretending for? So what if she can earn some money? If it weren't for getting married, she could have made quite a bit of money too. Ziyang Qiu felt extremely aggrieved, feeling she had given too much to this family. She married Ling Shiteng in her 20s, giving her best years to this man. Now, why couldn't she enjoy herself a bit? All right, stop quarreling. You guys talk it out. I'll go cook. Ling Yu quickly interjected. He came today to celebrate Little Wei's birthday, hoping for a happy and harmonious family atmosphere, not discord. Though Qin Mingyu wouldn't help with cooking, she still brought a prepared gift and handed it to Little Wei, saying calmly, "Happy birthday." Wow. Despite trembling with fear from witnessing his parents' intense argument moments ago, Little Wei finally became excited and jumped over to receive the gift. It was a drone tow. Valued at just over 800, it might not mean much to Qin Mingyu. But for Little Wei, it was the best gift he'd ever received, and his favorite tow. Thank you. Thank you, Sister Mingyu. Little Wei thanked excitedly. Qin Mingyu smiled gently. It was nice that the little guy still remembered to call her sister. If he dared call her aunt, she'd definitely leave with a cold face. Watching this scene, Ziyang Qiu didn't feel happy for her son. Instead, she thought Qin Mingyu was showing off her wealth. Was giving an 800+ tow to her son supposed to imply something about their poverty? Poor. Wasn't it because she married an incompetent man? HMPH, Omi. Miss Qin, you're too generous. Ling Shiteng was pleasantly surprised. He always felt a bit distant from his younger sister-in-law, even subconsciously addressing her as Miss Qin. He never expected her to be so generous, giving his child a gift worth over 800 yuan. It's nothing, as long as Little Wei likes it, Qin Mingyu replied calmly, brushing it off. Humph. Showing off, Ziyang Qiu muttered to herself, deciding not to engage with Qin Mingyu anymore. They were clearly not on the same wavelength. Little Wei, showing maturity beyond his years, approached Qin Mingyu and said, "Sister Mingyu, if you want peace and quiet, you can come to my room." Qin Mingyu glanced at the child's clear eyes and smiled gently. Okay. After all, she didn't want to be around women like Ziyang Qiu. She went to Little Wei's room to work, while Ling Shiteng followed Ling Yu into the kitchen to cook. Unexpectedly, after a while, more visitors arrived. It was Ziyang Qiu's mother and sister. Ziyang Qiu was also surprised because she wasn't originally from Yun City. At the age of 16, she moved south to work. She started in a factory, but found the money too slow and the work too tiring, so she ended up working in a bathhouse, providing foot baths and hair washing services to men to make quick money. When she was 23 and tired of that lifestyle, she married Ling Shiteng, a decent man. Her mother and sister didn't live in the city, and besides major events, they only came to Yun City during holidays. She didn't expect them to come today for Little Wei's birthday. Ling Shiteng hurried out to entertain them. Even though they didn't bring a gift for Little Wei, he didn't mind. Oh my. Miss Qin, you're too generous. Ling Shiteng was pleasantly surprised. He had always felt a bit distant from his sister-in-law, even subconsciously referring to her as Miss Qin. He never expected her to be so generous, giving his child a gift worth over 800 yuan. It's nothing, as long as Little Wei likes it, Qin Mingyu replied calmly, brushing it off. Humph. Trying to show off, Ziyang Qiu muttered to herself, deciding not to engage with Qin Mingyu anymore. They were clearly not on the same wavelength. Little Wei, being very sensible, approached Qin Mingyu and said, "Sister Mingyu, if you want peace and quiet, you can come to my room." Qin Mingyu glanced at the child's clear eyes and smiled gently. Okay. After all, she didn't want to be around women like Qiu. She went to Little Wei's room to work, while Ling Shitang followed Ling Yu into the kitchen to cook. Unexpectedly, after a while, more visitors arrived. It was Qiu's mother and sister. Qiu was also surprised because she wasn't originally from Yun City. At the age of 16, she moved south to work. She started in a factory, but found the money too slow and the work too tiring, so she ended up working in a bathhouse, providing foot baths and hair washing services to men to make quick money. When she was 23 and tired of that lifestyle, she married Ling Shitang, a decent man. Her mother and sister didn't live in the city, and besides major events, they only came to Yun City during holidays. She didn't expect them to come today for Little Wei's birthday. Ling Shitang hurried out to entertain them. Even though they didn't bring a gift for Little Wei, he didn't mind. Ling Yu was busy in the kitchen by himself. Feeling a bit hungry, Qin Mingyu couldn't bear to see her husband working in the kitchen and catering to a woman like Qiu. She was about to ask him to leave when they heard Little Wei crying outside. Frowning, Ling Yu muttered, "It must be Sister Qiu's son bullying Little Wei again." Qiu's sister was named Chunyan, and her child, Dehuo, was 2 years older than Little Wei. Every time they visited Ling Shitang's house, Dehuo would always make Little Wei cry. Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu walked out of the living room and, indeed, saw Dehuo snatching Little Wei's new toy and playing with it. Accidentally, the drone hit the ceiling and fell down with a thud. "Wah! Uncle, my plane!" Little Wei cried loudly, not turning to his father but walking straight towards Ling Yu. Even the child subconsciously knew that his father couldn't stand up for him in this matter. Ling Yu hurriedly picked up Little Wei, comforting him, "It shouldn't be too badly damaged. Uncle will find a way to fix it for you." After saying that, he approached Dehuo directly. "It's not my fault. It was Little Wei who snatched the remote from me and caused me to lose control. If it weren't for him, the plane wouldn't have crashed." Dehuo quickly threw the remote away, desperately shifting the blame. Not only that, fearing that Ling Yu would scold him, Dehuo burst into tears and ran towards Chunyan. Chunyan hurried over too, seeing her son crying, and without distinguishing right from wrong, she immediately reprimanded Ling Yu. "What's the matter? Even if it's just kids playing with toys, do adults like you have to intervene?" Ling Yu's brow furrowed, his expression turning sour. That he wasn't the type of man who enjoyed arguing with women, especially not relatives of his cousin. He had to give his cousin some face. Qin Mingyu, however, couldn't stand by. She walked up to Ling Yu and spoke up for him. "Is this your son? He broke Little Wei's birthday gift." Upon hearing this, Chunyan, at first, didn't pay much attention to the matter. Just like Qiu's initial impression of Qin Mingyu, she thought this woman was so beautiful. Not only was she beautiful, but she also exuded an air of a super socialite. Even Chunyan, who was considered a beauty in her younger days, felt a tinge of jealousy seeing Qin Mingyu's looks and demeanor. She also felt that Ling Yu, this poor guy, was incredibly lucky to marry such a beauty. "Spring Yan, let me introduce you. This is my younger sister, Qin Mingyu." Ling Shitang also walked over, politely making introductions as the host. Chunyan immediately smiled and tried to please Qin Mingyu. In her eyes, this beauty must have a high social status and must be very wealthy. Unfortunately, Qin Mingyu gave her a cold face and didn't even bother to respond. This kind of woman blindly sided with her son and was definitely not a good person. Furthermore, Qin Mingyu was very protective. In the whole world, only she could bully Ling Yu. She wouldn't allow anyone else to bully him. Not only that, Little Wei was very well behaved, and she wouldn't allow anyone to bully him either. "What birthday gift?" Chunyan became impatient. She said to Ling Shitang, "We are guests. My son is only 8 years old. If he broke your son's toe, you wouldn't want me to compensate, would you?" Ling Shitang looked helpless, obviously feeling morally obligated. Ling Yu also understood that if his cousin were to confront Chunyan, the 3 women from the Z family would definitely berate him. Seeing that Ling Shitang couldn't stand up for his son, Qin Mingyu's expression turned cold as well. Out of consideration for Ling Yu's face, She didn't want to argue with these women in front of his cousin's family. She didn't want his cousin's marriage to run into trouble and end up blaming her. So, she simply said to the crying little Wei, "Stop crying. Sister will buy you a better one. This broken toe, let's give it to a more suitable child." Although she didn't say it explicitly, it was clearly implying that trash belongs with trash. However, Zi Chunyan obviously lacked sophistication and couldn't understand the implied meaning. She acted like she had found a treasure and quickly stuffed the toe plane into her son's hands, not giving little Wei a chance to refuse. Little Wei was generous, too. He coldly snorted at Big Tiger, "You can have this junk toe. I have a new one and won't let you play with it." This time, Big Tiger really cried, envy and jealousy written all over his face, as he whined to his mother, "Mom, I want a new toe too. I want it." Zi Chunyan originally wanted to agree, but seeing that the price tag on Little Wei's toe hadn't been removed yet, which read 886, she couldn't bear to buy such an expensive toe for her son to play with. "Little Wei, stop showing off. You're still young. Who allowed you to be so arrogant?" Zi Yangqiu couldn't help it. She felt that Qin Mingyu was deliberately showing off, but she also knew that Qin Mingyu wasn't someone to mess with, so she could only vent her anger on her son. This behavior disgusted Qin Mingyu. This woman was simply not worthy of being Little Wei's mother. "All right, today is my son's birthday. No one is allowed to scold him. Go to the kitchen and help out, and let's get the meal ready for the guests." Ling Shitang finally couldn't bear it anymore and stood his ground. However, Zi Yangqiu just snorted coldly, crossed her arms, and sat back on the sofa, stubbornly saying, "I'm not going to do it. Other wives don't have to enter the kitchen. Why should I?" Ling Shitang had really had enough of this woman, so angry that his hand was raised as if to slap her. "What's going on? Ling Shitang, are you trying to hit my daughter?" At that moment, came the voice of Wen Yuexia, Ling Shitang's mother-in-law. Ling Shitang quickly lowered his hand, panting heavily. Though he was naturally obedient, his instinctive reaction was to tremble and say, "Mom, I wasn't." While Wen Yuexia protected her daughter, she also knew what was happening. She quickly shot a glare at her youngest daughter and said, "Qiu Yan, why don't you go and cook? Housework is a woman's duty." Under her mother's command, Zi Qiuyan reluctantly snorted and went into the kitchen. With a way out provided by his mother-in-law, Ling Shitang's pent-up frustration dissipated. "Ling Yu, my time's up. I need to go back to deal with work," Qin Mingyu said, checking the time. She had no intention of staying here for dinner. Seeing the Zi sisters, she felt nauseated. How could she still have the appetite to eat? Besides, she liked to do her own thing and never cared about other people's opinions. "Okay," Ling Yu said helplessly. He knew that the Ice Queen was very principled. They had agreed to leave before 7:30, and now the time was almost up. There was no time for dinner. "Cousin, we'll leave first." "Oh, this..." Ling Shitan wasn't angry, just filled with guilt. Ling Yu brought cake for Little Wei, and Qin Mingyi even brought an expensive birthday gift for him. Yet, they managed to make the hospitality so awkward. It was really impolite. Little Wei was crying, not wanting Ling Yu and his wife to leave. "Little Wei, I'll have someone bring you the new toe tomorrow. Stop crying." Qin Mingyu was never one to dilly-dally. After comforting Little Wei with a word, she left directly. Ling Yu could only pat Little Wei's head and then hurry to catch up. When Yuexia and Zi Chunyan watched Qin Mingyu's cold figure leaving, sighing inwardly. They were different from Zi Qiuyan. They didn't envy or dislike Qin Mingyu. They just felt that this woman had a high-class demeanor and acted decisively. She was probably not a simple figure. After Ling Yu and his wife left, Ling Shitang and his son didn't seem as lively. But Ling Shitang still entertained his mother-in-law and elder sister politely. After dinner, Zi Qiuyan and her mother chatted in the living room, while Ling Shitang went to the room to help his son with homework. She acted like a hands-off manager. Suddenly, Ling Shitang felt a pang of bitterness. He used to think he was lucky to marry such a beautiful woman as Zi Qiuyan. Relatives and friends always praised him whenever they saw them together. Over time, he had always treated his wife as a treasure, putting himself in a low position and never letting her do any dirty or tiring work. Zi Qiuyan married him because she was pregnant, so she hadn't worked. Since their marriage until now, when their child was 6 years old, Ling Shitang hadn't thought much about it before. After all, Ling Zhaowei's wife also didn't work after marriage. But now, seeing Ling Yu's wife, he couldn't help but compare. Why was there such a big gap between his wife and Ling Yu's wife? She didn't match up in terms of looks, nor in temperament, nor in ability. While these things didn't bother him much, considering he couldn't match up to Ling Yu in looks, temperament, or ability either. But the difference in character was something he couldn't help but brood over. He felt like he had married an ancestor, while on the other hand, Ling Yu's wife, although difficult to get along with at first glance, was actually warm-hearted inside. She cared about Ling Zhaowei in everything and always gave him face, appearing knowledgeable and reasonable. He truly envied his cousin. Around 10 o'clock, Ling Shitang put his son to bed and walked out of the living room, just as his mother-in-law and elder sister were leaving. "Shitang, you're just in time. I have something to discuss with you." Ziqiuyan saw Ling Shitang and spoke to him in a condescending tone. This was something that had accumulated over many years, and she couldn't change it. Since the moment they got married, she felt that Ling Shitang had hit the jackpot by marrying her. Coupled with years of relatives and friends making similar comments, this mindset naturally ingrained itself in her. "What's the matter?" Ling Shitang's heart sank subconsciously, even before Ziqiuyan mentioned the issue. In less than 7 years of marriage, whenever Ziqiuyan talked to him about something, there wasn't a single good thing. He had a natural mental and physical reaction to this. "Well, my sister's son also wants to study in Yun City, but they don't have a house here yet. They want to move Big Tiger's household registration to our place so that he can get a spot in the nearby elementary school. So, take some time in the next few days to get the paperwork done." Ziqiuyan's tone was extremely bland, even commanding Ling Shitang to do it. Ling Shitang exclaimed excitedly, "What? How can we do that? Big Tiger isn't our child. What's wrong with that? Many people do this kind of thing. Don't you consider my sister's child as your own relative?" Ziqiuyan retorted, challenging Ling Shitang. "He's a relative, but he's not our own child. Besides, if Big Tiger studies here, where will he live?" Ling Shitang's expression was extremely complicated and troubled. "That's because he's going to live in our house. Don't we have an extra room?" Ziqiuyan said with an air of entitlement. She continued coldly, "Don't worry, my sister won't let you lose out. She give us 500 yuan every month for Big Tiger's living expenses. An 8-year-old child can't possibly spend that much. You're definitely gaining from this." Ling Shitang felt like he was being forced to swallow a dead rat but was being told it was delicious. With poor eloquence and no understanding of how to argue, he just shook his head repeatedly. "No. Absolutely not. I don't agree." "Why don't you agree?" Ziqiuyan became aggressive, pointing her finger at Ling Shitang and shouting, "Let me tell you, Ling Shitang, whether you agree or not, you have to agree to this. My sister has entrusted me with taking care of Big Tiger. If you dare to send Big Tiger back home and ruin his future, I won't let this go. If you don't respect my family, you're disrespecting me. Don't expect me to treat you nicely in the future." Ling Shitang was dumbfounded, his dark face turning bright red in an instant. He was so angry he felt like killing someone. But Ziqiuyan had the upper hand in the argument, coldly humming, "When we got married, you said you loved me so much, that my family was your family. What? Now that I'm older and not as pretty, my figure not as good as before, have you forgotten your vows?" Ling Shitang was once again left gasping for air. His wife's looks and figure were indeed incomparable to 6 years ago. Back then, she was universally acknowledged as a beauty, but after marriage and having children, this woman chose to slack off. Every day, she either ate or played mahjong, getting as fat as a pig, especially her buttocks, as big as a sofa. But Ling Shitang had never despised her appearance. What he couldn't bear was her inner qualities. She never treated him like a person, and now she was accusing him of disrespect. Wasn't this hitting someone when they're down? In any case, this matter is decided. If you feel that 500 yuan for living expenses isn't enough, I'll have my sister give you 800 yuan per month. But if you don't let Big Tiger come to the city to study, we'll divorce." "We're finished," Ziqiuyan said, arrogantly and unreasonably, then went back to sleep. Afraid of arguing in the room, and waking up his son who had just fallen asleep. Ling Shitang could only sit slumped on the sofa in the living room, unable to swallow the anger in his stomach for a long time. The next morning, Zi Qiuyan got up and Ling Shitang had already taken their son to school. She got up and left home immediately. Zi Chunyan and her son didn't leave Yun City, but lived in a rented house. A year ago, Zi Chunyan's husband died in an accident, and she received over 300,000 yuan in compensation. Since his parents had passed away long ago, all the money fell into Zi Chunyan's hands. Originally, with this money, she could have bought a house in Yun City. However, her income was unstable, so she didn't buy one but rented a house instead. She didn't let Ling Shitang know about this and often went to play mahjong with her sister, Zi Qiuyan, thinking that if she won more, she could buy a house in full payment. But unexpectedly, her luck wasn't good, and coupled with her lavish spending, the money was almost gone now. Her son used to study in their hometown, taken care of by her mother. But because she hadn't paid her mother the caretaking fee for the past 2 months, her mother, citing old age, refused to take care of her son for free anymore and sent him back to her yesterday. Zi Chunyan had no choice but to pin her hopes on Ling Shitang. When she saw her sister, she immediately held her sister's hand and asked eagerly, "Qiuyan, how did it go? Did that honest guy agree?" With a long sigh, Zi Qiuyan looked a bit angry. "Sis, it seems like that honest guy isn't very willing. I told him you would give him 800 yuan per month for living expenses, but he still doesn't want to take care of Big Tiger." As they spoke, Big Tiger was inside the house, secretly eavesdropping with his ears perked up. "What? He still doesn't want it even if it's 800 yuan. Zi Chunyan was angry and blurted out, "Anyway, that honest guy is already taking care of a child who isn't his own. What's the big deal about taking care of one more? He's taking care of the little one without anyone giving him money." Before Zi Chunyan could finish speaking, Zi Qiuyan quickly covered her mouth and glanced into the room. Big Tiger quickly pretended not to have heard anything, happily playing with his toes. "Sis, don't say such things. What if that honest guy finds out? It'll be trouble for me," Zi Qiuyan whispered quietly. "Humph, that man is really foolish. Does he think with his condition he can marry such a beautiful woman like you, my sister?" Zi Chunyan complained for a while, then said directly, "Forget it, let that honest guy be a bit happier. If he really doesn't want to, you and I can accompany him to sleep, and Big Tiger can recognize him as a godfather." Even Zi Qiuyan, who wasn't a serious woman, was startled by this proposal. "Sis, are you crazy? The two of us accompanying that kind of man to sleep? Why should we? Even if we want to accompany someone, we should accompany wealthy men like Zhao Shifa. Maybe we can even get some money out of it." Zi Qiuyan wasn't exactly chaste, but she felt it was too cheap for Ling Shitang, that poor guy. Every time she slept with him, it felt like she was being pressed by a ghost. If her sister also served him, she couldn't even imagine that scene. "Sister, if there's a choice, of course I'm willing. But what's our age now? What's our figure? Wealthy men like Zhao Shifa, who would still look at us? Do you think it's still 10 years ago?" Zi Chunyan talked about the bitterness of Zi Qiuyan's situation. Back then, she worked in a factory, but found it too tiring, so she went to work in a bathhouse at her sister's instigation. At that time, her looks and figure attracted many men to make appointments with her every day. It was a booming business. Unfortunately, she got pregnant unexpectedly back then, so she set her sights on Ling Shitang, this honest guy, and pretended to be drunk, taking the initiative to approach him. Fortunately, her son was born full term and looked like her, so Ling Shitang had never suspected anything in the past 6 years. But old habits die hard, and Zi Qiuyan had gotten used to being lazy. It was basically impossible for her to go back to work, but she still wanted to make money quickly like before, which was already very difficult. Seeing her silent, Zi Chunyan whispered again, "Little sister, you're not even 30 yet. If you try to lose weight, even after divorce, sister can introduce you to some wealthy bachelors. So, can you go back and scare that man a little? Sister's hope now lies with Big Tiger. I just want him to have some prospects for the future. If he succeeds, he can also support you, auntie, right?" Zi Qiuyan's education level was low, and she had been misled by her sister since she was young. Now, after her sister brainwashed her again, She gritted her teeth and said, "Sister, rest assured. If that man dares not to agree, I'll divorce him. He can't bear to lose me." "Okay. Little sister, you still have good conditions. If you really divorce, you won't be afraid." Zi Chunyan was only concerned about her own interests, so she didn't care about her sister's family breaking apart. Naturally, she strongly encouraged and urged her. In the evening, Lingyu received another call from his cousin and walked out of the community. Seeing his cousin bringing another box of fresh fruits for him, Lingyu couldn't help but feel a little guilty. "Cousin, Mingyu and I really don't lack fruits. You don't have to keep bringing them to us." Ling Shitang smiled innocently. "Xiao Yu, it's okay, this is the benefit for my employees anyway. Besides, Miss Chin also had someone send a large airplane to Xiaowei. I just want to express my gratitude." Ling Yu sighed softly. He understood the personalities of both the iceberg woman and his cousin very well. The iceberg woman always followed through with her words. It seemed that she had indeed received another big gift for Xiaowei today. Ling Yu's cousin was an honest man, and if Ling Yu didn't let him return something to the iceberg woman, he would probably feel guilty. In that case, Ling Yu had no choice but to take the fruits back. "Out, Xiao Yu." Seeing Ling Yu about to leave, Ling Shitang seemed hesitant. "What's wrong, cousin?" Ling Yu turned around and saw his cousin's hesitant expression. He knew that his cousin must have something on his mind, as he was an honest person who couldn't hide his feelings. "Oh, it's nothing, you go back, just thank Miss Ching for me." Ling Shitang was truly envious of Ling Yu. His wife was so much better than his own. "Cousin, if something's bothering you, just say it. Don't keep it to yourself. Did sister-in-law bully you again?" Ling Yu couldn't bear to see his cousin so dejected, and he was very familiar with his cousin's family situation. He guessed the reason as soon as he saw his cousin's expression. "Well, I don't know what to say." Ling Shitang hesitated, but under Ling Yu's persistent questioning, he finally revealed his troubles. "Xiao Yu, isn't sister-in-law going too far? How could she agree to something like this?" After listening to the situation, Ling Yu's face darkened with anger. Though there's a saying that goes, it's better to let someone beat your child than to persuade someone to divorce their wife. Zi Qian and Ling Shitang had been married for almost 7 years, and she had never done a good thing. Now, she was going too far by trying to bring her sister's son into their family. If there wasn't an ulterior motive behind it, anyone with less than 10 years of brain infarction probably wouldn't do such a thing. Tonight, Qin Mingyu had business engagements, so she didn't ask Ling Yu to pick her up. As the driver Wang was driving the Bentley, they were approaching the entrance of the community, and they saw Ling Yu standing there. Wang quickly hit the brakes. The entrance of the community was illuminated by lights, but the surroundings were relatively dim. So they could see Ling Yu and Ling Shitang, but Ling Yu might not have noticed them, especially since Ling Yu was currently discussing something with Ling Shitang. "Miss Qin, Mr. Ling is at the entrance," Wang reported. Qin Mingyu raised her eyes and saw Ling Yu, that fool, arguing excitedly with his cousin. She immediately instructed, "All right, I'll get off here. You drive back." "Yes, Miss Qin." Upon receiving the order, Wang immediately drove away. Qin Mingyu walked a short distance and approached to listen to what the two brothers were discussing. "So, cousin, what's your decision?" "My advice is absolutely not to agree. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult for you to get Xiaowei out of the house in the future." Ling Yu was already speaking quite politely. If it were someone with a hot temper, they would probably have just yelled, "How far should we send that brat Xiaowei away?" Sigh, "I don't want to agree either. But your sister-in-law said that if I don't agree, it's disrespecting her family, and she'll leave immediately. She even mentioned divorce." Although Ling Shitang had a lot of grievances against Zi Qian, he still couldn't accept such a big thing as divorce, especially fearing it would affect Xiaowei's life. Ling Yu was also helpless. If it were him, he would definitely tell Zi Yanqiu to get lost, but he couldn't ignore Xiaowei either. A broken family is very detrimental to a child's growth. How could such absurd things happen? Qin Mingyu couldn't stand it any longer and walked up to interject. With a cold face, her presence became even more imposing. "Miss Qin." Ling Shitang hurriedly greeted her instinctively. Qin Lingyu also instinctively wanted to call her Miss Qin, but with Ling Shitang present, he quickly changed his words. "Mingyu, you're back. Chen Mingyu glared at him, making Ling Yu feel like he had done something wrong, so he quickly smiled apologetically. Ignoring him, Chen Mingyu turned directly to Ling Shitang and said coldly, "Did you marry Zi Qian or her sister? Clearly, the two of them are ganging up on you. Why do you indulge them? If you give in this time, they will become even more unreasonable in the future. Do you believe it? One word awakens the dreamer." Ling Yu also felt that Ling Shitang should confront Zi Qian like this. It struck Ling Shitang even harder. Chen Mingyu seemed to be lecturing him like a leader, saying, "Your responsibility is to support your own family, not your in-laws. Don't be as foolish as Ling Yu." "Me?" Ling Yu pointed at himself in astonishment, wondering why he was suddenly being criticized. Chen Mingyu gave him a glance, then stepped into the community, feeling empowered after hearing Chen Mingyu's words. Ling Shitang, who had been feeling dejected, exclaimed, "My younger sister is right. I'll go back and talk to that woman like this. It's outrageous. Who does she think she is? Who is she really siding with? Who does she want to spend the rest of her life with?" Hearing Ling Shitang's determination, Ling Yu felt relieved and patted his shoulder in agreement. Ling Shitang got on his electric bike but didn't forget to say, "Ziyu, I forgot to thank Miss Chen just now. When you go back, remember to thank her for me." "I got it, brother." Ling Yu nodded. Ling Shitang also nodded, preparing to leave. Before leaving, he said with emotion, "Ziyu, you must cherish your wife. Miss Chen is really a very, very good woman." Ling Yu rubbed his nose, smiling and nodding. Indeed, compared to Zi Qian, the Ice Queen was much easier to get along with. She was a million times better than his brother's wife. As Chen Mingyu walked to the door, she was actually eavesdropping, and, upon hearing Ling Shitang's advice, she couldn't help but smile secretly. Humph, even this fool of a brother-in-law knows how good she is. Does Ling Yu, this fool among fools, know? Soon, Ling Yu caught up with Chen Mingyu's pace, and the two returned home together. "Miss Chen, why did you walk into the community? How did you come back? By car?" Ling Yu closed the door and walked in, asking with concern. "Why? Concerned about whose car I rode in?" Chen Mingyu looked at him triumphantly. "Well, yes." Ling Yu nodded, "I'm just worried about your safety. After all, you're too beautiful." Every time this phrase came from the mouth of this wooden-like man, it touched Chen Mingyu's heartstrings. She always felt that this man was different from other men, and the feeling when he said these words was completely different. Seeing that she didn't respond, Ling Yu continued, "If you took a taxi, they would drop you off before reaching the gate of the community. The service is too poor." Seeing him still talking, Chen Mingyu chuckled. "Ling Yu, is it that men with the surname Ling are particularly accommodating to their wives? Aren't you afraid of being crushed under my thumb like your brother?" Ling Yu shook his head, honestly saying, "Miss Chen, don't compare yourself to Zi Qian like that. It's beneath you. I'm very clear that Miss Qin's character is much better than Zi Qian's. HMPH, who knows?" Chen Mingyu was actually very happy inside but pretended to give Ling Yu a cold face. She enjoyed teasing this fool, making him dislike her. Otherwise, what if he truly fell in love with her and refused to divorce amicably? But even though she intentionally acted cold and aloof, Ling Yu still thought she was better than Zi Qian, and he wasn't even angry. So, when he was alone, he couldn't help but seriously consider what Chen Mingyu had said. Was he being too accommodating to her? Oh well, he thought, it doesn't matter. As long as he felt comfortable in his heart, that's all that mattered. The next day, Liu Yejian saw a company expenditure and immediately furrowed his brow, picking up the phone to call his younger brother. "Liu Hedong, are you crazy? For such a trivial matter, you actually spend money to trend on social media. Is it even effective?" Liu Yejian directly scolded. The Liu family was a large clan, with various branches and relatives branching off like streams. Some cousins and relatives Liu Yejian didn't even recognize or remember what they looked like. But he was very clear that the enemy lurked within the family. Many people were eyeing his position as the CEO of the Liu group. If something went wrong, it would surely reach his grandfather's ears. This bastard Liu Hedong actually took away 500,000 from the company to trend on social media, just to publicize his romantic gesture of confessing to Chen Mingyu at Chiagang Group. Is he out of his mind? Brother, Didn't you just tell me recently, in person, to support me in pursuing Mingyu? I'm a bit short on funds lately. What's wrong with diverting 500,000 from the company? On the other end of the phone came Liu Heding's justified voice. You always tell me to be a man with vision, to focus on the big picture, and not to be overly concerned with immediate gains and losses. If I can successfully win Qin Mingyu, our family will firmly establish its position as the helm of the Liu family. Hearing this, Liu Yejian was both amused and exasperated. Generally, among the children of wealthy families, especially among the direct heirs, there was bound to be intense competition, even open and covert battles. But this didn't exist between Liu Yejian and Liu Heding. Liu Heding had no ambition since he was young. He just liked pretty women and never thought about competing with his brother for the inheritance. So Liu Yejian had never guarded against him. Now, he even wanted to use him to deal with Qin Mingyu. But he never expected his younger brother to be so childish as to do such a thing. Moreover, the reasons his younger brother stated were exactly the arguments he had used to convince him before. So, for a while, he didn't know how to out-convince his younger brother. After all, for a small matter like 500,000, his older brother would definitely handle it cleanly. He opened his phone again, wanting to see if his trending topic had reached the top. At first glance, rising to third place wasn't bad, but when he saw the top spot, he was instantly furious. The top spot was a piece of news about Lingyu. This was clearly using his purchase traffic. On the other hand, Lingyu, the person involved, had already put aside the events of the past 2 nights when he ruined Liu Heding's romantic confession. He wouldn't even think about any repercussions. Early in the morning, Lin Qingshuan came to the hospital again for her checkup. After the routine examination, Lingyu held the report and meticulously told her, "Miss Lin, your condition of coldness has been well controlled. Continue to control your diet, and I believe it won't relapse in the short term." "Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ling." Lin Qingshuan looked at Lingyu affectionately. He was most handsome when he wore his white coat, dignified and elegant. "You're welcome. Let me escort you out, Miss Lin." "All right." Lin Qingshuan enjoyed the time she spent with Lingyu, even deliberately leaning closer to him. "By the way, Dr. Ling, my sister told me about the incident at Dragon City Hotel. I never thought Dr. Ling would be so gentle and yet so domineering when protecting others." Lin Qingshuan looked at Lingyu with admiration. She had always thought this man had excellent medical skills and good character, but she never expected his martial arts to be so excellent. It would be really hard to find a second man like him. "Miss Lin, you flatter me. I was just dealing with a few hooligans." Lingyu didn't show any proud expression. Fortunately, the leader of the Wolfang Society was an old friend of his. Otherwise, with his current abilities, he might not have come out unscathed that night. That's not just any ordinary thug. Only Dr. Ling is so domineering that he doesn't even put the Wolfang Society in his eyes. Lin Qingshuan praised again with a smile, her eyelashes curved like 2 crescent moons. Unlike Qin Mingyu's ethereal beauty, she was gentle and graceful, exuding a strong feminine charm. Lingyu didn't respond further, just offering a polite smile. At that moment, a doctor wearing a white coat, accompanied by 2 nurses, walked past. Seeing Lingyu and Miss Lin chatting and laughing, the male doctor felt extremely jealous. He adjusted his glasses and called out, "Miss Lin." "Yes." "What's the matter?" Lin Qingshuan turned curiously to look at the doctor and the nurses behind him. However, she didn't recognize any of them. Lingyu, on the other hand, recognized this doctor. He was none other than Chen Dong, whom he had a mutual dislike for. "Miss Lin, just a friendly reminder, you'd better not get too close to this scum next to you. I'm afraid it will tarnish Miss Lin's reputation." Chen Dong spoke bluntly, without any attempt at subtlety. Before Lingyu could get angry, Lin Qingshuan's brows furrowed tightly, and she coldly warned, "Doctor, although I don't know what your relationship with Dr. Ling is, please refrain from insulting people indiscriminately. Otherwise, it will show your lack of manners." Lin Qingshuan's voice was firm and powerful, not only touching Lingyu, but also drawing attention from many people around the hospital. However, Chen Dong showed no sign of backing down. He continued, "Miss Lin, I'm not insulting anyone indiscriminately. It's just that the person beside you has already been slammed on the trending topics. What? Ling Yu and Lin Qingshuan were both taken aback. He's heartless and has done all sorts of bad things. These aren't baseless accusations. There are people posting on Weibo, publishing articles to confirm it. It's all proven. If Miss Lin doesn't believe me, you can check the trending topics in Yun City. The top spot is about this scum. After Chen Dong finished speaking, he smugly pushed up his glasses. In the hospital, no one was happier about this situation than him. Just as shocked as Lin Qingshuan, Ling Yu quickly took out his phone to check. He was surprised to find that during the time he was examining Lin Qingshuan, he had received over a dozen calls from unknown numbers. However, he always had his phone on silent mode while working, so he hadn't noticed. Unscrupulous nephew embezzles the entire family's wealth, leaving his uncle to die in a foreign land. As Ling Yu glanced at the top trending topic, he immediately had a bad feeling and a sense of inexplicable anger. He didn't even need to click into it to know that this was definitely the work of his grandfather and Chen Zhengxi. He wasn't surprised by the malicious intentions of his grandfather's family. He was just surprised that they could pull off such a stunt to slander him and his sister on the top trending headlines. Who was supporting them behind the scenes? Because she cared about Ling Yu, Lin Qingshuan also clicked into the trending topic and carefully read the related articles, only to find that they were all criticizing Ling Yu. Not only did they accuse him of deceiving his grandfather out of his money through various means and causing a falling out with his uncle due to gambling, but they also claimed that his uncle went abroad for work and was deceived, resulting in being detained because Ling Yu and Ling Roxu had swindled all of his grandfather's money, leaving him with no money to bail him out, which led to his tragic death in northern Myanmar. To prove the authenticity of the situation, there were various photos and videos online presented as evidence. After skimming through these articles, Lin Qingshuan looked at Ling Yu in disbelief. She didn't doubt that Ling Yu was such a person. She was just amazed at how false information like this could make it to the top trending headlines on the internet. Miss Lin, now you know I wasn't lying to you, right? Chen Dong said smugly. Miss Lin, you might have to consider changing doctors for your future medical needs. Otherwise, I'm worried about your privacy being compromised. Slander. Blatant slander against Ling Yu's character and professional ethics. However, the nurse behind him, along with the uninformed onlookers, all sided with Chen Dong, pointing fingers and even cursing at Ling Yu. Bullshit. At this critical moment, an angry voice drowned out all the other voices. It was Lin Fan, accompanied by some colleagues from the gynecology department. Excitedly, Lin Fan exclaimed, "What kind of person is Ling Yu? I know better than anyone else. He is indifferent to fame and fortune, and regards money as nothing more than dirt. How could he possibly be like this? It's obvious that someone paid for this trending topic to deliberately fabricate false stories to attack Ling Yu. He's the victim." Initially feeling furious, Ling Yu suddenly felt relieved. He felt fortunate to have such loyal friends in his life. That's right, I also believe Dr. Ling is not that kind of person. Lin Qingshuan, wise and trusting in her own judgment, also stepped forward to support Ling Yu. He is upright and honest. Forget about swindling tens of thousands. Even if I were to give him hundreds of thousands for free, he wouldn't take it. These rumors are clearly fabricated. With someone like Lin Qingshuan backing him, Ling Yu's credibility was much stronger than Lin Fan's. Moreover, Lin Qingshuan's words were not unfounded. Ling Yu had treated her illness, and she had offered to reward him privately several times. But this man had always refused, including the last time. That's right, Ling Yu has been with our gynecology department for over 2 years, and we know what kind of person he is. These online articles are completely distorting the truth, full of errors and contradictions. Only outsiders would believe them. We absolutely trust in Ling Yu's integrity. Doctors and nurses from the gynecology department also rallied behind Lin Fan and Lin Qingshuan, voicing their support for Ling Yu. Just because something trends on social media doesn't mean it's true. The internet is full of falsehoods, and they've seen many stories get overturned. Thank you. Thank you all for your trust. Ling Yu was deeply moved, almost on the verge of tears. It's in adversity that true feelings are revealed. At this moment, his phone rang again, and seeing that it was his sister Ling Roxu, he quickly answered. "Little brother, Have you seen the trending topic on Yunchan? They're despicable. Ling Ruoxu was also very angry. A few days ago, Grandpa asked their family for 80,000 yuan, but they didn't give it. In the end, they found out that the ransom for their uncle was only 30,000 yuan. Ling Yu gave 20,000 yuan to Mom and entrusted her with the decision-making power. Originally, Mom advised her to come up with the remaining 10,000 yuan for Grandpa's family, but she refused. Why? Her uncle hadn't repaid the money he borrowed from her last time, so why should she give him another 10,000 yuan? Such scum dying abroad is just right. They shouldn't pollute the country's land. In the end, Mom handed over the 20,000 yuan, along with her recent salary, to Grandpa. Regardless of anything else, he was still her biological father, and she considered it her final act of filial piety. But who would have thought that Grandpa's family, after receiving over 20,000 yuan, would still be dissatisfied? They left grumbling, saying that sooner or later, they would make the Ling family pay. How shameless can one be? It's as if the Ling family were their slaves, and they should sacrifice everything for them. At that time, Ling Ruoxu thought they were just venting, but she didn't expect them to actually do something like this. It's truly repaying kindness with enmity, and they've lost all sense of conscience. Sis, I saw it too. Grandpa's family has always been heartless. I'm just curious, where did they get the audacity? Ling Yu responded to his sister. Ling Ruoxu was also curious. For the sake of just a few tens of thousands, why would they spend hundreds of thousands or even more to buy a trending topic? What's the point? Besides, if they have so much money, why are they still fixated on making the Ling family give them this 80,000 yuan? There must be something fishy going on. Humph. No matter how they manage to do it, I'm going to clarify things online now. I believe that justice will prevail. Sis, don't bother explaining. Why not? Ling Ruoxu was curious. Did her brother want to swallow this dead cat whole? Ling Yu explained. Let the situation ferment a bit more. I've had enough of these shameless scoundrels. This time, I'm going to settle all scores. I'm the only man in the Ling family, and I can't let my family be bullied. Listening to this, Lin Qingshuan felt that Ling Yu was truly admirable. Whoever could be with him would surely feel very secure, right? Ling Ruoxu also always found her brother very reliable, and upon hearing him speak like this, she even felt a bit hopeful. So, little Yu, what's your plan? Sis, I remember you have a habit of posting on Weibo and Moments, right? And you still have screenshots of the transfer records when Uncle gambled and asked for money from our family, right? Yes, I have them all. Good. These are the evidence we need to refute them. That guy surnamed Chen has exposed our information and phone numbers publicly, deliberately inciting netizens in Yunchun to attack us. We absolutely cannot let them get away with it. Once the situation becomes widely known, we'll execute a magnificent turnaround. Let's see who's left standing then. As Ling Yu spoke, his eyes flickered with flames. Although he had a good temper, he wasn't without one. Grandpa and Chen Zhongxi really touched his bottom line this time, and they had truly made him angry. Why mess with good family members and insist on treating them as enemies? He never showed mercy to his enemies. All right, little brother. I'll do as you say. I'll change my number now and help you get a new one too. Ling Ruoxu was facing online attacks, and some people in the company, including some clients and suppliers who didn't know her well, were attacking her, so she had to lay low for a while. Sis, you go ahead and change it. I don't need to. Ling Yu's gaze was resolute. Someone needs to bear the brunt of this matter. If we all act like deserters now, I'm afraid the online attacks might target Mom. Anyway, I'll handle this. I'm not afraid of any storm. Little Yu, how can that be? How can we let you face this alone? Sis, trust me, I'm the man of the house, and I must take on this responsibility. Well, okay then, I'll get a new number and contact you later. Yad. Just as Ling Yu finished the call, Ling Sitang's phone rang again. At this moment, everyone else around Ling Yu had dispersed, leaving only Lin Fan and Lin Qingshuan by his side. Lin Fan, you should go back to work. All right, Ling Yu, if you need any help, just ask. No matter what challenges lie ahead, brother will stand by you. Lin Fan also had work to attend to, so he didn't continue listening to Ling Yu's phone call. Miss Lin, You should go home too. Thank you for your trust and concern. Dr. Ling, I don't have work today. I'll stay with you to face the online attacks. It must be quite thrilling, Lin Qingshuan said excitedly. Lin Qingshuan wasn't driven away by Ling Yu. She still seemed excited, wanting to stand by Ling Yu and support him through the storm until the end. Ling Yu didn't insist on her leaving either and answered his cousin's call. Little Yu, what's going on? How come those Chen guys are targeting your family again? Don't worry, cousin will speak up for you. Ling Sitang also trusted Ling Yu greatly. He had watched his cousin grow up, so he knew him very well. Moreover, he was more familiar with the affairs of his cousin's family than outsiders. Those people from the Chen family were truly despicable. Cousin, thanks for your kindness, but I don't need it for now. You should focus on dealing with matters with your wife first. Ling Yu knew that his cousin had his own troubles to deal with, so his cousin's offer of help already touched him deeply. Well, okay, cousin won't interfere for now, but if you need any help, just let cousin know. Ling Sitang, like Lin Fan, was willing to go to great lengths to support Ling Yu. Lin Qingshuan had been standing behind Ling Yu the whole time, looking at him with admiration. From this incident, she could clearly see what kind of person Ling Yu was. If he didn't have a good character, his relatives, friends, and colleagues wouldn't have stood by him during such a difficult time. On the other hand, after Ling Sitang hung up the phone, he heard sarcastic remarks from Ziqian. Ling Sitang, you're truly hopeless. Your cousin isn't a good person at all, and now the whole city knows it, right? It's really foolish of you to listen to him and refuse to let Dehuo stay our house. That man doesn't care about his family at all. Do you want to be like him? Let me tell you, if you don't let Dehuo stay at our house and send him to study at a school in the city, it's over for us. You can go live with your scumbag cousin. Ling Sitang finally couldn't bear it anymore and roared, Ziqian, shut up. Tit for tat, not letting Dehuo into our household is my decision. I did say I would support you when we got married, but I don't want to support your family. I can't afford it either. You. Ziqian was so angry that her face turned red. She yelled, divorce, let's get a divorce. After saying that, she stormed out of the house in frustration. At this time, Xiaowei was still at school, and Ling Sitang didn't go after Ziqian. His cousin and younger sister were right. This woman was trying to blackmail him with this tactic. If he really let Dehuo stay at their house, she and her family would definitely take it to the next level. The actions of the Chen family against Ling Yu's family also served as a warning to him. Some people had no conscience at all, and you couldn't expect them to have any sense of shame. Dealing with such people, you had to be ruthless. Otherwise, you'd spend your whole life being stepped on by them. Chang'an Group, Qin Mingyu is in a meeting. This is just a routine meeting, nothing important. Qin Ruhan was secretly scrolling through recommendations below, when suddenly she saw shocking news. Qin Ruhan, what are you doing? Qin Mingyu's gaze suddenly shot over like a sharp blade. Qin Ruhan shivered. She knew her sister was very clear about separating public and private matters. If she caught anyone slacking off during a meeting, she wouldn't show any mercy. The next moment, she quickly walked to the chairman's seat and whispered in Qin Mingyu's ear, Sis, I'm not slacking off. Look at this news, my brother-in-law is being attacked on the internet. What? Qin Mingyu sighed inwardly, took her sister's phone, and looked at it for a while. Then stood up directly and said coldly, meeting adjourned. After that, she immediately left the meeting room with long strides. The senior executives of Chang'an Group were all confused. They had never seen President Qin like this before. Zia Shaodi quickly came over and asked, Third Miss, what's going on? Why is President Qin so nervous? Heh, it's a secret. Qin Ruhan didn't say anything. Anyway, Zia Shaodi would find out sooner or later. Sure enough, Zia Shaodi was called to the CEO's office the next moment, and Qin Mingyu entrusted her with the tasks for the rest of the day. Then, Qin Mingyu directly got into her Bentley and headed to Rainai Hospital. She had known that the Chen family was not a good bunch of people. She had said that Ling Yu shouldn't give them a single penny. And now, even after giving them money, they still bought trending topics to stab him in the back. Qin Mingyu was really worried that this matter would escalate and bring unimaginable harm to Ling Yu's family. She was now also a member of Ling Yu's family and could not let such a thing happen. At this moment, it was lunchtime at Rainai Hospital. Ling Yu had to take a half-day leave to temporarily avoid the online harassment, as per the vice president's suggestion. Chen Mingyu arrived at the entrance of the obstetrics and gynecology building, and saw a group of colleagues surrounding Ling Yu, offering him encouragement. "Ling doctor, those accusations against you online must be false rumors. We don't believe them." "That's right, the truth will come out eventually. Stay strong." Ling Yu was deeply moved but had never felt the need to explain himself to anyone. He believed that true friends would always support him, and if someone wasn't a true friend, he didn't see the point in explaining himself to them. Chen Mingyu couldn't help but smile when she saw this scene. She hadn't expected Ling Yu to have such good popularity. Could it be that he wasn't pretending to be a gentleman in front of his grandfather, but genuinely was one? Seeing the arrival of Chen Mingyu, Lin Fan discreetly nudged Ling Yu with his elbow. Ling Yu didn't say much to his colleagues and quickly walked out of the gate to greet Chen Mingyu. However, Chen Mingyu's gaze didn't fall on Ling Yu, but on the Lin family young lady who had been following him all along. "Miss Chen, what brings you here?" Lin Qingshuan also took the initiative to greet her. After all, this woman's status and position were higher than hers. Seeing such a woman appearing alone at Rainai Hospital, it seemed that her relationship with Ling Yu was not simple. "And you, Miss Lin?" A hint of hostility flashed in Chen Mingyu's cold eyes. What was this woman doing, constantly clinging to her husband? But then she realized that she and Ling Yu were in a secret marriage, and Lin Qingshuan probably didn't know that he was already taken. Could she be trying to pursue him? A sense of crisis arose within her. Seeing the two women acquainted, Ling Yu wasn't surprised. After all, both of them belonged to the upper class of Yun City. However, in his mind, Chen Mingyu, as a working woman, didn't hold the same prestigious status as the Lin family young lady. "I'm one of Ling doctor's patients, specifically here to see him." Lin Qingshuan politely smiled and approached Ling Yu. Seeing this scene, Chen Mingyu's gaze became noticeably colder. Even Lin Fan felt a surge of tension, thinking to himself, "Brother, I can't help you with these things." With this thought in mind, he shrugged and returned to the hospital. "Is the patient done with the checkup now?" Chen Mingyu asked coldly. "Yeah, it's done," Lin Qingshuan replied. Lin Qingshuan wasn't naive. Seeing Chen Mingyu's demeanor, she vaguely guessed what was going on but found it hard to believe. The last time she asked Ling Yu if he had a girlfriend, and he vaguely mentioned one. Could it be that his girlfriend was the prestigious Miss Jin from the Qin family? Was Ling Yu really that outstanding? She had heard that Miss Jin had misandry. "Alright then, I'm taking Ling Yu with me." Chen Mingyu was always domineering. If it weren't for giving Lin Qingshuan some face, she would have just dragged Ling Yu away. Hey, Miss Jin, please be gentle." Ling Yu felt a bit awkward being pulled by her like this. This was a hospital, after all. He had only treated a female patient. Why did it seem like he was being caught cheating? Watching this scene, Lin Qingshuan was stunned, finding it hard to believe. Chen Mingyu also wondered if she had overreacted. Would this man misunderstand and think she was jealous? No, she definitely wasn't jealous. She was just eager to help him resolve the situation. After dragging Ling Yu to the parking lot, Chen Mingyu finally let go of him. Ling Yu quickly got out of the Maserati and even stepped out to open the car door for his wife. Before asking, "Miss Chen, what brings you here all of a sudden?" "I saw the hot search and came to check on your situation," Chen Mingyu intentionally said coldly. "Seeing that you're in good shape and still have the mood to flirt with beautiful women, I feel relieved." "How?" Ling Yu was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Chen. But Miss Lin just explained that she's just one of my female patients. You're not jealous, are you, Miss Chen? Cut it out. I don't even know what jealousy is." Chen Mingyu snorted coldly and got into the car directly. Blame it on those damn marriage rules, which stripped her of the wife's greatest power. She couldn't even get jealous when seeing her husband with another woman. What a world. Ling Yu also got into the car and asked, "Miss Chen, are we heading home?" "Yes. Let's go back. You're now celebrity in Yuncheng. I'm worried that people will recognize you everywhere we go." Chen Mingyu lifted her chin arrogantly. "By then, I'll be dragged into trouble because of you." Originally, Ling Yu thought that her intentionally harsh words would make him angry, but Ling Yu was sincere. Sorry, Miss Chin. I've caused you trouble. Did you specifically take leave to come find me? Will it affect your attendance and your boss's evaluation of you? Chin Mingyu suddenly felt a bit amused and exasperated. She was the boss. After all, she was used to being the one to dock others' salaries. Who would dare dock hers? But seeing Ling Yu genuinely feeling sorry, Chin Mingyu's heart softened a bit. This man did care about her after all. Don't worry, as a high-level executive, I have a lot of freedom in my work. Today, I came to help you deal with the online harassment to prevent it from escalating and exposing our relationship. Ling Yu felt touched by the first half of her statement, but the feeling was dampened by the last half. He even felt a bit disappointed. So the Ice Queen was so nervous just because she was afraid of her secret marriage being exposed. On the other side, after a big argument with Ling Sitang, Ziyangqiu left their home in the neighborhood and went to find her sister. What happened? Why are you crying? Zi Chunyan and her son Dehuo were about to have lunch when they saw her sister coming with red eyes, so they quickly put down their chopsticks. Actually, she wanted to invite her sister to have lunch together, but she had only ordered takeout, just enough for the two of them, so Ziyangqiu had nothing to eat. This was all due to losing too much money playing mahjong and still wanting to leave money for her son to study in the city. Sis, Ling Sitang is despicable. He actually wants to divorce me. Ziyangqiu was so angry that she cursed. He must have been brainwashed by his cousin. He says he doesn't want to give a penny to my family. Do you know how hard it has been for me to marry him for so many years? For him, I didn't go out to work and suffered with him. Now I just asked him to help our son get registered for school, and he refuses. Let him go be with his cousin. I've had enough. Hearing her sister's complaints, Zi Chunyan also cursed Ling Sitang, saying he was despicable. Dehuo was still young, but hearing his mother and aunt saying such things, he also felt that his uncle was unfair to him. Why could Ziwei study in the city while he couldn't? It was all because of his uncle's stinginess, ruining his future. The two women vented their anger at Ling Sitang for a while, even going online to leave comments, cursing Ling Yuan, adding fuel to the fire, saying bad things about him. They just wanted to ruin the reputation of the Ling brothers and make them suffer. But the next moment, Ziyangqiu's phone rang, and it was Ling Sitang calling. Let me talk to that man. Zi Chunyan took her sister's phone and answered the call, immediately confronting. Ling Sitang, have you changed your mind, you scumbag? When you married my sister, what did you say? You said you would love her forever and wouldn't let her suffer, and now you actually want to divorce my sister. Ling Sitang, though a straightforward person, was not foolish and quickly retorted, I didn't say I want to divorce her, she said it herself. After saying it, she ran out, and I just asked her if she's coming back home for dinner. Oh really? My sister ran out crying. And you're still okay with it? Are you even a man? Don't you know how to chase after her? Zi Chunyan threatened assertively. Ling Sitang, let me tell you, my sister marrying you is your blessing for 3 lifetimes. If you two divorce, there are plenty of better men than you waiting to marry her. As for you, an old man wanting to remarry, I'm afraid it's going to be tough. These words hit Ling Sitang's heart. He knew his own situation. It wouldn't be easy to remarry with another dowry, especially with a son. He feared no woman would want to marry him. Even if there were, he was afraid the stepmother might mistreat Ziwei. Ziyangqiu is with me. I'll send you my location. Hurry up and come to coax her back. My sister is a woman. If she throws a tantrum and scolds you a few times, you, as a grown man, should just endure it. How can you be so harsh on your wife? If you dare to make my sister cry again, I won't let you off. After saying this, Zi Chunyan hung up the phone in a huff. Sis, why did you ask me to go back home with that man? Yangqiu, do you have a backup plan now? If you really want to divorce, you should find someone else first before directly divorcing him. Otherwise, our lives will be difficult, and I want to make sure Dehua can start school first. We can't delay the child's matters. Zi Chunyan's words also awakened Ziyangqiu. She couldn't continue to live aimlessly. She had to look for other options. When she found another man to take over, she would immediately ditch Ling Sitang. Then she'd tell that man that Ziwei isn't even his son. I wonder how he'll react. Just thinking about it makes her excited, her eyes revealing a resentful expression, as if Ling Sitang wasn't her husband, but her father's murderer. On the other side, after Ling Sitang hung up the phone, he was also a bit hesitant. For the sake of his son, he wanted to coax his wife back, but he was also afraid that if he did so, he would be oppressed by his wife in the future. If she wants to force him to do something, and throws a tantrum and leaves home, does he have to placate her every time and coax her back? Impossible. Moreover, he didn't do anything wrong in this matter. After hesitating for a while, he decided to call Ling Yu. Ling Yu happened to be driving back to Yunshan Poetry with Qin Mingyu. When he received the call from his elder brother, he asked directly, "Brother, what's up?" "Nothing." "Xiao Yu, how are you now? Is the online harassment affecting you?" "It's a bit of an impact. The phone keeps ringing, and a lot of random people are sending me messages to scold me, but I can handle it." "That's good. You must handle it well and don't let these things affect your younger siblings." "Yeah. Mingyu has taken leave to come home with me to handle this matter together. We will settle the incident as soon as possible." Upon hearing Ling Yu's response, Ling Sitang trembled suddenly, feeling sincerely envious of his younger brother again. People really do die for wealth, and birds die for food. His brother's wife would consider everything for his brother. Even when the whole city was scolding his brother, she still trusted him and actively faced it together with him. On the other hand, his wife only cares about her family, treating him like a mere cash cow to support the household, without seeing him as a human being at all. "What's wrong, brother?" Ling Yu quickly asked when there was no response for a while. "Nothing. Just sigh. I didn't agree to register to Huo in my household. Your sister-in-law just had a quarrel with me and said she wants to divorce me and run to her sister's place. Should I go and coax her back?" Upon hearing his elder brother's words, Ling Yu burst out laughing. But he couldn't advise his elder brother to divorce directly. Instead, he advised, "Brother, wives can be placated, but you need to think about your bottom line. Don't do something you'll regret for the rest of your life just to make her come back. Once Dahuo is registered in your household, it will be difficult to kick him out again." This struck directly at Ling Sitang's heart, making it as difficult for him to decide now as it was when he decided whether to marry ZQ. After hanging up the phone, Qin Mingyu unexpectedly asked, "How did your elder brother end up marrying such a woman?" As the female CEO of the Qin Chang'an Group, she had keen insight. Having seen Ziyangqiu twice, she knew she was a snake-hearted woman. She was lazy at home, not to mention her gambling debts. What kind of woman would see her son being bullied and still go help outsiders? Ling Yu was stunned. He didn't expect the usually aloof ice queen to suddenly take an interest in his relatives' affairs. But he sighed quickly. "To be honest, I always felt that my elder brother was set up to marry her. My elder brother's wife didn't have a decent job before. My elder brother knew her because his boss took him to a foot bath 7 years ago. At that time, that woman washed my elder brother's feet and added him as a friend. My elder brother never contacted her, but she suddenly asked my elder brother out for supper one night. It was during that supper that both my elder brother and her got drunk, and when they woke up, they were lying together in a hotel bed. Later, she got pregnant, and my elder brother took responsibility and married her." After hearing Ling Sitang's marriage story, Qin Mingyu sneered disdainfully. This was clearly a real-life story of an honest man being taken advantage of, but she never expected it to happen to her relative. Men surnamed Ling are indeed fools. Qin Mingyu made Ling Yu the scapegoat again. But Ling Yu didn't refute. In fact, he wasn't much better than his elder brother, or perhaps even worse. He and Qin Mingyu got married after meeting only once, and they had even less contact than Ling Sitang and ZQ. Ling Yu suddenly smiled. "Yeah, we're all fools, but it seems like I have much better luck than my elder brother." "What do you mean?" Qin Mingyu suddenly stared at him with her beautiful eyes. Ling Yu's face lit up with happiness. Miss Qin Mingyu is not only more beautiful than Ziyangqiu, but also has much better character. When I and Miss Qin got married, it was just to continue blind dates and to reassure my mother. It was actually a huge risk, but fortunately, now we're living quite happily. Aren't we? Qin Mingyu pouted deliberately. HMPH, you're happy. I'm not that happy. Ling Yu immediately asked, Miss Qin, what did I do to make you unhappy? What do you think? You're still being cyberbullied now, and we're a married couple. If the situation continues to escalate, I'm afraid I'll be implicated because of you. I'm sorry, I'll handle it right away. Ling Yu quickly apologized, realizing that when he said he would face it alone, he had overlooked one thing. He had a legal wife. If the cyberbullying continued to escalate, Qin Mingyu would inevitably be involved. Just say you're a fool. How do you plan to handle it? The other side is smearing us in every way, but my sister and I have evidence to prove our innocence, even to prove that they are twisting the facts. Our only difficulty now is dealing with their internet trolls, because we don't have money to buy traffic and internet trolls. That's simple. What was a headache for Ling Yu was nothing in Qin Mingyu's eyes. I know many media friends who can help write articles to clarify the matter for you. As for hiring internet trolls and buying trending topics, I also have money. Thank you, Miss Qin. Ling Yu hurriedly expressed his gratitude, but then said confidently, there's no need to buy traffic and trending topics. As long as a media account publishes articles for us and shows the evidence, I believe justice will prevail, and everyone will definitely stand on our side. Seeing Ling Yu's confidence, Qin Mingyu didn't doubt his readiness. Moreover, she believed in Ling Yu's character. Facts are facts, and anyone trying to twist them will definitely pay a much higher price than those who clarify them. Ling Yu continued, I don't believe Grandpa and Chen Zhengxi have the ability to do this. I guess there must be someone behind them helping them. I need to figure it out. Qin Mingyu nodded in agreement. If Ling Yu's grandfather and his family had such capabilities, they wouldn't be racking their brains to cheat for a few tens of thousands of yuan. The truth behind it might be quite complex. Then let the bullets fly for a while. When the situation escalates, we can turn the tables. Only then can we put our enemies in a desperate situation. Qin Mingyu said, I'll help you investigate who's behind this right away. Thank you, Miss Qin. Ling Yu thanked her again. With Qin Mingyu's help, this matter would become much simpler. Qin Mingyu smirked arrogantly. Don't thank me. I'm just afraid the flames will burn me. No matter what she said, Ling Yu felt warm inside. Soon, Qin Mingyu returned to the room and instructed Zia Shaodi to help investigate. They needed to find out who wrote the articles, who bought the trending topics, and dig deeper into the matter. Ling Yu didn't enter Qin Mingyu's room, but instead prepared lunch for her. Just as lunch was set on the table, Qin's grandfather called. Grandpa, is everything all right? Ziyu, Grandpa just received news that someone is spreading rumors and cyberbullying you. Are you okay? Qin Chang'an was the chairman of the Chang'an Group. Usually, he left the affairs of the Chang'an Group to the younger generations of the family. In Yun City, whether in politics, business, or other fields, their Qin family's women were in charge, so he basically played a hands-off role. Now, what concerned him most was Ling Yu and his granddaughter would produce a great-grandchild for him. So when he heard that someone was daring enough to go after his beloved grandson-in-law, he immediately wanted to understand the situation and help his grandson-in-law deal with the enemies. Grandpa, I'm fine. This little thing won't bring me down. You don't need to worry. Mingyu has already come back to help me handle it. Ling Yu hurriedly replied, feeling touched inside. He had a grateful heart. Compared to his elder brother and mother, his relatives from his wife's family were really good. Oh, Mingyu. When Qin Chang'an heard this, he was thrilled. He had always been worried that his granddaughter was too indifferent and that Ling Yu couldn't get through to her. In that case, his wish to hold a great-grandchild might never come true. Now, his granddaughter had actually come back home voluntarily to help him deal with things, proving that she did care about her husband after all. This greatly raised his hopes of holding a great-grandchild. Well, let Mingyu accompany you to handle it. If you can't handle it, then tell me. Qin Chang'an hung up the phone with a cheerful smile. He wasn't stupid, although he wanted to help his grandson-in-law get through this difficult time. He also saw it as a great opportunity for his granddaughter and grandson-in-law to bond. Being old and wise, he knew better than anyone else that relationships needed time to develop. Even if a man and a woman had no feelings for each other at first, after time's refinement, they would eventually become inseparable. Let's wait and see, haha. Who was calling? Qin Mingyu happened to come out of the room and saw Ling Yu putting down the phone. out. Your grandpa. What? Grandpa? Chin Mingyu was also quite surprised. Her grandpa, that old man, didn't like going online, let alone paying attention to trending topics. How did he know about this? And as soon as he found out, he immediately called to check on Lingyu. It was evident that he really cherished his grandson-in-law. Chin Mingyu felt a pang of jealousy again, wondering if her grandpa had switched genders. How could an old man dote on his grandson-in-law but treat his granddaughter like a nobody? Well, Grandpa said, if we can't handle it, we should tell him. Lingyu recounted Qin Chang'an's words. Chin Mingyu snorted coldly. Even if it was a big deal, there was nothing she couldn't handle. Her grandpa's words were simply an insult to her and a display of favoritism towards her husband, making her unable to suppress her anger and jealousy. Miss Chin, let's eat first. You need to have your meals on time to maintain good digestion. This sentence from Lingyu warmed Chin Mingyu's heart. If her grandpa favored her husband over her, at least she still had a husband who cherished her. What's this? Chin Mingyu sat at the dining table, looking at the simple yet strangely presented dishes on the table, unable to help but furrow her delicate eyebrows. Sorry, Miss Chin, I've been too busy lately and haven't had a chance to go grocery shopping. There are only a few ingredients left at home, so I just made these 3 dishes randomly, Lingyu explained. One is steamed spare ribs with black bean sauce, another is stir-fried dried radish with dried shrimp, and the third is oyster sauce lettuce. Wow, each dish was something Chin Mingyu had never tasted before, and she hadn't even heard of them. Moreover, to Chin Mingyu's refined taste, the presentation of these dishes seemed quite strange. Come on, try some, you need to have your meals on time, Lingyu personally used the serving chopsticks to pick up a piece of lettuce for Chin Mingyu. Chin Mingyu wasn't initially inclined to eat, but she didn't want to refuse, especially since Lingyu had cooked these dishes specifically for her. Taking a small bite, she unexpectedly found the lettuce tasting somewhat like a Western dish, and to her surprise, it actually tasted pretty good. Seeing Chin Mingyu finally finish a piece of lettuce, Lingyu chuckled heartily. Miss Chin, this is my favorite dish. During my time in the military, whenever I had the chance to eat this dish, I could easily finish at least 5 bowls of rice. 5 bowls, at least, Chin Mingyu was stunned. Was this guy a pig who could eat 5 bowls of rice in one sitting? Yeah. Lingyu didn't realize that Chin Mingyu thought of him as a gluttonous pig, and proudly continued, so, I specifically learned how to make this dish in the kitchen, thinking that I must let my future wife taste it someday. A blush immediately spread across Chin Mingyu's fair face, making it slightly warm. She couldn't believe she had become the wife of a glutton who could eat more than 5 bowls of rice. And these 2 dishes are also common dishes I often eat. You should try them too, Lingyu continued enthusiastically, no longer trying to feed the iceberg lady, as he knew Chin Mingyu didn't like that. Seeing this man looking so appetized by the 3 dishes, Chin Mingyu's appetite was also stimulated. She slowly picked up some dried radish with small dried shrimp. She had only ever eaten lobsters 100 times bigger than these underdeveloped small shrimps. Could she really eat them? Taking a small bite, although far from being as good as lobsters, she could still manage to swallow it. I'm full. Finish your meal quickly. We need to go back to Chenji-kun. Chin Mingyu quickly put down her chopsticks. Huh. Already full. You're really easy to feed. Lingyu looked a bit disappointed to see her barely touch her food and could only finish the rest of the dishes himself. Seeing him like this, Chin Mingyu couldn't help but admire him. Was this man a bottomless pit? He could eat enough for 3 days in just one meal. I asked my friend to investigate, and it turns out that all those trending articles online were posted from Chenji-kun. Your cousin and your grandfather definitely don't have such sentimental writing skills. Someone must be helping them behind the scenes, Chin Mingyu continued to clarify while he was eating. Yeah. I think so too, Lingyu put down his bowl and said. Thank you for the information, Miss Chin. Let's go back immediately and see who's behind this and what their motive is. The 2 of them quickly left the house. Meanwhile, at the office of the Liu Group, Liu Heading hurriedly burst into his elder brother's CEO office, shouting, Big brother, give me another 2 million. I want to continue buying trending topics. Absolutely not. I refuse to believe it. I've spent so much money. And I still can't get my news about confessing to Mingyu to the top of the list. He learned this trick from reading online novels. Those domineering male protagonists, when confessing to the female protagonist, didn't they all rely on this trick? Once the whole city knew about their romantic affairs, the female lead would inevitably be labeled as the male lead's woman. Subconsciously, the female lead would eventually fall into the hands of the domineering male lead. But what's happening now? He spent over $1 million, but he couldn't get his romantic confession to Chin Mingyu on the top headlines of Yun City. Instead, those news articles cursing his relatives were trending at the top. Even if you spend another $10 million, it won't work. You're just making wedding clothes for others with your money. Liu Yejian didn't join his brother's madness and bluntly spoke the truth. Why? Liu Heding still didn't understand. You idiot! Haven't you noticed that the top headlines are all news and articles cursing Ling Yu? Do you know why these news can top the list? It's all because of the money you spend boosting others. Liu Yejian cursed loudly, and Liu Heding walked over to see for himself. Only then did he realize that the top headlines were all news cursing Ling Yu for being heartless and ungrateful. Looking at the comments, some even said that because of these trending topics, Ling Yu had ruined second young master Liu's attempt to confess to Chin Mingyu and made it to the top 10 trending topics. Damn it, are these people idiots? Clearly, it's these news articles that reached the top because of the traffic I bought with my news. How dare they twist the truth? Liu Heding cursed angrily. Liu Yejian couldn't help but give him a hard slap on the butt, loudly scolding, "You fool, don't you understand yet? Your confession to Chin Mingyu lacks any sensational element. Only news involving ethics and morality, triggering heated arguments, had any potential to trend. So no matter how much money you pour into it, you're just helping those who create these news articles." Liu Heding finally understood, but still exclaimed, "Big brother, what should I do now?" "You're just plain stupid," Liu Yejian coldly remarked. "The effect you want is for the whole city to know that you made a romantic confession to Chin Mingyu, right? Since these trending topics can boost the traffic to your news, let's continue investing money in these news articles. Besides, I believe the relationship between this Ling Yu and Chin Mingyu is definitely not simple." Liu Heding suddenly realized. Indeed, while this approach didn't get his news to the top of the list, it inadvertently achieved another goal. It could make that detestable Ling Yu a pariah, unable to show his face in Yun City anymore. It could also be considered revenge. So, you don't need to spend another $2 million. Take 300,000, use it to boost the traffic to the top trending topic. And it will drive traffic to your news. With a casual gesture, Liu Yejian gave his brother another 300,000 and sent him away. Then, a sinister smile gradually appeared on his face. Since being beaten up by Ling Yu last time, he had investigated Ling Yu's background. It turned out that he was a retired soldier from the northern frontier, the ruthless man who helped Chin Mingyu complete the strategic warehouse project. This man, in collusion with Chin Mingyu, snatched away a $1 billion contract that originally belonged to the Liu Group. He wouldn't let this couple live in peace. By evening, Ling Yu and Chin Mingyu had arrived at Chenjiakun. Because it was a sensitive period, Ling Yu was worried that someone might damage Chin Mingyu's car due to the misleading news reports online, so they didn't drive there. Instead, they took a DD ride. To avoid being recognized by the driver, Ling Yu and Chin Mingyu even wore masks. But unexpectedly, as soon as they got out of the car, they were recognized right away. "Hey, isn't this Ling Yu? Why are you here in Chenjiakun?" Chin Mingyu was secretly startled. She and Ling Yu had come to investigate secretly, and if they were recognized by people from Chenjiakun and surrounded, it could be troublesome. "And wrong, it's you. Just got back from the fields." Ling Yu responded to the person, without a trace of nervousness in his tone. "I just finished my work. I heard that your grandfather and cousin are defaming you online, saying that you cheated them out of their money and didn't save your uncle. How could they distort the truth like that?" Aunt Rong spoke up, and Chin Mingyu immediately felt relieved. She hadn't expected the people from Chenjiakun to be so reasonable. The annual dividends in Chenjiakun are distributed according to the number of people listed in the household registration. Your mother got married and left. Her household registration remained in the village, so of course, she should receive dividends every year. That's what she deserves. How could they say you cheated them out of their money? Aunt Rong continued indignantly, speaking the truth. This was also one of the focal points of the defamation campaign against Ling Yu's family by his grandfather and cousin. The land in Chenjiakun was leased to others for the construction of warehouses and farms, generating considerable income each year. The village committee distributed these incomes to the villagers at the end of each year. Sometimes, each person could receive 7 or 8,000, and sometimes as little as 3 or 4,000. Chen Ailin's household registration remained in Chenjiakun, so she would still receive a share every year. In the past, it was Ling Yu's grandfather's family who took her share of the money. Over 30 years, they had accumulated more than 100,000. Chen Ailin didn't argue about it until the year she needed surgery for kidney stones and the family had no money. Ling Ruoxu brought people to Chenjiakun and demanded that Ling Yu's grandfather's family return the money that belonged to her mother. After several disputes, they finally managed to get back more than 40,000. But now it had become Ling Ruoxu's accusation against Ling Yu for taking away their grandfather's hard-earned money. Where do those who helped Chen Sanwa distort the truth live in the village? Chen Mingyu suddenly spoke up and asked Aunt Ron, "Where do those people who helped Chen Sanwa distort the truth live in the village?" "Those people are all ruffians in the village. As long as someone gives them a little money, they'll disregard right and wrong and speak for their benefactors," Aunt Ron, well aware of such matters, proceeded to provide Chen Mingyu with their names and addresses. Chen Mingyu had an exceptional memory. She could remember everything the other party said. She planned to have Zia Shouty send someone to have a good talk with these guys later. If Chen Sanwa had the ability to make them lie, then she certainly had 1,000 ways to make them tell the truth, and even turn the tables on Chen Sanwa and his grandfather. When things turned around, let's see if the Chen family could still be cocky. "Oh, aren't you Ling Ruoxu?" Aunt Rong suddenly realized that the tall woman beside Ling Yu wasn't Ling Ruoxu and curiously asked, "Ling Yu, who is she?" "Oh, she's my wife," Ling Yu replied hastily. "What? You're married? How come Aunt Rong didn't know? Your grandfather even said you were useless and couldn't even find a wife." Aunt Rong was quite talkative, and her words seemed endless. With just a glance from Chen Mingyu, Ling Yu quickly apologized and took his leave. To prevent being recognized again, Ling Yu put on another cap and even intentionally hunched over as they walked. If someone could still recognize him like this, they must have eagle eyes. According to the information reported by Zia Shouty, the IP address of the person posting defamatory content about Ling Yu's family was at 105 West Village Road, Chenjiakun. To get there, Ling Yu and Chen Mingyu had to pass by Chen Sanwa's house. Although it was in the village, Chen Sanwa's house was quite nice. It was a 2.5-story self-built house with a large area, definitely more valuable than Ling Yu's small bungalow. Back then, when my uncle was drowning in gambling debts, Chen Sanwa refused to sell his own house but had the audacity to pressure my mother to sell ours. In the end, he even demanded a substantial sum from my mother and my sister. Ling Yu couldn't help but recount that past event to Chen Mingyu, his emotions still running high. Chen Mingyu also despised such despicable individuals. She was determined to help Ling Yu deal with them. Unexpectedly, it was already dinner time, and as they walked by, they heard the sounds of clinking glasses and toasting from inside. Chen Zhengxi gloated, "Grandpa, this time Ling Yu and Ling Ruoxu are doomed. Ha ha, who would have thought that with just a little trickery, we could make them suffer so much?" Grandma whispered, "Junsheng, they are still relatives after all. Is what you're doing going too far?" Chen Sanwa snorted angrily, "Too far? Dealing with these heartless scum, there's no such thing as too far. You women are just too soft-hearted. Stay out of this." Chen Zhengxi chimed in, "That's right. Grandma, have you forgotten how they brought people to snatch away over 40,000 from us? My dad is their uncle, and he was detained overseas. They wouldn't even give up 80,000. They deserved what they got." Chen Han interjected, "Brother, what you're saying isn't right. That 40,000 was Aunt's dividend, and we were only returning a quarter to her family. How can you call that robbery? Now you're having people write about our cousin and cousin-in-law like this, and it's gone viral. They're going to face a brutal online backlash." "Shut up," Chen Sanwa roared, landing a slap on Chen Han's face. The loud slap echoed clearly outside, and not only that, Chen Sanwa forcibly dragged Chen Han away from the dinner table and kicked her several times just because she spoke a fair word for her ass family. Ling Yu had long known that Chen Sanwa favored males over females, but he didn't expect him to be so extreme. Chen Mingyu even felt the urge to storm in and give that old coot a couple of slaps. HMPH. Women are nothing but trash. Their arms are destined to bend outward. Chen Sanwa cursed loudly. You won't be having dinner tonight. Get out. Isn't your sister just trying to live for her brother? I raised your aunt with so much effort. What's wrong with asking her to give some money to your dad? And they dared to take it back. Now I'm going to take back twice as much. Let me tell you, if the Chen Ailin family doesn't bring back 200,000, I won't stop. I want those unfilial scum to live in the midst of online outrage. Outside the door, Ling Yu heard these words and was enraged. This unreasonable old man, who asked for his filial piety. His mother wasn't just a tool to live for his uncle. She had her own children, her own family. Why should she have to live for your rotten son after getting married? Chen Mingyu also experienced firsthand how terrifying the mindset of favoring sons over daughters could be. Grandsons were treasures, while daughters and granddaughters were worse than weeds. Her grandfather also favored sons over daughters, but he would never be as disgusting as Chen Sanwa. That old man inside was so disgusting that she almost couldn't resist breaking in and kicking him to death. Let's go. In the end, it was Chen Mingyu who stopped the raging Ling Yu. After leaving the vicinity of Chen Sanwa's house, she spoke coldly, rest assured. I will make that grandfather and grandson regret it to the bone. Miss Chen, thank you. Ling Yu finally took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger. He did want to deal with that grandfather and grandson, but if it weren't for Chen Mingyu accompanying him and helping him, he didn't know what he would be able to do. In times of despair, having a charming wife by his side made everything seem not so bad. Don't be so polite all the time. Okay. Although Chen Mingyu appreciated his polite gratitude, she also didn't like his stiffness. I've said it before, husband and wife share the same fate. Your affairs are my affairs. What a line. Your affairs are my affairs. Moved by her words, Ling Yu chuckled and exclaimed, Miss Chen, I suddenly don't want to divorce you anymore. Wouldn't it be great if you could continue to be my wife? Expecting to be rebuffed by Chen Mingyu, saying he's a toad lusting after swan's flesh. Ling Yu was surprised when the icy woman muttered softly, that depends on how you behave next. Huh? What did you just say, Miss Chen? She spoke too softly, and Ling Yu didn't catch it. I said you're an idiot. Is this the time to talk about such things? Hurry up and walk. Oh. Ling Yu could only nod and quicken his pace to catch up with Chen Mingyu. Soon, they arrived at a standalone self-built house, 2 stories high, with a big sign hanging above the first floor. Chameleon Studio. Ling Yu hadn't been to Chen Village for a long time, and didn't know when someone had set up an IT studio here. Miss Chen, will there be anyone inside at this time? You idiot. Chen Mingyu immediately reprimanded. The articles online insulting you were all posted at night. Do you think there won't be anyone inside now? Knock on the door quickly. Got it. Ling Yu nodded and knocked on the door with force. Sure enough, after a while, someone came to open the door. Who are you? What do you want? The person who opened the door was a chubby guy who looked like a typical otaku, emitting a sour stench that even Chen Mingyu, despite wearing a mask, couldn't help but cover her nose. Oh, it's you, Chen Yuanlong. Ling Yu also dropped the pretense and removed his mask. He recognized this fat guy, Chen Yuanlong, as Chen Zhongxi's playmate. He never expected this loser to be able to open a studio. It's you. Chen Yuanlong, though proficient in computer technology, had average mental resilience. Upon seeing Ling Yu, he quickly became nervous, closed the door, and even locked it, retreating inside. Seeing his reaction, Ling Yu and Chen Mingyu exchanged glances, finding it amusing. Chen Yuanlong was obviously trying to avoid admitting guilt, proving that the online slander was indeed posted by him on behalf of Chen Zhongxi. Chen Yuanlong, if you don't open the door, don't blame me for being impolite. Ling Yu adopted a firm tone. You can call the police now, but once the investigation clears, you'll face legal consequences for spreading rumors and defamation. Having visited Chen Village several times, Ling Yu had some understanding of Chen Yuanlong's character. He was fat but cowardly, lacking the courage to resist when faced with difficulty. Therefore, he needed to be intimidated first. Seeing no response from inside, Ling Yu lifted the iron gate forcefully and pulled it. With a dull sound, the iron gate was forcibly opened. What's going on? Qin Mingyu had been watching from the sidelines and couldn't believe her eyes. Is this man a monster? Or is the iron gate just a facade? She suddenly felt a bit unsafe locking the door at night. What if this man really wanted to overpower her one night? A door wouldn't be enough to stop him. Miss Qin, let's go in. Ling Yu, unaware of Qin Mingyu's thoughts, turned around and gestured for her to enter. Qin Mingyu, a female CEO after all, quickly regained her composure and coldly hummed before entering the house. Inside, there was an unbearable stench. If it weren't for Ling Yu's sake, she wouldn't have stepped foot in such a place. Even Ling Yu couldn't help but cover his nose. What did this fat guy, Chen Yuanlan, usually do in the studio? This place didn't look like an office at all. It looked more like a ruin. Just as Ling Yu was still searching for where the fat guy had hidden, suddenly a thick stick came down towards his head. Ling Yu, go to hell. Chen Yuanlan, with a ferocious look on his face, struck down with the stick, his eyes fierce and a bit proud and expectant. Although Qin Mingyu was wearing a mask, he couldn't help but feel captivated by her figure. Knocking Ling Yu down, this beauty voluntarily entered his studio. Wasn't it like a sheep entering a tiger's den? This otaku usually fantasized about beautiful women in front of his computer and had long wanted to try the taste of a real person. But his dream was quickly shattered. Crack. Ling Yu lightly raised his left hand and caught the stick. No matter how Chen Yuanlang struggled, the stick remained immobile. What's going on? The strength of this man in front of him was terrifying. Chen Yuanlang had to accept the fact that the opponent's skills and strength were leagues above his own, so he let go of the stick and tried to retreat. This time, Ling Yu didn't give him a chance. With a swing, he struck Chen Yuanlang's right leg, causing the fat guy to fall heavily to the ground. Chen Yuanlang, why are you so afraid of me? Did you do something shameful and fear being discovered by me? Ling Yu didn't know Chen Yuanlang's dirty thoughts, so he held back against him. The next moment, he walked towards Chen Yuanlang's computer, intending to find out if the articles and photos online were uploaded and promoted from here. Don't touch my computer. Even with one leg less mobile, Chen Yuanlang went crazy and rushed over, trying to stop Ling Yu from checking his computer. The more he acted like this, the more Ling Yu felt that he was hiding something. He twisted Chen Yuanlang's hand and warned, "You better behave yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for not holding back." Chen Yuanlang was no match for Ling Yu at all and could only watch him operate the computer helplessly. As Ling Yu moved the mouse, the screensaver disappeared automatically. The sudden image that appeared made Ling Yu, a gynecologist, extremely embarrassed. Seeing this, Qin Mingyu quickly walked over. "Mingyu, don't look." Ling Yu hurriedly stopped her because Chen Yuanlang, this perverted otaku, had just been watching some sleazy videos. However, Qin Mingyu remained indifferent, even giving Ling Yu a glance with slightly raised lips. What kind of expression was that? Ling Yu's cheeks felt a bit hot, feeling as if this woman was mocking him. Mingyu, beauty. Is your name Mingyu? Are you Qin Mingyu? Chen Yuanlang suddenly exclaimed as he looked at Qin Mingyu. Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu frowned slightly. From his tone, it seemed like this dead fat guy actually knew her. The next moment, Ling Yu closed the video. He then noticed that there were many other voyeuristic videos in the folder he had opened. Ling Yu had no interest whatsoever. As he was about to close the folder, Qin Mingyu took the initiative to grab his hand. Ling Yu felt a shock as if he had been electrified. Before he could overthink, he followed Qin Mingyu's gaze and saw the name of a folder. Qin Mingyu, what's going on? Ling Yu trembled all over. In the folder of this dead fat guy, there were voyeuristic videos named after his wife. Instantly, a surge of uncontrollable anger rushed to his head. "You dumb fat otaku." Ling Yu lifted Chen Yuanlang with one hand. Qin Mingyu felt a surge of nausea and grabbed a cup from the table, smashing it onto Chen Yuanlang's head. Dang! The cup shattered, and blood gushed from Chen Yuanlang's head. However, Ling Yu didn't think his wife's violence was wrong. He felt quite relieved and firmly grabbed Chen Yuanlang, demanding, "How do you know my wife? When did you start spying on her?" Chen Yunlong was both shocked and terrified. He didn't know if Ling Yu was telling the truth or not. How could the most beautiful woman in Cloud City become his wife? And the woman wearing a mask in front of him, could she really be the Qin family's young miss? What's going on? In his eyes, Qin Mingyu was a fairy in the clouds. How could she appear in front of him? The information on his computer was all bought online. Ling Yu, stop talking to him, beat him up. Qin Mingyu felt extremely disgusted, but had no bodyguards with her, so she could only instruct her husband. Seeing Qin Mingyu's expression and thinking about this guy lusting after his wife, Ling Yu also became furious. He viciously punched Chen Yunlong in the face. He used to be a former North Border War Volv, and the power of his fists was comparable to a cannonball. This punch was many times heavier than the cup Qin Mingyu smashed, and it directly caved in Chen Yunlong's cheekbone, causing blood to fly everywhere. Take that, you filthy pervert. How dare you covet my wife? Die. Ling Yu cursed angrily as he punched him mercilessly. Despite his fear of accidentally killing him, Ling Yu's fatal punches were aimed at Chen Yunlong's fat body. Despite this, Chen Yunlong still felt as if his entire body was falling apart, and the pain caused him to faint. All right, don't really beat him to death. Qin Mingyu reluctantly tried to stop him. For some reason, just now seeing Ling Yu lose control and curse because of her, she didn't feel that Ling Yu was rude at all. Instead, she felt quite relieved. Since he didn't capture anything, let him go through the footage. Although Qin Mingyu said so, she still went to delete the photos and videos. However, Ling Yu still felt uncomfortable and couldn't help but say, "Miss Qin, you should be careful not to be spied on again. You never know how many perverted men like Chen Yunlong are out there." Why, feeling uncomfortable now, originally meant as teasing, Qin Mingyu expected Ling Yu to deny it. However, she didn't expect this man to nod seriously. Yeah. In that moment just now, it felt like a volcano erupted in my heart. It was really uncomfortable, and I still can't accept it now. Idiot. Qin Mingyu couldn't help but laugh. These things are impossible to guard against. I promise no man will ever touch me. Implication. That includes you. She was the female CEO of the Qin Tiagang Group, the young miss of the Qin family. She often had media interviews. How could she guard against so many men in Cloud City? Except for this idiot in front of her, who still didn't know her identity. Hearing Qin Mingyu's words, Ling Yu felt much better. He felt that Qin Mingyu was a fairy untainted by the world, and no man could defile her. Of course, he never thought of pushing her down. He felt unworthy. Quick, search for evidence. Okay. Ling Yu calmed down and began searching for evidence on Chen Yunlong's computer. The otaku never expected anyone to uncover his tracks, so he didn't have time to cover his tracks. Qin Mingyu also thought Ling Yu wasn't good with IT, but she didn't expect him to be so proficient. It was as if he had been a special agent before. He quickly found the information. Not only did they discover that Chen Zhengxi had paid him 2,000 yuan to post and write articles, but they also found evidence of a mysterious account transferring money to Chen Yunlong to support him in creating publicity that spread throughout the city. A transfer of 300,000 yuan at once, that's quite a sum. Ling Yu was shocked. He had long known that the Chen family didn't have the ability to spread the news of his defamation on social media, but he didn't know who was willing to spend a large sum of money to ruin him. It must be someone surnamed Liu. Qin Mingyu quickly figured out the ins and outs of the matter. There was also news on the hot search about Liu Hedan confessing his love for her. Since even such gossip could make it to the hot search, it must have been Liu Hedan buying traffic. Unfortunately, that kind of news didn't catch on, but news that criticized Ling Yu's ethical standards became popular. Then, Liu Yejian used this news to retaliate against Ling Yu and secretly funded Chen Yunlong to continue promoting it. However, Liu Yejian was a careful man who left no trace in his actions. Even if Qin Mingyu suspected him, there was no concrete evidence, so they had to leave it at that for now. After collecting this information, the two returned. Dealing with Liu Yejian still needed some time, but it was easy to turn the situation around and discredit the Chen family. Miss Qin, it's too late now, and Chenji-kun is quite remote. There are no DD cars available. What should we do? On their way back, they encountered trouble. For Qin Mingyu, such a thing was actually no big deal. With just a phone call, she could summon a dozen drivers to pick her up. However, she had to pretend to be poor and hide her identity in front of Lingyu. She couldn't reveal her status as the Qin family's young miss now. "You're a man. What do you think we should do?" Qin Mingyu casually passed the ball back to him. "I remember there's a hotel outside Chenjiku. The environment isn't bad. How about we stay there for the night?" Lingyu suggested without much thought. However, Qin Mingyu was a bit cautious, thinking of her grandfather's text message. Was this man trying to take advantage of her? It seemed dangerous. "Humph, if he dares to force himself on me, I'll turn him into a eunuch." Qin Mingyu thought to herself. "What do you think, Miss Qin?" Seeing that she hadn't agreed, Lingyu asked again. "It's up to you to decide. Why are you being so indecisive? Are you even a man?" Qin Mingyu looked at Lingyu disapprovingly. Lingyu exploded instantly. "How am I not a man? Of course, I am. Do you want me to prove it to you?" Qin Mingyu didn't expect him to react so strongly. She raised her hands and laughed. "Sure, prove it to me." Lingyu gritted his teeth and took out his ID card, thrusting it excitedly in front of her. "Look. Do you see it clearly? Name? Lingyu. Gender? Male. The country can prove it for me. Don't ever doubt whether I'm a man again, humph." So that's it. Although Lingyu proved himself to be a man, Qin Mingyu looked at him with even more disdain. She thought he would prove it more directly. Lingyu fearlessly argued with reason and finally won over Qin Mingyu on the question of whether he was a man. However, he couldn't win the status that a man should have and still had to run errands to a hotel outside the village. "Boss, do you have any rooms available?" The boss, a man in his 40s, glanced at Lingyu, then at Qin Mingyu still outside, and asked in a low voice with hidden meaning, "Young man, to people? Yan. To." Lingyu nodded, feeling a bit strange. He was here to book a room, not to do anything secretive. Why would the boss ask such a question? Although the boss couldn't see Qin Mingyu's face, he glanced at her perfect figure and swallowed his saliva secretly. "Young man, a single room is 98 yuan. A double room is 888 yuan. Both rooms need to be checked out by 12 p.m. the next day." "What's this?" Lingyu was stunned. "Why is the double room so much more expensive than the single room?" "Of course, the double room has a big round bed. Is having a big round bed worth 10 times the price?" Lingyu frowned. "What about the size and other facilities?" "They're the same, brother." The boss was puzzled. He thought this young man seemed quite normal. Could he be a naive straight man? "If you book a double room, I'll definitely provide you with matching services. When that beauty comes in and asks, I'll definitely say there are no single rooms left. Then you can naturally share a room with her. Do whatever you want at night, right? Then let's have 2 single rooms." The huge price difference made Lingyu hesitate no further, and he directly requested 2 single rooms. The boss almost petrified on the spot. Was this man a fool? With such a perfect woman behind him, he couldn't even bear to spend 888 yuan for one night. The boss wanted to make money and also wanted to give Lingyu another chance. He emphasized deliberately, "Okay, please show your ID card. 1 room, 1 ID." But Lingyu seemed to have not understood the hidden meaning. He directly turned around and went out to ask Qin Mingyu for her ID. "Oh my goodness, is this guy a eunuch or just stingy? He's out with such a beautiful woman and still insists on getting 2 single rooms." This kind of thing was rare in the 10 years the boss had been running the hotel. He was completely baffled by Lingyu. No empty talk, if that long-legged beauty was willing to come out with him. Even if it cost 8,888 yuan, he wouldn't hesitate to pay for a room. Sleeping with such a woman for one night would instantly reach the pinnacle of life, you know. "What's up? Are there any rooms available?" Qin Mingyu happened to walk to the door and saw Lingyu rushing out, so she asked casually. "Yes, 1 room requires 1 ID card, and yours too." Lingyu's expression was straightforward. Without saying anything, Qin Mingyu took out her ID card and handed it over. Lingyu took a glance and saw that Qin Mingyu's ID photo was also stunningly beautiful, with natural grace and beauty that couldn't be achieved through makeup. "Here, 2 rooms." Lingyu entered the hotel again and handed over the ID cards. Qin Mingyu followed him into the hotel. The boss stared at her for a long time. No matter how he looked, this woman was stunningly beautiful. And the two of them didn't look like siblings at all. Did this man not have any crooked thoughts? Could he have become Yan Wei at such a young age? Here, take your room cards. Although the boss wanted to make money, he had no choice, and Ling Yu insisted on 2 single rooms. However, Ling Yu's unusual behavior and the boss's surprised look finally made Ling Yu realize that something was amiss. In the instant he received the room cards, he suddenly understood. Yes, tonight was a heaven-sent opportunity. Why didn't he think of sharing a room with the Ice Queen? Was it just to save money? They had been married for so long, and this was such a rare opportunity. Was the Ice Queen secretly giving him a chance by letting him book the room? But he just missed out like that. Ling Yu couldn't help but steal glances at Chen Mingyu again. He never denied that he admired Chen Mingyu's looks and figure. She was the only woman who could make this gynecologist have impure thoughts. But soon, he discreetly slapped himself. What are you thinking, Ling Yu? That's the Ice Queen. You think you can get lucky just by sleeping in the same room as her? Be careful she doesn't snip you with scissors. What are you still standing there for? Chen Mingyu suddenly turned her head. Huh? Nothing. Here's your room card. See you tomorrow. Ling Yu quickly handed the Ice Queen a room card and fled. He felt like he was definitely crazy tonight. He had lived with the Ice Queen for so long without ever having any improper thoughts about her. He hadn't even taken advantage of her, and she was drunk twice. But just now, he had actually entertained the thought that the Ice Queen might be giving him a chance. He even entertained the simple thought of sleeping with the Ice Queen. If the Ice Queen found out about his thoughts, it would be embarrassing. After Ling Yu disappeared, Chen Mingyu calmly asked, "Boss, don't you have double rooms here?" "We do." The boss was bursting with anticipation and asked excitedly, "Are you not related by blood? Why did he insist on booking 2 single rooms?" Chen Mingyu frowned slightly, but still responded coldly, "None of your business." "How?" The boss, who was full of anticipation, almost bit his tongue. This woman's aura was so cold, it could freeze people to death. Chen Mingyu had misandry, so she wouldn't have a good attitude when talking to other men. Taking the room card, Chen Mingyu went up to the room. She took off her coat and then, after making sure there were no cameras, she also took off the pure white lace underwear she had deliberately worn today. She knew that the man didn't like cotton underwear, so she specifically bought it. Unfortunately, she didn't get the chance to show it to him. Could it be that he's really not interested in me? Chen Mingyu murmured to herself as she looked at her flawless body in the mirror. Was the man next door really not planning to take advantage of her? Didn't he want to get his hands on his grandfather's billions? Meanwhile, Ling Yu was tossing and turning in the next room, wondering if the Ice Queen had deliberately given him a chance tonight, or if it was just his imagination as a man. Although he also felt that the Ice Queen was very cold, if he could really have a baby with her, wouldn't her grandfather and his own mother be very happy? Unfortunately, he had wasted this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Early the next morning, Ling Yu was waiting outside Chen Mingyu's room. Click. Chen Mingyu opened the door and saw her husband waiting outside. She walked out wearing the hotel-provided bathrobe and handed him the room card. "You go check out first, I'll come down after changing clothes." With a slight bend, her graceful figure and the snowy white scenery on her chest were faintly visible. The sudden strong visual impact made Ling Yu tense all over. "Oh my god, is my wife really so attractive? Why have you been staring at me?" Chen Mingyu suddenly frowned, asking sternly. Ling Yu was startled and quickly averted his gaze, honestly saying, "I'm sorry, Miss Chen, you're just too beautiful. I accidentally got mesmerized." Chen Mingyu's lips curled up slightly. The Ice Queen actually smirked. She was feeling proud. If it were any other man staring at her like that, he would have received a punch from her in karate. But every time Ling Yu looked at her like that, and then sincerely praised her, she felt that her beauty was meaningful. "Then I'll go check out. See you outside later." Ling Yu took the room card and once again fled in embarrassment. Too awkward. He had actually developed a strong interest in the Ice Queen, and he even confessed it. How would he face her gaze in the future? Now it felt like every time he looked at her, it seemed like he wanted to sleep with her. How could he handle this? After checking out downstairs, Chen Mingyu hadn't come down yet, but Qin Chonggong called early in the morning. "Xiao Yu, I see the trending topic scolding you hasn't disappeared yet. What's going on? Has Mingyu not helped you deal with it yet? This old man was really spoiling his son-in-law. He didn't have grandsons, so he put all his doting on his son-in-law. Although Lingyu was a little uncomfortable with it, he was still very grateful to the old man and quickly said, "Grandpa, Mingyu is helping me. Last night, she even stayed with me at a hotel outside while investigating this matter." "What? You stayed in a hotel together outside?" Qin Chang'an became extremely excited. He had long known that his granddaughter wouldn't let Lingyu touch her at home, so could she still refuse outside? Moreover, being old and astute, he had long noticed that his granddaughter treated Lingyu differently. If it were any other man, this woman with misandry would never stay in a hotel with him. With this thought in mind, his wish to hold his great-grandson might soon come true. At this moment, this old man wanted to hum a few lines. "I've waited so long and finally waited for today. I've waited so long and finally realized my dream." But who would have thought that Lingyu would reply, "Yes, we stayed in a hotel outside, but we booked single rooms, one person per room." What? Qin Chang'an simply couldn't believe his ears, and he was so angry that he stomped his foot and cursed, "Lingyu, tell me, are you incapable? Or is my granddaughter not good-looking enough for you?" "Grandpa, I am not." Lingyu was extremely embarrassed as well. Just last night, he was questioned by his granddaughter about his manhood, and now her grandfather was questioning the authenticity of his prowess. Sigh, the mighty Wolf of the North was losing face. HMPH. If it's not fake, then why don't you use it? She's your lawful wife. Push her down. Go all out, strip her naked, sleep with her. Do you even know how to do it? Qin Chang'an was truly furious. Lingyu silently exclaimed, "Oh my God! Has there ever been a grandfather as ruthless as this, inciting a man to treat his granddaughter like this?" That he still had to apologize. "I'm sorry, Grandpa." "Sorry? What good does sorry do? You useless thing, you're really making me mad." Qin Chang'an scolded so loudly that even Qin Mingyu, who was coming downstairs, heard it. Even the hotel owner heard it and thought serves him right. He felt that his grandfather's scolding was justified. Last night, the hotel owner didn't know this beauty was his wife, so he thought it was understandable. After all, if things weren't handled properly, being accused of sexual assault could be troublesome. But now knowing that this beauty was his wife, he actually didn't sleep with her. What kind of useless man was he? In the 5,000 years of Longwu's history, he had never seen someone so useless. "Grandpa, Mingyu is here. I have to go. Bye." Lingyu quickly took the opportunity to hang up the phone, feeling his face burning as if he had committed some heinous crime last night, even though he hadn't done anything. "Let's go." Qin Mingyu suppressed her laughter as she walked past him. Only when her back was turned to Lingyu, her lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. This man deserved to be scolded. The two of them took a taxi back home, and Ling Roxu also called Lingyu. "Xiao Yu, how are you now? Can we start fighting back?" Even though it had only been 2 days since the online harassment, Ling Roxu had already changed her phone, but she was almost at her limit. "Sis, we can." Lingyu didn't want his sister to endure any more harm, so he said directly, "You can start posting articles now, and expose the evidence of how Uncle used to gamble and owe debts, and how he borrowed money from us." "No problem," Ling Roxu said, "but I don't know how to promote it. If no one sees it after posting it online, it'll be useless." "Don't worry, Mingyu will help us," Lingyu answered, glancing at Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu nodded reliably in response. She had already instructed Xia Shaodi to do the work. As soon as Lingyu and his sister started to fight back, she would immediately have those informants retract their testimonies. Plus, with a ton of evidence in their hands, it would be effortless to turn the tables. "Is my younger sister so powerful? Does she need to pay for traffic? Can she also push my articles to the top of the trending searches?" Ling Roxu asked in surprise. "Yet. Anyway, Mingyu is very capable. Just let me know when you post the article. I can't explain the details of the operation to you right now," Lingyu said, feeling inexplicably proud. When he had rushed into marriage just to escape penless blind dates, he had worried that he might end up with a disaster. Little did he know that Qin Mingyu would be his lucky star. After marrying this woman, countless problems had been easily solved because of her. Now, he inexplicably felt that this woman was simply omnipotent. Okay, I'll post it right away. Ling Ruoxu didn't dawdle either. Not long after hanging up the phone, she posted a response article to the top trending headline that had been insulting her and her brother. They borrowed from the Chen family, as well as the evidence of how much money the Chen family took from them. All of it was posted online. Seeing Ling Ruoxu finally respond, Chen Zhengxi immediately told Chen Shan that they were all our moles, and that the readers in Cloud City had already been brainwashed by us once, so they would be biased and wouldn't believe what he said. Chen Luo, hearing his grandson say this, was also deeply convinced, praising him. Junsheng, you're so outstanding. Much better than your father. After that, he felt extremely proud of his grandson. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder why no university wanted to admit his grandson when he was so outstanding. The current exam-oriented education system is really misleading. On the other side, seeing his sister posting, Ling Yu also began to act, posting online all the information he had collected in the Chen family village, as well as the fact that his uncle Chen Yuan had been cheated in northern Myanmar, extorted 30,000 ransom. Yet his grandfather brought the whole family to ask them for 80,000. Not only that, but also exposing the fact that Chen Zhengxi had failed his college entrance examination, but wanted to spend 50,000 to enter a private university through the back door. The online war of words was officially underway. Chen Zhengxi and Chen San was sat at home, snacking while watching Ling Yu and his sister fight back with relish. They believed that no matter how Ling Yu and his sister struggled, it was futile, because under the manipulation of the keyboard warriors, they were bound to lose. And the most proud supporter of Chen Zhengxi was naturally Chen Yunlan, the hacker who ran a studio, controlling countless online accounts. Not only that, but all the cronies in his village who received his bribes would keep commenting to support him. With such a support system, he was sure to win. But unexpectedly, his expression began to freeze the next moment. Brother, what's going on? I see people on the internet starting to say you're lying. They're even calling you heartless scoundrels, trying to extort money, defaming relatives. Sister Chen Han suddenly burst in, flustered. Although she thought her grandfather and brother were not acting decently, she still sided with her brother. If this matter were to be reversed, she feared her brother wouldn't have the courage to bear it like her cousin and cousin, Junsheng. How could this happen? Didn't you say we were guaranteed to win? Chen Sanwell was also anxious. When everything was going smoothly, he felt relaxed and even cruelly wished to see Ling Ruoxu and Ling Yu able to live properly. But now, there was a change. Grandpa, don't panic. After Chen Zhengxi's expression froze for a moment, he immediately smiled smugly. Ling Ruoxu and Ling Yu keep posting counterattacks, and they're sure to sway some people to their side. And maybe they've also bought traffic, hired a water army, so a little different voice for the time being won't affect the overall situation. The people who are cursing them have been doing it for 2 days, and a little movement like this won't change their stance. Chen Sanwell also felt that his analysis made sense, so he calmed down. Grandpa, I'll call my friends right away and ask them to get online and sway the narrative too. Okay. Grandpa is looking forward to seeing Ling Ruoxu and Ling Yu in despair, haha. Chen Sanwell was also quite looking forward to it. Ling Yu and Ling Ruoxu struggling did worry him for a moment, but if they didn't struggle, this old man would find it boring. Now, making them struggle desperately, only to find that they couldn't. And finally having to pay money to his family to calm down the online outrage, and beg them to delete the posts and articles, that's called a complete victory. That's the feeling of forcibly suppressing the other party. Look at those siblings, they're not even willing to take out 80,000, which has caused his grandson to be unable to attend college now, ruining his future. He must make that cold-blooded sibling duo pay a heavy price for this. Chen Zhengxi quickly sent a message in the group asking those brothers, who had taken a few hundred from him, to immediately go and comment on the posts. After hanging up the phone, he also waited to watch the show, ready to see the wind change again. But little did he expect that the next moment, his expression would completely freeze. His 8 brothers, one by one, changed their stance on the hottest comments they had previously made, saying that they had only turned black into white as a water army. because they had taken money from Chen Zhengxi. These traitorous scumbags are asking for death. They dared to double-cross me after taking my money. Chen Zhengxi cursed furiously. The betrayal from these so-called brothers caught him completely off guard. Their comments were all top-rated. If they changed their stance like this, the Chen family's reputation would collapse. Zhengxi, why would this happen? Chen Sanmo was completely panicked. He had been counting on Ling Ruoxu and Ling Yu to not hold out and come to pay money and beg them to delete the posts. If they lost, they would not only be broke, but all the money they had invested would also go down the drain. I don't know. I'll call them and curse them out. Chen Zhengxi could only do so much. Their articles being able to top the trending lists in the first place wasn't even their doing. They didn't even know that someone was behind the scenes boosting their traffic. They thought it was just a few trolls they had hired to help spread the word, and the situation took off after a while. Meanwhile, Ling Yu borrowed Chen Mingyu's notebook and watched the online trends at home. Unable to help but smirk, Chen Zhengxi and Chen Sanma must be panicking, right? Justice prevails in the end. Their DC and slander against me and my sister are bound to fail. Chen Mingyu had been accompanying him to watch the show, but her thoughts were completely different from this idiot's. What does justice prevailing mean? It means having money. Only with money and means can one be a true winner. Of course, she wouldn't boast in front of Ling Yu. After all, her goal was simple, to help him settle this matter. Miss Chin, I really appreciate your help this time. Ling Yu wasn't ungrateful. Even though he didn't know how much Shin Mingyu had done behind the scenes, he sincerely thanked her. You're truly my lucky star. Every time I'm in trouble, you always manage to help me out. Chen Mingyu feigned indifference. Humph, no need to thank me. Like I said, until we divorce, we're still husband and wife. I certainly can't let anyone bully you. Ling Yu felt a bit embarrassed. Being protected by his beautiful wife felt like he was freeloading, didn't it? Well, he could only silently think to himself, this feels good. On the other side, Liu hadn't also sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly found his elder brother. Liu Yejian had already finished work and returned home. When he heard that someone was helping Ling Yu clear his name, he quickly opened his phone to check. Upon discovering that the internet was flooded with support for Ling Yu, his thin lips curled up slightly. Looks like Chen Mingyu is helping him. What? Mingyu is helping him? Liu Hading became even more displeased. Why would his goddess help this man? What exactly is the relationship between that man and Mingyu? Liu Hading exclaimed. Liu Yejian also wanted to know, but he couldn't imagine that the man would be Chen Mingyu's husband. Otherwise, sending someone to the Civil Affairs Bureau to check would reveal the truth. Don't worry, even Chen Mingyu can't save him from the enemies of the Liu family. Mark my words, Liu Yejian declared, then immediately ordered on his phone to buy more traffic to smear Ling Yu again. Suddenly, countless accounts appeared on the internet smearing Ling Yu. They didn't care about right or wrong, just spewing insults and baseless accusations. Seeing these comments, Ling Yu frowned. It was obvious that these were bot replies, with inconsistent and nonsensical statements. Unfortunately, many internet users with low intelligence could be easily swayed by these words, falling victim to the manipulation. Don't panic, bots can never defeat real people. Chen Mingyu's lips curled up slightly. She knew it was Liu Yejian's doing behind the scenes. She wouldn't back down either, immediately sending instructions via her phone for Xia Shaodi to join the battle. On the other side, Chen Zhengxi still thought it was his own recent comments and the effectiveness of his phone calls that were making an impact. It seems the eyes of the masses are still sharp. The grandfather and grandson were about to feel victorious again, when they suddenly realized that many of the insulting comments towards Ling Yu were being replied to, with people pointing out that they were bot replies. Oh my god, how is Ling Yu so formidable? How did he manage to do this? Chen Junsheng was just a dropout, ignorant of technical matters. He couldn't understand how Ling Yu, a guy with a salary of 80,000 yuan per year, could afford to hire an army of internet trolls. Little brother, your trending article has dropped to 3rd place in real time, Chen Han suddenly pointed out. How is that possible? Chen Zhengxi was shocked and puzzled. With so many people engaging with and commenting on his article, how could its popularity drop? But when he refreshed the homepage and saw that the top 2 trending topics were now Clarification articles from Ling Ruoxu and Ling Yu. He finally understood. The people of Yun City, although some were mindlessly following along, were mostly not fools. With solid evidence now available, how could they not discern the truth? They all began to show support for Ling Ruoxu and Ling Yu. And with Chen Mingyu aggressively buying traffic, Chen Zhengxi's article simply couldn't compete with genuine engagement. Upon another refresh, his article dropped out of the top 3 entirely. Haha, my confession news actually made it to the top 3. Upon seeing this development, Liu Hedong forgot all about going after Ling Yu. That's just how simple-minded this wealthy second generation was. Everyone knew that his romantic confession to Chen Mingyu was more important than anything else. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Chen Sanwu and his grandfather were left speechless. Staring blankly at the computer screen, the door of their house was pounded by a group of excited villagers. Chen family, you've distorted right and wrong and brought shame to our village. Yes. Get out. Accept everyone's criticism. The online war of words had already made the Chen family's reputation infamous throughout the village. Now that everyone knew the truth, and most villagers had long held a low opinion of Chen Sanwa's character, the exposure of this scandal was a disgrace not just for him, but for the entire Chen family. No matter how poorly Chen Sanwa behaved as an individual, it was still a personal matter. But now that this incident had been exposed, it tarnished the reputation of every member of the Chen family. They would feel embarrassed to identify themselves as being from Chen's village in the future. Grandfather, what should we do now? Chen Zhengxi panicked, looking at his grandfather helplessly. Chen Sanwa himself had no idea what to do. He had no experience dealing with such matters. Chen Han, you go out and ask those villagers to leave. Yes. If you can't do it, then get grandma to help. Whenever disaster struck, Chen Zhensheng always thought of his sister and grandmother first. After all, in the Chen family, women held a very low status. Chen Han looked reluctant. Clearly, this was a mess caused by her brother and grandfather, so why should she have to deal with it? Hurry up, if you don't go, I'll beat you to death. Chen Sanwa raised a broom as a threat. From childhood to adulthood, Chen Han had been beaten by him countless times, leaving permanent scars on her thighs and back. In contrast, her brother had never been hit once. In this family, she was as lowly as a dog. Finally, feeling helpless, Chen Han went to open the door. But no matter how she pleaded, or even lied that her grandfather and brother were not home, the villagers refused to leave. Instead, they swarmed into their house. In the crowd, Qin Ruhan also arrived with 2 bodyguards, just to watch the show. Seeing this scene, the playful young lady couldn't contain her excitement as she applauded quietly, murmuring to herself, "Humph, this grandfather and grandson want to play tricks with my brother-in-law. My sister will definitely make you rhythmically die." There's no doubt that these villagers coming to confront Chen Sanwa and his grandson today are instigated by Xia Shaoyi behind the scenes. For Xia Shaoyi, who possessed strong planning and execution abilities, inciting the emotions of the villagers to deal with Chen Sanwa and his grandson was effortless. Chen Sanwa and Chen Zhengxi had originally planned to escape through the back door, but before they could leave, they were surrounded by the angry villagers. The grandfather and grandson were in a panic. They couldn't imagine that they would end up being besieged by the villagers. In the end, rather than the other way around with the Cheng siblings. Chen Sanwa, you can't be so shameless. Others may not know, but can't we, the villagers of Chen's village, see through it? Leading the charge, the village head angrily rebuked Chen Sanwa. The money taken from Chen Ailin's family was rightfully theirs, and you only gave back a fraction. On the other hand, your family borrowed tens of thousands to help Chen Yuan repay debts. Later, they gave you more than 20,000, yet you still acted greedy and repaid kindness with malice. You're simply worse than pigs and dogs. Following the village head's lead, the villagers were also indignant. That's right, is your heart black? How could you frame your own grandson like this? Get out of Chen's village. Don't disgrace our village anymore. I suggest expelling them, Chen's grandfather and grandson, from Chen's village. Let them leave. I agree. In the future, don't give a single penny of the village's dividends to such people. Hearing these voices and seeing the increasingly angry villagers, Chen Zhengxi curled up on the ground, too afraid to move. Chen Sanwo also dared not resist. Their family was weak and couldn't contend with so many villagers. Chen Sanwo, if you don't want to be expelled from the village, apologize quickly. Beg your granddaughter and grandson to delete the posts and minimize the impact. The village head spoke officially, otherwise, we will follow the village rules. Any villager who smears the village and brings serious negative effects will be expelled from the village. Chen Sanwen knew about this rule. He even signed in support of it in the village regulations, but he never dreamed that this rule would now be applied to him. After half a day of online debate, Ling Ruoxu and Ling Yu thoroughly defeated Chen Sanwen and his grandson. Finally, no one sent messages to insult Ling Yu anymore. Sun even sent messages to apologize. Ling Yu didn't pay attention to them, nor did he answer any unfamiliar calls. Before long, Ling Ruoxu called. Yes, we, brother and sister, worked together and achieved complete victory. Ling Ruoxu was very cheerful, finally releasing the pent-up frustration she had been holding in her heart. Yet, this time, we finally taught that scum grandfather and grandson from the Chen family a good lesson. Ling Yu also felt relieved. Chen Sanwo was biased towards males and never considered his daughter's children as family. So Ling Yu didn't have any sympathy for the old man. As for Chen Zhengxi, he was even more disgusting. Ling Yu's family had given them so much money, yet he didn't feel grateful. Instead, he used their money to hire people to deal with them, showing his ingratitude and cruelty. Sis, we achieved complete victory this time, all thanks to Mingyu helping us. After Ling Yu and his sister expressed their excitement, they didn't forget about their wife and sister-in-law. Although Ling Yu didn't know how much Shin Mingyu had done behind the scenes, he was very clear that many of the effects achieved were only possible with her help. For example, the flow of traffic. Yeah. I knew my younger siblings were amazing. Hurry up and bring her home. Sis wants to give her a big hug right now. Ling Ruoxu was also excited, the type who dared to say anything when she got worked up. Ling Yu chuckled, but he didn't dare to tell Chen Mingyu, otherwise, she would be even more unwilling to come home with him. Oh, by the way, little brother, Chen Sanwa, that old scoundrel, just called me, asking me to delete the posts. He even apologized, although it wasn't very sincere. But still, it's quite unexpected. Ling Ruoxu continued, delete the posts. Sis, did you agree to it? Ling Yu asked. Not yet, so, I called to ask for your opinion. Should we delete the posts? Anyway, I noticed that they deleted their posts. Ling Ruoxu's words made Ling Yu hesitate for a moment. However, Chen Mingyu immediately coldly snorted, delete what? Did we go through all this trouble just to play around? I don't have the time to play with you guys. Ling Yu quickly smiled and said to his sister, Sis, my wife has spoken, we can't delete them. Ha ha, are you getting laryngitis so quickly? Alright, then let's not delete them. Let Chen Sanwei and his grandson worrying. Ling Ruoxu actually didn't want to delete them either. Now that she had her younger brother's support, she was even more determined not to delete them. What wife? That sounds awful. Chen Mingyu pretended to be aloof, then turned and went back to her room, but couldn't help but curl her lips slightly. That big idiot, it seems he's very clear about his position in the family. If he dares to be like his grandfather and have a big macho attitude, she definitely kick him out. HMPH. However, Ling Yu really thought Chen Mingyu didn't like him calling her that. Just now, he was just creating an illusion in front of his sister to make her think their relationship was good. Sigh, he's getting more and more worried now. What if Chen Mingyu really wants a divorce in 6 months? How will he face his mom and sister when he goes home then? Well, he'll cross that bridge when he comes to it. Just as he put down his phone, Ling Shitang also called. Hey, Xiaoyu. It seems like things have turned around. No one's going to internet mob you anymore, right? Ling Shitang asked with concern. He had just finished work and returned home with Xiaowei. Without even cooking dinner, he checked his phone for messages. Seeing that the top trending headlines overwhelmingly supported Ling Ruoxu and Ling Yu, and harshly criticized Chen Sanwei and his grandson, he also felt relieved. At this moment, Ziqion also returned home from outside. She had an unlucky day playing mahjong, losing all the money in her pocket. She hadn't even eaten lunch, so naturally, she was in a bad mood. As soon as she got home, she heard Ling Shatang expressing concern for his younger cousin. He didn't even spare her a glance, which ignited her anger for no apparent reason. "Yeah, it's your siblings helping you again, right? Your siblings are really capable, and they're good-looking too. Xiao Yu, you've really struck gold." Ling Shatang sighed sincerely. It was precisely a sentence that completely set off Ziqian's emotions. She immediately pounced over, shouting angrily, "Ling Shatang, what time is it now? You don't even cook when you get home, but you're always concerned about your cousin's wife. You don't care about your wife and son anymore, do you?" Ling Shatang temporarily put down the phone and frowned. "I've been working all day, and I'm tired. What's wrong with talking to my cousin on the phone? If you have time, go cook yourself. Tell me to cook. Why should I cook for someone like you?" "Disgusting," Ziqian shouted indignantly. No matter how honest Ling Shatang was, he was still a person who needed respect. He worked hard outside all day and even had to take care of picking up and dropping off the children. On the other hand, Ziqian didn't do anything all day. Nah, she was asking her to cook, and she actually had the nerve to say such things. So, it turned out he didn't marry a wife, he married an ancestor. However angry he was, Ling Shatang still held back from venting on his wife and instead went into the room with his phone. "Brother, did you have another argument with sister-in-law?" Ling Yu could also sense the tension from this end. "Never mind her, that woman is getting more and more out of line." Ling Shatang was also burning with anger. Today, he wouldn't cook for that woman. Let's see if she eats or not. In the living room, Ziqian was also furious. Ling Shatang didn't let Dahua register in his household. She already felt sorry for her sister, and she was very dissatisfied with this man. Now, he was actually chatting with his cousin's wife, completely ignoring his own wife. "This is outrageous. I can't live like this anymore." Ziqian completely lost her rationality. Anger surged from her heart, and she rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and charged towards the room. Fortunately, Xiaowei was doing homework in another room at this time, and didn't notice his parents' movements. When Ziqian rushed into the room, she actually intended to scare Ling Shatang. But seeing Ling Shatang still chatting and laughing with Ling Yu about Qin Mingyu, her heart was filled with jealousy. Without saying a word, she swung the knife towards Ling Shatang. She had never stabbed anyone before, but after working in that kind of place for a long time when she was young, she often saw fights and stabbings. Moreover, she was furious now, so she didn't have the fear that an ordinary woman would have. Ling Shatang didn't notice this woman coming in, but by a hair's breadth, his body sensed the danger. He reflexively dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding vital areas. The knife cut through his armpit and arm, and blood gushed out instantly. Ling Shatang quickly threw away his phone and looked at this crazy woman in shock and fear, shouting, "Ziqian, what are you doing? Have you gone mad?" "Am I mad? I'm perfectly fine. Are you always thinking about your cousin's wife? Do you think her figure is better than mine? Do you think she's prettier and more elegant than me? Then go and be with her," Ziqian said, swinging the knife at Ling Shatang again. Although Ling Shatang was honest, his skills were definitely not bad. This time, he directly dodged the knife and grabbed the wrist of this crazy woman holding the knife with one hand, and tightly clamped her with both feet to prevent her from moving. Ziqian was burning with anger, but his anger was even greater. He worked hard for this family, earning money to spend on her, cooking for her to eat, treating her like an ancestor. Just because he didn't make dinner for her after making a phone call, she dared to take a knife and stab him. If this wasn't madness, it was pure evil. She's got the heart of a snake and scorpion. Due to his personality, Ling Shatang wasn't capable of cursing loudly like Ziqian. He remained silent, his face dark with anger, and started hitting her squarely on her plump buttocks. Although he was afraid of injuring her and embarrassing himself outside, at this moment, he was hitting her with all his might, aiming for non-vital areas, just wanting to vent all the frustration of the past 7 years. Slap, slap. Ziqian felt the pain, screaming like mad. "Ling Shatang, if you had the guts, just kill me. Otherwise, don't expect to sleep in the future. If you fall asleep, I'll stab you to death. You useless coward," You greedy poor wretch. The more she cursed, the angrier Ling Shitang became. He couldn't curse, he could only use his hands to hit. Hit desperately, he hit his wife's buttocks until they were 2 sizes larger. This woman wanted to kill him, huh? Then he'll kill her first, Ziqian screamed louder and louder, trying to break free but couldn't. At this moment, she regretted. If she had known, she shouldn't have been so impulsive, acting alone. If she had joined forces with her sister and others, she wouldn't be so passive now. Wah, Mom, Dad, what are you doing? The huge commotion finally alerted the child. Xiaowei suddenly rushed in, scared to tears by the scene of his mother, holding a knife to his father, and his father holding his mother and hitting her. Such a scene would surely become a shadow in the child's childhood, haunting him for the rest of his life. Ling Shitang panicked and quickly released Ziqian. Little did he expect that Ziqian, being so malicious, would take advantage of the opportunity to stab him again. This completely enraged Ling Shitang. Even though he was foolish, he could see through this woman now. When she went crazy, she didn't care about any family ties. She even dared to stab her husband in front of her son. Ling Shitang was stabbed in the thigh with the kitchen knife, but he didn't scream. Instead, he fiercely slapped Ziqian. Ziqian screamed in pain as she fell to the ground. She rolled over and saw Ling Shitang approaching her step by step with a fierce look on his face. Terrified, she quickly got up and ran. Stop, you crazy woman, I'm going to kill you today. Ling Shitang also lost his mind completely, limping with blood trailing behind as he chased after her. Wah. Little Wei was already scared out of his wits, sitting on the ground crying more and more miserably. Half an hour later, Ling Yu hurriedly arrived at his cousin's house in his Maserati. Luckily, Ling Shitang didn't hang up when he threw his phone, so he heard the commotion and guessed what had happened. Upon arriving at the scene and seeing blood everywhere, he was horrified. When he saw Little Wei lying on the ground, he quickly rushed over, picked up the poor child, and gently tapped his face. Little Wei, wake up. Fortunately, the child had only passed out from crying. After a few pats, he slowly opened his eyes. Wow, second uncle, you finally came. Please save my dad and mom. My mom wants to kill my dad with a knife. I'm scared. I'm so scared. After Little Wei regained consciousness, he collapsed into Ling Yu's arms, crying bitterly. Ling Yu's heart tightened. Was Ziqian really insane? How could she do such a thing? Sister, save me. Please, save me. After escaping from her home, Ziqian ran directly to Zichunyan's rented apartment. Along the way, she stumbled and fell, her body covered in bloodstains. Oh my. Qian, what happened to you? How did you end up like this? Zichunyan was also shocked and quickly approached her. What happened? That scumbag Ling Shitang tried to kill me. He attempted to murder his own wife. What? He dared to do that? Zichunyan was also greatly alarmed upon hearing this. Dare or not, look at this. Look at how he beat me up. Even though Big Tiger was at home, Ziqian didn't care. She directly lifted up her long skirt, revealing the bruises and swelling caused by Ling Shitang's beating. Her thighs, buttocks, waist, all covered in bruises and even red handprints. And Ziqian, having not had a proper job before, was accustomed to such things. That scumbag Ling Shitang. He usually seems so honest, but his true colors finally showed. It's outrageous, he actually beat you up like this. Zichunyan also felt a bit distressed. After all, Ziqian was her younger sister, and she had always cared for her since childhood. Qian, take off your clothes. Sister will get some medicinal alcohol to treat your wounds. Tomorrow, I'll definitely bring your cousin with me to confront him. He's gone too far, Zichunyan grumbled angrily. Following her sister's instructions, Ziqian took off her long skirt and outer clothes, standing in the hall wearing very little fabric. With her ample buttocks and round thighs, the scanty clothing barely covered her. Here, Qian, bear with the pain. Zichunyan quickly fetched some medicinal alcohol and began to tend to her sister's injuries. As she dabbed at the wounds, she continued to curse Ling Shitang for his inhuman behavior. Big Tiger, listening on the side, was also filled with indignation. How could his uncle treat his aunt like this? It was despicable. When he got the chance, he would definitely stand up for his aunt. Meanwhile, Ling Shitang had actually lost track of his wife after chasing her out of the house. Initially, he really wanted to teach that woman a lesson, but as his anger subsided, and he thought about his poor son, he didn't continue chasing her. To avoid scaring his son and prevent his wounds from getting infected, he found a nearby clinic to have his injuries treated before slowly limping back home. He was very worried about how his son would cope alone at home. Fortunately, when he returned, he found Lingyu there, who had even cooked a bowl of noodles for his son and had just managed to put him to sleep. "Cousin, what's going on? How did you end up fighting with Ziqian in front of the child? And it turned out like this." Lingyu quickly approached and helped Ling Shitang sit down. As far as he knew, his cousin had lived for over 30 years without ever hitting a woman, let alone his wife. "Something extraordinary must have happened tonight. I don't know what happened. That woman is simply insane. I was talking to you on the phone and asked her to cook, and she just grabbed a kitchen knife and tried to stab me. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I might have been killed by her now." Although he explained it briefly, Lingyu's goosebumps rose as he listened. After all, these aren't enemies on the battlefield. You can escape from the battlefield, but this is your wife whom you live with day and night. It's unsettling to even sleep at home after such a scene. "Cousin, there's something I should have told you a long time ago. You spoil your wife too much, and now it's difficult for her to take up family responsibilities." Lingyu knew that mom and sister had actually mentioned this to cousin before, but he didn't listen, so Lingyu never brought it up. After all, matters between husband and wife were not something outsiders should intervene in. If they caused a rift between husband and wife, they would become the sinners. But now that their relationship had reached this point, Lingyu had to say a few words. Marriage is not just about romance, it's about spending a lifetime together. A family absolutely cannot have one person making all the sacrifices while the other bears no responsibility. In that case, one person will feel exhausted, and the other will have no sense of belonging to the family. Sooner or later, it will become unsustainable. With Lingyu's words, Ling Shitang finally seemed to understand. He sighed deeply. "Yes, it's all my fault. I can't blame anyone else. Cousin, I envy you and your sister-in-law. She takes care of earning money, and you take care of managing the household. Cooperation is the key to a harmonious and long-lasting marriage." Lingyu almost spat blood. How did his cousin make it sound like he was living off his sister-in-law? He also had a job and earned money. But now wasn't the time to argue about these things. Lingyu quickly asked, "Given the situation, what do you plan to do, cousin?" "What else can I do? I can only get a divorce." Ling Shitang was still somewhat clear-headed. That woman had already tried to kill him with a knife and even threatened his life if he fell asleep. Although he still felt a bit reluctant, what else could he do besides getting a divorce and splitting up? "Then, cousin, think it through. If you really get a divorce, little Wei can't live with that woman." Lingyu said this from the perspective of the child. Ziqian only knew how to play mahjong and enjoy life. She couldn't earn money or take care of a child. If little Wei stayed with her, he would only end up hungry. "Yes, this is my bottom line. Let's wait for that woman to come back and have a good talk." Ling Shitang sighed deeply, suddenly feeling like he had aged 10 years. Although he didn't want his child to become part of a single-parent family, given the circumstances, what else could he do? Seeing his cousin like this, Lingyu also felt uncomfortable. If his cousin and Ziqian's relationship broke down to this extent, he didn't know how he would feel when he divorced the Ice Queen in the future. At 10:30 in the evening, Chen Mingyu couldn't help but call Lingyu when he hadn't returned home yet. "You man, why haven't you come home so late?" Hearing the Ice Queen scolding, Lingyu actually felt a bit happy. Ling Shitang, who was nearby, was even more envious. He also wanted his wife to complain about him like that, even if just once, because a certain kind of complaint actually meant love. "Chin. Oh, no, Mingyu, my cousin had some trouble, so I'm here to keep him company and have a drink. I can't drive home," Lingyu quickly explained. "You idiot," Chen Mingyu scolded. "Just call me whatever you want in the future. Always trying to change your words like this, it's so embarrassing." After Lingyu hesitated for a moment, he quickly replied, "Okay, my dear Mingyu, This time, it was Chen Mingyu who trembled slightly, feeling as if she had been shocked. Chen Mingyu glanced at the time and sighed softly. There was no other choice. She had to call Ziwang and ask him to come and pick her up at the entrance of the neighborhood. Ziwang was quite surprised. He had been Qin's driver for many years, and Qin had never asked him to work late at night before. Only when he drove Chen Mingyu to Ling Shideng's house and saw her going in alone did he suddenly realized that Qin was here to pick up her husband. Ziwang, you can go back now. Yes, Ms. Qin. Ziwang quickly drove away, feeling amazed at the significant changes in Chen Mingyu's behavior over the past month. One had to admit, the magic of marriage was indeed powerful. Chen Mingyu walked into Ling Shideng's house and faintly smelled the scent of blood. Seeing Ling Shitang injured into places, she didn't bother asking what had happened. She already guessed that there had been a major conflict between the couple. She had known that Ziqian wasn't a good person, but she was still surprised to see that the woman had actually injured her husband like this. Mingyu, why are you here? Seeing Chen Mingyu, Ling Yu quickly got up. Because he had been drinking with his cousin, he staggered and almost fell on Chen Mingyu. Really? You reek of alcohol. Although Chen Mingyu was disgusted, she didn't push the man away. After all, doing so would be very disrespectful to him, so she silently endured it. I'm sorry, my cousin wasn't in a good mood tonight. I wanted to have a drink with him to cheer him up. Ling Yu requested permission from his wife. No. I'm fine now, Ziyu. You should go back with your wife. Ling Shitang also quickly stood up, afraid that because of him, his cousin's relationship with his sister-in-law would be affected, and then he would become the culprit. Chen Mingyu didn't know what had happened to Ling Shitang before, so she had made a special trip here, originally intending to pick up Ling Yu and take him home. But seeing the situation, even if it was for little Wei's sake, she felt that Ling Yu should stay behind. Otherwise, when Ziqian returned home, Ling Shitang might not be able to handle her. Then you guys enjoy your drinks. I'll head home first. Chen Mingyu turned and walked away. Mingyu. Ling Yu quickly grabbed her slender wrist. Anxious, are you angry? Chen Mingyu found it amusing. So, this man was afraid of her getting angry. Though she appeared cold on the surface, she wasn't someone with such a small mindset. She turned back and asked, what? In your mind? Am I someone who easily loses her temper? No. Miss Qin. In his panic, Ling Yu blurted out again. Seeing Chen Mingyu's truly angry expression this time, he realized that his wife wasn't actually angry before. It was just her personality. Luckily, Ling Yu was quick to react. He came up with a flattery. You are the most reasonable wife. Marrying you is the blessing of my 3 lifetimes. Humph, just realizing it now. After receiving this flattery, Chen Mingyu turned away again, coldly saying, don't drink too much. Take care of little Wei. Okay. Only then did Ling Yu confirm that Chen Mingyu wasn't actually angry. Watching her graceful figure disappear, Ling Shitang burst into tears, envying Ling Yu and feeling bitter. Why is it that we both got married, yet you married a goddess, while I married a demon? Ling Yu. You're amazing. Hearing this, Ling Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was amazing about him? Wasn't it just a random marriage? He was afraid of marrying a female demon, but he hadn't expected Chen Mingyu to be so perfect. He could only say that he had been lucky. The next morning, Chen Mingyu instructed Xia Shaodi to cancel her first appointment, and personally drove her Maserati to pick up that idiot. Even though it was still early, Ziqian had already returned home ahead of her, accompanied by her parents, sister, and 2 cousins, all bustling and excited. Ling Shitang, you scumbag who beats his wife, get out here. When Uxie accursed while banging on the door. Last night, Ziqian hurriedly escaped from home without even bringing the keys, so she had to wait for someone inside to open the door. That was why they had returned home so early. Otherwise, if this man had gone to work, they wouldn't have been able to find him to settle the score. You wife-beating coward. Get out here. If you don't come out, I'll kick your door down. Ziqian's cousin, Zidan, roared angrily and kicked the door forcefully. The commotion was so loud that it startled the neighbors. But Ziqian didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she arrogantly instructed her cousin to kick the door harder, showing no regard for treating this as her own home. Who's kicking the door? looking for trouble. Suddenly, a man from Min's side opened the door, full of anger. His imposing appearance startled Zidan, who quickly took 2 steps back. Naturally, it was Ling Yu. Just a moment ago, the arrogant Zidan suddenly became silent. He could tell at a glance that the man in front of him was not someone to mess with. When Yuexia was about to speak when Ling Shitang also limped out and called, "Mom, Dad, why are you here?" Although he had conflicts with Ziqian, he still showed respect to his father-in-law and mother-in-law. As soon as when Yuexia saw him, she immediately rushed over and slapped him across the face, shouting, "My daughter was raised by us with love. We couldn't bear to lay a hand on her. Yet you dare to abuse her. Do you think our Z family has no one to stand up for us?" "Mom, don't hit me. Please stop." Ling Shitang was momentarily stunned, not knowing whether to fight back or not, so he could only raise his hand to block. When Yuexia's husband, Zigishen, fearing his wife would suffer, also jumped in to help her beat their son-in-law. Then, the 2 cousins joined in too. The whole family was aggressive and determined to beat Ling Shitang to the ground. At first, Ling Yu had no intention of intervening when he saw when Yuexia starting to hit. Thinking that perhaps once her anger subsided, she would calm down and discuss the matter peacefully. But now, seeing so many people from the Z family bullying his injured cousin, Ling Yu was furious. F***K, you think my Ling family is easy to mess with? Ling Yu quickly rushed over and easily threw Zidan to the ground with a swift motion. Then, with a few swift moves, he staggered the Z family group and firmly positioned himself in front of his cousin to protect him. "Want a fight? Huh? Are you coming at me one by one, or all together? The men of my Ling family aren't afraid of you." Ling Yu usually had a good temper, but when he was provoked, he could be terrifying. Even Shan Yu was afraid of him back then, let alone these weak soldiers from the Z family. Damn, this guy's really strong. Zidan dared not to approach anymore. The Z family members were all intimidated. They couldn't even handle Ling Yu alone, let alone together. "Come on. You dare to bully my injured cousin. If you want to fight, bring it on. Just because Ziqian has family doesn't mean my cousin doesn't have family too." Ling Yu shouted angrily once again. Only then did when Yuexia notice that Ling Shitang was covered in blood, and her expression changed instantly. "What's going on? Who did this?" Last night, her daughter came to her and accused her husband of domestic violence. So she brought Zidan with her overnight to seek justice for her daughter. But she didn't realize that Ling Shitang was so badly injured. "Who else but your precious daughter?" Ling Yu immediately spoke up for his cousin. Ling Shitang also immediately became agitated. "Last night, Qian went crazy and suddenly attacked me with a knife. I had no choice but to defend myself. Look, my thigh is still bleeding." As he spoke, he unwrapped a bandage to show his mother-in-law, his emotions on the verge of getting out of control. "Does only your Z family matter? Am I, Ling Shitang, not human? Am I destined to be a coward my whole life? Can't I have a temper for once?" When Yuexia also looked surprised, her stance and demeanor instantly changed. "Qian, is what Shitang said true? Why did you attack him with a knife? Have you gone mad?" Her daughter attacked her husband with a knife, so it's only fair for her husband to fight back.
How could she do such a thing? Mom, it's because he's been unfaithful. He likes his cousin's wife. He completely ignored me last night and only talked about someone else's wife. I was furious, so of course I had to confront him. He's the one who wronged me, not me. He deserves it. The more Ziqian spoke, the more confident she sounded, as if she was telling the truth. Ling Shitang was truly angered by her words. How could she make up such lies? It not only affected their family, but also could harm his cousin's family. But he was not articulate, and didn't know how to explain for a moment. On the contrary, Ling Yu found it amusing. "Why do you say my cousin likes my wife?" Ziqian was the type who spoke without thinking when she was upset. She immediately shouted, "He talks about your wife all the time, saying she's beautiful, saying she has a great figure. When he talks about her, he doesn't even bother to eat. Isn't that liking your wife? If that's the case, let him be with your wife." "Shut up!" Ling Yu couldn't take it anymore and angrily shouted, refusing to let anyone slander his wife. At that moment, Qin Mingyu happened to arrive at the door in her car. Seeing the Maserati, everyone was stunned and stopped temporarily. Qin Mingyu got out of the car and didn't hear what they had just been arguing about. She just noticed everyone's gaze on her, feeling a bit puzzled. Jie Dayun was staring at Qin Mingyu intently, drooling almost flowing out. Could this be Ling Shitang's cousin's wife? Damn. No wonder Ling Shitang would be unfaithful. Which man wouldn't like such a super beautiful and wealthy woman? Compared to her, his cousin's wife was weak. Look at you, coming to my house so early in the morning. Are you in a hurry for a private meeting? Still saying there's nothing between you two? Xie Qiuyan pointed at Qin Mingyu and Ling Shitang, splashing dirty water randomly, thinking she was being reasonable. In contrast, Qin Mingyu showed no emotional fluctuations and couldn't be bothered with these petty women. Instead, she turned to Ling Yu and asked, I came to pick you up. Can we go home now? Instantly, everyone from the Z family turned their gaze towards Xie Qiuyan. Regardless of the truth, at this moment, everyone's feeling was that she was being unreasonable. Even Si Chunyan covered her forehead, feeling that her sister was acting like a fool, lacking any intelligence. Originally, the family came to support her, but she was causing trouble instead. Mom and Dad wouldn't support her now. Ling Yu didn't want to leave yet, afraid that his cousin would suffer if he left.
Ling Yu, you and your sister go back. I can handle my own family affairs. Ling Shitang, although not very articulate, was sensible enough not to involve Ling Yu's family in his own mess. Okay, it's about time. Mingyu and I will take Ziwei to school first. A good judge does not involve himself in family disputes, and Ling Yu knew that this was something his cousin had to handle on his own. But he deliberately said aloud again, Cousin, if you need anything, just call me. Remember, the Ling family is not to be trifled with. With these words, the men from the Z family trembled slightly and could no longer be arrogant. Ziwei was also stronger than imagined. He knew what had happened to his parents but had not cried until now. However, once he got into the car, he couldn't help but cry silently in the back seat. Stop the car. Qin Mingyu, who was originally sitting in the passenger seat, heard Ziwei crying and asked Ling Yu to stop the car, then moved to the back seat. Ziwei, don't cry. Mingyu's sister is here for you. Qin Mingyu gently patted Ling Ziwei's head. Although she didn't dislike the little boy, it was the first time she had comforted a child like this. If Qing Ruhan and other Qin family members saw this, it would surely be shocked. Under the soothing of the beautiful aunt, Ziwei quickly wiped away his tears and nodded. Ling Yu couldn't help but smirk when he saw this scene in the rearview mirror. Mingyu, I didn't know you could be so gentle. Qin Mingyu's beautiful eyes immediately turned icy, and through the reflection in the car's rearview mirror, Ling Yu shivered involuntarily. What do you mean? Are you saying I have a bad temper? No, that's not what I meant, Ling Yu said, sweating profusely, at a loss for how to explain. Seeing this, Ziwei broke into a smile through his tears. Uncle, you're so silly, you said the wrong thing. Hurry up and find a way to make Auntie happy. This kid sure knows a lot. Both Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu wondered if he had learned it from his father. Did his father always indulge his mother, placating her all the time, which led to the conflicts between them today? Uncle, why aren't you saying anything? Ziwei, unaware of their thoughts, continued, Auntie Mingyu is so beautiful. If you're so clueless with your words, you won't even know how to please a girl. You'll end up single sooner or later. Ling Yu felt like he was going to cough up blood. You little brat. Qin Mingyu couldn't help but chuckle. This child was too adorable, speaking straight to their hearts. No wonder she was especially fond of him. On the other side, after much persuasion, when Yuexia finally managed to temporarily reconcile Ling Shitang and Xie Qiuyan. Remember, when husband and wife quarrel at the head of the bed, they make up at the foot of the bed. Both of you, behave yourselves and live a good life. Don't cause any trouble. When Yuexia and her husband were traditional, knowing that divorced women didn't fare well in the marriage market, Xie Gisheng initially thought his daughter was being abused, which is why he rushed over in a hurry. Now that he knew the truth, he remained silent, refusing to take sides. Ling Shitang never actually considered divorce. Even for the sake of Ziwei's upbringing, he wanted to provide him with a complete family. He didn't go to work today. Instead, he cooked a meal at noon, entertained his in-laws, and saw them off in the afternoon. Left with just the two of them, Ling Shitang laid it out. From now on, my son and I will share a room. I'll take care of his transportation and homework. Since you're always playing mahjong and not coming home until late at night, you can have your own room. I won't give you any more living expenses, and you don't have to cook either. Ziqian didn't object to anything else, but without living expenses, how was she supposed to survive? Ling Shitang, are you going back on your word? You promised to support me when we got married, and now you're refusing to give me living expenses. Ziqian, don't twist the facts, Ling Shitang fired back. Even though he was usually honest, after so much time to think things over, he had figured it out. I did promise to support you, but I never said I'd support your mahjong habit. Anyway, I'll cook the meals from now on. You won't starve, you shameless scoundrel. Ziqian stormed out, and Ling Shitang didn't bother to chase after her. Their relationship had already irreparably broken when she swung the knife at him. Now that they slept in separate rooms, he didn't have to worry about falling asleep and waking up to her attacking him again. As for her love for mahjong and whatever else she did outside, he couldn't care less. Ziqian went to Zichunyan's place in tears. Zichunyan was fed up and directly reprimanded her. Everything that's happening is your own doing. Why are you crying? Ziqian stared at her sister, thinking she had become useless and even her sister despised her. Luckily, Zichunyan immediately added, I told you ages ago to look for someone else while you still could. You haven't found anyone to replace him, so why are you so quick to turn on that honest man? Even if you divorce now, you're in the wrong. Sis, what should I do now? Ziqian asked tearfully, feeling completely lost. You've been obedient lately. Eat when you need to eat, sleep when you need to sleep. Stop staying up late playing mahjong all the time. Try to look better, and if you could lose some weight, that would be even better. Zichunyan had actually been planning this for herself, not for her sister. She wanted to secure her and Dahua's future, so she needed to help her sister find a good support. Sis, I understand. You want me to become more attractive, right? Sis, I understand. You want me to become more attractive, right? Exactly. You're not even 30 yet. If you tidy up a bit, you can be quite sexy and attract men. Didn't our village produce a talented student? He graduated from Zhangzhou University and joined the Ling Corporation after graduation. I heard he's now the general manager at 30. I think I'll arrange for you to meet him. When Zichunyan said this, Ziqian understood completely. Sis, are you talking about Zijijun? I heard he graduated from Zhangzhou University and is now the general manager of Ling Corporation. His annual salary must be over $1 million, right? Talking about this, Ziqian stopped crying. If she could marry a man like him, even if she became his mistress, it would be much better than being with Ling Shitang. Exactly. It's him. But Zichunyan had different plans. I heard he has several properties in Yunchuan. If you become his woman, he'll have to give you a place to live, right? Then Dahua will have a place to study. Sis, I understand. I'll start losing weight now. After getting married, Ziqian had never tried to lose weight because she lacked motivation. She even thought that if she got fat, Ling Shitang wouldn't sleep with her, which would save her trouble. But now things were different. With a goal in mind, she had motivation. She would start with a few hours of exercise. The next morning, Chen Mingyu had to leave early for a business trip. She knew that Ling Yu was working 2 jobs and was exhausted from the recent online exposure and the trouble with his cousin's family, so she didn't want him to leave with her so early. She left a message saying she was going to work first and then left. In the picturesque Yunshan community, a Land Rover had been parked outside for a long time. A burly man, wearing a white shirt that showed off his massive chest muscles with a silver pendant hanging around his neck, stood outside holding a bouquet of roses for over 20 minutes. His name was Lin Qinglong. Judging by his physique and posture, even the security guards at the Yunshan community couldn't help but speculate if this burly man was a soldier returning home. He stood so tall and erect, even surpassing their own standards for standing guard. The driver of the Land Rover, dressed in a suit and tie, looked quite dignified and paid great attention to his appearance. If he also got out of the car and stood next to Lin Qinglong, the security guards would probably not be able to tell who the boss was and who was the employee. The driver in the suit couldn't understand why the young master of the Lin family would come to this neighborhood early in the morning to express his love to someone. For wealthy young men like him, if they wanted a woman, they could just use money to win her over. Why bother with romance? Moreover, in his opinion, although the Yunshan poetry community was considered upscale, it was by no means a wealthy residential area. Women living in such places were at most on the same level as corporate executives like him. In other words, just employees. They might even be internet celebrities, relying on makeup, cosmetic surgery, and filters to seduce wealthy young men online. He had seen many women like that. At this moment, Chen Mingyu came out of the community gate. Seeing this stunningly beautiful woman, the driver in the suit suddenly straightened up, unable to resist the urge to get out of the car. Damn, she's too beautiful. And her temperament is outstanding. She's not even comparable to those flirtatious internet celebrities. Mingyu. When Lin Qinglan saw Chen Mingyu, he immediately approached with a bright smile. Lin Qinglan, is that you? Chen Mingyu frowned slightly at the sight of this burly man. Although she didn't despise him like she did with Liu Hedong, she had no good impression of him either. This is for you. Lin Qinglan handed the bouquet of fiery red roses to Chen Mingyu, and proudly said, "These aren't the kind of cheap flowers that Liu Hedong can buy. These are roses from Pingyang. They're bright red and have a sweet fragrance. Take them back to your office and I'm sure they'll brighten your mood." Chen Mingyu just smiled disdainfully. "My company only hires talent, not flower vases. Goodbye." With that, she got into a Bentley, not giving the young master of the Lin family any face at all. Seeing this, the driver in the suit was surprised and got out of the car, asking, "Mr. Lin, who is that woman? How dare she not give you face?" He knew that Lin Qinglan had a hot temper and was proud. He even looked down on the likes of Liu Hedong, the playboy young master. Anyone who dared to disrespect him would get a slap. But this time, Lin Qinglan didn't get angry. Instead, he mocked the driver in the suit. "Jizhong, you've been with the Lin group for about 6 years, right? You don't even recognize that woman. Saying that would expose your identity as something low." Actually it's been 7 years. The driver in the suit was indeed Jizhong, but he didn't dare to say it, otherwise, it would make him seem even lower. "That's Miss Qin from the Qin family, the CEO of the largest enterprise group in Yun City. Understand?" "What?" Jizhong was a man who looked neither up nor down, and he was immediately shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. He had just thought that the woman was of a similar status to him, or maybe even an internet celebrity. Who would have thought that she was the eldest daughter of the richest family in Yun City, and the lofty CEO of the Chiagang Group? If he had known earlier, he should have introduced himself to her and tried to get acquainted with her. "Let's go. I knew this would fail, but I can't lose to trash like Liu Hedong. Drive me to the Chiagang Group this afternoon." "Yes, Mr. Lin," Jizhong quickly agreed. He often boasted in front of relatives and friends in the village that he was the CEO of the Lin Group, but in reality, he was just a department manager. However, because he knew how to please Lin Qinglan, his position in the company was slightly higher than that of other department managers. After the three of them left the community, Lin Yu also rode out on his electric scooter. Chen Mingyu had told him she was going to work, and he mistakenly thought his wife had taken the Maserati, so he didn't go to the parking lot to look for it. Instead, he directly rode his electric scooter to work. The security guard, who had initially wanted to remind him about another man pursuing his wife, thought better of it when he saw Lin Yu rushing to work and decided not to say anything. In the afternoon, Lin Yu came out of the hospital and rode his electric scooter to the Chiagang Group. The speed of an electric scooter couldn't compare to that of a Maserati. 15 minutes earlier, Chen Mingyu had been waiting for him at the usual spot, but she didn't expect Lin Yu, the fool, to be late again. Instead, the same Land Rover as in the morning stopped in front of her. Mingyu. Seeing Chen Mingyu standing alone at the intersection, Lin Qinglan was also quite surprised, thinking this was a heaven-sent opportunity for him. "Why is it you again?" Chen Mingyu was a bit impatient and pressed a button on her phone without waiting for Lin Yu. "The fool, Mingyu, where are you going?" "Let me give you a ride," Lin Qinglan said, directly pulling Jizhong off the Land Rover. Zijijun also knew the situation and smiled obsequiously at Qin Mingyu. Unfortunately, Qin Mingyu didn't even spare him a glance, only waiting for Ziwan to drive the Bentley out of the company before getting in and leaving directly. Mr. Lin, isn't Miss Qin a bit too arrogant? It's hard to get a woman like her. Shut up. Lin Qinglong stopped him and got into the Land Rover to chase after Qin Mingyu. With Lin Qinglong's temperament, if a beautiful woman wasn't difficult to pursue, he wouldn't even bother. And for a woman he didn't have to chase for years, he wouldn't understand the value of cherishing her. At this moment, during rush hour, Qin Mingyu's Bentley passed through a traffic light, causing a long line of cars behind it. Lin Qinglong was only one traffic light away from Qin Mingyu, but in an instant, her car left him behind. Not only that, but there was also a major traffic jam up ahead. Damn it! Lin Qinglong slammed his hand hard on the steering wheel, abandoning his Land Rover, worth over 2 million, on the road, and getting out of the car alone. Coincidentally, at this moment, Ling Yu rode by on his electric scooter. Hey, buddy, can you help me out? Lin Qinglong directly flagged him down. Luckily, Ling Yu reacted quickly, braking in time, or he would have knocked the big guy flying. What's up? Ling Yu was also a helpful person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped Qin Tiagang up that day. He felt that if Lin Qinglong wasn't in a hurry, he wouldn't have made such a dangerous move. Well, you see, I finally managed to get 2 tickets to a concert and wanted to go with my beloved, but I ran into a traffic jam. Can you help me catch up to the Bentley up ahead? Lin Qinglong pointed to the intersection ahead and said directly. In heavy traffic, catching up to a Bentley on an electric scooter was too easy. Ling Yu was in a dilemma. He was just about to pick up his wife from Chiagang Group. Seeing this, Lin Qinglong quickly took out the key to his Land Rover and handed it to him, saying, "How about this? I'll give you my Land Rover in exchange for your scooter." Holy cow! Ling Yu was stunned. Did he just win the lottery today? A few $1,000s for an electric scooter in exchange for a brand new Land Rover. But he wasn't a greedy person. He said directly, "I'll pass on the car swap. Get in, and I'll help you catch up." "Thanks, buddy." Lin Qinglong jumped into the car. Ling Yu also marveled at his agility, thinking he must have retired from the army just like himself. The next moment, it was Lin Qinglong's turn to marvel because Ling Yu was driving with one hand, and could still free up his other hand to make a phone call. Not only that, but his electric scooter was also running smoothly and steadily. What a skilled driver. Ling Yu naturally called Qin Mingyu to let her know he might be half an hour late. "It's okay. Take your time driving. I've already left the office early." Hearing Qin Mingyu's reply, Ling Yu felt relieved and stepped on the gas to catch up. However, just as he was about to catch up, the road ahead of the Bentley cleared up suddenly, and it sped away. How could an electric scooter catch up? Ling Yu, being enthusiastic, maxed out the throttle and took a shortcut to catch up. Ziwang, through the rearview mirror, noticed someone following them and was almost startled. CEO Qin, it seems like Mr. Ling is following us with Mr. Lin Qinglong. What? Qin Mingyu suddenly looked up, saw Ling Yu driving the electric scooter with Lin Qinglong, and was stunned on the spot. That big fool Ling Yu. Was he a pig in his past life? He actually brought another man to chase after his wife. Is he clueless? Stop the car. Quickly stop. Ling Yu even reached out and shouted from behind. CEO Qin, should we stop? Ziwang asked for instructions. He didn't know if Ling Yu knew the woman in the car, who was his wife after all. Don't stop. Change the destination. I want to go to the branch company and shake them off. Qin Mingyu immediately ordered. Ziwang didn't know, but she was very clear. Seeing Ling Yu's clueless expression, he definitely didn't know the woman in the car was his wife. He was genuinely helping Lin Qinglong. Who knows what Lin Qinglong had offered him? It had to be said, the sight of 2 grown men squeezed onto a small electric scooter was really unattractive. Unfortunately, it seemed that those 2 big men didn't have this awareness. Hey. Ling Yu saw the Bentley still speeding away and became anxious. He accelerated even more and instructed Lin Qinglong to wear his helmet and hold on tight. Ha, bro, you're really good at driving. The faster Ling Yu drove, the more exhilarated Lin Qinglong felt, unable to resist loudly praising. He never expected that by just flagging down a passing vehicle, he'd snagged a professional racing driver on an electric scooter. Bro, not to criticize you, but it seems like the girl you're chasing doesn't like you. Huh. Ling Yu wasn't dumb. Seeing the Bentley fleeing, he immediately figured it out. If you knew who the woman in the car was, you wouldn't be criticizing me. Ling Qinglong responded proudly. Who? Miss Qin from the Qin family, the #1 beauty in Yun City. Ling Qinglong said it with pride. After all, there weren't many men qualified to pursue a woman like her. Oh, so it's her. Oh, bro. Do you know her too? Hearing Ling Yu's tone, Ling Qinglong couldn't help but ask. I don't know her, but she's my wife's boss. I heard she's formidable. She's never been in a relationship, so strangers, keep out. Ling Yu shook his head. If his wife was as cold as she was, then her boss must be even colder, right? Ha ha, exactly. If she were easy to pursue, I wouldn't have such a hard time catching up to her. But let me tell you, I will definitely catch her, Ling Qinglong said confidently. Then I wish you good luck. Ling Yu sincerely wished Ling Qinglong well. He felt like he and this man got along well. The Bentley entered the parking lot of the Chiagang branch company, and Ling Yu's electric scooter finally managed to catch up to the entrance. Bro, Miss Qin has entered the company, so I won't accompany you inside. Good luck, alright. Ling Qinglong jumped down from the electric scooter. Ling Yu furrowed his brows slightly and couldn't help but ask, you've got some skills. Were you in the military before? Could I? Brother, I was in the Southern Frontier Tiger team in Nanjiang. I retired and came back to Yun City just last year, Ling Qinglong said proudly. I see. Ling Yu felt even more like they were kindred spirits. The Northern Wolves and Southern Tigers were both well-known elite forces in Longguo. They had numerous achievements on the battlefield. If Ling Yu didn't have other commitments, he'd definitely invite this guy for a drink. Ling Qinglong was also rushing to pursue Qin Mingyu. Otherwise, Ling Yu would have invited him for a drink. But now, they were parting ways. Ling Qinglong hurriedly ran into the Chiagang branch company, ignoring the security guard's attempts to stop him. Seeing this, Ziwang rushed over to intercept him. Ziwang, as Qin Mingyu's personal driver, naturally had good skills, but he was still easily bypassed by Ling Qinglong. Qin Mingyu was sitting in the office of the branch company. When she heard the commotion outside, she glanced up, and Ling Qinglong burst in, standing tall in front of her like a mountain. Ms. Qin, sorry, I couldn't stop him. Ziwang hurriedly rushed over to explain. Ling Qinglong looked smug. Ha ha. Ms. Qin, let's get one thing straight. I'm not like that trash from Liu River Bank. It's not so easy to stop me. The next moment, Qin Mingyu's cold gaze swept over, like a cold air, instantly freezing Ling Qinglong in place. Mr. Lin, what's the matter? Mingyu, my matter is very important. It's related to my personal future for the next half of my life, and whether the Lin Group can suppress the Liu Group in Yun City in the future. Ling Qinglong explained excitedly, then changed the subject. I have 2 tickets to a concert, very hard to come by. I'd like to invite you to go with me tomorrow night. Qin Mingyu couldn't help but sneer. This is what you call a matter concerning personal future and family destiny, isn't it? Ling Qinglong's expression was excited. The news about Liu Hedong pursuing you has been trending. If I don't take action now, I'll surely lose you. I have too many rivals. If you're taken away by another man, I'll be a bachelor for life, and the Lin family's direct lineage will end. Doesn't that affect the family's destiny? Qin Mingyu smirked, seemingly unimpressed. This joke is so cold. Should I laugh? This isn't a joke. It's my sincere confession. Ling Qinglong raised the 2 concert tickets again. Mingyu, give me a chance. I know you love listening to piano and classical music. Qin Mingyu didn't respond, but she also didn't immediately ask him to leave, even though there were already a dozen security guards outside the office. You chased me across 9 streets just to ask me to go to a concert with you, leading behind your Land Rover and riding an electric scooter. Ling Qinglong paused for a moment, then smiled. Mingyu, you're really smart, so you already knew, that's right. To pursue you, I would chase you to the ends of the earth, even through mountains and seas. Qin Mingyu felt goosebumps rising all over her body. This was one of the reasons she disliked men so much. Hearing these cheesy words made her feel extremely uncomfortable. But strangely enough, she didn't feel this way, and that idiot at home praised her. "Do you know the driver of that electric scooter?" Chin Mingyu still didn't respond, but she shifted her focus to the driver of the electric scooter. Lin Qinglan was surprised, but still shook his head in response. "I don't know him, but it's strange. I just stopped him casually, and it seems I stopped a professional racer. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to catch up." "Don't you think it's fate?" Chin Mingyu sneered. She didn't believe in fate. If she had to admit to any fate, it would be with that idiot. Lin Qinglan's pursuit of her was originally unrelated to that idiot, but now he managed to stop his electric scooter, creating a scene of a husband chasing his wife across 9 streets. And, surprisingly, Lin Qinglan, this big guy, and Ling Yu, that big idiot, really seemed to have something in common. Lin Qinglan knows about the news of Liu heading trending, but he doesn't even know the male protagonist who is currently at the top of the trending list. It's really speechless. "Mingyu, you smiled. You look so beautiful when you smile. Does that mean you're agreeing to me?" Every word Lin Qinglan said made Chin Mingyu feel awkward. She became even more certain that, apart from the man at home, anyone praising her beauty made her feel uncomfortable, naturally without any feelings. "Lin Qinglan, leave. I've rejected you. I don't like someone who keeps pestering me. Do you understand what I mean?" Chin Mingyu responded mercilessly. If Lin Qinglan didn't leave, she could directly call his father and have him dragged away. Unexpectedly, Lin Qinglan laughed. "Great, I failed indeed. But this sense of failure only fuels my determination. Mingyu, listen to me. I'll pursue you for 10 years. If you haven't fallen in love with me after 10 years, then I'll give up." Chin Mingyu almost wanted to vomit. What was this Lin family young master doing? Did he watch too many melodramatic idol dramas? Every word he said was almost enough to kill her. But regardless of how ridiculous he was, this man was easy to dismiss. After boasting, he left on his own. On the other hand, Ling Yu, though curious about what Miss Jin looked like, was not the type to Google pictures of beautiful women because of his personality. After finishing his part-time job, he rode his electric scooter back home. Unexpectedly, as he passed by the intersection near the Chia Gang Group headquarters, he ran into Lin Qinglan again. Ling Yu thought he was here to deal with the violation of his Land Rover. But unexpectedly, Lin Qinglan, upon seeing him, greeted him warmly. "Brother, I finally caught you. You were waiting for me here." Ling Yu was puzzled. He wasn't a beauty, so why would this guy wait specifically for him? "Ha ha. I was just called over by the traffic police and happened to be done with things. I was thinking I might run into you, and it turns out I did." Lin Qinglan's way of speaking was nothing like that of a young master from a wealthy family. He sounded more like a straightforward and passionate young man. "Brother, do you have a girlfriend?" "What? You wanted to find me just for this? Whether or not I have a girlfriend, I wouldn't be looking for a beaufriend." Ling Yu and Lin Qinglan felt an instant connection, and their sense of humor kicked in. "Ha ha, I'm not looking for a beaufriend either. If you don't have one, I was thinking of introducing my sister to you," Lin Qinglan said, putting his arm around Ling Yu's shoulder proudly. "My sister is super pretty, and she's currently single. Do you want to try pursuing her?" "No need, I already have a woman." Ling Yu waved his hand. Lin Qinglan laughed heartily again. "That's perfect then. Let me give you these 2 concert tickets as a token of appreciation for helping me today." Ling Yu didn't refuse, but he was curious. "So, did your date with Miss Chin from the Chin family fall through?" "Yeah. It failed, but failure makes things interesting when it comes to pursuing girls, right? Ha ha." Lin Qinglan laughed and shoved the tickets into his hand. "Take them. Don't waste them. I won't be needing them anyway." Ling Yu didn't reject them either. But he had never asked Chin Mingyu out, so did this count as a date? What if the iceberg lady misunderstood and thought he was trying to hit on her? "All right, I'm off." Lin Qinglan patted Ling Yu's shoulder again and left in his car. And he had a strange feeling that he would meet Ling Yu again sooner or later. Ling Yu rode his electric scooter home with the 2 concert tickets in hand. He felt a bit melancholic too. Should he ask Chin Mingyu to go to the concert? Forget it. The iceberg lady was so busy. Why would she go with him anyway? But tomorrow happens to be Saturday, so she should be free in the evening, right? And these tickets seem to be quite expensive. It would be a waste if she doesn't go. What are you doing? Chin Mingyu was originally in her room, but hearing someone pacing back and forth in the living room, she couldn't help but come out to take a look. If you're not going to sleep, don't pace back and forth in the living room. I thought there was a thief in the house. Miss Chin, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. In a panic, Lingyu reverted to calling Chin Mingyu by her old title. Chin Mingyu sighed. What's the matter? Do you have something to tell me? How did you know? Lingyu was surprised. The iceberg lady was so clever. Obviously, if you didn't want to talk to me, why would you be pacing back and forth in front of my room? Spit it out. Chin Mingyu frowned at him. She had never seen this side of the idiot before, so bashful and awkward. Miss Chin, it's like this ... double quotes. Although Lingyu's speech wasn't trembling, it was a bit different from usual, giving the impression that he was a bit embarrassed. A friend gave me 2 concert tickets. If you're free tomorrow night, how about we go and listen together? How? Chin Mingyu was also stunned, furrowing her brows as she asked. Lingyu, did you forget our 3 rules? Are you trying to pursue me? Do you want to cause a scene? Lingyu was immediately taken aback, as if struck by lightning. What does cause a scene mean? Miss Chin, you're being too hurtful with your words. Lingyu couldn't help but get angry. I don't want to waste 2 tickets, so I invited Miss Chin to listen to some music. You know, besides you, I can't find any other female companions, and I don't want a big men to go together. Faft. Chin Mingyu couldn't help but chuckle. So this gynecologist also has normal preferences. The next moment, however, she quickly resumed her icy expression. Can't find a female companion? What about Lin Qingshuan? Oh, right. Lingyu hadn't realized Chin Mingyu's intention with that question. It actually reminded him. If the iceberg lady didn't want to go, he could give the tickets to Lin Qingshuan. Seeing him actually turning to leave, it was Chin Mingyu's turn to be stunned. Stop, Miss Chin. Do you need something? Lingyu turned around to see Chin Mingyu striding over, her hands on her hips, looking annoyed. Then, in the blink of an eye, she snatched the concert tickets from his hand. At this sight, she almost turned to stone right there. Weren't these the 2 tickets that Lin Qinglan had brought to invite her? Miss Chin, even if you're not going, you can't stop me from going, Lingyu said belatedly. I actually quite like classical music. Who said I'm not going? Chin Mingyu gave him a cold glare and ordered, come to the company to pick me up tomorrow evening. I happen to be free during that time. With that, she turned and went back to her room. How? Lingyu was stunned for a moment, only to realize afterward that the iceberg lady had agreed to go on a date with him. No, she agreed to go to the concert? He touched his heart and found that it was beating a little faster than usual. Oh no. This is not good. In any case, we have 3 rules. Lingyu quickly calmed his breath and silently recited the tight-fitting curse. He absolutely wouldn't allow himself to fall for Chin Mingyu. Otherwise, if she wanted a divorce later, he would definitely be doubly heartbroken. The next evening, Lingyu arrived at the Chia gang group at the agreed time to pick up Chin Mingyu. Tonight, Chin Mingyu was unexpectedly wearing a violet silk dress, tailored with a white shawl, showcasing her slender and proud figure to perfection. Elegant and beautiful, she was like a flower and a poem. Lingyu was momentarily stunned, suddenly feeling a surreal sensation. He actually had the privilege of going to a concert with such a woman. Why are you staring without blinking? Chin Mingyu directly sat in the passenger seat, knowingly asking, her expression a bit proud. Miss Chin, you look absolutely stunning, Lingyu sincerely said. Chin Mingyu liked his natural and simple demeanor, but deliberately turned her head. You've said that many times. I know. Lingyu had a straightforward look. But Miss Chin, you seem to become more beautiful each time, so I say the same thing every time. Faft. Chin Mingyu couldn't help but laugh. She finally understood why she liked being complimented on her beauty by this man. It was because his compliments were different from others. Firstly, they were sincere. Secondly, there was a sense of progression. Which woman wouldn't like to be more beautiful each time? But those men from before didn't understand how to compliment her in a progressive manner. Miss Jin, what are you laughing at? Laughing at your ugliness. Odd. I'm ugly. Ling Yu was stunned. Although he wasn't narcissistic, he believed he was quite handsome. At the very least, he wasn't ugly, right? Ugly as sign, who wears work clothes to a classical music concert? Sorry, I don't have fancy clothes. Ling Yu was about to explain, but Chen Mingyu placed a bag of clothes in front of him. This. Ling Yu was easily moved, and Chen Mingyu's actions moved him once again. I knew you wouldn't take care of yourself. To save face for myself, I specially bought a discounted suit. Chen Mingyu quickly lied, afraid that this man would go overboard with his style. In reality, this suit was specially ordered by her through Zia Shouty from a branded store, costing over 8,000. Miss Chin, thank you so much. You're always so kind to me. I'm afraid I might fall in love with you. Ling Yu was momentarily excited and blurted out his heartfelt words. Humph, you better not fall in love with me. Otherwise, you'll be very unhappy. Chen Mingyu habitually maintained her aloof demeanor, but she felt proud inside. After all, she was the esteemed Miss Chin from the Chin family. If a man living with her didn't fall in love with her, wouldn't it prove that she lacked charm? That simply wouldn't do. Then change into it when we get to the concert venue. Whatever. Chen Mingyu didn't demand that he change immediately. She felt that this man still understood her. If he dared to strip naked and change clothes in the car, she would beat him up. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the Good Music Castle. This was a high-end venue in Yun City, not accessible to ordinary people. Moreover, since it was a Western classical music event, attendees were required to wear lace-eye masks upon entry. This way, Chen Mingyu wouldn't be easily recognized by others. After entering, Ling Yu saw a familiar figure. Others might not be so sure, but he was absolutely certain he wouldn't mistake that person. Hey, where are you going? Chen Mingyu had originally been gently holding onto Ling Yu's arm. This was a major breakthrough in her life, and she thought Ling Yu should be pleasantly surprised. But who would have thought that as soon as they entered, he would shake her off and go after another woman? How infuriating. Fortunately, Ling Yu quickly explained, Mingyu, I think I saw my sister. It looks like she's with her boyfriend. After all, she knew Ling Yu only had one real sister, and he had mentioned before that his sister, at 30, still didn't have a boyfriend. So seeing her hand in hand with a man entering a place like this, it was normal for her brother to be excited and a bit out of sorts. Sis, Ling Yu hurried over and called out. The couple in front also turned around at the sound. A tall and graceful woman in pure white, it was indeed Ling Ruozu. Seeing Ling Yu, Ling Ruozu was also pleasantly surprised. Little brother, what are you doing here? Ling Yu also smiled. I was about to ask you the same thing. How come you never told me or mom about having a boyfriend? Before Ling Ruozu could introduce them, the man beside her asked, Ruozu, is this your brother? He does look tall and strong, but isn't it a bit casual to dress like this for such an occasion? How? Hearing his words, Ling Yu was slightly surprised. It seemed like Ling Ruozu's boyfriend was quite straightforward in his observations. Yeah, this is my brother, Ling Yu. Ling Ruozu finally introduced them. Ziyu, this is my boyfriend, Uji. It's not that I didn't tell you before. We just established our relationship. Pleased to meet you. Ling Yu smiled and extended his hand to Uji. However, Uji glanced at him and didn't shake his hand. Instead, he chuckled, we'll be family soon, so don't be so polite. Ziyu, you're indeed quite tall, around 6 feet tall, right? This ... Ling Yu was somewhat surprised. Why was this man so concerned about other people's heights? My brother is 6 feet 1. Ling Ruozu answered for Ling Yu and explained, Ziyu, Uji, is an engineer. He's quite sensitive to numbers and detail-oriented. Don't mind him too much. It's all right. Ling Yu smiled casually and didn't take it to heart. Chen Mingyu had been watching from behind all along, without approaching. With her keen eyes, she could see that Uji had a kind of self-assuredness that stemmed from insecurity. Without any surprises, he was wearing elevator shoes, and even standing next to Ling Ruozu, he was still a bit shorter. Perhaps because he wasn't tall himself, he cared so much about Ling Ruozu's brother being so much taller than him, robbing him of the tall image he envisioned for his future brother-in-law. Ling Yu, actually your sister misspoke. Engineer is just my profession. My actual position is project manager, Uji corrected earnestly. Seeing that his sister seemed a bit displeased, Ling Yu quickly smiled and said, "Impressive, Uji." "I wouldn't say impressive. I've also achieved my current position through hard work, step by step," Uji said modestly. Though his expression showed otherwise, even bordering on smugness, Ling Yu didn't find it off-putting. Being proud of one's achievements through hard work was only natural. "By the way, Ling Yu, what do you do for a living? And how's your income?" Uji was quite talkative. Ling Ruozu didn't stop him. Uji was her boyfriend, so it was natural for him to chat with her brother to get closer. "I'm a gynecologist by profession, with an annual income of 80,000, plus a part-time job," Ling Yu replied openly, as usual. Uji visibly frowned, then patted him on the shoulder. "What's the point of such a job? How about this, you quit your job tomorrow and come work at my company. I'll arrange a position for you with an annual salary of over 100,000. One might have expected Ling Yu to be overjoyed and immediately express gratitude to his future brother-in-law. Why wouldn't he? Who doesn't want to climb higher in life nowadays? However, Ling Yu awkwardly rubbed his nose and didn't agree. "You don't need to feel embarrassed. People should always strive for better opportunities. With your current income, it's probably hard for you to find a wife, isn't it?" Uji's eyes brightened. He might not have a striking appearance or be tall, but with his high social status, now that he had found a beautiful woman like Ling Ruozu as his girlfriend, Ling Yu's towering stature and talents didn't seem to matter. In this society, which beautiful woman would marry a pauper? "Uji, I'm married." As soon as Ling Yu spoke, Uji trembled abruptly. Realizing, he chuckled and said, "You got married before your sister did. You must have found someone really good to willingly step into the grave of love so quickly." It was clearly sarcastic, implying that Ling Yu's choice of wife couldn't be that great. Nowadays, many men and women who are aware of their shortcomings choose to settle down and marry early. However, Qin Mingyu couldn't help but step forward, saying coldly, "Do you have a problem with my husband marrying me so early?" Uji trembled again, his eyes fixed on Qin Mingyu without blinking. He thought Ling Ruozu was already pretty enough, but her brother's wife turned out to be even more elegant. Qin Mingyu's beauty and grace completely exceeded his expectations, leaving him momentarily speechless. Moreover, he had a feeling of familiarity with Qin Mingyu, but he couldn't recall where he had seen her before. However, he was too embarrassed to mention it, afraid of being misunderstood as trying to make a quick approach. "Isn't my brother-in-law perfect?" Ling Ruozu deliberately asked him, not getting angry despite his reaction. After all, Qin Mingyu was indeed beautiful and graceful, making her feel inferior. Which man wouldn't react like this the first time they saw their sister-in-law? "Ha ha, indeed, Ruozu, your whole family is good-looking," Uji replied smoothly. Only then did Ling Yu smile and say, "Uji, thanks for your kind words. My wife is a senior executive at Tiagang Group, and my part-time job is just to pick her up and drop her off from work, so I have no plans to change jobs." Uji was again slightly surprised. Both husband and wife were employees of Tiagang Group. Their income must be quite high. In his heart, he looked down on Ling Ruozu's brother for living off his wife, but he didn't say anything, just smiling politely. "Ling Yu, I'll accompany you to change into a suit. Let's just say you'll be looked down upon for dressing so casually." Qin Mingyu spoke without giving Uji any face, directly exposing his inner thoughts. Uji's expression soured a bit, but he didn't say anything. "Little brother, let's go in first. If you have time tomorrow, come home with Mingyu to see Mom. She's been thinking about you two every day." "Sure, sis." Ling Yu agreed readily. Regardless of whether Qin Mingyu would accompany him home tomorrow, he also wanted to go back for a visit. So, the four of them went their separate ways. The concert was enjoyable. Both Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu enjoyed classical music and had a wonderful evening. The next day, Qin Mingyu came out gradually to find Ling Yu had prepared breakfast and was waiting for her. "Mingyu, do you have time to come home with me today?" "Okay, I promised your mom before, but I can only stay for about an hour before I have to leave." Just because this idiot called her so affectionately today, she had to agree at least once, right? "That's great. The iceberg lady agreeing to stay at his house for an hour already made Ling Yu very satisfied. On the other side, Ling Ruoxu also told Chen Ailin about her brother coming home today. Chen Ailin got up early to make soup. She had been looking forward to her son bringing his wife home for her to see. "Mom, it seems being your daughter is not as good as being your daughter-in-law," Ling Ruoxu teased as she watched her mom working hard, getting up early to cook ginseng chicken soup. "You raised me for 30 years, but it seems you've never made such good soup for me, have you? Heh. What are you saying? You can also drink it today." Chen Ailin smiled happily. "Oh, it seems like I can only bask in the glory of your daughter-in-law, who made me not as precious as Mingyu in anyone's heart." Ling Ruoxu's words were sincere. Whether in her own heart or in anyone else's, Chen Mingyu was much more precious than her. She never imagined that her brother could marry such a woman. Even now, she still felt a bit unreal, fearing that one day this dream would wake up. Thud. Suddenly, the door was forcefully knocked. Chen Ailin and Ling Ruoxu were both startled, thinking it might be Ling Yu bringing Chen Mingyu home, but the next moment, they were disappointed. "Ailin, open the door, we're here." It was actually the voice of Chen Sanhua. Ling Ruoxu could easily guess what these people were here for, so she didn't intend to open the door. But Chen Ailin was Chen Sanhua's own daughter, and since her father had come specially, no matter what it was for, she had to go open the door. "Dad, Mom, why are you here?" Chen Ailin opened the door, and outside stood a group of people. In addition to the previous family of 4, Chen Yuan had actually come back. Although his face looked ugly and he was covered in scars, he was indeed alive. Previously, the Chen family had said he died far from home, which was clearly a lie to gain sympathy. Not only that, he had also brought 2 of his cronies, and the 7 of them marched into Chen Ailin's house in a grand manner. "What are you here for?" Seeing the situation, Ling Ruoxu quickly intercepted them. "What are we here for? Of course, it's to visit relatives." Chen Yuan roared arrogantly, "You never come to visit your uncle, so I'm here to visit you." After saying that, he pushed past Ling Ruoxu and walked straight into the hall. Ling Ruoxu felt a bit scared. Their family was now all women, and if these people were to get aggressive, they might suffer a big loss. The group entered the hall and immediately smelled a delicious aroma. "Auntie, are you making soup? It smells so good. Can we have a bowl?" Chen Zhongxi couldn't resist his craving. Chen Ailin hesitated a bit. She was making the soup for her daughter-in-law. If she served it to her father's family, there wouldn't be any left for her daughter-in-law. Moreover, she knew her daughter-in-law was a busy woman. Just spending 1 or 2 hours here was already giving them face. If they drank it all, even if she wanted to make more for her daughter-in-law, there wouldn't be enough time. "What's wrong? Don't you treat us as family? Can't you give my grandson a bowl of soup?" Chen Sanhua immediately gave Chen Ailin a cold look when she didn't agree. "No, it's not like that, Dad." Chen Ailin was always afraid of her father and immediately started trembling. But Ling Ruoxu wasn't afraid of this patriarchal old man at all. She coldly said, "That soup is made by my mom for my brother and his wife, not for you guys. What exactly do you want?" "What? Little Yu is married?" Grandma immediately exclaimed. Chen Sanhua's family was also deeply surprised. Chen Sanhua even exploded in anger. "Well done. You really don't regard us as relatives. Ailin, you and filial daughter, your son got married, and you didn't even invite me, his grandpa. Is that it? Shameless." Chen Ailin was filled with bitterness and quickly tried to explain. But Ling Ruoxu stopped her and said to Chen Sanhua, "Why do you have the right to scold my mom like this? Shameless? I think the shameless ones are you guys. My mom married my dad, and you haven't visited her for 10 years. When my dad died, you didn't even come. When my mom had surgery, you didn't care, and you even withheld her share of the village's profits, ignoring whether she lived or died. Since you didn't come for our previous happy events, why should we invite you now that my brother is getting married?" With these words, Chen Sanhua was rendered speechless, glaring at her with rage. "All right, Grandpa, we didn't come to talk about this." At this moment, Chen Han quickly interjected. Although she didn't like this family either, she was still surnamed Chen and belonged to this family. Now that the internet was attacking her, Even for her own sake, she had to find a way to solve the problem. The relationship between her and Ling Ruoxu was relatively better compared to others in the family. Otherwise, whenever others spoke to Ling Ruoxu, it was full of tension. And her cousin was someone who only yielded to softness if they could solve the problem. It would be strange. "Cousin, we came to beg you to delete those posts online." Chen Han spoke softly. "It was my brother's mistake before. He's still young. Can you forgive him this time?" "Humph. Still young, he's over 18. Old enough to bear legal responsibility." Ling Ruoxu wouldn't let them off so easily. Especially these men today, not one of them had a repentant attitude. "Cousin, do you have to play it like this?" Chen Zhongxi heard Ling Ruoxu's words and immediately felt displeased. "Zhongxi, don't speak." Chen Han quickly stopped him. Although Chen Sanhua had an angry look on his face, he didn't say anything. Because before they left, they had agreed to come here to solve the problem today, first using courtesy and then force. Now it was Chen Han's turn to handle the courtesy part. If Ling Ruoxu didn't cooperate, then they would have to resort to force. "Zhongxi, quickly apologize sincerely to your cousin, and promise that you won't do such things again in the future," Chen Han instructed again. Chen Zhongxi stared fiercely at Ling Ruoxu, seeing that his grandfather and father didn't say anything. He reluctantly said, "Cousin, I know I was wrong." "Wrong? What's wrong?" Ling Ruoxu asked coldly. "Xiao Yu, you're back just in time." Chen Yuan regained her composure and didn't flee. Although he knew Ling Yu had served in the military for a few years and must have good skills. But with so many of them, did they really need to fear him alone? The matters at home still need a man to handle them. We men can't reason with these women. Chen Yuan thought that by saying this, Ling Yu would be proud like them, and would naturally take over the management. But to her surprise, Ling Yu just sneered. "My mom and my sister are my elders. In this family, they have the final say. If you can't reason with them, it's because you lack understanding of basic human decency." This statement made Ling Ruoxu feel gratified. These guys thought everyone was like them, disrespecting women. They thought everyone looked down on women like they did. Behind her, Chen Mingyu also smiled. She also hated men who didn't respect women, so Ling Yu's behavior was definitely a plus in her book. "Coward." Chen Yuan spat out the word, twisting her mouth. "Let me ask you one more time. Do you want to delete the posts online? Whether you treat us as relatives or enemies, it's up to you to decide." Chen Zhongxi also came out of the kitchen and stood behind his father's group, looking smug. He thought they were the dominant force here, and as long as his cousin wasn't stupid, they wouldn't go to extremes with them. Otherwise, if they wanted peace, it would be difficult for them. Taking a glance at the kitchen, Ling Yu saw his mother's agonized expression, and charged forward, landing a punch on Chen Yuan's detestable face. Chen Yuan wanted to retaliate, but Ling Yu kicked him away. Boom! Chen Yuan fell heavily to the ground. The whole room fell silent. "You've all chosen to treat us as enemies. I'd be damned to choose to treat you as family," Ling Yu shouted in anger. Chen Sanhua, who had just seen Chen Ailan fall to the ground, felt no pity. Now, seeing his son being beaten up, he immediately jumped out and yelled, "You bastard! Hitting your own uncle, you've lost all sense of decency." Ling Ruoxu might not be good at fighting, but she was unbeatable in arguments. She sneered. Just now, Chen Yuan also hit her own sister. "How come you, old man, didn't say anything? When someone bullies your mother and your son stands up for her, that's not losing decency, that's being filial." How could Chen Sanhua win an argument against Ling Ruoxu? Chen Yuan's gang of cronies were good at bullying the weak and helpless, but they wouldn't dare to confront Ling Yu head-on. So, the Chen family found themselves unable to win the argument or the fight, feeling quite embarrassed. "Let's just leave. It's not worth it for a family to come to this extent." Finally, the old grandmother spoke up. "Shut up." Chen Sanhua, unable to vent his anger, turned to his wife and scolded her. "It's because of you not teaching our daughter properly that she's raised such unfilial descendants. You old bastard, you should earn some good karma." Ling Ruoxu couldn't stand him bullying her grandmother, and argued back, "My mother has a good temper, gentle and law-abiding. But your son, indulging in eating, drinking, gambling, and womanizing, is rotten to the core. He's good at nothing, Can't even win a fight against my brother. What right do you have to look down on your daughter? Why look down on me and my brother?" This barrage of words made Chen Sanwa's face turn red with anger, and he stamped his feet in frustration, exclaiming, "You're driving me crazy. You're driving me crazy. Old bastard, if you want to die, don't die in my house. Get out." Ling Ruoxu angrily pointed to the door, showing no mercy. She had long lost any affection for these scum. Now, she just felt relieved to speak her mind. "All right, just wait, you'll see. I won't let you off easy." Chen Sanwa angrily waved his hand and laughed with his Groot. As they stepped outside, they finally saw Chen Mingyu. Chen Zhengxi couldn't help but drool. Could this be Ling Yu's wife? If he could spend a night with her, that would be amazing. However, Chen Mingyu didn't even spare them a glance, so she naturally didn't see Chen Zhengxi's lecherous expression, and had no intention of guessing the thoughts of such trash. "Mom, are you okay?" Chen Mingyu walked in and showed genuine concern for Chen Ailan. Hearing the word mom, Chen Ailan's mood instantly improved, but she felt even more guilty now. "Mingyu, I'm sorry, I promised to make soup for you, but now the soup is gone. It's okay, as long as you're okay. Sit down and rest for a while." Chen Mingyu's attitude was completely observed by Ling Yu. He didn't expect the iceberg lady, usually so cold to everyone, to be so nice to his mother. He realized that his previous worries were unnecessary. If Chen Mingyu really was his wife, it would be great. Their mother-in-law relationship was simply exemplary. But the next moment, Chen Mingyu gave him a cold glare. "Ling Yu, aren't you going to tidy up?" Okay." Ling Yu complained inwardly. This wife of his was good in every way, except that being with her made it hard for him to elevate his family status. Although Chen Mingyu didn't help Ling Yu tidy up, she stayed with Chen Ailan all the time. With her daughter-in-law by her side, Chen Ailan felt reassured, even though there was nothing wrong to begin with. She even promised Chen Mingyu that next time she came, she would definitely make good soup for her to drink. Chen Mingyu just smiled, not understanding why her mother-in-law was so fixated on making soup for her, making it seem like she had never had soup before. "Sis, if we don't delete that post, I'm afraid those scumbags from the Chen family might come bother you again." Ling Yu and Ling Ruoxu tittied up the hall together, expressing their concerns. Ling Ruoxu bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with anger. She really didn't want to back down, but Ling Yu was right. Ling Yu wasn't often at home, and if Chen Yuan and his gang came again, what would they do? "Ruoxu, maybe we should just delete it. After all, they're still family." Chen Ailan couldn't help but sigh and persuade. Ling Ruoxu was still hesitating, about to reluctantly agree, when she heard Chen Mingyu snore coldly. "Delete it. Why should we bow down to evil forces?" This statement struck a chord with Ling Ruoxu, but Ling Ruoxu still argued, "If we don't bow down, what else can we do? There's definitely something we can do." Chen Mingyu didn't even bother to consider scum like Chen Yuan, and strongly suggested, "Ruoxu, not only should you not delete the post, but you should also continue to expose what they did today. Let the online backlash hit them even harder. Punishing crimes requires strength, not compromise. Compromise will only continue to fuel crime." Truly worthy of being called the goddess of wisdom. Ling Yu wholeheartedly agreed with her words, but he was worried about his mother and sister's safety. What if they cornered the rat and the Chen family came back for revenge? Of course, Chen Mingyu knew their concerns. She continued, "Mon and sis shouldn't stay here. Of course, we'll install good cameras. If anyone surnamed Chen comes to cause trouble again, we'll gather evidence and send them to prison." Ling Ruoxu also thought Chen Mingyu's strategy was great, but still said, "I'm completely fine with it, but can mom not stay at home? Can she come and live with you guys?" Chen Ailan immediately looked at Chen Mingyu with sparkling eyes. If she could live with her daughter-in-law, she would be more than happy. Ling Yu naturally also wished his mother could live with them, but he understood Chen Mingyu's personality well. She definitely wouldn't be happy about it. If it wasn't for her grandfather's insistence, she probably wouldn't agree to live with him at all. So he didn't bring it up, to avoid putting Chen Mingyu in a difficult position. "My friend has a house in Minju community as well. She asked me to look after it while she's working out of town. If mom doesn't mind, you and sis can move there. It's much bigger than here." Chen Mingyu proposed a solution without hesitation. Of course, this story was made up by her, and the house was also hers. She had too many properties. Seeing Chen Ailin still hesitating, Chen Mingyu continued, "It's closer to Yunshan poetry community there. It would be easier for Ling Yu and me to visit you. Otherwise, driving back and forth here wastes a lot of time." "Really?" Chen Ailin's eyes lit up. "Then I'll move there. Can you and Ling Yu come to see me every week?" Ling Ruoxu couldn't help rolling her eyes. Ah, Mom really took after her biological father, Chen Sanhua, showing favoritism towards men. Wait. Mom dotes on her daughter-in-law, so it doesn't count as favoritism towards men, right? Yes. Chen Mingyu agreed readily. Chen Ailin was overjoyed at this arrangement. The thought of seeing her son and daughter-in-law every week made her ecstatic. She'd be happy to live in a doghouse if it meant being close to them. "I know someone. I'll have him come and install the cameras. We can get it done today." Chen Mingyu not only had excellent planning skills, but also exceptional execution abilities. Soon, Ling Yu drove the family of for Timinja community and arranged for Chen Ailin and Ling Ruoxu's new residence. When the two women returned home to tidy up their belongings, they found that the entire house was already equipped with a set of surveillance cameras. Chen Mingyu quickly resolved the Ling family's lingering concerns with just a few moves. Ling Ruoxu couldn't help but sigh quietly in her younger brother's ear. "Your wife, she's amazing." Ling Yu also chuckled in agreement. Indeed, being a high-ranking executive in a big corporation, her capabilities are unquestionable. Ling Ruoxu wholeheartedly agreed and even felt that her younger sister's abilities surpassed those of her boyfriend, who was a general manager. At noon, Chen Mingyu parted ways with Ling Yu's family and went to a high-end restaurant to have lunch with her younger sister. This time, it was Qin Ruhan who invited her. Moreover, during their lunch, Qin Ruhan kept hampering Chen Mingyu, serving her food and giving her massages to please her. "What do you want to ask me for? Just say it." Chen Mingyu had watched her younger sister grow up, so she could easily sense any hidden intentions. "Hehe, sister really lives up to being the goddess of wisdom, the most beautiful CEO in Yunchang. You can practically read minds," Qin Ruhan chuckled. "Cut it out, your thoughts are practically written all over your face. Do you think I wouldn't know? Are you trying to put me on the same level as that idiot Ling Yu?" Hearing her sister bring up her husband, Chen Mingyu became even more cautious. "Sis, I just want to borrow something from you, just for a day." "What is it?" Chen Mingyu became alert. Qin Ruhan had never been this formal and borrowing something before. With the way she was inviting her out for lunch and being so attentive, it couldn't be an ordinary request, could it? Sure enough, Qin Ruhan sized her up discreetly and said, "Your husband." "What?" Chen Mingyu immediately put down her utensils. Her younger sister actually wanted to borrow her husband. If this got out, it could practically become the plot of a lengthy family drama novel. "What do you want to borrow that man for?" Chen Mingyu asked, furrowing her brows. "Oh, it's not me who wants to borrow him. It's my best friend," Qin Ruhan quickly clarified. "Sis, don't misunderstand me. I'm not trying to seduce your husband. Although he's tall, strong, and handsome, he's not the type to be swayed by flattery." "It's not you," Chen Mingyu suddenly chuckled. "Then who is it, who has posters of tall handsome guys all over their room? Who's always chasing after celebrities, saying which star resembles our CEO, and which male idol would be perfect as my husband?" Oops, Qin Ruhan was busted by her sister, looking like she was begging for mercy. "Sis, please stop teasing me. Okay, I admit I'm infatuated, but I absolutely don't have any improper thoughts about your husband. I swear." After saying that, she raised her jade fingers. "Which one of your friends wants to borrow that idiot?" Chen Mingyu finally asked. She knew her sister lacked nothing except for girlfriends, which was the complete opposite of her own situation. "It's Lin Feifei, not only her. Many of my friends say they want to meet that superhero who can fight alone like a lone wolf," Qin Ruhan said, her big eyes twinkling. It had to be said, her brother-in-law that night was too handsome. That idiot, he even managed to attract female fans while fighting. Chen Mingyu became even more determined. She would absolutely not allow him to go out and fight again at night. It was completely improper. "Sis, can you please agree?" I promised them that I would take him to participate in a live-action chicken-eating game and let him carry us to victory. If you don't agree, I'll be embarrassed, Qin Ruhan pleaded with folded hands. Qin Mingyu rolled her eyes. Why don't you just ask him? You're not taking me along anyway. Hey, I know your family's status. Do you think I, as your little sister, don't understand? His words don't count. Qin Ruhan's words made Qin Mingyu happy. Not only at work, but also at home. She was still a female CEO. Sis, I promise, I won't let Lin Fei or any other woman get involved with your husband. I'll make sure to keep him pure and bring him home. Qin Ruhan assured, knowing her sister's thoughts. You go ask him then, as if I'm restricting his freedom. Thanks, sis. With Qin Mingyu's agreement, Qin Ruhan knew the matter was settled. Sure enough, she invited Lingyu to the live-action chicken-eating event next Saturday in the name of Miss Qin Ruhan. Lingyu said he would need to inform his wife. Since Qin Mingyu had agreed, she wouldn't restrict him. So, the matter was settled. Sis, great news. After confirming that Lingyu would participate in their event, Lin Fei excitedly approached Lin Qingshuan. My superhero, Dr. Ling, will accompany us to the live-action chicken-eating event next Saturday. Sis, do you want to join us? It's a great opportunity. Lin Qingshuan was secretly surprised. She wondered what great opportunity her sister was referring to. Did she know that she liked Dr. Ling? Sis, you don't have to hide it. Ruhan told me everything. Dr. Ling is tall, handsome, and gives a sense of security. I also really like him. Hearing her sister's words, Lin Qingshuan was even more astonished. Fei, what did Ruhan tell you? Also, doesn't Dr. Ling already have a girlfriend? Lin Qingshuan's mood was complicated. Firstly, she hoped Lingyu didn't have a girlfriend. Secondly, her sister had become her rival in love. Lin Fei knew her sister didn't know much, but she was her best friend with Qin Ruhan. Sis, don't worry about whether Dr. Ling has a girlfriend now. Anyway, he'll be single in 6 months. If you don't make a move now, your little sister will help you in that man. Lin Qingshuan. She never dreamed that her biggest rival in love would be her own younger sister. Qin Ruhan returned to the Qin family's mansion villa with the air of a victor, walking proudly to her grandfather's side and giving him a back rub band massage. Grandpa, my mission is accomplished. Are you sure? Qin Chang'an, an old man with a young heart, flashed a glint of light in his eyes. Yes, brother-in-law promised to go play chicken-eating games with us next Saturday. We'll be camping overnight, and with such a great opportunity, the Lin sisters will surely be like wolves and tigers wanting to devour my brother-in-law. Qin Ruhan's face was full of anticipation. She had long bet with Xia Shaodi that her brother-in-law wouldn't last until Chinese New Year before being kicked out. If he accidentally got devoured by the Lin sisters, her sister would definitely be furious and give him a piece of her mind. Heh, of course, she couldn't blame her unkind little sister. It was all her grandfather's idea. Well, let's hope the 2 young ladies of the Lin family don't disappoint me. They should put in more effort to make your eldest sister jealous. Otherwise, she might not even realize how much she likes Lingyu herself. Qin Chang'an spoke with confidence, as if he were orchestrating a plan. Grandpa, are you sure sister really likes that man? Do you doubt your grandfather's judgment? I dare not. Qin Ruhan quickly stuck out her tongue. Her grandfather was an old sage, using his remarkable intellect and extraordinary foresight to elevate the Chang'an group to the top enterprise in Yun City. Who could compare to his insight and predictive abilities? Qin Ruhan only now realized that her grandfather's actions weren't meant to test her brother-in-law but rather to test her sister. Wow, this is going to be even more fun. On Monday, Lingyu went to work as usual, and Lin Qingshuan as usual came too. Miss Lin, has your illness relapsed? Lingyu was a bit surprised and asked with a furrowed brow. No, Dr. Ling, it's just that I didn't sleep well last night, and I might have some health issues. I was hoping you could help me check it out. Lin Qingshuan explained and then sat down in front of Lingyu's examination table. Lin Fan watched nearby, envying his buddy's good fortune. He had married a perfect wife, yet he still had a wealthy young lady pestering him all the time. Little did Lingyu know, Lin Qingshuan's biggest problem was unrequited love. And now she was pretending to get diagnosed seriously. Miss Lin, let me take your pulse for you. Okay. Lin Qingshuan extended her delicate hand to him. Ling Yu found it amusing. Taking a pulse wasn't the same as shaking hands. Her actions were quite strange. Nevertheless, he calmly placed her jade-like hand on the examination table and earnestly took her pulse. Dr. Ling, is your girlfriend by any chance from the Qianggong group? Is her last name Qin? Yes, but she's not my girlfriend, she's my wife. Ling Yu nodded. Hehe, could she be Miss Qin from the Qin family? She's the one all the men in Yun City want to marry. Lin Qingshuan's visit today was a pretense for a medical checkup, but she wanted to verify whether what her sister said was true or not. That's definitely not her. Miss Lin, please don't tease me. Ling Yu's expression remained calm, showing no signs of lying. Lin Qingshuan's eyes sparkled slightly. It seemed that he truly didn't even know his wife's identity. Here comes the problem. So, what was the deal with his marriage to Qin Mingyu? Miss Lin, there's nothing wrong with your health. You just need to rest well and drink more water to relieve internal heat. Remember to balance work and rest. Ling Yu quickly diagnosed Lin Qingshuan's condition. Ling doctor, your medical skills are really impressive, with proficiency in both Chinese and Western medicine. Many old doctors can't compare to you. Why did you choose to become a gynecologist? Lin Qingshuan had actually been wanting to ask this question for a while. She felt that Ling Yu was different from others. Besides being tall and handsome, he had a mysterious aura, like a book full of stories, deeply intriguing her. Miss Lin, you're flattering me. Ling Yu responded casually, not addressing her question. The reason was related to his retirement from the northern frontier, but he didn't want to mention it to anyone. Seeing that he didn't want to answer, Lin Qingshuan naturally wouldn't press further. After the examination was done and there was nothing else to do, she stood up to leave. But as she reached the door, she couldn't help but turn back. Dr. Ling, are you free this Saturday? Lin Fan had been outside the door the whole time, pretending to be busy, while secretly observing how Lin Qingshuan tried to woo his buddy. Tisk tisk, he had always thought Lin Qingshuan was reserved, but who knew she would be so direct this time? Was she openly trying to date a married man? Sorry. Miss Lin, I had plans this Saturday. I'm going to participate in a real-life chicken dinner game. Oh. I see. Lin Qingshuan pretended to be disappointed, though she had already known. I also really enjoy playing this kind of game. Can you take me with you, Dr. Ling? I'll have to check with the organizers for that. Okay. Thanks, you're welcome. Finally, Lin Qingshuan left. Ling Yu quickly sent a message to Ms. San, requesting permission to bring an additional person, which of course was granted. Qin Ruhan chuckled to herself. Lin Qingshuan was really bold. She knew her brother-in-law was taken, yet she still wanted to tempt fate. Seeing her innocent and shy demeanor, she seemed fearless when it came to love and hate. As for Ling Yu, after the matter was settled, he didn't dwell on it. His mind was like steel and wouldn't bother with guessing women's intentions, except for his wife, of course. After finishing his shift at the hospital, he went to the Qianggong Group headquarters, as usual. Tonight, Qin Mingyu had some social engagements, so he didn't need to pick her up. Ling Yu finished his part-time job and headed home alone. He wasn't yet an official employee of Qianggong Group, so he didn't have the qualifications to enter the office. Moreover, his part-time work was usually in the evenings, so he hardly interacted with the regular employees and rarely saw his wife during working hours. As he passed through an intersection, his Maserati was flagged down by a Land Rover. This car looked familiar. Wasn't it Lin Qinglan's? Ling Yu thought Lin Qinglan might have something to discuss with him. However, upon second thought, he remembered that last time he was riding a small electric scooter, so Lin Qinglan probably didn't know this car belonged to him. Mr. Qin, I've been waiting for you for a while. You said you had engagements, but… Lin Qinglan got down from the Land Rover, looking very pleased, thinking he had intercepted his goddess. This game was quite fun, but after getting a clear look at the man behind the wheel, he was directly stunned. Bro, is that you? Ling Yu also chuckled. Yeah, I'm surprised too. How did you know it was me? Lin Qinglan laughed heartily. Your car looks so much like my woman's. Your woman. Ling Yu asked. Following up, Mr. Lin seems quite powerful. Your woman must be extraordinary too. Ha ha, indeed. Lin Qinglong boasted. My woman is the #1 beauty in Yun City. Miss Qin from the Qin family. Oh, her? Ling Yu suddenly realized, his eyes even showing a hint of suspicion. But I heard from my sister that woman is quite aloof, and it's rumored she's never been in a relationship. Some even say she's a lesbian. Ha ha, all rumors. Lin Qinglong boasted shamelessly. I'll catch her sooner or later. By then, I'll introduce her to you, bro. Sounds good. Ling Yu's response wasn't just polite. He had long wanted to see what Miss Qin from the Qin family looked like, and if she was really more beautiful than his own wife.
Haha, since we've met tonight, we must have a good drink no matter what. Lin Qinglong grabbed Ling Yu warmly, almost like kidnapping him. Ling Yu refused several times, but the other party wouldn't let him go. Helpless, he could only smile bitterly and say, I need to consult my wife first. Oh, I see. You seem quite capable, yet you're still under your wife's thumb? Lin Qinglong sneered. Just a woman. Can't you handle her as a grown man? Ling Yu chuckled. Blame it on me getting into fights 3 times with others last month. That's why my wife is strict with me now. Ha ha, bro, you're quite something. Able to handle men but helpless against a mere woman? Lin Qinglong teased Ling Yu relentlessly. Ling Yu didn't know his situation and couldn't refute him. Soon, Qin Mingyu received a message from Ling Yu. Seeing that this man was actually being dragged out for a drink by Lin Qinglong, she was also speechless. Lin Qinglong couldn't invite her out for a drink, so he turned around and took her husband instead. Quite a move. Don't come back later than 11. Qin Mingyu didn't restrict Ling Yu's freedom, but this was still her bottom line. Ling Yu checked the time. It was only 9 o'clock, so there were still 2 hours. He could have a drink with Lin Qinglong. Once it was settled, the two of them drove to the Night Charm Bar. This was a high-end nightclub in Yun City. Although the atmosphere inside was lively, it was well organized and not as chaotic as the Heaven nightclub. Following Lin Qinglong, Ling Yu arrived at the entrance of a private room, where a well-dressed man came forward. It was Xie Zhejun. Mr. Lin, the private room has been reserved for you in advance. But why did you bring a man with you? Xie Zhejun was naturally puzzled. Mr. Lin had been talking about inviting Qin Mingyu over to have fun. He had been hoping Mr. Lin would get Qin Mingyu drunk, giving him a chance to approach the #1 beauty. Who would have thought Mr. Lin would bring a man instead? Hey, when it comes to drinking, it's definitely better with men. Let's forget about women tonight. All right, Mr. Lin, then I'll take my leave. Tonight, Xie Zhejun had 2 purposes for coming here. Firstly, to help Lin Qinglong reserve the private room.
Secondly, and more importantly, he had received an invitation from a woman from his village through various connections. Since she wanted to meet him for a drink, he decided to take advantage of the situation and stay here. He had heard before that the sisters were quite flirtatious. If he could have some drinks tonight and then take advantage of the situation to sleep with her, it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Xie Zhejun walked past Ling Yu, politely nodding in acknowledgement, as he was Lin's friend after all. Ling Yu also nodded back in response. As they were about to enter the private room, Ling Yu caught sight of 2 familiar figures entering the lobby downstairs. Wasn't that Xi Chunyan and Xi Qian? What were they doing here so late at night? Ling Yu had a bad feeling about this, especially since the 2 of them were dressed so flamboyantly. Xi Qian was even wearing black stockings and short shorts, with a tight-fitting top that emphasized her bust. Did Tang know that his wife was coming to a place like this at night? Bro, what are you looking at? Come in and have a drink. If you want some girls to accompany us, just let me know. At this moment, Lin Qinglong draped his arm over Ling Yu's shoulder, thinking he was interested in finding women. Bro Lin, I just saw someone I know. I have a wife, so I'm not interested in female companions. I'm here to drink and chat with you, but I won't accompany any hostesses, Ling Yu clarified. Both Ling Yu and Lin Qinglong were veterans, and they had a sense of camaraderie. That's why they called each other brothers, not to mess around with each other. Ha ha. Ling brother, you're my kind of guy. I don't have any interest in those improper women either. I like a challenge. Lin Qinglong, having been a soldier, spoke without any airs, which actually suited Ling Yu's taste. The two of them enjoyed themselves in the private room. Ling Qinglong even sighed. "Brother Ling, if only you weren't married. I'd introduce my sister to you, you'd become my brother-in-law, and then we'd truly be brothers." Ling Yu repeatedly waved his hands. "Brother Lin comes from a prominent family. How could I possibly match that? Besides, your sister must be a lady of high breeding. How could she fancy a rough fellow like me?" "Ha ha, that's true. My two sisters are very picky. But to say that, Brother Ling, is making yourself an outsider. I must penalize you with 3 drinks. Let's do it." Ling Yu, not wanting to spoil the fun and having already arranged a designated driver, freely enjoyed his drinks with Ling Qinglong. After drinking a lot, he felt the need to use the restroom. As Ling Yu walked out, he momentarily forgot where the restroom was. Instead, he ended up seeing a man and a woman hugging and entering a room across the hallway, the man's hand on the woman's buttocks. The sight sobered Ling Yu up considerably. He was sure he wasn't mistaken that woman had to be Ziqian. As for the man, he seemed to be Ling Qinglong's attendant. What was going on? How did these two end up together? Ling Yu couldn't contain his anger. Ziqian was a married woman with a 6-year-old son. How could she justify her actions to her cousin? "Come out, you dogs, get out here." Ling Yu, without hesitation, furiously banged on the door. This scene attracted a crowd of onlookers at the bar. The bar manager and his staff arrived too. Inside, Ziqian was terrified. How could Ling Yu be here? Now that he had seen her, he would surely tell Ling Shitang. She was still officially that honest man's wife, and if this was exposed, she would be at fault. "Sir, what are you doing? Please don't make a scene in our bar. You'll have to pay for any damages." The manager, seeing that Ling Yu didn't appear to be from a wealthy family, warned him coldly. Just then, Lin Qinglong happened to walk by and immediately defended Ling Yu angrily. "What? You think my brother can't afford it?" "Ah, President Lin, I'm sorry, I didn't realize he was your friend." The manager quickly apologized. Lin Qinglong, always reasonable, quickly pulled Ling Yu aside. "Brother, is your alcohol tolerance that low? Are you going mad with drink here?" "I'm not going mad. I know that man and woman inside," Ling Yu said heatedly. "You know them. It's not your wife, is it?" Lin Qinglong teased. Ling Yu didn't know how to respond. He was furious inside, but still rational. He had considered barging in when there were no onlookers. But now, with so many people watching, if word got out, everyone would know his cousin's wife was fooling around outside. Wouldn't that be airing family dirty laundry? It's not that he didn't want to expose Ziqian. He was worried about putting his cousin in a difficult position, possibly forcing him into a divorce. Otherwise, how could he hold his head up? "That's not my wife, but that man seems to be one of your subordinates." Ling Yu still didn't reveal the whole truth. Ling Qinglong carelessly said, "Hey, Ziqian, that guy isn't married. Who cares who he's with? Let's not fuss about it too much. Come on, let's continue drinking." After saying that, he patted Ling Yu's shoulder and led him back to drink. Ling Yu clenched his teeth. While the manager and others dispersed, he couldn't help but look back and, with a burst of anger, kicked the door open. Lin Qinglong was stunned. This man had such strong kick. Even he couldn't be sure he could kick down such a sturdy door with one tree. "President Lin, what's going on?" Only Ziqian was left in the room, his clothes disheveled, and he asked in a fluster, "Weren't you just with a woman when you came in? How come it's only you now?" Lin Qinglong asked. "No, it's just me," Ziqian tried to lie. Ling Yu pushed him aside and rushed into the room, unable to find Ziqian, but noticing that the window was open. He quickly looked out the window and saw Ziqian, disregarding her appearance, climbing down and hurrying away from the scene. "Brother Ling, what's going on with you?" Ling Qinglong didn't know what he had seen and thought his behavior was odd. Ling Yu glared at Ziqian and said, "Sir, I don't care about your affairs with women, but make sure not to target married women." Ziqian, also a good actor, smiled and said, "Mr. Ling, I don't know what you're talking about. I was indeed planning to meet a woman, but she hasn't arrived yet." "All right, since no woman was found, let's go back and continue drinking." Ling Qinglong didn't care who was right or wrong. Since the woman wasn't Ling Yu's wife, he didn't bother to get involved. Brother Lin, it's almost 11 p.m., I should head back. We'll drink another time. Ling Yu was in no mood anymore. Knowing now that Ziqian was out to meet men tonight, he should have been more vigilant. Alright, that's a bummer. Ling Qinglong was slightly disappointed but didn't insist on keeping Ling Yu. Ling Yu took a rideshare back to Yunshan Poetic Community. It wasn't even 11 p.m. yet, and Chen Mingyu had left the door unlocked for him, and was even sitting on the sofa doing a bedtime facial mask. Seeing his grim expression, she couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Did something happen with your drinking session with Lin Qinglong, or did it lead to a fight?" If that were the case, it would be great. She really didn't want this fool to get too close to Lin Qinglong, nor did she want them to become best friends. Otherwise, what if Lin Qinglong kept pursuing her through this fool? "Mingyu, I saw my cousin's wife cheating. I don't know whether I should tell my cousin." At this moment, Ling Yu spoke to her as if she were family. He needed her opinion. "Ziqian, you saw her cheating with your own eyes." Chen Mingyu frowned slightly. She wasn't surprised that Ziqian might cheat, but how did Ling Yu come to see it? He went out to drink with Lin Qinglong. How did it turn into catching a cheater? "It's like that. I saw her hugging and cuddling with a man as they entered a private room. And when I burst in, she escaped through the window." Ling Yu explained the situation clearly. Then she did cheat. Chen Mingyu, unlike Lin Qinglong, trusted Ling Yu completely and without hesitation gave her advice. Once unfaithful, forever useless. It's better to endure short-term pain than long-term suffering. Tell your cousin, it's better to get a divorce sooner. This. Ling Yu was slightly taken aback by Chen Mingyu's reaction. The Ice Queen was truly an Ice Queen, incredibly rational, and her approach was indeed the most sensible solution. But I'm afraid a broken family would be bad for Little Wei's growth. What has Little Wei gained with her around before? Nothing is established without breaking something first. After your cousin divorces her, he might find someone better. The longer he waits, the less leverage he has. Every sentence from Chen Mingyu was both logical and empathetic. After hearing her analysis, Ling Yu felt as if a light bulb had turned on. Yet he still sighed before smiling and said, "Mingyu, you're really smart. Every time I face a problem, you always provide me with clear thoughts and answers. You're just too slow." Chen Mingyu mercilessly criticized him again before returning to her room to rest. Ling Yu wasn't hurt by it. Although he wouldn't admit to being too slow, he knew Chen Mingyu was indeed much smarter than him. Meanwhile, Ziqian hurried back from the Nightshade bar to the rental where Zichunyan was staying. "How did it go? Did you charm Zijijan?" Zichunyan asked eagerly. She had set up her sister with Zijijan and returned home alone to wait, expecting her sister not to return until the next morning, but she came back so quickly. However, seeing Ziqian's expression, she sensed something was wrong. As expected, Ziqian angrily said, "I did charm him, but it didn't go as planned. My affair with him was caught by Ling Yu." She had barely managed to arrange that after sleeping with Zijijan, he would give her a certain amount of money, but now all plans were ruined. It was all Ling Yu's fault. Now she didn't even have the money to play mahjong. What? How could it be him? Does he know about our plan? Zichunyan was also very surprised. They had contacted Zijijun through the social network of Z Family Village. How could Ling Yu possibly know about it? "How would I know, sister? What should I do now?" "He will definitely tell Ling Shitang." Ziqian was completely at a loss. Zichunyan was also frustrated, but quickly advised, regardless of whether Ling Yu tells Ling Shitang, "You must deny everything. Do you understand? You absolutely cannot admit to it." Ziqian nodded, though she looked a bit confused. "I know you've been wanting to divorce Ling Shitang eventually, but under the new marriage law, the cheating party is at a significant disadvantage in terms of property division and child custody. If you admit it, and Ling Shitang insists on divorcing, you might end up with nothing and will have to find someone else to support you." After hearing this, Ziqian became even more determined not to admit to anything. As the stakes were too high, "All right, you shouldn't sleep here tonight either. Go home early, so Ling Shitang doesn't have any evidence of your infidelity." "Okay, I'll go right now." As Ziqian reached the door, she turned back. "What about me and Zijijan?" "For now, don't think about that. Once things have calmed down, I'll arrange something for you again. Okay, I'll listen to you. Ziqian nodded and hurriedly left for home. Ling Shitang had already put his son to bed, so Ling Yu couldn't reach him. The night passed without further incident. The next day, Ling Yu called Ling Shitang to arrange a meeting for that evening to discuss something about Ziqian, advising him to prepare mentally. Xiao Yu, what do you mean by this? Did that woman do something to wrong me? Though Ling Shitang was honest, he wasn't foolish and immediately suspected something. That's right, cousin. I personally saw her entering a private room with a man last night. What? Ling Shitang was so furious that he felt hot all over. Originally on his way to work on his electric bike, he immediately turned around and went home. Cousin, don't act rashly. Think of a plan before you do anything. Hello? Ling Yu tried to advise him, but found that his cousin had already hung up the phone. Ziqian, come out here. Get out here. With their son already at school, Ling Shitang was completely hysterical, looking terrifying. Ziqian hid behind her bedroom door, frightened by his furious demeanor. But after taking a deep breath, she pretended to be groggy from sleep and came out. Ling Shitang, have you gone mad? Why aren't you at work this early in the morning? Shouting here. You shameful woman, were you at the bar last night cheating on me? Ling Shitang, a traditional man who despised unfaithfulness in marriage and family, angrily grabbed Ziqian by her curly hair. Even though Ziqian was mentally prepared, she was still shocked that Ling Shitang would dare to treat her this way. She immediately yelled out, Ling Shitang, what are you going crazy for? I was just sleeping at home last night. Who said I went out to cheat? Who said? My brother Ling Yu said it. He saw you at Nightshade Bar, cuddling with another man. Ling Shitang furiously pushed her onto the sofa. Normally, an honest person is easy to bully, but when they truly become angry, it can be terrifying. You're lying. That's not true. Ling Yu's making it up. Yes. Ling Yu's making it up. Ziqian stubbornly denied everything, and even accused him in return. I know now. He must be holding a grudge because last time I said you liked his wife, so he wants to get back at me by falsely claiming I went out to find another man. You're talking nonsense. Although Ling Shitang was not very shrewd, he was certainly not foolish. If known Xiao Yu since he was a child. I know his character better than you. He would never slander someone, especially not about something like this. It must have been you cheating. And he saw you. Won't you admit it? I did not. Ziqian continued to deny everything vehemently. You still dare not admit it. I'll beat the truth out of you. Ling Shitang slapped her thigh hard. Ziqian screamed in pain, but instead of trying to escape, she yelled out, Ling Shitang, you're abusing me again. I want a divorce. I want to take half of our property and our son. You are the one at fault. Hearing this, Ling Shitang grew even more furious, holding her down and spanking her repeatedly, trying to vent all his anger. The more he had loved his wife before, the deeper the betrayal cut him now. Hit me. Go ahead and hit me. Kill me, or I'll make you pay. I'll destroy you. Ling Shitang. Ziqian was no match for this man, even with a knife, let alone unarmed. After Ling Shitang had bruised her buttocks with beating, he gradually stopped. Ziqian furiously stood up, stripped off her nightgown, and stood there naked, screaming like a madwoman. Fine. You accuse me of cheating. Now get someone to check me. Isn't your cousin a gynecologist? Have him check if I've been sexually active these past few days. You're framing me. Your cousin is slandering me. Ling Shitang wouldn't dare to call. How could he let such a matter get out? If Ziqian hadn't cheated, he would be the one embarrassed. If Ziqian had cheated, he would still be the one embarrassed. Family scandals should not be aired publicly. He now understood this deeply. Go on. Why don't you call? Ling Shitang, if you don't kneel and apologize to me today, don't expect me to forgive you. Ziqian took the upper hand, relentless even when she was in the right. Today, she hadn't attacked anyone with a knife, but he had beaten her to this state. She threatened to call her family over to see how Ling Shitang would explain himself to them. Don't call anyone. Ling Shitang's anger had subsided, and seeing Ziqian acting so confidently, he became fearful, quickly holding his wife down to prevent her from calling her family. Otherwise, if her parents came, it would definitely be a huge commotion. Ling Shitang, are you scared now? Why didn't you think of this when you were hitting me? If you don't compensate me sufficiently for this, don't think he'll let it go just like that. What do you want to do then? Ling Shitang suffered from his lack of education. In a fit of rage, he dared to do anything, but after the fact, he didn't know how to handle the aftermath. Give me 10,000 yuan. I'll grit my teeth and swallow this incident, or else I'll call my parents over. You abused me, and we'll settle this in court. 10,000 yuan. Where would I get that? Didn't you just get paid a few days ago? Give it all to me. Ultimately, under Zikion's threats, Ling Shitang had no choice but to give her 5,000 yuan. And only then did she coldly snore and leave the house. Ling Shitang was so frustrated he felt like exploding, yet he didn't know what to do. In the afternoon, Ling Yu was leaving the hospital, planning to drive to Chang'an Group, when he found his cousin waiting for him outside the hospital. Cousin, what's wrong? Seeing him looking disheveled, with messy hair and red eyes, Ling Yu hurried over to check on him. Ling Shitang sighed deeply, but couldn't immediately explain what was troubling him. Worried his cousin might do something drastic, Ling Yu took the day off from his part-time job at the request of Miss San, deciding to spend the day helping his cousin clear his mind. They soon sat down at a roadside barbecue stall. After downing 2 beers, Ling Shitang's eyes reddened as he relayed the day's events, finally sighing, I was too impulsive. I shouldn't have acted without evidence. Now I've alerted her and ended up at a loss. Ling Yu felt the same. He had advised his cousin that morning not to act rashly, but his cousin hadn't listened. But since what was done, he still offered consolation. Cousin, don't fret. The wrongdoer is Ziqian. Justice lies in people's hearts, and I will help you find justice. Ling Shitang nodded and continued to sulkily drink his beer. Wanting to understand his cousin's thoughts better, Ling Yu directly asked, have you thought about divorcing Ziqian? He hadn't dared to ask this before, but now that Ziqian had committed adultery at least, emotionally felt his cousin had to think things through. I don't know. I really don't know. Ling Shitang was utterly confused. His son, Wei, was only 6 years old, and a divorce would impact his life. Ling Yu had already discussed this with Qin Mingyu, so he could guess what his cousin was thinking. Cousin, you don't need to worry too much. Mingyu said, nothing can be established without destruction. If this family can't be maintained, then it's better to part amicably. You're only 35 years old, still young. You still have the ability to build a better family. What Ling Shitang lacked most was confidence. He didn't have much education, and he was far less attractive than Ling Yu. He had married Ziqian in a rush, fearing he couldn't find a wife otherwise, and had always treated her like a treasure. Only now did he realize his mistake, that he was getting older, and his wealth had been largely squandered by Ziqian, leaving him even worse off than 7 years ago, and thus even less confident. If it really comes to it, you can raise Wei on your own. After all, Ziqian hasn't contributed much to your family. Ling Yu said firmly, I promised to help you find evidence of Ziqian's infidelity last night. You'll definitely get Wei's custody, so don't be afraid of anything. You can't let that woman lead you around by the nose for the rest of your life. Ling Shitang sighed and nodded but said nothing. Cousin, you can't just react passively anymore. The man Ziqian hooked up with last night seems to have some financial and social status. She initiated it, which shows she's looking for a better option and planning to divorce you. Given this, you must take proactive steps, not let her find an opportunity, or you'll end up losing even more and regretting it immensely. These words Ling Yu now spoke were, of course, influenced by Qin Mingyu. Women understand women better, and Qin Mingyu, full of wisdom, had seen through Ziqian despite their limited contact. Xiao Yu, you're right, I can't just sit back and wait for things to happen. I'm going to get the dirt on her now. If she continues down this path stubbornly, I'll divorce her. Ling Shitang finally resolved to stop deceiving himself. His wife was determined to betray him, and he couldn't pretend nothing had happened. Cousin, I'll go with you. Ling Yu accompanied Ling Shitang to the Nightshade Bar to try to get the surveillance footage from last night. Unfortunately, given their limited influence and despite their pleas and even Ling Shitang shouting about his wife flirting with other men there last night, the bar refused to give them the surveillance footage. With no other options, They had to leave. Xiao Yu, you go back first. I'm going to stake out at the bar tonight. I must catch her in the act myself. Ling Shitang trusted Ling Yu completely. He always believed that Zi Qian was the liar. If Ling Yu said she was cuddling and flirting with another man, then it must be true. Ling Yu felt helpless but still advised, "Cousin, just stake out for one night. Zi Qian was caught by me here just yesterday. She wouldn't be foolish enough to come back so soon. Don't let this mess affect your job. It's not worth it." Xiao Yu, I know. After his cousin agreed, Ling Yu went back alone. That evening, as Ling Yu was taking his wife home, he decided to stop by the Nightshade Bar and also shared his cousin's situation with Qin Mingyu. Although Qin Mingyu thought Ling Shitan's approach was somewhat foolish, she didn't say much. As expected, Zi Qian didn't show up at the bar that night, leaving only Ling Shitan there drowning his sorrows. "Cousin, it's late, let's not wait any longer, I'll take you home." Ling Shitang initially didn't refuse, but as he stepped out of the bar and saw Qin Mingyu sitting in the Maserati, he adamantly refused to get near. "Xiao Yu, you and your wife go back. Don't worry about me, I'll call a cab." "It's okay. Mingyu won't mind. You're not in a good place financially right now, saving a bit here and there helps." No. You guys go." Ling Shitang stubbornly refused to get in the car. Although he might be simple-minded, he was aware of his place. He felt he didn't belong in the same world as Qin Mingyu and was afraid of sullying his respectable sister-in-law. Seeing that he wouldn't get in the car, Qin Mingyu quietly scoffed to herself, thinking only Ling Yu would dare to do such a thing. She, the CEO of Chang'an Group, sitting in the same car with a drunk. "Tell your cousin to stop this foolishness, I'll find a way to help him get the evidence." Once Ling Yu got back into the car, Qin Mingyu said proactively. "Really?" Ling Yu's eyes brightened. "Miss Qin, what do you have in mind?" "Humph, I won't tell you." Qin Mingyu playfully kept it a secret. Ling Yu, unable to do anything, shrugged and drove home. After they left, Ling Shitang sighed deeply, envying his cousin deeply. He too wished he and Zi Qian could share the kind of sweetness his cousin and his wife did, even just once. Unfortunately, that woman had never shown him tenderness, only pain. Staggering home drunk, he realized Zi Qian was not there. Thinking she might be out messing around with another man again, he frantically started calling her. After 3 attempts, Zi Qian finally answered. "Zi Qian, which man are you with now? Come back, and I'll thrash you." Zi Qian was playing mahjong and was already losing thousands, which made her mood very sour. Upon hearing Ling Shitang's accusations, she exploded. "You bastard! Only a useless man would constantly suspect his wife like this. They say poor people are quick-tempered, and they're talking about useless wretches like you." Hearing her curse at her husband, the fellow mahjong players laughed uproariously. Zi Qian felt utterly humiliated and quickly hung up the phone. Her mahjong friends began discussing her husband, wondering how she, once young and beautiful, ended up marrying such a useless old man. This made Zi Qian feel even more embarrassed. Other women came out to play mahjong without their husbands calling to berate them. At most, their husbands would just check on their safety. But Ling Shitang accused her of cheating, making her wonder how she could ever show her face at these mahjong games again. Because she was upset, she kept losing more and more until she had gambled away the 5,000 yuan Ling Shitang had just given her, and even borrowed an additional 3,000 yuan. By early morning, Zi Qian returned home filled with frustration and exhaustion. As soon as she entered, Ling Shitang, who hadn't slept, pointed at her and burst into a tirade. "You extort money from me and then stay out all night. Do you ever care about our son? Do you even care about this family? Do you want to kill me and our son so you can be happy?" Usually, Zi Qian would just endure such outbursts, especially since she indeed didn't contribute financially to the household. But now, she was also angry, and the words of her mahjong friends were still festering in her mind. "What are you yelling for? Marrying a coward like you was the bad luck of my life. You have no real abilities, yet your temper is bigger than anyone's. To those who don't know better, they might think you're some big boss, but you're just a boss who abuses his wife. You." Ling Shitang was still drunk, and her words enraged him further, making his eyes turn blood red. Seeing him like this scared Zi Qian a bit, so she quickly retreated to the kitchen and grabbed a kitchen knife. Otherwise, if Ling Shitang tried to hit her again, she wasn't going to just stand there and take it like last time. You woman, I won't argue with you. First, give me back 300 yuan. I need to refuel the electric scooter to go to work. Ling Shitang still retained a shred of reason, also remembering Ling Yu's reminder that work was most important. For the sake of his son Wei and himself, he must strive harder. Otherwise, he would forever be looked down upon by Ziqian. Unexpectedly, Ziqian gritted her teeth and said, "Where would I get that money? Last night my hands were good, but because you falsely accused me of cheating, letting everyone laugh at me, it ruined my concentration. I lost everything and now owe someone 3,000 yuan. You need to compensate me." What? This statement was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Ling Shitang exploded on the spot. He worked hard for his salary, and in one night this woman gambled it all away. How was his family supposed to survive the next half of the month? What about the fees for Wei's after-school care, school uniforms, stationery, and other expenses? Thinking about all these issues, and also her infidelity, Ling Shitang couldn't hold back anymore and lunged at her like a mad dog. "Ziqian, I'm going to kill you today. I will break the legs of this family-destroying woman." Ziqian, terrifying, turned pale, closed her eyes, and screamed, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll stab you." She was truly terrified and swung the kitchen knife wildly without thinking. Suddenly, she felt a warm sensation on her face, and upon opening her eyes, she saw herself covered in blood. Ziqian's mind went blank. The knife in her hand had actually stabbed Ling Shitang. Ling Yu worked at Renai Hospital, and suddenly Lin Fan rushed up to him. "Ling Yu, is your cousin named Ling Shitang?" "Yes, what's up?" Seeing Lin Fan's panicked expression, Ling Yu immediately became anxious. "I just thought, the name sounded so familiar, and there aren't many people with the surname Ling in Yun City. It really is your cousin. He's been brought into our hospital's emergency room." "What?" Ling Yu quickly stood up and ran towards the emergency room without a second word. Could it be that he had drunk too much last night and encountered some accident on his way home? No, that doesn't fit the timeline. It must have happened after he got home. Could this have something to do with Ziqian? Arriving outside the emergency room, he saw his mother, Chen Ailin, and his sister also rushing over. "Mom, sis, you knew about cousin's accident?" Ling Yu was surprised because he had been informed by Lin Fan and hadn't yet notified his mother and sister, yet they had already arrived. "Xiao Yu, when Yuexia called me and asked me to come and help handle things. What do you know about the situation?" Chen Ailin asked anxiously. Ling Shitang's father was Ling Yu's uncle, and since Ling Shitang's parents had both passed away, Chen Ailin was Ling Shitang's closest elder relative. Now that when Yuexia had informed the mother to come, Ling Yu could guess what had happened. It was definitely some domestic conflict between his cousin and his cousin's wife, or possibly a marital crisis that required parental intervention. Let's go and see how cousin is doing first. Ling Yu was working at Renai Hospital, and suddenly Lin Fan ran up to him. "Ling Yu, is your cousin named Ling Shitang?" "Yes, what's up?" Seeing Lin Fan's panicked expression, Ling Yu immediately became anxious. "I thought so, that name sounded familiar. There aren't many people with the surname Ling in Yun City. It really is your cousin. He's been taken to our hospital's emergency room." "What?" Ling Yu quickly stood up and ran towards the emergency room without a second word. Could it be that he drank too much last night and encountered some accident on his way home? No, that doesn't match up with the timing. It must have happened after he got home. Could this be related to Ziqian? Arriving outside the emergency room, he saw his mother Chen Ailin and his sister also hurrying over. "Mom, sis, did you also know about cousin's accident?" Ling Yu was surprised because he was informed by Lin Fan and hadn't yet notified his mother and sister, yet they had already arrived. "Xiao Yu, when Yuexia called me and asked me to come and help handle this, what do you know about what happened?" Chen Ailin asked anxiously. Ling Shitang's father was Ling Yu's uncle, and since Ling Shitang's parents had both passed away, Chen Ailin was Ling Shitang's closest elder relative. Now that when Yuexia had informed his mother to come over, Ling Yu could guess it was probably some domestic conflict between his cousin and his cousin's wife, or perhaps one side was dealing with marital issues that required parental intervention. Let's go see how cousin is doing first. All right. The family of 3 arrived at the entrance of the emergency room, where the lights were still on and Zikyon's family was already waiting outside. What exactly happened? Chen Nailin asked anxiously. After Ling Shitting's parents passed away, she had come to regard him as her own son. Before when Yuexia could speak, Zi Chunyan scoffed and said, "It's all Ling Shitting's fault. He has been abusing my sister recently, and she just defended herself with a knife, accidentally stabbing him in the waist." What? The Ling family was shocked. Ling Ruoxu, who was not one to hold back, immediately retorted, "I know my cousin's character very well. He has always treated his wife like a treasure for all these years. It must have been Zikion doing something outrageous that made this honest man lose his temper." Zikion trembled and didn't dare to speak. Zi Chunyan spoke up for her. "You know Ling Shitang. I know my sister. She's so gentle and kind. Why would she take a knife unless she was being abused?" Ling Ruoxu scoffed. "A woman stabs her own husband, and you call it self-defense. This is plotting to murder her husband. How can you describe her as gentle and kind? Your Z family really knows how to play the victim first." "I am 100% sure it was Zikion who was at fault first." "Shut up. Don't think our Z family is easy to bully." Zi Chunyan started cursing back. Seeing Ling Ruoxu was about to respond, when Yuexia quickly intervened. "Both of you quiet down." Zi Chunyan then kept silent. Out of respect for her as an elder, Ling Ruoxu also huffed and stayed quiet. "Chen Nailin, since you call me your in-law, let's discuss and resolve this matter between us." Although when Yuexia was a rural woman, she maintained a dignified demeanor. In contrast, Chen Nailin merely nodded, appearing somewhat subdued. Kion used a knife on Ling Shitang, but it was an accident between husband and wife, so let's not dwell on who's right and who's wrong. Given the situation, it seems difficult for them to continue living together. It might be better to discuss an amicable divorce, which would be best for everyone. Her words were neither humble nor arrogant, and she seemed genuinely interested in what was best for everyone. Chen Nailin also preferred peace, so she didn't say anything at first and reluctantly looked towards her son and daughter. Ling Yu, however, couldn't help but scoff, clearly irritated by the Z family's stance. "Aunt Wan, so you mean my cousin should just accept being stabbed? It was his fault for trying to abuse my sister. What? Do you expect my sister to compensate him?" Zi Chunyan immediately jumped in, agitated. "Fine. You say my cousin abused her, so where did he hit her? Do you have any evidence?" Ling Yu was usually laid back, but he wasn't one to be bullied. Since Zikion could deny cheating, his cousin could similarly deny any allegations of abuse. And since the Z family just admitted that Zikion stabbed Ling Shitang, she couldn't escape responsibility for that. Zikion, who had been quiet, suddenly became agitated. It happened in the kitchen. There were no cameras, no witnesses. How could I had any evidence? Domestic abuse is always hard to prove. Don't give me that. No evidence means it didn't happen. Ling Yu stated emphatically. Seeing her brother so assertive, Ling Ruoxu was impressed and secretly gave him a thumbs up. A married man really is more dependable. Ling Yu. Zikion was grinding her teeth. No one else then knew better why Ling Yu would say such a thing. If she kept arguing, this man would surely bring up her infidelity again. Zikion. Wielding a knife against your husband is attempted murder. If there's concrete evidence, you'll end up in jail. Ling Yu intimidated Zikion first, then continued. Since you want to divorce my cousin, what terms do you want? He was 100% in support of his cousin divorcing this woman, and ideally, she would leave without taking anything. After all, nothing in the cousin's home had anything to do with her, and she had barely taken care of Wei, their son. Fine. Let's divorce. Catching her sister's glance, Zi Chunyan immediately stepped forward to speak on her behalf. Well, follow the normal divorce procedures. My sister gets half of the property, and Wei goes to my sister. Hearing this, Ling Yu almost laughed out of anger. Zi Chunyan quickly added, Wei can also go to Ling Shitang, but the property division must give my sister 70%. Have some shame. Ling Yu, unable to tolerate it anymore, said sternly, What has Zekion ever contributed to this family? Who bought the house, the furniture, and everything inside? Did she ever earn a penny for the household? How much gambling debt has my cousin paid off for her? Does she have any shame asking for half the property and the child now? Zekion avoided eye contact, unable to respond. Chunyan scoffed, "That's none of your business. If you want a divorce, go through the legal process. Whatever the court decides, that's what will happen. My sister stabbed Ling Shatang because he deserved it for abusing her. The court will definitely award more to my sister, just to spite you." Ling Yu's face darkened as if a storm was about to break. Even Chen Ailan and Ling Ruoxu, who had never seen him like this, were a bit startled. "Fine, Zekion. You and your sister want to play it this way. I'll play along to the end. My cousin and I will make sure you to regret this." Ling Yu, clenching his fists in anger, declared, "I will prove it clearly that it was Zekion's affair that led to all this. You won't get anything from my cousin's family, including Wei." The argument between the two families quickly attracted the attention of the hospital staff. "Everyone, please stop causing a disturbance in the hospital. Ling Doctor, you are also a doctor at this hospital. Please be mindful of your conduct." After the staff intervened, Zi Chunyan promptly grabbed her sister and parents and left. Before leaving, she remarked, "The Ling family is no good. Let's go. We'll make them cry sooner or later. HMPH, I'd like to see who ends up crying." Ling Ruoxu wouldn't let that comment go unchallenged. After the Z family left, Ling Shatang soon emerged from the emergency room and was moved to a regular ward. There was no life-threatening danger. However, he had sustained an injury to his kidney, which would definitely affect his future sexual health. That woman Zekion is truly despicable. After doing such a thing, cousin, you must divorce her immediately and make her stay as far away as possible, Ling Ruoxu said, indignantly, while peeling an apple for Ling Shatang. Ling Shatang, lying on the bed appearing barely alive, his eyes squinted as if he were asleep, murmured, "Ah, peace brings prosperity to the home. How did it end up like this?" Chen Ailan also felt sorry for Ling Shatang, but given the circumstances, she was not going to urge him to compromise. Instead, she encouraged, "Shatang, I know many matchmakers. If you really want to divorce, I can certainly find you a good woman." Ling Shatang then sighed deeply, "If we really get divorced, Zekion will take half of the property. What about the house and Wei?" The house had been left to him by his deceased father, and he really did not want it to be split. Wei could certainly not be taken by Zekion. "Cousin, don't worry, I will definitely help you prove that Zekion cheated first. I'll also ask Mingyu to get the best divorce lawyer to keep Wei with you and minimize your losses," Ling Yu resolved. "Right, my little brother has a very capable wife, so don't be afraid. Especially not of those Z sisters." Ling Ruoxu suddenly felt confident. Ling Shatang nodded, "Shall you? In counting on you." Clearly, he had had enough of Zekion, and this marriage had to end. No one wants to be with a woman who frequently plays mahjong until late, doesn't work or earn money, neglects household duties, cheats, and even stabs her husband. After leaving the hospital room, Ling Ruoxu expressed her concern. "Shall you? Do you have a way to get evidence of Zekion's affair?" "I'll try my best," Ling Yu was confident. His mother and sister knew he had been a soldier in the north for 6 years. They were unaware he was part of the Northern Warwolves, having carried out many special operations. Since the bar refused to provide surveillance footage, he planned to sneak into their server room and retrieve the video himself. For this, he took the night off from his part-time job. He also told Chen Mingyu that he couldn't pick her up tonight. Chen Mingyu was probably too busy to reply to his message, but as Ling Yu changed into his attire and was about to leave, the door suddenly opened. Seeing Ling Yu in all black, Chen Mingyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. "What are you planning to do?" "Oh." Ling Yu was slightly embarrassed. "I'm going to the bar to steal surveillance footage." He didn't want to hide it from Chen Mingyu. Chen Mingyu laughed even harder. Ling Yu had never seen her laugh like this before. But, I have to say, when Chen Mingyu smiles, it's like a scene of 100 flowers blooming, so charming. "You idiot, do you want to get arrested by the police?" Chen Mingyu came home early from work because she thought he was going to do something like this. Sure enough, as she expected, this fool only had some foolish methods. I can't manage that much. My cousin has been bullied too much by Ziqian. If I don't help him, who knows what tricks those two sisters will play again. Ling Yu assured her, Miss Chin, trust me, I will definitely succeed and won't get caught by the police. After saying that, full of confidence, he was about to leave. Stop right there. Chen Mingyu stopped a fool, feeling that he was like a dim light that couldn't be lit no matter what. You just want surveillance, right? I'll help you get it. Miss Chin, you have a way. Take it. Chen Mingyu threw a cell phone directly to him, which already contained the surveillance footage from the night at the bar. Of course, she had instructed Zia Shouty to handle it. The bar refused to give Ling Yu and his two brothers the footage, but Zia Shouty, presenting her identity, naturally got it without even needing to tip, and the other party immediately handed over the video. For this matter, Chen Mingyu had been teased by Zia Shouty and Qing Ruhan in secret. They said Chen General was becoming more like someone's wife. In the past, she wouldn't have let Zia Shouty handle such trivial matters, would she? However, for her, it was a trivial matter. But for Ling Yu, it was quite troublesome. Mingyu, you're amazing. After seeing the video, Ling Yu was excited for a moment, instinctively hugging Chen Mingyu tightly, as if celebrating a victory on the battlefield with teammates. But the next moment, because the beautiful woman in his arms felt too comfortable, he quickly realized and withdrew, stepping back repeatedly. Sorry. Ling Yu's face turned red, apologizing quickly. Miss Chin, I didn't mean it, I was just too happy. Chen Mingyu pouted, glared at him angrily, didn't say anything, and coldly snorted before turning and walking back to her room. Ling Yu scratched his head blankly. Was Chen Mingyu angry? He was worried that she might scold him or hit him, but wasn't this way of getting angry too gentle? Dang. After Chen Mingyu forcefully closed the door behind her, she leaned against it, feeling annoyed. Too dangerous. It seems I can't always help that guy in the future. Will he take advantage of the situation to do something excessive again? No. I must be on guard against him in the future. I must be cautious. The next day, Ling Yu returned to work at the hospital. Because of his busy schedule, he couldn't spare time to visit his cousin. When he went to Ling Sitang's ward in the afternoon, he found that he had actually been discharged. Ling Yu just sighed, not feeling surprised. After all, he knew his cousin too well. It cost thousands of dollars a day to stay in the hospital, and he would rather endure the pain than bear the financial burden. But although his cousin was strong, he wasn't invincible. Ling Yu was afraid something would happen if he went home like this. In the evening, Ziqian originally wanted to go home first and take away some valuable things for property transfer before divorcing. But when she returned home, she actually saw Ling Sitang lying there. His eyes were bloodshot, staring at her. How did you get discharged so quickly? Ziqian felt a little guilty, almost sitting down in fear, tremblingly asking. What are you holding? Ling Sitang stared at what Ziqian was holding in her hand, and it turned out to be the gold ring from their wedding. And it was his. Hers had been pawned 2 years ago after losing all her money playing mahjong. I didn't take anything, this is also my home. Why are you looking at me like that? You're making me seem like a thief, Ziqian explained, then turned around and scolded Ling Sitang. Put it down, Ling Sitang angrily shouted. Ziqian was frightened and quickly put it back. I warn you, if anything valuable goes missing from the house, I'll hold you responsible. Be careful, I'll kill you, Ling Sitang threatened fiercely. Ziqian gritted her teeth, feeling that this man had changed. When he used to cherish her, holding her in the palm of his hand. Now that she wasn't as young and pretty as before, his love disappeared, didn't it? Ling Sitang, just wait, you'll have a miserable end. After cursing angrily, Ziqian stormed out of the house in a rage. She went straight to her sister's house. And she cried a lot. Qian, this isn't a solution. We can't go on like this. Zichunyan didn't want her sister to cry all day, so she said directly, have it out with that man. Cut the Gordian knot, get a divorce. Get half of the property, and we two sisters can even afford a condo. But I don't have any experience, I'm afraid I won't get much. Ziqian looked glamorous on the outside, but she was actually illiterate inside, and she hadn't experienced as much as her sister. Nearly 30 years old. Her mental age was still like that of a teenage girl. Tomorrow, I'll find a lady to go to your house. You tell Mom and Dad that Ling Satang is cheating. Take them to catch him in the act. And by then, that foolish man will have to give you most of the property without a word of objection. As for Ziwei, that illegitimate child, forget about him. Let that honest man raise another man's son for the rest of his life. Zi Chunyan's suggestion startled Zi Qian. It was too harsh, but the harsher the better. It was Ling Satang's fault. It was him who set his sights on his cousin's wife, found her no longer beautiful, and started to despise her everywhere, which led to the failure of their marriage. It's no wonder. Okay, sister, I'll do as you say. Well, you can stay at my house tonight. Go take a shower first, okay? Zi Qian nodded and went into the bathroom. Zi Chunyan's rented room was very simple, with a shared bathroom and toilet, and the door was a bit old and worn out. After a nap, Hu woke up and urgently needed to use the restroom. Suddenly, his legs seemed to lose strength, and he fell to the ground. Dang! Hu fell and started bleeding from his nose. In the past, he would have definitely burst into tears, but this time he felt strange. It didn't hurt at all. Oh my! Hu, what's wrong with you? Curing the nose, his mother hurried out of the room. Zi Qian also came out wrapped in a towel, dripping with water. I'm fine. I'm fine. Hu quickly retreated into his room with a whoosh. Oh my! Why is this child acting so strange tonight? Zi Chunyan also noticed her son's unusual behavior, but she didn't know what was going on. However, Zi Qian didn't notice and giggled. Sis, your son is very manly. He doesn't cry even when he falls. He must be very handsome. ... The next day, Ling Yu called Ling Satang to inquire about his recovery and said he would visit him in the evening. But as it was almost time to get off work, he suddenly received a call from his sister, saying that their grandfather's family wanted to meet them again and sincerely apologize. Of course, Ling Ruoxu wanted Ling Yu to come along, just in case their grandfather's family went back on their words. With his younger brother present, they wouldn't be afraid of them. All right, sis, wait for me to meet them again. Well, of course, I'll wait for you. Ling Ruoxu agreed. Anyway, their grandfather's family didn't even know where she and Chen Ailan were living now, so there was no rush. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yu had to call his cousin again to postpone his visit. After Ling Satang said it was okay, Ling Yu went to meet up with his sister. The meeting place for the two families this time was a hotel. In an unusual move, Chen Sanhua had booked a meal and was waiting for Ling Yu's family of 3 to arrive. When Ling Yu entered, he noticed that Chen Sanhua's expression was a bit odd. He seemed somewhat unwilling, but also didn't dare to make a scene. It seemed they had wanted to cause trouble at their own home, but found themselves helpless because of the closed-circuit system installed there. Ling Ruoxu noticed it too. Seeing the expressions of the two men from the Chen family, she found it amusing, feeling that her sister-in-law was too amazing. With just a few moves, they had completely subdued the stubborn Chen family, hitting them right where it hurt. Come, have a seat. Although Chen Sanhua was reluctant, he still stood up and invited Ling Yu's family to sit down. Except for Chen Ailan looking a bit unnatural, Ling Yu and Ling Ruoxu were not polite at all. Dad, why did you suddenly invite us to dinner tonight? Chen Ailan was a little surprised. Since childhood, Chen Sanhua had never treated her kindly, always thinking that women were a losing proposition, so why would he suddenly treat her well? We're all family. As an elder, it's only right for me to invite you to dinner. With so many people from the Chen family present, it was Chen Sanhua who spoke. The women didn't dare to say anything, while Chen Yuan and Chen Zhengxi were both wearing dark expressions and didn't speak. It seemed they had been heavily criticized online, and they were holding in their anger. However, they couldn't do anything to Ling Ruoxu's family, which was frustrating. Oh, is that all? Then let's eat. Ling Ruoxu didn't care what medicine Chen Sanhua was selling in his gourd. Since there was food to eat, she naturally ate heartily, drank heavily. Was she afraid that the Chen family would poison the food? Ling Yu became even less worried. With his superb medical skills, he was even more sure than his sister that the food was safe. After eating for a while, Chen Sanhua suddenly stood up. Ai Lan, What happened before was all Jungxi's fault. He shouldn't have let people spread rumors and defame you. Today, I'm here to officially apologize to you on his behalf. Chen Sanwa gritted his teeth and said. It was clear that he didn't really want to say these words. But there was no other way. They hadn't expected Ling Yu and Ling Ruoxu to be so capable, actually forcing them to retreat step by step. They were really skilled, Dad. You ... Chen Ailin wanted to respond but was too flustered for a moment, not knowing what to say. Chen Sanwa didn't waste any words either. He simply raised his glass towards the direction of the Ling family. Come. I sincerely apologize. I hope you can forgive us. Although it didn't seem like a sincere repentance, the formality of it left Ling Yu and Ling Ruoxu momentarily at a loss. Let's just forget about this matter. Little Yu, Ruoxu. Chen Ailin also softened. It was rare for her father to be so humble. If they persisted, it would seem a bit unfilial. Deleting the posts is also fine, but on one condition. Ling Ruoxu didn't beat around the bush, and directly said, release the money you've been holding from my mom, as well as return the money Chen family borrowed from us twice. Once you do that, I'll delete the posts immediately. This, Chen Sanwa's face turned red instantly. Chen Jungxi, who had been silent all this time, immediately burst out. Ling Ruoxu, by doing this, aren't you essentially sentencing us to death? We don't have that much money. Then that's not my problem. Ling Ruoxu is also a very strong-willed woman, she said coldly. So, it seems you didn't think about returning the money when you borrowed it, did you? And you had enough money to buy online traffic to tarnish our reputation. Now you claim you have no money to repay. Who would believe that? This. Chen Jungxi hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly retorted, I didn't spend much money on purchasing online traffic. Not much money, are you kidding me? Ling Ruoxu retorted coldly, to reach the top of the trending list, don't you need to spend at least $1 million? This. Chen Jungxi was completely at a loss. Being a young person, he knew the value of online traffic, but he genuinely didn't know how they acquired it. Now, no matter how he tried to explain, Ling Ruoxu treated it as sophistry, which made him feel so frustrated he was on the verge of exploding. Damn it, you're not leaving us any room to maneuver. Then I, Chen Yuan, the somewhat thuggish guy, wanted to threaten them, but halfway through his sentence, Ling Yu suddenly stood up. His gaze and his aura were so intimidating that Chen Yuan was immediately intimidated into swallowing the rest of his words. Damn it! Even if they wanted to resort to violence, they couldn't beat this military-trained guy. AI Lan, we really don't have that money. Chen Sanwa knew Ling family's weak spot, particularly targeting Chen Ailin. Chen Ailin did indeed soften. She quietly said to Ling Ruoxu, don't push them too hard. After all, they're your grandfather and uncle. Humph. People like them. When have they treated us like relatives? Ling Ruoxu, although sharp-tongued, was actually quite soft-hearted. She was afraid that her mother would be caught in the middle. And as a concession, she said, for my mom's money and the money we borrowed from you, you can write an IOU and repay it within 10 years. But the 20,000 my brother lent you must be returned within 3 days. He wants to buy a gift for his wife. This statement plunged the entire room into a brief silence. Ling Yu was slightly stunned, feeling the warmth of his older sister's love for him. In fact, Ling Ruoxu not only loved her younger brother, but also felt that Qin Mingyu had helped their family so much, yet her brother hadn't even given her a decent gift. That was simply unacceptable. So, regardless of anything else, she was determined to get back the 20,000 yuan and make him buy a gift immediately. Although Chen Yuan and Chen Jungxi wanted to speak, Chen Sanwa stopped then and gritted his teeth, saying, all right, we agree. With that, the matter was settled. Ling Ruoxu didn't feel like eating this meal anymore. These people clearly weren't sincerely apologizing. They were just doing it out of helplessness. If you return the money, I'll delete the posts immediately. That's it, she said, pulling her mother along as she left. Of course, Ling Yu didn't linger either, escorting his mother and sister out. After the trio left, Chen Yuan burst out, damn it. Sooner or later, I'll kill Ling Ruoxu, that rotten piece of paper. It's infuriating. Exactly, I don't believe Ling Yu can protect her forever. Sooner or later, I'll find an opportunity to kill her. Chen Zhengxi also spoke viciously. Seeing their grim expressions, Chen Han was very scared, trembling and not daring to say a word. That night, Ling Yu received 30,000 yuan transferred by his older sister. 20,000 yuan was from the Chen family, and the remaining 10,000 yuan was her personal contribution. She demanded that he deliver the engagement gift to Qin Mingyu within the week, or she wouldn't let him off lightly. As for how the Chen family managed to come up with the 20,000 yuan, Ling Yu didn't care. He was only concerned about what to buy for Qin Mingyu. He had no idea what she liked. But he wasn't stupid. After thinking all night, he quietly called Qin Chang'an the next morning. "Grandpa, I want to buy a gift for Mingyu, but I don't know what she likes. Can you give me some advice?" Recently, Qin Chang'an had been lounging around the villa estate with nothing to do. Upon hearing Ling Yu's request, he got excited as if it were New Year's Day and jumped up from his recliner. This attitude frightened the steward of the Qin family and a group of servants. "Of course, I know, you've asked the right person," Qin Chang'an said without hesitation. "Mingyu has always been different from other girls. She doesn't like pink, dolls, or toes. She's assertive and likes golden yellow. So, if you give her a yellow jade carving of a phoenix, she'd definitely be very happy. Then, you can take advantage of the situation to make your move." Hey. Ling Yu automatically skipped the last sentence. Giving a gift was just to repay her for her help to his family during this time. As for making a move on her, that was just wishful thinking. "Grandpa, what's a yellow jade carving of a phoenix?" Ling Yu asked, focusing on the main point. Haha, that's hard to explain. But I happen to know that there's a private auction this Friday night, where Master Zhuo's hand-carved yellow jade phoenix is being auctioned. Why don't you come with me to take a look? Qin Chang'an suggested. That sounds good. Ling Yu decided to broaden his horizons. Although he didn't think 30,000 yuan could get him anything good, since his grandpa recommended it, he had to go. As soon as Qin Chang'an hung up the phone, the old steward came over to remind him. Master Zhuo is one of the top jewelers in the country. His works are probably worth at least tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Ling Yu may not have the financial means for it. Haha, why do you need to remind me of that? Qin Chang'an was in a very good mood and scolded with a smile. He doesn't have it, but I do. Don't talk about hundreds of millions, even if it's 1 billion. I'll help him get it. Anyway, it's going back to my granddaughter, so it's not a loss. Haha. The old steward nodded repeatedly, feeling happy for his master. He had served Qin Chang'an for over 30 years, and rarely had he seen the old master smile so much. It seemed that all his thoughts were on hugging his great-grandson soon. With this meticulous old man's help, it was probably only a matter of time before the young lady's dislike of men was broken by this guy named Ling Yu. This attitude frightened the steward of the Qin family and a group of servants. Of course, I know, you've asked the right person, Qin Chang'an said without hesitation. Mingyu has always been different from other girls. She doesn't like pink, dolls, or toes. She's assertive and likes golden yellow. So, if you give her a yellow jade carving of a phoenix, she'd definitely be very happy. Then, you can take advantage of the situation to make your move. Hey. Ling Yu automatically skipped the last sentence. Giving a gift was just to repay her for her help to his family during this time. As for making a move on her, that was just wishful thinking. Grandpa, what's a yellow jade carving of a phoenix? Ling Yu asked, focusing on the main point. Haha, that's hard to explain. But I happen to know that there's a private auction this Friday night, where Master Zhuo's hand-carved yellow jade phoenix is being auctioned. Why don't you come with me to take a look? Qin Chang'an suggested. That sounds good. Ling Yu decided to broaden his horizons. Although he didn't think 30,000 yuan could get him anything good, since his grandpa recommended it, he had to go. As soon as Qin Chang'an hung up the phone, the old steward came over to remind him. Master Zhuo is one of the top jewelers in the country. His works are probably worth at least tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Ling Yu may not have the financial means for it. Haha, why do you need to remind me of that? Qin Chang'an was in a very good mood and scolded with a smile. He doesn't have it, but I do. Don't talk about hundreds of millions, Even if it's 1 billion, I'll help him get it. Anyway, it's going back to my granddaughter, so it's not a loss. Ha ha. The old steward nodded repeatedly, feeling happy for his master. He had served Qin Chonggong for over 30 years, and rarely had he seen the old master smile so much. It seemed that all his thoughts were on hugging his great-grandson soon. With this meticulous old man's help, it was probably only a matter of time before the young lady's dislike of men was broken by this guy named Ling Yu. After being stabbed by Ziyangqiu, Ling Shitang hadn't gone to work for several days. Although his wound hadn't fully healed, he was used to a lifetime of hard work and couldn't sit still at home. He went out early to pick up his son. However, he didn't expect that when he arrived at the school, the teacher told him that Ziwei's mother had already picked him up. What's going on? Ling Shitang had a bad feeling. Ziyangqiu almost never picked up their son from school. What was she up to today? He quickly made a phone call, only to hear Ziyangqiu shouting loudly, "Ling Shitang, my parents came again today. Can't I just pick up our son and have dinner with them? Don't bother coming over, or I'll just want to argue with you when I see you." Ling Shitang was instantly speechless with anger. However, he still wanted to give face to his mother-in-law and father-in-law. It was better for Ziwei to go eat a big meal with them than to have a simple meal with him. Unable to pick up his son, he called Ling Yu. This guy always said he would come over but had kept him waiting for 2 days. "Cousin, wait for me a moment. After I pick up Mingyu and take her home, I'll come over to your place," Ling Yu replied briefly before hanging up. Because Qin Mingyu had already left the company. "What's going on? Are we going out again tonight?" Qin Mingyu frowned slightly as she sat in the passenger seat. This man was busier than her. "Yeah, Ziyangqiu took Ziwei out to play tonight. Since my cousin is alone at home, I'm going to show him the video of Ziyangqiu cheating and see how he wants to handle it," Ling Yu replied. Unexpectedly, Qin Mingyu felt something was off and offered, "Why don't you come home with me for dinner first, and then we can go together?" "How?" Ling Yu was stunned. The Ice Queen was suddenly so considerate. "What's wrong? Don't want me to go?" Qin Mingyu asked intentionally. "Ah, no. I'm just a bit happy. Mingyu, with you here, you can definitely give us the best advice," Ling Yu sincerely said. He didn't know when it started, but he had come to trust this woman's intelligence and problem-solving abilities. After just 1 month of marriage, she had already helped his family solve many troublesome matters. "I'm really glad I married Miss Qin. Without you, the troubles between my family and my cousin's family would definitely be much worse than they are now." Upon hearing this foolish guy's words, Qin Mingyu was slightly startled, then intentionally turned her head away in a coquettish manner. "Humph, just realize that, you fool. Besides using brute force to solve problems, you have no other way." Ha ha. Yeah. Ling Yu wasn't ashamed at all. Instead, he laughed heartily. "That's just it. My existence also makes up for Miss Qin's only small deficiency." "Qi." Qin Mingyu disdainfully snorted, appearing to disagree on the surface. But upon closer thought, what this fool said wasn't wrong. He indeed used his strength and medical skills to help her solve many problems. Meanwhile, at Ling Shiteng's doorstep. Zi Chunyan quietly opened Ling Shiteng's door with the key her sister gave her, bringing in a dusty woman. "Remember, take off your clothes cleanly and lie on Ling Shiteng's bed. No matter what happens later, you don't need to say anything. This 1,500 yuan is your deposit. After the deed is done, I'll give you another 1,500. Zi Chunyan handed a stack of money to the woman, instructing her. "Heh. Okay, as long as there's money, I'll do anything." The woman grinned. After all, she was a woman who would do anything for money. 3,000 yuan for one encounter, more profitable than any business deal. After giving her instructions, Zi Chunyan left sneakily. Soon, Ling Shitang returned home, went to the kitchen to make some food, ate quickly, and then sat in the living room, waiting for Ling Yu to come over. Knock knock. Sure enough, someone knocked on the door. Coming. Ignoring the slight pain in his waist, Ling Shitang walked briskly to open the door. Thinking it was Ling Yu, he was in a good mood and had a smile on his face. But as soon as he saw the woman with a stern face at the door, his smile immediately froze. "So long to open the door. What were you doing inside?" Zi Qian said coldly. Was it long? I came to open the door as soon as I heard someone knocking. Ling Shitang explained, quickly inviting his in-laws inside. He wondered if they hadn't left the city center. Why did they keep coming over every few days? Humph, you came to open the door as soon as you heard it. I've been knocking for ages. What were you secretly doing inside? Ziqion complained as she entered the house. Actually, she had indeed been knocking for quite a while. But at first, she deliberately knocked very softly, and Ling Shitang inside couldn't hear at all. I don't feel like talking to you. What could I possibly be doing alone at home? Ling Shitang felt that this woman was crazy, always looking for trouble, right? But unexpectedly, when he let his in-laws into the house, a completely naked woman walked out of his room. What the heck was going on? Seeing this scene, Ling Shitang was dumbfounded. After reacting, he didn't panic but instinctively covered his son's eyes to prevent the child from seeing things he shouldn't. Wow! Ling Shitang, you scumbag! Ziqion exploded on the spot, rushing over to slap Ling Shitang without hesitation. Ling Shitang, not feeling guilty, how could he let her slap him? With a single push, he pushed her away. Dad! Mom! Look, is this man still human? Just because I wasn't home for a while tonight, he brought another woman home to play with, crying louder with each sob. Zigisheng had just been staring wide-eyed at the naked woman, only reacting when he heard his daughter crying loudly. You scumbag, I'll kill you! With a roar, he lunged forward. Don't hit my dad! Fortunately, Xiaowei quickly extended his arms to block Ling Shitang in front of him, otherwise his injured dad would have been beaten. Enough! Stop messing around. When Yuexia, though angry, was the calmest among them, mainly because she felt that tonight's incident was too illogical. Her daughter suddenly said she wanted to treat them to dinner and then invited them to her house. This was rare in the past, especially since today wasn't a special day. Secondly, Ling Shitang's behavior just now didn't seem like that of a guilty thief. Thirdly, he had just been stabbed in the waist by her daughter. Was he a gladiator? In this situation, he could still bring a woman home to play, put on some clothes and get out. Realizing what was going on, when Yuexia quickly reprimanded the woman didn't say a word. Anyway, her task was done, and she had received her 3,000, so she left without any shame. Ling Shitang, you better explain. What's going on here? When Yuexia angrily questioned Ling Shitang, even though she suspected what had happened, she was still Zikion's biological mother, and her stance couldn't change. Mom, how would I know? I had no idea there was a naked woman in the house. Maybe she's a thief. Ling Shitang only just realized this. How could he let the woman leave like that? Even if she wasn't a thief, he had no way to explain the situation. Ling Shitang, are you still going to try to argue? Ziyangqiu came over in agitation, pushing and shoving. I went out to eat with my parents and Xiaowei. You were the only one at home. If it weren't for you opening the door and letting her in, could she have stripped naked and sneaked in by herself? This accusation left Ling Shitang, an honest man, speechless. He felt stifled inside. How did he always end up in these uncultured situations? How did that woman even get in? How did he not notice anything? You bastard, you're cheating on me, I want a divorce, and you're the one who's wronged me. The divorce settlement will definitely favor me. Ziyangqiu yelled and pounded Ling Shitang, making a scene. Ling Shitang was too busy defending himself to even try to argue. Seeing his parents fighting in front of him again, Xiaowei began to cry desperately. Zigisheng and Wen Yuexia, seeing their daughter in a dominant position, didn't intervene for a moment. Cousin, open the door, cousin, outside. Ling Yu was banging on the door. Despite banging for a long time with no response and hearing Xiaowei crying inside, he couldn't help but shout, cousin, open the door. Otherwise, I'll kick it down. Behind him, Qin Mingyu sensed something was wrong. She quietly sent a message to a contact on her phone. You can come now. Then she shared her location. Ding dong. The response came almost instantly. Yes. Manager Qin. Ling Shitang, focused on the situation inside, didn't notice Qin Mingyu. Seeing that no one was opening the door, he lifted his foot and kicked the half-open iron door open. Qin Mingyu couldn't help but shudder. This man, was he too violent? The thought arose again. What if he kicked down her door one night? She had a wolf in her own home, and this wolf could devour her legal status. Cousin, Xiaowei. Lin Yu had no idea what Qin Mingyu was thinking. He hurriedly rushed into the living room. Seeing Ziyangqiu bullying his injured cousin, he quickly walked over and pushed her aside. What are you doing? Don't you know my cousin was stabbed by you, and his waist hasn't healed yet? Are you really trying to murder your husband? His voice thundered, startling Ziyangqiu. After realizing what had been said, she cried and hid behind her parents, lamenting, Dad, Mom, look how they always bully me, a woman. Is it easy for me? Sob. Lin Yu felt disgusted just looking at her. His own wife would never behave like this. At this moment, Qin Mingyu slowly walked in and stood behind Lin Yu, silently listening to them recounting tonight's events. Xiao Yu, you have to testify for me. I'm not that kind of person. How could I possibly have called that woman back home? Ling Shitang pleaded, tears welling up in his eyes as he faced his younger cousin. Cousin, of course, I believe you. Lin Yu reassured him. Hey, of course, you believe him. Because you're brothers, let's see if the lawyer and the judge believe you. Anyway, I witnessed it firsthand. Ling Shitang, you can't deny it. Ziyangqiu smirked triumphantly, thinking how clever she was. With her around, these two rough men could only be played around with. However, before Lin Yu could respond with excitement, Qin Mingyu gently placed her hand on his arm. Lin Yu was immediately stunned, looking at Qin Mingyu. Her gaze seemed to say, you're not good at handling this kind of thing. Let me handle it. So, Lin Yu reluctantly backed down. Miss C, it seems like you're quite knowledgeable about the law. You even know that family members' testimonies may not be admissible as evidence. Qin Mingyu deliberately praised. Do I even need to say it? It's basic common sense. Ziyangqiu raised her head arrogantly, snorting coldly, her eyes full of satisfaction. But Qin Mingyu immediately countered. Then, aren't your parents considered your family? Isn't that closer than a cousin's relationship? Can they prove that Ling Shitang cheated on you within the marriage? Did they witness the process with their own eyes, or did they gather evidence? This Ziyangqiu was immediately rendered speechless. Ling Shitang sighed again, admiring his younger sister's intelligence once more. Beautiful and wise, knowledgeable and rational, she was simply a perfect goddess. Humph, but your husband accused me of cheating too. Auntie Ziyangqiu attempted to retort. He saw it with his own eyes, and there's evidence. Qin Mingyu had already anticipated what she would say, so she forcefully interrupted her before she could finish her sentence. Now, Ziyangqiu was completely stunned. When Yuexia also had a foreboding feeling. It seemed like her daughter wasn't even a match for the woman in front of her. Here's the video from that night. Take a look and see if it's you or if you have a twin sister, Qin Mingyu said coldly, handing her the phone. The video inside was footage from the nightclub that night. It turned out that she and Zijun weren't just hugging and kissing at the time, but some indecent actions in the room were also completely captured on camera. This Ziyangqiu's face turned red and then pale on the spot. She was both angry and panicked. She never dreamed that the nightclub was so despicable, actually installing cameras even in the private rooms. Even more unexpectedly, Qin Mingyu had the ability to obtain the surveillance footage. Yangqiu, how could you do something so unfaithful? Zigisheng saw all this and was so angry that he raised his hand to hit her, but ultimately didn't follow through. Knock, knock. At this moment, someone knocked on the door again. Since Lin Yu had just kicked the door open, the person knocking outside was merely being polite. After knocking, he walked in. Dressed in a smart suit, wearing glasses, and carrying a briefcase, the man nodded politely at Qin Mingyu as he entered. Miss Qin. Hello, I'm here. Everyone was puzzled. Who was this man, and why was he here looking for Qin Mingyu? Just in time, Qin Mingyu directly introduced him to everyone. This is Jin Kaon, Attorney Jin. He's best at handling divorce disputes. What? Attorney Jin. Upon hearing the name, when Yuexia exclaimed first, You're the famous Attorney Jin who's never lost a divorce case in Yun City. This name was too familiar to her, because she and her husband had some disputes before and wanted to hire a lawyer. At that time, they had read the profile of this #1 lawyer in Yun City. Even considered hiring him, but gave up because the fee was too expensive. Never did she expect to see him in person here today. Qin Kaon pushed his glasses slightly, smiling proudly. Indeed, it is I am Miss Qin's good friend. This. Zi Yangqiu was so scared her lips turned white. Qin Mingyu directly asked, Attorney Jin, in a case where a woman cheats during marriage, neglects her duty to educate her child, doesn't contribute financially to the household, hardly purchases anything, and the house is the premarital inheritance of the man, how much property can the woman expect to get in a divorce? It could be said that Qin Mingyu had completely seen through Zi Yangqiu. She even guessed what was going on with the woman who wasn't wearing clothes tonight. Zi Yangqiu was trying so many tricks just to take away more than half of the property in the divorce, wasn't she? No way. Qin Kaon immediately replied, Miss Qin, I can guarantee that she get at most 20%, with over 70% certainty of leaving her with nothing. What? Zi Yangqiu was completely stunned, staring at Qin Mingyu, her lips trembling pale, unable to speak a complete sentence. At this moment, she truly felt it. She and Lin Yu's wife were simply not in the same league. In front of Qin Mingyu, she not only lacked beauty, but also appeared to be a powerless clown. Lin Yu, it's getting late. We should go home. Qin Mingyu turned to Lin Yu after seeing Zi Yangqiu silenced, trembling all over. Qin Kaon, inwardly, was envious as could be. What was the relationship between this man and the young lady of the Qin family? Was he a bodyguard or a driver? It didn't seem like it. Lin Yu silently gave Qin Mingyu a thumbs up. His wife was simply too cool, not wasting a single unnecessary word. In just about 2 minutes, she had completely subdued the cunning and malicious Zi Yangqiu. Moreover, Qin Mingyu never even thought about persuading her cousin to divorce. As for the final decision, it naturally rested with Lin Yutan himself, to prevent him from blaming Lin Yu, this fool, in the future. Well then, cousin, let's go, Lin Yu said, following Qin Mingyu out. Take care. Watching their graceful departure, Lin Yutang's eyes were full of envy and admiration. With a wife like Lin Yu's, he thought, every man in the world would envy him. Zi Yangqiu, disregarding her parents, quickly left the house in a daze, hurrying to find her sister. Upon hearing what had happened at Lin Yutang's home, Zi Chunyan couldn't believe it either. That Lin Yu's wife is really something, huh? She even managed to invite Attorney Jin. Yeah, I wonder what her identity is. How rich is she? Sister, I'm no match for her at all. Sister, I'll have to rely on you to help me now. Don't worry, sister will definitely find a way for you. Although Zi Chunyan tried to comfort her sister, she wasn't very confident because she knew she couldn't compete with Qin Mingyu. It seemed like they had to speed up the process of dealing with Zi Jizhong. By then, even if she couldn't get much from divorcing Lin Yupan, it wouldn't matter anymore. Soon it was Friday night, and coincidentally, Qin Mingyu had a business engagement tonight, so Lin Yu didn't need to pick her up. Coincidentally, Lin Yu's part-time job also ended early today, getting off work at 8 in the evening. Of course, this was all thanks to Qin Ruhan's efforts. Driving his Maserati, Lin Yu arrived at the designated location, picked up Qin Qianggong, and went to attend the auction. He had thought it was a small-scale auction, perhaps with only one item up for auction, or he simply had no idea about tonight's environment. After all, he had never stepped into the upper echelons before. Upon getting out of the car with Qin Qianggong, he was shocked by the palace-like building in front of him. Grandpa, did we come to the wrong place? Lin Yu stared at Qin Qianggong. Although he didn't have much concept of the upper class, he wasn't stupid. Such palace-like buildings must be selling things he couldn't afford. Ha ha. No. This is the place. Don't be fooled by its grand appearance. The things being auctioned here are not expensive at all. Relax. Even with Qin Qianggong's reassurance, Lin Yu wasn't at ease. How could he be at ease? Didn't he see that everyone around was dressed very elegantly? If only he had known that tonight's venue was so upscale, he would have at least worn the suit Qin Mingyu bought for him to withstand the occasion. But now, everyone thought he was Qin Qianggong's driver, so no one dared to look down on him. Mr. Qin, welcome. What brings you here? Soon, someone at the door spotted Qin Qianggong and hurried over. And more people began to gather, pushing Lin Yu to the side. Lin Yu was quite surprised too. He hadn't realized that Qin Mingyu's grandfather had such a wide social circle. It seemed like everyone knew him. Was he very familiar with the owner here? Before long, Qin Qianggong was directly surrounded by a group of people and ushered into the venue. Lin Yu wanted to catch up, but he couldn't even get close to Qin Qianggong amidst the crowd. So he had no choice but to give up and wander around on his own. But once he entered the venue, he was truly amazed. Turns out, the upper-class places were so magnificent and splendid. Almost everything displayed in this venue was something he couldn't afford even with his annual salary. Inside were all high-class individuals, each dressed elegantly and exuding an unparalleled nobility. For someone like Lin Yu, his entry was seen as an offense to these upper-class people, lowering their status. Hey, who's that guy? I've never seen him before. Tonight's Master Juo's auction has certain status requirements. That kid can come in, so he must be a nouveau rich, right? Lin Yu's unconventional appearance caught the attention of several young people who deliberately intercepted him. Hey, you look very unfamiliar. Which dock are you from? Which dock? Lin Yu furrowed his brows slightly. He had no idea that the upper-class circle was like a martial arts world. Since it was a martial arts world, there would be various factions. The leading figures of each faction were called docks. Docks could be big or small, but anyone who could become a dock undoubtedly had some influence in the city. And for those who wanted to rise in the upper-class society of black strength, they naturally had to pay their respects to a dock. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to make it in the circle, and no one would help them if they got into trouble. Lin Yu, who was just entering the upper class, didn't know all of this. He was immediately caught off guard by the question. Seeing that he couldn't answer, several young rich second-generation individuals immediately surrounded him with ill intentions. Head, kid, without a dock and not understanding the rules, you dare to barge in. Now your situation is dangerous. Several young women also chuckled coldly. As signs of the upper class, if they didn't bully others a little, where would their sense of superiority come from? Although these women also felt that Lin Yu lacked nobility, his looks and figure were still quite striking. Unfortunately, in the upper-class circle, looks were worthless because both men and women in this circle had the money to make themselves look beautiful. Several men were preparing to take action to bully this poor kid a bit, so he would learn his lesson and not wander into places he didn't belong in the future. Just as they were about to lay their hands on Lin Yu, Qin Qianggong walked over. At the sight of Qin Qianggong, the young men and women who were just acting high and mighty immediately put on smiles and bowed in greeting. Good evening, Mr. Qin. Hello, Mr. Qing. Some women even deliberately lowered their necklines, regardless of whether Qin Qianggong, at his age, could still appreciate such beauty, and boldly showed off their most beautiful features. What are you guys doing? Qin Qianggong asked knowingly. The two young women immediately leaned forward enthusiastically. Hehe. Just playing the old game. There's a commoner who barged in here without paying respects to a dog. So we're planning to teach him a lesson and help him learn some manners. A man also chimed in with a smile. Mr. Qin, if you don't mind, would you like us to have him kowtow to you a few times? They only knew Qin Qianggong by name, and they didn't have a good understanding of the character of the wealthiest man in Yun City. So, they spoke to Qin Qianggong based on their own values. Of course, after this man spoke, his companions immediately nudged him quietly, signaling him not to speak recklessly. In their eyes, trash like Lin Yu wasn't even qualified to kowtow to Qin Qianggong. Although Lin Yu didn't know the rules of the upper-class circle, he knew that these men and women wanted to bully him. But if they dared to lay a hand on him, the one begging for mercy on the ground in the end wouldn't. To himself, ha ha, it's only right for him to kowtow to me. Qin Qianggong laughed heartily. Several men and women were quite surprised by this. They had just spoken casually, but they didn't expect Qin Qianggong to respond like this. They didn't even have enough qualifications to pay respects to the Qing family's prestigious dog. The next moment, they were even more shocked. Qin Qianggong actually addressed Lin Yu directly. Xiao Yu, did you hear that? You, as my grandson, haven't even kowtowed to your grandpa yet. Faft. The men and women who had just wanted to bully Lin Yu were instantly dumbfounded. They looked at Lin Yu, filled with trepidation. What on earth was going on? He's Qin Chang'an's grandson. Since when did Qin Chang'an have a grandson? They thought he was just a pauper, but little did they know he was the grandson of the wealthiest man in Yun City, a towering figure in the upper-class circle. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then seeing the expressions of these people, he felt something was off. The rules of the upper class were really hard to understand. Ha ha, if you're unwilling, forget it. Maybe it's too crowded here. I'll wait for you in the front room. Qin Chang'an was here to help Lin Yu out. After resolving the situation, he naturally wouldn't continue mingling with these young people. As soon as he left, the men and women around Lin Yu surrounded him again, even more enthusiastically, and before. Lin Yu frowned, thinking these people were going to make trouble for him, but he didn't expect their attitude to do a complete 180-degree turn. Sir, we're sorry just now. We didn't know you were Mr. Qin's grandson. We thought you were just barging in. Yes. What's your name, handsome? Can I be friends with you? Hey handsome, would you like to spend some time with me after the auction ends? A seductive beauty even dared to boldly grab Lin Yu's arm and shake it. Fortunately, Lin Yu was a gynecologist and didn't fall for this, so he pushed her away without hesitation. Sorry, I'm not interested. Faft. The beauty felt offended. How could this man disdain her when so many men wanted to play with her? After pushing her away, Lin Yu entered the private room. Seeing him actually able to go in, the young men and women outside were completely shocked. It seemed that the relationship between the kid and Mr. Qin was really intimate. You know, that was the most prestigious room at the auction, and none of them had the qualifications to enter. At this moment, Qin Ruhan also walked into the auction venue from outside. She wasn't here to buy anything. She couldn't find her grandfather at home, so she went to find the old steward. The old steward told her that her grandfather had actually brought her brother-in-law to the auction. After questioning further, she learned that her grandfather wanted to personally help her brother-in-law buy a token of love to give to her sister. Wow, this was too sensational. As a mischievous little beauty, how could she miss such a big show? If she knew in advance, maybe she could even tease her sister a bit. But she was a bit late. Lin Yu and Qin Chang'an had both entered the private room, and she was about to go find them when a man in a high-end pink suit appeared in front of her. Second young master Liu, what are you doing? Good dogs don't block the way. Qin Ruhan didn't have any ill feelings towards Liu Hedong, but she didn't want to play with this sign of a wealthy family right now. Unfortunately, Liu Hedong didn't budge and asked, Ruhan, do you also like Master Zhuo's jewelry works? That's great. Tonight, I plan to buy one for your sister and give you one as well. How about that? Qin Ruhan suddenly became curious and stopped, asking, Oh, second young master Liu, when did you become so generous? Liu Hedong was completely different from his older brother. He wasn't a man who could hide his thoughts. He immediately smiled proudly. My dad and big brother have both agreed to sponsor me to give a betrothal gift to the Qin family. I know your sister likes beautiful things in golden yellow color, so tonight's highlight, the golden FEI Phoenix, she will definitely love it. Oh, you really understand my sister well. Ha ha, of course, I'm the one who understands Mingyu the most. With just one sentence, Liu Hedong became rather smug. Qin Ruhan, however, loved this kind of gossip about love and relationships. Without telling him that her sister was already married, she decided to provoke him instead. But I'm afraid second young master Liu won't be able to get it. Impossible. With my dad and big brother's support, no matter how much money, I will definitely get it. I'm making a bold statement right now. Wow, that's cool. Then I'll be waiting to see. Qin Ruhan also played along and tossed him a few more sugar-coated bullets. In fact, her family also had a stake in tonight's auction, and since the auction commission was based on the transaction price, if someone pushed the price higher, she could help the family make money. She suddenly felt like a clever little fox. Ha ha, Ruhan, come with me into the private room and see how I perform tonight. Liu Hedong didn't care if Qin Ruhan was willing or not. He just dragged her away. In his mind, he already treated the mischievous third miss of the Qin family as his little sister. On the other hand, Lin Yu had no idea that Qin Ruhan and Liu Hedong had also arrived. Nor did he know that Liu Hedong actually wanted to compete with him for the golden FEI Phoenix. Or rather, He didn't even consider that his mere 30,000 funds could afford anything in such a place. As he stepped into the private room, Lin Yu was completely shocked. It's like Granny Liu entering the Grand View Garden for the first time. In the grand private room, a set of yellow pear-wood tea tables were worth $1 million. The tea on the table was worth tens of thousands per pot. Not only that, there were also 3 stunning models over 1.7 meters tall inside, wearing cheongsams that barely covered their long, tender white legs. But Lin Yu didn't even glance sideways, unlike other normal men who couldn't take their eyes off them as soon as they entered. This made them feel frustrated, so they were even more eager to challenge Lin Yu, deliberately teasing him in every way possible. Lin Yu was also in a bind, desperately trying to avoid them, nearly falling off the sofa. Ha ha. Seeing this, Qin Changong laughed triumphantly. It wasn't that he deliberately tested Lin Yu. After all, he already knew what kind of man his grandson-in-law was. All right, you all go aside. Don't touch my grandson-in-law. Qin Changong spoke up, and these beauties pouted and walked away, thinking that Lin Yu was pretending to be a gentleman by ignoring them. The auction soon began. There was a large screen in the private room showing the auction scene, and there were also dedicated devices for bidding directly in the room. Seeing some buttons on the table, Lin Yu couldn't help but ask, "What do the numbers on here mean?" Qin Changong's old eyes twinkled, having already planned everything. He immediately replied, "Those are bidding buttons. Pressing 1 adds 1,000 yuan, and pressing 10 adds 10,000. Oh, I see. Curious," Lin Yu asked, "are the items being auctioned tonight so cheap? What if a big shot wants to add 100,000 or 1 million directly? How do they operate?" "Ha ha. I don't know about that. I rarely come to places like this." Qin Changong smiled mischievously. Lin Yu felt like the old man's smile was a bit sly, but he was Qin Mingyu's biological grandfather and had helped his family several times before, so he shouldn't harm him, right? Lin Yu didn't continue to ask, and Qin Changong didn't think this man was a fool. Instead, he regarded him as having a different kind of emotional intelligence. This man reminded him of his younger self, not being suspicious of those he trusted, meaning he didn't doubt those he used and didn't use those he doubted. He knew Lin Yu trusted him, which was why he didn't continue to inquire, rather than not having suspicions. Lin Yu didn't bother with too much speculation either. He believed Qin Changong wouldn't harm him, so if Grandpa said 1 represented 1,000, then it was. The auction had already begun, and the beautiful and professional female auctioneer was auctioning off precious jewelry one by one. Each item didn't mention the final selling price, only confirming which bidder won. Soon, a golden phoenix pendant was placed on the auction table. Even through the screen, seeing the mesmerizing brilliance of the gem, Lin Yu was deeply moved. What a beautiful gemstone carving. Mingyu will definitely love it. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Qin Changong laughed heartily, then find a way to win it. "Don't worry, old man here still has quite a bit of savings. If you don't have enough money, I'll definitely help you out." He was afraid Lin Yu would give up halfway. To Qin Changong, neither gold nor silver was as important as an external great-grandson. "Ha ha. Thank you, Grandpa. Let's see how it goes." Lin Yu neither refused nor agreed, deciding to wait and see how much it sold for. After all, the jewelry auction just now didn't seem very expensive. It seemed possible to win with just 30,000. What he didn't know was that this auction house used an international currency format, meaning 3 zeros constituted 1 unit. When Qin Changong said 1,000, it actually meant 1 million. And the international currency unit used had a conversion rate of about 10 to 1 with the Dragon Kingdom's currency. In short, what the number 1,000 represented was roughly 10 million. Oh my goodness, this was the most high-end auction venue in Yun City. How could there possibly be an auction for 1,000 yuan? I'm going to bid on this golden phoenix. Just as the auctioneer announced the start, Lin Yu heard a familiar voice from the adjacent box. Wasn't that guy Liu Hedan? Lin Yu didn't have much fondness for him. After all, he publicly confessed his feelings for Lin Yu's wife. A clear rival. What if he bid for this golden phoenix and gave it to Qin Mingyu, and she really liked it? Snap. Sure enough, Liu Hedan was the first to press the button. On the auction screen, it displayed 2,000 senior. Lin Yu didn't know what senior stood for, so seeing 2,000, He assumed it was 2,000 yuan, just as Qin Chuangong had said. Second young master, you're quite generous. Qin Ruhan saw Liu Hedong bid first, and with an offer of 20 million, she truly admired him. She knew Liu Hedong's financial power well. This playboy didn't hold much personal wealth if he wasn't in power. It seemed his father and older brother had really invested heavily to pursue her sister. Ha ha, of course, for Mingyu, I'm willing to spend however much it takes. This is just a warm-up for me. Liu Hedong's tail practically wagged upon hearing praise from his future sister-in-law. Qin Ruhan cut in without praising him further, worrying in her heart about whether her brother-in-law could handle it. What if this item was snatched away by Liu Hedong? What would he use to present to her sister? 3,000. Just as Liu Hedong was feeling smug, someone immediately bid higher. This golden phoenix pendant had an estimated market value of at least 100 million, so it was perfectly normal for there to be competition at this price point. 4,000 SR. At this moment, Liu Hedong's voice rang out again. Ladies and gentlemen, my Liu family is determined to obtain this golden phoenix. I kindly ask everyone present to step aside and let love prevail. Originally, there were others who wanted to bid, but upon hearing Liu family, they immediately ceased their efforts. After all, who in Yun City didn't know that the Liu family was a major player in the city? Who dared to snatch from the tiger's mouth? Many people even felt that with Liu Hedong speaking up, he had already announced who would win the centerpiece decoration of the night. 4,000 senior, going once. The beautiful auctioneer had already begun her chant. Qin Ruhan felt nervous. She wasn't as naive as Liu Hedong, and she was more familiar with Lin Yu's voice, so she knew very well that it was her brother-in-law bidding in the adjacent box. Brother-in-law, please don't lose. Ha ha. How about that? Isn't your future brother-in-law amazing? Liu Hedong, unaware of what Qin Ruhan was thinking, was still smug in front of her. 6,000. At this moment, the voice of Lin Yu calling out a bid suddenly sounded in the venue. The entire room gasped in shock. Wow. Someone was actually trying to snatch away the young master of the Liu family's beloved item, and they raised the bid by 20 million. Unfortunately, Lin Yu wasn't present at the auction, and they had no idea who this person was. Oh my, second young master Liu, it seems you're destined to be separated from my elder sister. Qin Ruhan quickly glanced at Liu Hedong, pretending to be nervous, but feeling extremely satisfied inside. Brother-in-law is awesome. Liu Hedong gritted his teeth. The sponsorship limit given to him by the Liu family was 100 million, and he still had to ensure the success of proposing to Qin Mingyu. So now that the price had reached 60 million, the pressure on him was immense. Although it pained him, he had boasted in front of Qin Ruhan earlier. Now, he could only grit his teeth and continue. But before he could speak, the person in the adjacent box raised the bid again. 8,000. What's going on? The scene was filled with astonishment. I've seen auctions before, but I've never seen one like this. Bidding against yourself, trying to show how unbeatable you are, isn't it lonely? Qin Ruhan was so excited she wanted to bite her little hand. Brother-in-law turned out to be so domineering. But she didn't expect so many people to pay attention to the bidding. Since Liu Hedong had already boasted, all he could do now was clench his fist and declare, Ruhan, I promise to propose to your sister with this yellow FEI phoenix. No one can stop me, I mean it. Qin Ruhan rolled her eyes. Who cares what you said? While 100 million might seem like a lot to others, it wasn't much in front of the Qin family. Liu Hedong, however, felt quite good about himself and shouted again, 8,100 SR. Oh my god, how pathetic. Qin Ruhan looked down on this guy in her heart. Compared to her brother-in-law, Liu Hedong's bidding method was so inferior. Adding just a bit more, was he running out of money? Unable to influence Qin Ruhan, Liu Hedong quickly tried to intimidate the person in the adjacent box. Before they could continue bidding, brother next door, I'm Liu Hedong from the Liu family. I want to buy this yellow FEI necklace to propose to Miss Qin. Please consider. With that, the scene erupted. Many people felt that no matter who was sitting in the adjacent box, they had to give face now. After all, both the Qin and Liu families were titans in Yun City. Sure enough, the man next door remained silent for the time being. Liu Hedong breathed a sigh of relief, gradually revealing a victorious expression. Being able to buy the yellow FEI Phoenix for 81 million was really worth it. Not only could he win a smile from his beloved, but he could also show off in front of so many people in the upper circles of Yun City. How satisfying. It seems that the mysterious figure still dares not challenge the Liu family. Of course, with the Liu family's connections all over Yun City, who would dare to offend them easily? Yet, money is important, but influence is even more crucial. The young master of the Liu family is truly rich and powerful in Yun City. In the auction hall, a group of people discussed, thinking that this time the dust had surely settled. 16,000 SR. I can't believe it. This price instantly shocked the entire venue. A piece of yellow jade, carved by Master Juo, actually reached a value of over 100 million. Truly eye-opening. Liu Hedong gritted his teeth, still unable to react, only to see the bastard next door using the same old trick again, raising the bid for himself. 20,000 SR. The auction hall seemed to experience a 12-magnitude earthquake. Everyone was shocked beyond belief. What does it mean to be rich and powerful? This is it. Money really can make the rules. Qin Ruhan, who was originally nervous, suddenly stood up excitedly. Forget pretending. Her brother-in-law was too cool. Seeing Liu Hedong's expression like he had eaten shit, she quickly recorded it. She would definitely hang the photo on the wall later. It would definitely ward off evil. Most importantly, when her sister sees this scene, she should find it very satisfying, right? Heh. Mr. Liu. Listen up. Feeling invigorated by the bidding, Ling Yu directly threatened, "This yellow FEI Phoenix is meant to be a gift from my wife. If you dare to raise the bid, I'll dare to keep raising it. Don't believe me? Go ahead and try." With these words, the once bustling scene suddenly fell silent. Too cool and domineering. Who exactly were the young people in the VIP box? Unfortunately, apart from a few young people who saw Ling Yu enter, no one else in the venue could possibly know. Qin Chang'an watched the scene with a cheerful smile. His granddaughter's husband should have some dominance to match his granddaughter. Liu Hedong, who had been showing off in public, couldn't close his mouth for a long time. He thought no one in Yun City would dare to compete with him for food. But who would have thought he would be publicly humiliated in a blink of an eye? He didn't expect that even in Yun City, there would be someone daring enough to humiliate him like this. However, even though he was humiliated, he had no power to fight back. 100 million was the limit sponsored by his father. He wanted to continue bidding, but he couldn't do it. 20,000 SR. Sold. As the beautiful auctioneer banged the table heavily, the deal for the yellow FEI Phoenix pendant was finally sealed. But although the auction was over, the audience's emotions were still running high. It was really sold for 20,000. In the VIP box, Ling Yu was also puzzled. This pendant, regardless of the material, with such fine craftsmanship, didn't seem like something worth 20,000. Hearing his words, the maids in the box, dressed in cool attire, were amazed beyond words. My goodness, who exactly is this man? Buying a piece of jewelry for 200 million and still thinking it's too cheap? Haha, that's about right. I knew you could do it. Qin Chang'an watched the scene just now and felt extremely delighted. Spending 200 million for this kind of jewel was really worth it. Anyway, for him, money had long been just a series of numbers. If it wasn't spent, it would be meaningless. Let's go. Grandpa will accompany you to collect the item. Okay. Ling Yu still couldn't believe that such a beautiful item was worth only 20,000. He went to the transaction counter to see if he could really bring the item home by paying 20,000. In the auction item delivery room, the beautiful female staff smiled charmingly at him. "Sir, what payment method would you like to use? Can I pay with WeChat Pay?" Ling Yu asked. "How? Scan transfer?" The beautiful staff member was stunned. This tycoon sure knew how to joke. There's a limit on transfers, you know. How many times would he need to come to transfer 200 million? Is it not possible? Should I pay in cash? Ling Yu asked again, sensing something was amiss with her expression. Seeing that he was serious, the beautiful smile on the woman's face instantly turned awkward. She was about to speak when Qin Chang'an placed a golden bank card in front of her. Seeing this special bank card, several beautiful staff members immediately straightened up. Just as they were about to bow and speak, Qin Chang'an waved his hand and said, "I'll do it. Just swipe the card." "All right, sir." The staff members then went about processing the payment. "Grandpa, how can I use your money?" "I'll transfer the money back to you," Ling Yu said earnestly. This was his first gift to Qin Mingyu. How could he use her grandfather's money? "Ha ha. It's okay, it's okay. Whether you transfer it or not doesn't matter." Qin Chang'an laughed heartily, finding his grandson-in-law amusing. He hadn't realized the truth yet, had he? Men who have been in the military are indeed straightforward. Compared to the slick, sycophantic, and treacherous men he had encountered in the marketplace, he preferred this kind of natural simplicity. Although such men might be a bit naive, there was no need to worry about them having any ill intentions. "How can it be okay? I'll transfer it to you right now." Ling Yu had Qin Chang'an's WeChat and proceeded to transfer the 20,000 directly. Ding dong. The WeChat notification sounded on Qin Chang'an's phone. The nearby beautiful staff members were dumbfounded. This guy spends 200 million to buy a yellow FEI Feng Huang, and that's it. Transfers 20,000 to Grandpa and it's all over. But the staff members didn't dare to say anything more. They quickly completed the transfer procedures and handed the item to Ling Yu. "Grandpa, let me take you home first," Ling Yu volunteered as they exited the auction venue. At this moment, Qin Chang'an's old butler had long been waiting at the door with 8 bodyguards. But since Qin Lo didn't instruct them, they didn't dare to show up. The old man also had to cooperate with his granddaughter and pretend to be poor in front of this man. But even if they pretended to be poor, safety still had to be ensured. Unexpectedly, Qin Chang'an readily agreed. "All right, then you can take me home." The old man also wanted to spend more time with his son-in-law. With just a glance, he made the old butler and the others retreat and strictly forbade them from following. The old butler was frantic. How could this be allowed? Every year, there were so many people trying to kidnap the wealthiest man in Yun City. How could they let Ling Yu take the old man home alone? But just as they were about to get into the car to follow Ling Yu's Maserati, they heard the voice of the third miss from behind. "Hehe. By law, do you want to be fire? Hot. Third miss. Grandpa just wants to have a chat with my brother-in-law alone. Don't disturb them. If their identities are exposed and it affects the century-old plan of the Qin family, you won't be able to bear the responsibility." This. For over 30 years, by the old butler's loyalty to Qin Chang'an had long surpassed money and treatment. He just wanted to ensure Qin Chang'an's safety, even if he had to be dismissed. But he also knew that Qin Chang'an most wanted to hold his great-grandson. He was afraid that if he accidentally revealed the old man's identity, something uncontrollable would happen. "By law, rest assured, my brother-in-law is really amazing. Don't get angry, but to be honest, he's even more capable than all the bodyguards standing behind you combined," Qin Ruhan said confidently. "Well, okay. Bye." The old butler could only compromise, but he doubted in his heart. Is the husband of the young miss really that capable? In the Maserati, Qin Chang'an was indeed excited and chatted a lot with Ling Yu. When they talked about the night he and Qin Mingyu stay in a hotel, Qin Chang'an couldn't help but angrily hit his cane. "You. Do you have any brains? Mingyu is willing to stay in a hotel with you, and you still want separate rooms. I'm warning you, if this happens again, you must push her down. You're her husband. What's the point of me arranging this for you? You. Be more assertive, you hear me? I want to hold my great-grandson within a year." After another round of scolding from Qin Chang'an, Ling Yu smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to retort. He just hoped that Qin Mingyu wouldn't go to hotels with him anymore. Otherwise, with his current skill level, he wouldn't be able to push her down. "Xiao Yu. Listen to me." Suddenly, Qin Chang'an became serious, putting away all his smiles and becoming extremely solemn. "Grandpa, you speak, I'm listening." Ling Yu felt a bit nervous. He thought the task given by Grandpa must be more difficult than the one assigned by the former commander of the Northern Territory. "Sure enough," Qin Chang'an solemnly said, "when you go back, give this yellow FEI Feng Huang to Mingyu. If she shows any sign of happiness, you must forcefully push her down and sleep with her. She dares to resist, you must suppress her firmly. You are her legal husband. Understand, If she causes trouble afterwards, with me backing you up, you'll be safe. You can rest assured. Holy cow. Ling Yu was so scared that he almost mistook the accelerator for the brake. Was there really such a bold grandpa? It might be passable for an ordinary, delicate woman, but this was Qin Ningyu, a huge iceberg. Which man in the world would dare to do such a thing to her? Do you understand? Seeing Ling Yu's lack of response, Qin Chang'an angrily struck his cane again. Ow, Grandpa, I heard you. Ling Yu hurriedly responded. Hearing doesn't mean understanding. This kind of thing has nothing to do with courage, skill, status, or bravery. He's not that kind of animal. How could he do such a thing? Sigh, Grandpa is really pushing him too far. All right, it'll be New Year's in 2 months. I hope you and Mingyu will come home with good news. Qin Chang'an didn't care whether Ling Yu understood or not. He had given him the task anyway. Ling Yu sighed silently. It seemed that his marriage with Qin Mingyu was entering its final stage. Maybe in less than half a year, it would be over in 2 months. About half an hour later, Ling Yu dropped Qin Chang'an off at his residence. Qin Mingyu had over a dozen properties, and Qin Chang'an naturally had his own share. This was just one of his smaller properties, and also his least valuable one. Continued to cooperate with his granddaughter to act poor. Grandpa, it's dark here. Let me walk you back. Okay. Ling Yu opened the Maserati, helped Qin Chang'an out of the car, but in the next moment, his ears perked up. He didn't expect that 4 big guys were lying in ambush in the darkness, sneering as they approached. This tree was planted by me. This road was opened by me. If you want to pass through here, leave behind some money. Ha ha. Hearing the opening remarks and laughter of these 4 big guys, Ling Yu frowned, scanning them. What the heck? What era is this? How come there are still people in such hopeless professions? Oh, Xiao Yu, what should we do? It seems like we're being robbed. You have to protect that yellow Fei Feng Huang. It's worth 20,000. Qin Chang'an seemed panicked, but subtly revealed Ling Yu's wealth to the robbers. With all his attention on the 4 robbers, Ling Yu didn't notice the details of Qin Chang'an's expression. He just shielded him and said, Grandpa, you go back to the car first. Let me talk to them. All right, you be careful. Qin Chang'an sat back, watching the scene with relish through the car window. Qin Chang'an had heard of Ling Yu's heroic deeds of saving his 2 granddaughters before. Today, he wanted to see the strengths of his son-in-law and how capable he really was. Hey, kid, turns out you've got over 20,000 worth of stuff on you. Huh. Hurry up and hand it over. Spare your life, bro. One of the big guys held a knife in one hand and reached out towards Ling Yu with the other. The other 3 big guys smirked, blocking Ling Yu's escape route. Ling Yu hated this kind of profession. What skill was there in robbery? He didn't bother wasting words with these people. He reached out to the guy with the knife, preparing to use a grappling move to take him down. However, the opponent's agility took him by surprise. Before he could grab the man's hand, the knife came slashing towards Ling Yu's face. With great force, all these actions happened in the blink of an eye. If Ling Yu had reacted a bit slower, his face could have been sliced open. Impressive skills. Ling Yu quickly dodged to the side, then used his grappling move again, swiftly twisting the man's knife-wielding hand. Then, with a swift kick of his left leg, he snapped the man's wrist, causing the knife to fall into his own hand. What impressive skill! Qin Chang'an, sitting in the car, couldn't help but applaud. Seeing their comrade being overpowered, the other 3 big guys were astonished. Who was this man before them? They were all skilled fighters, even winners of national martial arts competitions. But it seemed like their combat skills were no match for the man standing before them. Let's go together. The 3 men instantly joined the fray. Ling Yu, facing 4 opponents, remained unfazed, his movements precise and methodical. Soon, he realized that these 4 were all top-notch fighters, far from ordinary robbers. Even the combined might of the Nightwolves gang that night probably wouldn't be a match for these 4. Were they really just robbers? Ling Yu harbored doubts, but he didn't slow down. After a fierce battle, he successfully defeated all 4 of them. Wow, impressive! Qin Chang'an exclaimed excitedly, clapping his hands vigorously. When he first chose Ling Yu, it was because he admired Ling Yu's simple and straightforward personality, as well as his integrity and indifference to wealth and women. He never imagined that he had recruited a son-in-law with such extraordinary skills. All right, that's enough fighting. Qin Chang'an, worried that Ling Yu might seriously injure these skilled fighters, quickly got out of the car and approached with a smile. It's not easy for them to make a living. Maybe they had some difficulties which led them to take such risks. You've taught them a lesson, that's enough. Ling Yu stopped, feeling a bit puzzled. Was Qin Chang'an genuinely kind-hearted, or did he have ulterior motives? Were these people sent by him, testing his skills, or trying to snatch back the yellow jade phoenix? Was this all a setup? But despite his doubts, Qin Chang'an had always been so good to him, even marrying his granddaughter to him. Ling Yu didn't want to voice these suspicions. At that moment, the security guards from the residential area rushed out and apprehended the four men, while also calling the police. Ling Yu didn't pursue the matter further. After escorting Qin Chang'an into the residential area, Qin Chang'an reminded him, You don't need to accompany me any further. It's already past 11 p.m. If you don't go back now, I'm afraid Mingyu will be angry. Indeed, his grandfather understood his wife's daily routine and personality the best. Seeing the time, Ling Yu was startled and quickly said, Then take care, Grandpa. Let me know when you get home. I'll head back now. With that, he swiftly got back into the Maserati and drove home. It was past 11 p.m., and the likelihood of the iceberg lady leaving the door unlocked was slim. He'd experienced sleeping outside the door before because of this. Ha ha. My grandson-in-law acts so tough in fights, but he's so afraid of my granddaughter. A tigress, wives are fiercer than tigers. Qin Chang'an chuckled, then sighed deeply. The next moment, the old steward appeared before him in the darkness, teasing, Sir, worried that your granddaughter is too fierce and your grandson-in-law can't handle her. Yes. Qin Chang'an sighed again, then immediately put on a stern expression. Who told you to send for masters to rob me? Bai lowered his head and bowed. Sir, it's my fault. But I saw you enjoying the show just now, so I thought you must have appreciated it. Ha ha. I did enjoy it, but it's a bit embarrassing. Four of our family's experts couldn't defeat a young man. It would be shameful if this got out. But if outsiders knew that the young man was the grandson-in-law of the Qin family, they would surely think that the Qin family had become even more formidable, right? Bai, having served Qin Chang'an for over 30 years, could read his thoughts like an open book. Well, very well, let's see if he can handle Mingyu. If he can, my external great-grandson will surely be impressive. Ha ha. When Ling Yu arrived home, it was already past midnight. He reached the 17th floor and tried the door lock. Damn it, it was indeed locked. Ling Yu paced back and forth outside the door. Should he sleep outside tonight or call the iceberg lady to open the door? A sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He immediately dialed Chen Mingyu's number. If she picked up, he'd be let in. If not, the iceberg lady was probably asleep and had no intention of letting him in, so he wouldn't need to hesitate. The phone rang, but no one answered. Ling Yu figured that Mingyu was asleep, so he didn't continue calling. After waiting for a while, just as he turned around to head downstairs to find a bench to sleep on, a light shone from behind. Qin Mingyu, wearing a white nightgown, appeared ethereal and asked coldly, You knocked on the door, but now you want to go downstairs to sleep? Ling Yu quickly turned around and saw that Mingyu seemed a bit displeased, which made him feel uneasy. Mingyu, I'm sorry, I didn't expect the auction tonight to take so long. Auction? Qin Mingyu furrowed her brows lightly. Ling Yu hadn't told her anything about where he went tonight. Moreover, seeing him with signs of having been in a fight when he just opened the door made her feel uncomfortable. Fighting with someone again? So when she heard him mention the auction, she asked through the iron door, What were you doing at the auction? Getting into fights with someone. Ling Yu hurriedly explained, The fight was because someone was robbing your grandfather. I had to step in. It wasn't me intentionally causing trouble. Even he himself felt that getting into fights 4 times in just over a month of marriage warranted his wife's anger. So, you went to the auction with my grandfather. Qin Mingyu had a bad premonition. That old man must have incited this guy to do something bad again. No, she couldn't let him in. Otherwise, there was a high chance he'd cause trouble. Ling Yu didn't know what she was worried about and nodded. Yes, Grandpa accompanied me to the auction. I bought a gift for you. Can you please open the door? No. I can't open it. There might be a big bad wolf outside. Qin Mingyu hesitated. Until Lingyu took out that yellow jade-carved phoenix, she was suddenly fascinated. Opening the door and taking the item into her hands, she asked in amazement, "You bought this?" "Yeah." Lingyu nodded shamelessly. What a load of rubbish. Qin Mingyu, such a beautiful woman, actually said such things to him, which left Lingyu stunned. "Miss Qin, I really bought it myself to give to you. And did you pay for it?" "Yeah." Grandpa swiped the card, and I transferred 20,000 back to him afterward. "It wasn't cheap," Lingyu said earnestly. "You fool." Qin Mingyu just directly scolded him. Stubbornly, Lingyu didn't admit defeat. "Miss Qin, why are you scolding me? I think this thing is definitely worth 20,000. I wasn't cheated." "And you say you weren't cheated? You're the biggest fool in the world." Qin Mingyu was speechless. With her discerning eyes, she immediately recognized this as the masterpiece of Master Zuo, which surely cost more than 20 million in labor alone. She could believe it if he said he bought it for 200 million, but 20,000? Come on. Only someone making walking sticks would say that. But this man in front of her was still earnestly spouting nonsense, definitely deceived by her cunning grandfather. Yeah, I'm the dumbest." Lingyu admitted it straightforwardly and took back the pendant. Heart-shaped breakfast. Qin Mingyu trembled slightly. Although she thought he was a fool, who would wear such a thing to bed? But seeing him so sincere, she decided to play along with his foolishness. "Look, it's really beautiful. This thing is definitely worth 20,000, Miss Qin. Please don't dislike it, okay?" Lingyu sincerely felt it looked good after putting it on her. The golden phoenix matched her unique cold temperament, but Qin Mingyu still gave him a disdainful look, letting him feel the weight of her gaze, then turned and went back to her room to sleep. Lingyu scratched his head, feeling that his wife was really hard to please. Even after spending all his money, he could only afford to give her this kind of thing. Did she really like it or not? Forget it. Since she didn't return it, he would take it as her liking it. Lingyu was really not good at emotional issues. He was good at helping women with medical problems, but not good at guessing women's thoughts. Anyway, the task was completed, he relaxed, and went to sleep well. The next day was Saturday. A week ago, Lingyu had already made plans to go out for chicken dinner today. So he got up early in the morning and was surprised to see the iceberg sitting on the sofa. "Oh, Miss Qin, up so early today?" Lingyu greeted her, his eyes fixed on Qin Mingyu's snow-white, slender neck, where the gift he had given her was hanging. He suddenly felt happy. "Quickly make me breakfast. I also have an event to attend this morning," Qin Mingyu ordered him. It was a high society tea party held almost every Saturday morning, attended by the daughters of prominent families in Cloud City or wealthy housewives. Qin Mingyu rarely attended before, but today she was in the mood to go. "Oh, okay." Lingyu didn't know much about it. His wife wanted breakfast, so he would make her a loving one. The tea party was held at a tea house called Fragrant Boudoir Tea House. This tea house was located inside a large shopping mall, so after tea tasting, the attendees could also do some shopping, which attracted many wealthy women to come every week. Although Xia Shaodi was just Qin Mingyu's personal secretary, the Xia family was also a prestigious family. So, Xia Shaodi, being single, often chose to come here on Saturdays to chat with some socialites and wealthy ladies. Today, however, a rare guest appeared at the tea house. Even though the tea house was filled with the daughters of Cloud City's prominent families, each of them proud and aloof, when they saw this rare guest, they all widened their eyes in surprise and stood up. "What's wrong with you all?" Xia Shaodi, with her back to the door, saw the expressions of the women around her suddenly become strange and felt very puzzled. She quickly turned around to take a look. Then, her expression became even more surprised than the others. "President Qin, why are you here? I remember you haven't been here for a year." Xia Shaodi hurried over. The status of the young lady from the Qin family in Cloud City was self-evident, and many women immediately surrounded her to strike up a conversation. It was rare for Miss Qin from the Qin family to come here voluntarily, so they naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity. Qin Mingyu just nodded to these people, not showing much interest. These women were not familiar to her, so even if Miss Chin wore the most valuable jewelry, they thought it was only natural and nothing special. However, because Zia Shouty was surprised by her arrival, she didn't notice the shiny gold phoenix on her neck for a while. It wasn't until Lin Qingshuan walked over and complimented her. "Miss Chin, you look beautiful today. Is that a yellow jade carved phoenix on your neck?" She was the owner of this tea house, so her status here was extraordinary. As soon as she spoke, it immediately caused a wave of exclamations. "I recognize it, that's the masterpiece from the auction last night, personally carved by Master Juo. Ah, why is it worn by Miss Chin? Could it be that the mysterious tycoon from last night is also Miss Qin's suitor? Indeed worthy of being Cloud City's chief socialite, such great charm." A group of people, whether sincere or purely to please Qin Mingyu, all began to speak words of praise. Zia Shouty, who understood Qin Mingyu the most, immediately realized. "So, Qin Mingyu came here today specifically to show off. Can you believe it?" Qin Mingyu's originally cold and beautiful face instantly blossomed with a charming smile. "Miss Lin, you flatter me. Indeed, I envy Miss Chin. There are men willing to pay such a price for you." Lin Qingshuan's smile was beautiful as well, but there was a hint of flicker in her eyes. Even with a hint of faint hostility, Qin Mingyu also smiled and said, "Miss Lin, you are naturally beautiful. I believe there are also men willing to do this for you. It's just that perhaps they are not the objects of Miss Lin's affection." Zia Shouty once again realized. So, President Qin wasn't just here to show off, but also to warn her rivals. Zia Shouty knew that among those present who knew that Qin Mingyu was married, besides herself, there was only Lin Qingshuan. At noon today, Lin Qingshuan was going to play the live-action version of Chicken Dinner with Ling Yu. Qin Mingyu couldn't restrict Ling Yu's freedom, so she came to assert her dominance now. It was as if she was saying, "He's my man, so don't mess around." Of course, Lin Qingshuan understood Qin Mingyu's intention, but beneath her gentle appearance, she harbored a strong heart. She had finally come to like a man. How could she be defeated by a few words from her rival? "So, Miss Chin, accepting a man's gift means he's the one in your heart, right?" As Lin Qingshuan's words fell, the scene exploded. Everyone in Cloud City knew that Qin Mingyu never stirred up scandals. Some even rumored that she was a lesbian. Who would have thought she had a man behind her? If this matter were to be made public, it would definitely cause a seismic shift in Cloud City, easily topping the hot search rankings without needing to buy traffic. "I can't say for sure, I'm still considering it." Qin Mingyu naturally wouldn't admit it. Does she like Ling Yu? She doesn't even know herself. Anyway, she said a 6-month trial period, so it's still early. Lin Qingshuan immediately smiled. "Miss Chin, you should be careful. Good men are hard to find. If you're still hesitating and evaluating others, he might find another woman who's more suitable for him. You might regret it." The other women didn't understand what they were talking about and were confused. But Zia Shouty sighed, realizing it was a battle of wits, and every move was lethal. Today, both Qin Mingyu and Lin Qingshuan had overturned their fixed impressions in her mind. Previously, these two were both cold and unapproachable. One was as cold as ice, warning men to stay away, and the other was gentle and virtuous, never involved in scandals with men. Who would have thought that now, they were both secretly declaring war over a man in front of so many people? "I'm not interested in men who can be easily lured away by other women." Qin Mingyu responded coldly to Lin Qingshuan's words. "Heh, well said." Lin Qingshuan smiled. Her eyelashes curved like crescent moons. Qin Mingyu used to admire this woman, but now she felt a hint of danger from her. Then, "Miss Chin, please excuse me. I have something to attend to." After the polite words, Lin Qingshuan left the tea house. Qin Mingyu watched her leave without paying attention to anyone else. After she left, she also left the tea house with her cold demeanor. Everyone else was stunned. What was Miss Chin here for today? She just said a few words and left. Only Zia Shouty understood, so she hurriedly followed. "President Qin, I'd like to offer you a small piece of advice." "Go ahead. You just need to say a word, and you can make your husband obediently stay away from Miss Lin today." "Why give the enemy a chance?" "What enemy?" Qin Mingyu pretended not to understand, staring coldly at Zia Shouty. Fortunately, Zia Shouty had a natural ability to remain unfazed, continuing to smile and tease, "Not an enemy. I heard from Miss An that they might play until late at night. I don't care if they stay up all night," Chen Mingyu snorted coldly. Zia Shouty quickly stuck out her tongue. She wasn't afraid of others because she knew that President Qin's husband was a gynecologist, and he was straight as an arrow. When President Qin tested her, he remained faithful. Most women couldn't seduce such a man. But she felt that Lin Qingshuan was more charming and patient than her, and she was afraid that Ling Yu might make a mistake. After all, it was rare for President Qin to feel special about a man. If it ended because of a mistake, Zia Shouty would feel a bit sorry. It was only 9 in the morning, and there were still 4.5 hours until the real-life chicken-eating game assembly. Lin Qingshuan hurried back home from the tea house, wanting to change her outfit. Today was a rare day for outdoor activities with Ling Yu. What should she wear? Lin Qingshuan sighed as she opened all the closets in her room. Inside were all sorts of clothes. This inventory could almost hold a small fashion show. As a result, Lin Qingshuan fell into even more indecision. It took her half an hour and she still couldn't make a decision. Finally, her movements attracted her stepmother, Liu Rushui. Liu Rushui had just woken up, her eyes sleepy and lazy, like a lazy cat. She was wearing very little fabric, with her snow-white beautiful skin very enticing, making her look like an 18-year-old girl. It was impossible to tell her actual age. "Qingshuan, what are you up to? You've been trying on clothes and sighing all this time." She wanted to be angry, but she hadn't fully woken up, so she spoke weakly, like a sexy little wildcat, and lay directly on Lin Qingshuan's bed, not caring that her thighs were fully exposed. "Auntie, stop sleeping, please help me." Lin Qingshuan was in a hurry, pulling her stepmother up. Because Liu Rushui was her deceased mother's sister, Lin Qingshuan had always habitually called her auntie. "What do you want me to help you with? You know I'm only good at spending money, nothing else," Liu Rushui said with her mouth, believing that as long as a woman knew how to spend money and capture a man's heart, nothing else mattered. "Quick, help me pick out an outfit. I'm going to an outdoor event." Lin Qingshuan didn't bother to argue with her and just pushed her in front of her wardrobe. It was then that Liu Rushui remembered that both her husband's daughters were going to the outdoor event today. She quickly inquired, and it seemed they were both going for the same man. This kind of thing might be embarrassing for other families, but for Liu Rushui, it was just too entertaining. Her two daughters were finally growing up and starting to achieve something, so she quickly wiped her sleepy eyes, lazily stretched her slender waist. Definitely lethal, and her chest swayed like water waves a few times. Unlike Lin Qingshuan, without any hesitation, she picked up a thin, semi-transparent tank top and a pair of tear white, high-slit hot pants, and handed them to Lin Qingshuan. "Auntie, are you trying to freeze me to death? How many degrees is it outside now?" Lin Qingshuan was undoubtedly angry, feeling that her aunt was just joking. She was usually very demure in front of others, but in front of her bold aunt, she was influenced by her, and her way of speaking was different. "Lin Qingshuan, say that again and see what happens. I'm only 31. Put on some makeup and use a beauty filter. I can easily pass as a 2000s girl," Liu Rushui said immediately, hands on hips. Seeing her aunt digressing, Lin Qingshuan quickly brought back the topic. "But isn't this outfit inappropriate?" "Inappropriate? This outfit will perfectly highlight your tall, fair figure. It's the best for attracting men," Liu Rushui said confidently, shamelessly. Lin Qingshuan. Before she could speak, Liu Rushui raised a confident curve and patted her proud chest. "With my 31 years of understanding of men, they will definitely love you in this outfit. Don't joke around, we're going for a shooting game, not swimming. Only a lunatic would listen to you and wear this." Lin Qingshuan actually agreed with her opinion, provided that the man wasn't a gynecologist. She knew Ling Yu didn't like women dressing so revealingly, so she took out a pink sports suit and asked, "Auntie, how about this one? No cleavage." "Then what about this light blue formal suit? No cleavage, no waist, no butt. That man will definitely ignore you." "Ridiculous, Dr. Ling is different from other men. He's not the shallow type you think he is." Lin Qingshuan snorted. "Cut the crap, there's no man who's not into looks, except eunuchs." "Because it's a man's instinct," Liu Rushui said, as she pulled her into her own room. When she opened the wardrobe, Lin Qingshuan's worldview was almost shattered. It was filled with clothes with very little fabric. Some clothes seemed to have a lot of fabric, but they were specifically designed to cover unimportant parts while exposing the key areas. Speechless, Liu Rushui didn't care what she thought and proudly said, "In order to help our Princess Qingshuan find her Prince Charming, Auntie will selflessly provide you with the equipment." With that, she casually pulled out a pure white suit from the wardrobe. It looked quite decent, and it was suitable for outdoor activities. Although it was slim fit and showed some waist, it was definitely the most conservative outfit Liu Rushui had. Lin Qingshuan looked very satisfied, took it and tried it on in front of her, but soon her expression turned shocked. "What's going on? Turns out, this suit looks decent from the front but has no fabric at the back. If she wore it, her entire back would be exposed. You don't want to show your chest and butt, so you have to show your waist," Liu Rushui continued to persuade her. "If you don't show anything, believe me, no man will be attracted to you." Lin Qingshuan felt like there was some truth to it, but she was still hesitating. "No need to hesitate. Hurry up and put it on. Are you still General Lin's daughter? If you lack courage like this, how can you make advances in the romantic field?" Liu Rushui lectured. Lin Qingshuan's father was a military general who later went into business. It could be said that the Lin family's current strength and status were closely related to his father's connections and influence. "If you don't dare to be bold today, I don't think you'll have a chance. Just accept other young masters. Anyway, my daughters have plenty of suitors," Liu Rushui said. "I don't want to." As soon as Lin Qingshuan heard this, she quickly took the clothes and ran back to her room as if escaping. Although she wasn't brainwashed by Liu Rushui, there was definitely some truth in her crude words. Men, no matter how macho they are still men. Liu Rushui was right. Unless Ling Yu was really a eunuch, he couldn't possibly not have feelings for women. Especially since Lin Qingshuan knew she was a goddess. "All right, Dr. Ling, here I come. Get ready for some action." Thinking about the relationship between Qin Mingyu and Ling Yu, Lin Qingshuan decided that she needed to break out of her shell today, or she would really miss her chance. At noon, Lin Qingshuan arrived at the gathering place by car, and found that everyone else was already there, including her younger sister, Lin Feifei. Most of the participants in the real-life chicken dinner game were Lin Feifei and Qin Ruhan's classmates and friends, all around 20 years old. In comparison, Lin Qingshuan, nearing 26, felt a bit old. Especially today, she felt she dressed too maturely. "Wow, sister, you look so beautiful today," Lin Feifei exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Lin Qingshuan. It seemed like her sister was really going all out today, and no one could rival such a beautiful goddess. Qin Ruhan also noticed and quickly took a sneaky video to send to her sister. "I wonder if sister will feel a strong sense of crisis when she sees it." Hehe. Lin Qingshuan's beauty was dazzling, instantly becoming the center of attention. Girls were envious and jealous, while boys drooled at the sight. Feeling nervous, Lin Qingshuan deliberately avoided looking at Ling Yu, smiling and greeting everyone while discreetly turning her jade back toward Ling Yu. Sure enough, Ling Yu noticed and couldn't help but pause. Through the accentuation of her clothes, he realized Lin Qingshuan's skin was indeed very fair and tender. Lin Qingshuan stole a glance at Ling Yu, feeling secretly pleased. The woman at home was right. Paying attention to the opposite sex's body was a man's nature. Just as she was about to approach Ling Yu, two clueless guys blocked her path. "Lin Beauty, you look stunning. Let us brave soldiers protect you in today's chicken dinner game. Yes, we are willing to do anything for you, at any cost." Lin Qingshuan looked a bit confused. She didn't actually know these two guys, but she also understood that her bold attire must have misled these fluttering bees and butterflies into thinking she was easy to approach. What should she do? Lin Qingshuan glanced at Ling Yu with an urgent expression. "Dr. Ling, please help me out of this situation. Sister's husband, you better perform well today." Qin Ruhan quickly approached, diverting Ling Yu's attention. When they heard her calling Ling Yu sister's husband, everyone present was stunned. Lin Feifei was even more surprised and asked, "Ruhan, is he your sister's husband?" Ling Yu quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand. She forcibly gave me the name Jeff. I am not her brother-in-law. Chin Ruhan smiled but didn't say anything. Sister was right. This guy was just a fool. If he wasn't my brother-in-law, why would I deliberately give him such a name? Steel straight men, so stupid, but also so fun. Seeing this scene, Lin Qingshuan knew Ling Yu couldn't help her out of this situation. Standing in front of her were also two wealthy young men from Yun City, and she vaguely remembered them. One of them, tall and sturdy, was called Lan Ziking. His older brother used to be her classmate. Lan Ziking had seen Lin Qingshuan before, and at first sight, he fell in love with this gentle and virtuous beauty. He had pursued Lin Qingshuan before, but she had jokingly called him a little kid and politely rejected him. Now that he was 20 years old, no longer a kid, and seeing Lin Qingshuan dress so boldly today, he vowed to win over his teenage goddess. As for the other guy next to him, Ling Yu also knew him. He was Liu Qingyun, whom he had met at a previous banquet. His original target was Chin Ruhan, but Chin Ruhan always refused him. Now seeing Lin Qingshuan, who was more charming and dressed a bit provocatively, he felt she might be easier to handle than Chin Ruhan and Lin Feifei. Of course, he had to try his luck. Moreover, Liu Qingyun always had a mysterious feeling that he looked good and even secretly speculated whether Lin Qingshuan might be interested in him. Just the thought of rolling in bed with this woman with skin as fair as snow made him feel a bit excited. However, the gap between reality and fantasy always suffocates people. Sorry, I don't want to team up with you guys. Lin Qingshuan's blunt words made Liu Qingyun extremely embarrassed in an instant. The surrounding gazes and laughter made him feel like crawling into a hole. Well, life is fair. Liu Qingyun firmly believed that when God closes one door, he always secretly opens a window for you. So, he turned to invite Chin Ruhan instead. Sorry, I'm teaming up with my brother-in-law. We arranged it earlier. Chin Ruhan politely declined, holding Ling Yu's arm tightly. Ling Yu was also bewildered. How could Third Miss be so intimate with him in public? It felt like he really was her brother-in-law. Liu Qingyun's lips twitched, realizing that his recent life realization was wrong. In real life, it would embarrass you for a while and then keep embarrassing you until you got used to it. Before Liu Qingyun could say anything, Lin Feifei directly pulled her sister to Ling Yu's side and said, "The four of us have agreed to team up today." Liu Qingyun's lips twitched even more fiercely. Lan Ziking also wore a frustrated expression. Where did this guy come from? He snatched away the three most beautiful goddesses. What else was there for others to play for? But Liu Qingyun was also skilled in picking up girls, often going to nightclubs and knowing many techniques. He immediately smiled and said, "After the chicken dinner game today, Lan and I will invite everyone to dinner together. I suggest that we don't split into too many teams for the chicken dinner game today. How about dividing into two teams? Does anyone have any objections?" No one had objections. No one dared to have objections. Everyone knew that Lan Ziking wasn't someone to mess with. He had connections in the underworld of Yun City. Back in school, they were both bullies. Who dared to easily offend them and Liu Qingyun, these two young masters? The atmosphere immediately cooled down, because the chicken dinner game usually consisted of 5 people per team. Dividing into larger teams now made it less enjoyable for everyone. Furthermore, in team activities, no one wanted to play with a bully. It just felt uncomfortable. Lin Qingshuan also found these two very annoying. If Ling Yu wasn't there, she would have quit the game by now. Chin Ruhan, on the other hand, was clever. Upon hearing Liu Qingyun's words, she knew that the two men were determined to join their team, so they kept pestering them. So she immediately raised her hand and said, "Okay, let's split into two teams. Those who want to join our team, please come stand behind us." Instantly, more than 20 people stood behind them. Of course, everyone wanted to be on the same team as the three goddesses. With a total of 30 participants, 28 people ended up in one team. Why didn't the other two join? Because they were Lan Ziking and Liu Qingyun. If they join, it would be 30 against 0, and they would win directly without playing. Liu Qingyun and Lan Ziking felt the chill beside them, feeling extremely embarrassed once again. They weren't idiots. They knew that nobody wanted to play with them. Their faces turned completely dark. "Alright, we'll team up then. You guys will definitely regret it." Liu Qingyun, feeling humiliated, angrily made this statement before storming off. Having a strong bond with Liu Qingyun, Lin Ziking had no choice but to grit his teeth and follow him. The two unpopular guys left, and the remaining people felt that having 28 people in one group wasn't interesting. They spontaneously divided into 7 groups, with 4 people in each group. And so, the game began. The battlefield consisted of 2 small hills, and the game map was quite extensive, almost a one-to-one replica of an electronic game. In order to create an opportunity to be with Ling Yu, Lin Qingshuan spared no effort to bribe her younger sister, promising to buy her a new LV bag afterward if she helped to distract Qin Ruhan. How could Qin Ruhan, this little smart fox, not know? Well, her mission was to stimulate her sister and provoke her jealousy, letting her know how much she liked her brother-in-law. Naturally, she would make use of the situation. After privately blackmailing Lin Fei for a little favor, they left hand in hand. No longer acting as a third wheel for her sister and Ling Yu, Lin Qingshuan finally got her wish to be alone with her Prince Charming. She quietly followed behind Ling Yu, enjoying the feeling of being protected by him. Unfortunately, Ling Yu, being the steel-hearted man he was, didn't hold her hand and was fully focused on playing the game and observing the terrain, leaving her no opportunity to take advantage of. As Lin Qingshuan walked behind Ling Yu, she suddenly fell to the ground. "Miss Lin, are you okay?" Only then did Ling Yu turn around and help her up. "I'm fine, but Dr. Ling, I walk slowly and I'm clumsy. Will I be a burden to you? I don't even know how to play." Lin Qingshuan apologized with a guilty expression. Ling Yu smiled calmly. "It's just a game, why take it so seriously? Winning or losing doesn't matter, but the winners get prizes. Although I'm clumsy, I really want to experience the taste of winning in battle and eating chicken. Could you please try your best to help me and maybe win a prize as a memento?" Lin Qingshuan blinked her watery eyes at him. "I'll do my best." Ling Yu smiled at Lin Qingshuan. His tan skin and healing smile were extremely charming in Lin Qingshuan's eyes. The next moment, Lin Qingshuan voluntarily held his hand. Ling Yu had always considered her a friend and didn't mind holding her hand as they explored the mountain path together. Bang! Bang! Ling Yu was a true battlefield warrior, and his keen senses were unmatched by mere chicken enthusiasts. Before Lin Qingshuan could react, she saw him take out 2 guys from other teams with consecutive shots. Such a performance not only astonished Lin Qingshuan but also made the girls from the opposing team unable to help but scream. "Wow! What a sharpshooter! Yeah! No wonder even the goddess wanted to team up with him. I thought it was because of his looks, but turns out he's a chicken expert. Sob, I should have joined his team earlier. We're just here to watch." Amidst the girls' cries, Ling Yu ended their game lives without them having any chance to resist. Ling Yu's indifference towards women made Lin Qingshuan both love and hate him. Firstly, she admired such a man. Secondly, she was a woman herself and dreaded Ling Yu's lack of interest in women like her. Such a man was truly a double-edged sword. She truly envied the woman who could become his wife. "Dr. Ling, you're amazing. With you around, we're sure to win." Facing Lin Qingshuan's sincere admiration, Ling Yu just smiled indifferently. For him, a sharpshooter from the northern frontier, dealing with a few students wasn't something to be proud of. However, his modesty only fascinated Lin Qingshuan even more. She felt that such a man had a mature charm. Ling Yu's heroic performance quickly spread across the battlefield. As more and more people were taken out by him, the remaining ones realized that if they wanted to win, they had to team up to take down Ling Yu. Therefore, more and more people began to ambush Ling Yu and Lin Qingshuan, but Ling Yu managed to turn the tables on them. "Miss Lin, watch out." Suddenly, someone behind Lin Qingshuan started shooting at her. Without a second thought, Ling Yu reflexively tackled Lin Qingshuan to the ground. As they rolled on the ground, he took out the 2 assailants with his gun. So cool. Lin Qingshuan felt exhilarated being held by him and rolling on the grass. Instead of feeling uncomfortable, she found it incredibly thrilling. She could hear her own heartbeat with every thump and felt like she could lie with this man for a day. No, for a year, for a lifetime. "Miss Lin, are you okay?" After dealing with the enemies, Ling Yu stood up and reached out to help Lin Qingshuan up. However, as Lin Qingshuan looked at Ling Yu's sharply defined face, She felt like the whole world was spinning, and even had a hallucinatory feeling. How could this man be so charming? Unfortunately, he seemed unaware of his own charisma. No wonder even Qin Mingyu, a woman who hated men, would be attracted to him. Seeing her staring at him wide-eyed, but not moving, Lingyu felt secretly alarmed. Oops. Could it be that he was too focused on the game and accidentally stunned Miss Lin? Miss Lin, can you hear me? Lingyu nervously leaned in closer and waved his hand in front of Lin Qingshuan. But the closer he got, the faster Lin Qingshuan's heart pounded, proud chest rising and falling, mind blank. This scene made her unable to resist fantasizing. Could Dr. Ling really want to kiss her? If it were any other man, she would definitely not want to give away her first kiss that she had saved for over 20 years. But now, with her pores open all over her body, she even closed her eyes, blushing, waiting for Lingyu to kiss her. Seeing her suddenly close her eyes, Lingyu became even more afraid. What's going on? Could something really be wrong? Despite having treated many people, Lingyu had never seen symptoms like Lin Qingshuan's. She seemed fine physically, but why did she seem medley disturbed? Miss Lin? Miss Lin? Lingyu called out a few more times, but there was no response, so he quickly picked her up in alarm. Lin Qingshuan hadn't expected such an unexpected gain. She understood now, as long as she remained silent, Dr. Ling would continue to interact with her, so she might as well pretend to be mute. Lingyu quickly looked around for a shady spot to put Lin Qingshuan down and examine her properly. He wondered if she had suddenly suffered from heat stroke or if some strange illness had recurred. Hey! Look at this! Just then, Lin Feifei, who had rushed over, saw the scene and quickly pulled Qin Ruhan to look as well. Wow! Isn't this too spicy? What are they trying to do? Seeing this scene, Qin Ruhan didn't hesitate to start recording a video. She hadn't expected her brother-in-law to be this kind of person. Couldn't he resist Lin Qingshuan's teasing a few times? Too stimulating. No, it's just too shameless. Miss Lin, if you're not feeling well, let's quit the game. I'll take you back to rest, okay? After bringing Lin Qingshuan to a shady spot, Lingyu asked further. Lin Qingshuan's reaction caught Lingyu off guard. As he tried to help her up, their mouths almost touched. Their eyes met, and the air instantly became electrified. Lin Qingshuan's heart was about to burst. She remembered her aunt saying that when men and women looked into each other's eyes, the closer they were, the greater the attraction would be. Her aunt had also said that men were proactive creatures. At this moment, even if he didn't like the woman, or even if the woman was quite ordinary looking, under the influence of hormones, the man would be unable to resist kissing her. Kiss, Dr. Ling. I'm willing. Lin Qingshuan swallowed nervously. If what Liu Rushui said wasn't wrong, Dr. Ling would definitely kiss her now. After all, she wasn't ugly, and was even recognized as a goddess. To her surprise, Lingyu didn't kiss her, but instead breathed a sigh of relief, a stark contrast to her nervousness. That's great, Miss Lin. You're fine. I was really worried I might have hurt you. I can't afford that responsibility. Lingyu joked. Lin Qingshuan also smiled at his words, though her smile was somewhat bitter. She had actually hoped to be crushed by Lingyu, so she could rely on him for the rest of her life. But she wasn't a bad person and wouldn't fake it on purpose. After the smile, her eyes were very complicated. She was very infatuated with the feeling just now. This was the most precious memory she had had in her 26 years of life. Falling in love was truly the event with the highest dopamine release. Dr. Ling, shall we continue? You must help me win the chicken dinner. Lin Qingshuan decided not to disappoint herself. Bolder than ever before, she took the initiative to grab Lingyu's large hand and said, Okay, I'll do my best. Lingyu, the Iron Man, naturally had no ulterior motives. He only thought Lin Qingshuan was excited because of the game. At this point, there shouldn't be many opponents left, and he also wanted to end the battle quickly and win the chicken dinner. The chicken dinner game continued. Lingyu and Lin Qingshuan were still strolling in the battlefield, waiting to spot other enemies, unaware of the situation elsewhere. The owner of this chicken dinner game arena was actually Lan Zikeng's brother, Lan Lining. The battlefield was set up in a real wilderness area to pursue authenticity. To ensure the safety of the players, many cameras were installed around the area. At this moment, Lin Ziking and Liu Qingyun were sitting in a studio watching the surveillance videos of the battlefield. When the camera captured Ling Yu and Lin Qingshuan walking hand in hand in the wilderness, the two of them roared in anger. Damn, this is outrageous. Lin Qingshuan pretends to be a saint in front of us, but she's giving herself away to that man. Doesn't she look down on us? Yeah. What's so special about that man compared to us? Lin Qingshuan really has no eyes. The two of them were consumed by envy and jealousy. Which man in Yun City wouldn't yearn to roll in the wilderness with Lin Qingshuan, this super wealthy beauty? Unfortunately, someone else had fulfilled their wish, and they could only watch others have fun on the screen. If that person were richer and more powerful than them, they might have let it go. But he was just a small doctor. How could they not explode with anger? This is unreasonable. Brother Khan, what should we do now? We can't let that man take Lin Qingshuan to eat chicken, otherwise it would be even more infuriating. Liu Qingyun suddenly asked. Lin Ziking immediately sneered, and his eyes were full of malice. Don't worry, they definitely won't win the chicken dinner. This is my big brother's territory. I can easily call in a bunch of professional thugs. Later, I'll have people ambush that man in the mountains. By then, he'll be crying and begging for mercy on the ground. When Lin Qingshuan sees him like that, she won't be fooled by his appearance anymore. Ha ha. Brilliant. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingyun also excitedly applauded. Brother Kong. If we intentionally find someone to beat him up, the effect may not be as good. Lin Qingshuan may suspect us and even sympathize with him. But if he offends someone and gets revenge, then it's his own fault. Ha ha. You little brat, you're even more cunning than me. Lin Ziking applauded and gave a thumbs up to Liu Qingyun. Liu, you really live up to your position in the student union. Your thinking is comprehensive, awesome. Ha ha. Brother Khan, you're the real deal. Being able to easily call in professional thugs is true strength. I'm just good at some small strategies. The two of them praised each other, making it seem like they had achieved great feats on the battlefield. Soon, a group of professionals dressed in camouflage were called in by Lin Ziking. Under Liu Qingyun's arrangement, they quickly armed themselves and disappeared into the mountains. Lin Qingshuan had no idea that her pursuit of Ling Yu today would attract the interference of others. Both she and Ling Yu were newcomers to this place and seemed to have gotten a bit lost, wandering into the mountainous area. But now, as it was afternoon, the surroundings were extremely peaceful. With the setting sun casting golden rays on a nearby lake, it emitted a mesmerizing beauty, captivating anyone who laid eyes on it. Ling Yu, this place is so beautiful. Lin Qingshuan sighed sincerely. I want to sit in a high place and admire the panoramic view of the lake. Is that okay? Sure. Come on, Ling Yu. Being a straightforward man, also enjoy appreciating beautiful scenery. Today was a rare opportunity to visit such a place, so he wanted to fully enjoy the sunset and make the trip worthwhile. He climbed up to a high place and naturally reached out his hand to Lin Qingshuan. Lin Qingshuan pursed her lips slightly, suppressing her excited emotions, and handed over her delicate hand, tightly gripping his strong hand. With a gentle lift, Ling Yu effortlessly lifted her delicate body. Feeling thrilled, Lin Qingshuan nestled against Ling Yu's chest after landing, then quickly exclaimed, "The scenery here is so enchanting." Indeed, the scenery was enchanting, but it wasn't the most enchanting scene Lin Qingshuan, a wealthy girl, had ever seen. What mattered most was the person beside her was her beloved, making her feel doubly romantic and happy. Ling Yu's fingers are so long, his palm is so warm, and his chest is so strong. If I could hold his hand and stroll in this kind of scenery forever, it would definitely be the most romantic thing in my life. Ling Yu wasn't sure what was going on in Lin Qingshuan's mind. He had a feeling that she seemed absent-minded today. Could it be that he had inadvertently stunned her earlier? It's been a long time since we encountered any enemies. Why hasn't the game ended yet? After pulling Lin Qingshuan up to a high place, Ling Yu could overlook the surrounding area. However, despite his sharp gaze, he didn't notice anyone nearby. If Lin Qingshuan hadn't been eager to win the game and eat chicken, he would have wanted to go back long ago. Lin Qingshuan was now afraid that once the game ended, she wouldn't be able to enjoy the time alone with him anymore. She really wanted to cherish every moment now. Ling Yu, I'm hungry. Lin Qingshuan lightly patted her flat stomach and blinked her eyes. Oh, then let's eat something. Ling Yu finally remembered that they were in a game, not a real battle. Luckily, they had food in their backpacks. However, when he took out the food and looked at it, Ling Yu realized that the food he brought had been crushed during the game. Forget it. Let's not eat. Ling Yu, do you want to drink my milk? Lin Qingshuan glanced at his backpack and asked with a smile. Out. Your milk. Ling Yu was momentarily stunned. Even the most straightforward guy would misunderstand this phrase. As a gynecologist, he was even more aware that women without marriage and childbirth wouldn't have such a thing. It's milk. There are cereals inside, so it can also fill your stomach. Lin Qingshuan took out a bottle of milk from her backpack and shook it in her hand. But you only have one bottle. You should drink it. Ling Yu wasn't really hungry. During his missions in the Northern Territory, he had gone 3 days without eating before. Here. After taking a sip herself, Lin Qingshuan handed the bottle to Ling Yu. Ling Yu was momentarily stunned. As a retired soldier from the Northern Territory, seeing how straightforward the girl was, he didn't hesitate to take it and drink. After finishing the milk in one gulp, Ling Yu hadn't even had a chance to wipe his mouth before Lin Qingshuan reached out with a handkerchief. Gently and thoughtfully, she wiped the corners of his mouth. No need. Really. Ling Yu quickly backed away, not used to having a woman help him wipe his mouth. Lin Qingshuan smiled with her eyes narrowed, her curved eyelashes like two crescent moons. Then, she took the bottle of milk again and took another sip. Ling Yu didn't mind. During his missions, he had shared a water bottle with Dua before. On the contrary, Lin Qingshuan felt secretly happy. It was her first time sharing a drink with a man, and like Qin Mingyu, she felt it was like an indirect kiss. Ling Yu didn't mind drinking from the same bottle that had touched her lips, nor did he mind her drinking from his. Did this mean he accepted kissing her? At that moment, the voice of Liu Rashui suddenly echoed in her mind. Push him down. Lin Qingshuan pursed her lips, unsure if she should take the initiative. Otherwise, if she missed today, she didn't know when she would have another chance. Moreover, once this man truly fell for Qin Mingyu, she would never have a chance again. Be careful. Just as Lin Qingshuan was hesitating, Ling Yu heard rustling noises coming from the jungle. At first, he thought it might be their final opponents in the game. However, he quickly realized that the footsteps were far more than just two people, and they were coming from all directions. It seemed like trouble was brewing. With professional sensitivity, Ling Yu quickly used one hand to press Lin Qingshuan to the ground, his gaze scanning the surroundings like a hawk. Lin Qingshuan was startled. With this man by her side, she wasn't worried at all about any danger. Instead, her heart was pounding hard. The next moment, Ling Yu grabbed her and jumped into the bushes. Lin Qingshuan's fair skin was scratched by the weeds, but she didn't feel any pain or complain. Instead, she found it exhilarating, adding to the sense of excitement. It was truly wonderful. Boom. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound, and the ground where they had just been was hit by rocks and dirt. That's when Lin Qingshuan snapped out of it. Even she could tell that this gunshot was different from the ones used in the game. It had much greater destructive power, and there was even a small crater where it hit. These are rubber bullets. Ling Yu immediately frowned. His rich professional knowledge made him realize that this was no longer a game. Someone was really trying to harm them. He had used rubber bullets during exercises in the Northern Territory. Although they didn't penetrate the body like sharp ones, being hit at close range could cause bones to fracture. With Lin Qingshuan's slender body, she might even suffer internal injuries, and if it was severe, it could be life-threatening. Who on earth was it? Who would ambush them in a place like this? Boom. 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 Another series of muffled sounds echoed. Ling Yu assessed the situation, and the next moment, he was rolling on the ground with Lin Qingshuan, not caring about anything else. They rolled all the way to the foot of the mountain, where Ling Yu once again pressed Lin Qingshuan beneath him. Her heart was pounding uncontrollably, feeling both pain and excitement. She truly didn't worry about her safety at all. She just wanted to keep playing this game, even though she knew this was no longer a game. Hey, why are you guys shooting randomly? What if you hit Miss Lin from the Lin family? Can you afford the consequences? At this moment, Lan Ziking hurried over and angrily scolded his subordinates. "What idiots! Report to second young master Lan. We didn't hit anyone." "What? Didn't hit anyone?" Lan Ziking's anger turned into another kind of fury. After firing so many shots, they didn't hit that guy Ling Yu. "Damn it, I'll handle this myself." Grabbing a gun, Lan Ziking charged forward, intending to break Ling Yu's legs. When he saw Ling Yu pinning Lin Qingshuan down, he fired 2 shots in quick succession. At this moment, he harbored not only jealousy towards Ling Yu, but also resentment towards Lin Qingshuan. This woman would rather hug and cuddle with a poor man, but refused to give him a chance. Just now, she even embarrassed him and King Yun in public. It was outrageous, pretending. He would make this woman stop pretending to be a saint. Lan Ziking's evil thoughts started to take shape. He wanted to kill Ling Yu, then savor the taste of Miss Lin in this wilderness. After all, everyone here was under his control. When the time came, he could dispose of both of them in the wilderness, leaving no evidence behind. But Ling Yu unexpectedly rolled away with Lin Qingshuan, dodging the bullets once again. Thud, thud. The rubber bullet sank deep into the muddy ground, leaving 2 small craters. The power behind them was clearly not to be underestimated. Ling Yu's eyes reddened instantly. He understood now that these guys not only wanted to kill him, but even Lin Qingshuan wasn't spare. If that was the case, he had to treat these people as real enemies on the battlefield. But just as Ling Yu was preparing to counterattack, he heard Lin Qingshuan scream in agony. Oh no! Was Lin Qingshuan shot? Ling Yu hurriedly looked down and felt his scalp tingle. In the depths of the mountains, there was actually a cobra. It had sunk its fangs into Lin Qingshuan's thigh. "Second young master, what do we do now?" Hearing Lin Qingshuan's screams, Lan Ziking's subordinates couldn't help but panic. The cobra was actually released by them to deal with Ling Yu, but they hadn't expected it to harm Lin Qingshuan. They didn't know Lan Ziking's intentions. If Miss Lin from the Lin family died here, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. "What else can we do? Quickly! Kill that man first." Lan Ziking had already made up his mind. Now, he wanted to kill Ling Yu first, then taste Lin Qingshuan before she died. Once obsession took hold, it would become terrifying. It would become relentless. After saying this, Lan Ziking raised his gun and was about to rush towards Ling Yu to shoot. But he didn't expect that he had underestimated the man in front of him. Ling Yu was incredibly strong, and he punched the cobra's deadly point. Thud! The cobra instantly died. This scene frightened Lan Ziking and the others, freezing them momentarily. Ling Yu couldn't care about these scum at the moment. Saving Lin Qingshuan was the priority. He threw the dead cobra towards them and then carried Lin Qingshuan, running towards the depths of the jungle. By the time they snapped out of it, the 2 had already disappeared. "Damn it! Quick! Chase after them! We can't let them leave alive." Lan Ziking realized that things had escalated. If Lin Qingshuan escaped alive and reported to the authorities, the Lin family's power was something their Lan family couldn't contend with. By then, he'd be enjoying free meals for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, Ling Yu's agility far exceeded their imagination. They chased into the jungle, but there was no sign of the 2. Damn it, who the hell is that guy? How can he be so unbelievably skilled? The men working here were all trained, with agility levels surpassing the average person. But they also admitted to themselves that they were not on the same level as Ling Yu. The man's skills were definitely on par with those of a retired Special Forces soldier. He might even be at the level of a martial king. "Split up and search, we must kill them. Do you understand?" Lan Ziking ordered again. But his subordinates were just here for the job. They could take the risk of injuring Ling Yu for money, especially since Lan Ziking would take responsibility if anything went wrong. But they also knew about Lin Qingshuan's background. When they heard about killing her too, they pretended to go look for help but actually took the opportunity to slip away. Even Liu Qingyun refused. Ling Yu didn't steal his goddess, so why should he risk his life for this? After all, today's mastermind was Lan Ziking. He didn't fire a single shot. And Lin Qingshuan being bitten by a snake had nothing to do with him. It was better to keep his distance from the situation. Only Lan Ziking didn't know that everyone else had betrayed him, so he foolishly went after the 2 alone. At this moment, Ling Yu carried Lin Qingshuan to the edge of a stream, where it was not only secluded but also had running water, making it the perfect place to save someone. King Xuan, the snake's venom is highly toxic. I must help you detoxify immediately, Ling Yu said, not hesitating any longer, and directly took off her pants. A pair of naturally beautiful legs were once again presented before him. The skin of a wealthy family's daughter was different from that of an ordinary girl, delicate and fragile. For any man in the world, it would be difficult to resist such temptation. But Ling Yu was a gynecologist and had treated Lin Qingshuan many times before, so he was very familiar with her body. He felt nothing at all. The next moment, he directly pressed his mouth against her thigh to suck out the snake venom. Although Lin Qingshuan's legs had started to numb, she still had sensation. Ling Yu, being a gynecologist and acting openly to save her, with his clear eyes, made her blush like a burning flame. Splurt. Ling Yu had no distracting thoughts and another mouthful of venom spurted out. Lin Qingshuan's wound was gradually subsiding. Luckily, the treatment came in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Lin Qingshuan's lips turned pale, her forehead beaded with sweat, and her cheeks flushed red. She was extremely embarrassed. She truly didn't know whom she would marry in the future if not Ling Yu. But how could Ling Yu, a doctor, endure all this? Did he really not feel anything about his own body? Then how would he react when facing Qin Mingyu's body? Lin Qingshuan felt a mix of anxiety and insecurity, suddenly feeling a bit stifled in her heart. Meanwhile, Lan Zikan couldn't find the whereabouts of the two alone, so he had to go back and take care of the scene before going back. After all, Lin Qingshuan was bitten by a snake, and her fate was sealed. When the sky gradually darkened, many of the players had already left. Lin Feifei and Qin Ruhan had been waiting at the door for a long time, but Ling Yu and Lin Qingshuan were nowhere to be seen. Thinking about calling them, but no one answered their phones. To prevent cheating, players were not allowed to bring their phones into the game, so their phones were now in the venue's lockers. Qin Ruhan was getting a little anxious. She regretted secretly sending the video of her brother-in-law and Lin Qingshuan together to her sister. She thought, what if her brother-in-law and Lin Qingshuan didn't come home together tonight? She had no idea how her sister would react. How about calling the police? Qin Ruhan couldn't help but suggest. Let's not. Lin Feifei knew that her sister had come for Ling Yu today. It was rare for them to have some time alone, and if they called the police, it would ruin her sister's plans. Wouldn't that be terrible? Why call the police? In these wilderness games, people often disappear for 2 days and then come back safe and sound. They'll be fine. Lan Zikan also stopped Qin Ruhan from calling the police. Ling Yu hadn't killed anyone yet, so if they called the police, they might expose what they had done. Qin Ruhan had to give up. At 11 o'clock at night, in the Yunshan poetic community, Qin Ruhan wanted to lock the door, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. She knew where Ling Yu was going tonight and had expected him to come back late, but she hadn't expected him not to come back by 11 o'clock. After some thought, Qin Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief and decided to call him. That guy didn't want to come home because he had a beautiful woman with him, right? Was her attractiveness inferior to Lin Qingshuan's? I'm sorry, the number you dialed is not available at the moment. Beep. Hearing the phone disconnect, Qin Mingyu's already bad mood worsened. A few minutes later, Qin Ruhan, who was still staying at a hotel near the chicken battlefield, received a call from her sister. Sister, I was just about to call you. Brother-in-law and Lin Qingshuan are missing. Qin Ruhan's message left Qin Mingyu unusually at a loss. Should she call the police? This thought crossed her mind, but she couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. Qin Ruhan quickly added, I wanted to call the police, but the person in charge of the venue said that it's normal for people to camp out while playing these kinds of games, and many men and women take the opportunity to. She stopped halfway, feeling that it wasn't appropriate, and quickly spat out. She wanted to change her words, but Qin Mingyu coldly interrupted. I got it. I just wanted to see if I needed to leave the door open, but it seems I don't need to anymore. Hey, sister. Things may not be as you think. Hello, beep. Qin Ruhan hadn't finished speaking when her sister hung up, probably angry. Now things seemed to have gotten serious. Qin Ruhan didn't know how to feel. She had various purposes for inviting her brother-in-law here. On the surface, it was to help the Lin sisters, but in reality, it was to carry out her grandfather's mission in secret, deliberately making her sister jealous. But now, not only was her sister jealous, it seemed she was really angry. "Brother-in-law, you can't blame your sister. I'm just following orders, it's you who went too far, so good luck to you." Qin Ruhan knew that once her sister was really angry, the consequences would be very serious. She wondered if her brother-in-law could handle it. Qin Mingyu wanted to ignore Lingyu and go to sleep. But for some reason, even though she had regular routines and good sleep quality, she couldn't sleep. The next morning, when Qin Mingyu got up, she suddenly realized there was no one to make her breakfast, and she felt very uncomfortable. After calling her sister and learning that the two hadn't been found yet, she gritted her teeth, changed her clothes, and drove out herself. She decided to go to the Lin family to see if Lingyu had secretly gone home with that woman. At this moment, inside the chicken battlefield, because the game time had ended, Lingyu and Lin Qingshuan still hadn't come out. Lin Feifei, Qin Ruhan, and others turned back and argued with the venue staff, demanding that they immediately find Lingyu and Lin Qingshuan. But the staff, following Lan Zikang's orders, drove them away directly. Qin Ruhan and Lin Feifei were not so easily dismissed. They insisted that the venue staff find Lingyu and Lin Qingshuan, or they would call the police. The staff still refused and even brought out the game terms, saying they were not responsible for finding people. "Fine. If you're not responsible, we'll call the police. Let's see who comes out worse in the end." Qin Ruhan and Lin Feifei and others took out their phones one after another. But unexpectedly, a group of thugs from a boxing club suddenly rushed out and smashed their phones. Except for Lin Feifei and Qin Ruhan, the other students from ordinary families panicked instantly. How could they dare to confront these strong and ruthless people? Moreover, most of the people present were girls, and the boys were afraid of being beaten, so they didn't dare to say a word. "Listen, we have all your information registered. If anyone dares to interfere and call the police, I guarantee that all of you will meet a bloody end." A tall and muscular man pointed at them and threatened loudly. He was Dong Lei, a good friend of Lan Zikang's big brother, and also the one responsible for overseeing the venue in the Lan family's industry. With his robust physique and ferocious appearance, he was very intimidating. Usually, when the Lan family brothers went out and got into disputes, he often stepped in to deal with and intimidate the other party, and it always worked. So now that Lan Zikang felt guilty and asked him to come out and help solve the problem, several girls glared at Dong Lei, daring to be angry but not daring to speak out. Qin Ruhan also didn't have a good solution for a moment and was thinking about how to counter-threaten the other party. Just then, Lin Feifei suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Look, isn't that Dr. Ling Nan's sister here?" Qin Ruhan quickly looked over and her eyes widened. No wonder Lin Feifei was so excited, and why the people around them were so nosy. It turns out that her brother-in-law had actually walked out with Lin Qingshuan behind his back. Oh my god. If her sister saw this scene, who knows how she would react? Qin Ruhan didn't dare to continue to provoke her sister according to her grandfather's orders. She was scared too. Lan Zikang and Liu Qingyun, seeing this scene, were shocked and looked at each other. They hadn't expected that the two of them were still alive. Damn it! Last night, Lingyu and Lin Qingshuan slept together in the wild. They must have done everything they shouldn't have done. They felt like they had made wedding clothes for Lingyu for nothing, and even made themselves nervous and anxious. "All right, everyone is here now, you can leave." Lan Zikang was angry, but with so many eyes watching, he couldn't do anything to Lingyu now. Seeing that Lingyu and Lin Qingshuan had already come out, Lin Feifei, Qin Ruhan, and others had no intention of continuing to make trouble, and they all prepared to leave after retrieving their phones. However, Lin Qingshuan angrily said, "No. Yesterday, we were attacked with real guns and poison snakes. This matter cannot be left like this. I must have the truth and bring the culprits to justice." Her attitude was very determined. Lin Qingshuan seemed very gentle and elegant on the surface, but when she was really angry, she was also very terrifying. If someone wanted to harm her and Lingyu, she absolutely wouldn't let them off. What? Something like this actually happened? Real gunshots and poison snakes. Is this true or false? This is too terrifying. The young students were pale with fright. Qin Ruhan and Lin Feifei glared at Lan Zikang and Dong Lei, demanding an explanation and justice. Lan Zikeng was a little flustered. This was a real situation. What else could he say? So he quickly looked at Dong Lei. Dong Lei understood, his face darkening as he roared, "I warn you not to talk nonsense. We have been operating this venue for many years. When has something like this ever happened? If something like this really happened, could we still be in business? Get lost. If you spread rumors and slander, don't blame us for being rude." With that, his henchmen all join in, creating a scene. They even brandished weapons, very intimidating. The others fell silent and quickly looked at Lin Qingshuan. After all, they hadn't seen the snakes and the scene of the incident. It was all hearsay. Ling Yu turned to Lin Qingshuan and said, "Should we call the police?" "No need." Lin Qingshuan's expression was completely different from usual, and she said seriously, "These people want to harm you, Dr. Ling. I will never let them off." With that, she looked at her sister. Lin Feifei understood and couldn't help but shiver, handing her phone to her sister. Lin Qingshuan didn't hesitate, dialing a number. Lin Feifei's eyes lit up. This was going to be interesting. These people had actually angered the eldest princess of the Lin family. They were in for a tough time. Ling Yu had never seen Lin Qingshuan's power, but he knew she was her sister's boss and definitely had means. He wondered what would happen next, but Dong Lei still didn't know how to behave, arrogantly provoking, "Ha ha, feel free to call the police. When there's no evidence, and you're spreading rumors damaging our venue's reputation, see how I'll deal with you then." Lan Zikeng had already instructed them to clean up the scene long ago. Whatever bullets and snakes, they had already been disposed of, and even if the police came, they wouldn't find anything. Lin Feifei found it amusing. Let these people show off for now. They would soon understand what real terror was. "Auntie, I've been bullied. You have to tell my dad quickly." Lin Qingshuan called Liu Rushui, getting straight to the point. "What? Someone actually dares to bully you? That's great. I mean, those bastards, let me handle them. If I don't beat them to a pulp later, consider Auntie incompetent." Excited screams came from the other end of the phone. This woman had nothing to do all day, except spend money, do makeup, and sleep. Today, she finally had something to do. Her screams were too loud, making Lin Qingshuan extremely embarrassed. Because Ling Yu had carried her on his back, he must have heard the noise from the other side. "Ah, Auntie is too neurotic." After saying a few words, Lin Qingshuan hung up the phone. Dong Lei couldn't help but find it funny. He had thought this woman wanted to call the police, but it turned out she was looking for her aunt. You see, nowadays, girls are so melodramatic. Whenever something happens, they think of their mothers. They never grow up. Coincidentally, at this time, Lan Ziming, the older brother of Lan Zikeng, also called Dong Lei. "Old Dong, what happened on the battleground? Did my brother drag you guys there?" "Ha ha, it's nothing. Young master, rest assured. A few college students were a little aggrieved and cried to their mothers, that's all." Crying to their mothers. Lan Ziming was slightly stunned. Something felt off about this. He always felt like he had heard the crying to their mothers trope somewhere before, but couldn't quite remember. "Okay, just don't cause any casualties." Lan Ziming hung up the phone. Initially, he didn't take it seriously. Their Lan family had quite some influence in Yun City too. As long as no one got hurt, if his brother wanted to bully a few students, it wouldn't be a big deal. But when he thought of the crying to their mothers aspect, he had a bad feeling. Crying to their mothers. As Lan Ziming went to the toilet, in that split second of emptiness, he suddenly remembered. He remembered that many years ago, there was a bully in their school who dared to bully a rich girl in his class. At that time, the rich girl called her mother, and as a result, a torrent of events came crashing down. In short, now recalling that terrifying scene, Lan Ziming was still very scared. But he didn't think his classmate from the wealthy family would play a real-life battle royale, did he? That doesn't fit her personality. But out of worrying, he called Dong Lei again. "Boss, what's going on again?" "Old Dong, you have to tell me, what's the name of that girl who called her mother?" "How would I know that? Do you think I see a beautiful woman and immediately ask for her name? Am I that kind of pervert? Ha ha." Actually, he didn't mind striking up a conversation with Lin Qingshuan. But now that such a big conflict had arisen, How could he do that? Don't bullshit. Is she very beautiful, gentle, and elegant looking? And her last name is Lin. Wow. Boss, you already know. She is indeed very gentle and beautiful. What's going on? Don Lei also felt something was off. You damn it, you're in big trouble. Lan Ziming suddenly screamed in panic. Quickly apologize to the other party. Remember, you have to kneel down and apologize sincerely, otherwise, you're completely finished. Lan Ziming didn't care whether Dong Lei understood or not. He hung up the phone and ran out frantically. If it weren't for Lan Zikeng being his real brother, he would have wished that guy was dead. Why did he have to offend Lin Qingshuan out of all people? Didn't he know she was General Lin's most beloved daughter in Yun City, who dared to provoke her? Lan Zikeng, you're such a damn troublemaker. On the other hand, Dong Lei didn't understand why Lan Ziming was so scared at first, but soon, he figured it out. Outside, it didn't take long before a huge commotion erupted, making the entire battleground feel like an earthquake. What the hell is happening? Dong Lei, like many others, showed a mix of surprise and shock. What on earth was causing this commotion? Lan Zikeng quickly turned around, his pupils dilating, unable to blink. For a moment, he thought he was seeing things and quickly rubbed his eyes. After focusing again, he was completely frightened, his legs giving out as he sat down. Several green trucks roared in, followed by 8-wheeled black monster trucks. Imposing and intimidating, like the kings of beasts descending. After the green truck stopped, armed soldiers poured out, like a green tide, wielding real guns and moving swiftly, as if seizing a battlefield, quickly surrounding the battleground. Report. First team assembled. Second team ready for combat. Third team ready for strike. Their voices were loud, their eyes fierce, their movements as swift as thunder. Every action, every word, struck heavily on the hearts of many at the scene. Seeing this scene, Dong Lei finally understood the meaning behind his boss's words just now. Oh my goodness, what immense power. These thugs and hoodlums, compared to the regular military force, are nothing but a bunch of trash. Even Ling Yu was quite astonished. Are these soldiers and personnel summoned here by Lin Qingshuan with just one phone call? These troops are well trained, almost on par with the Northern Territories military. Is this the private military force of the Lin family? After the soldiers and commander secured the scene, the black monster truck slowly entered the area. A woman dressed like a noble queen stepped out of the vehicle, wearing high heels. It was Liu Rushui. She slowly took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes, with a proud and smug curve on her red lips. Damn it, it's been a long time since I had the chance to bully people. This feeling is really great, Liu Rushui said unabashedly in public. Report to Madam, the South District Squadron in Yun City has assembled. Please give instructions. A tall man came forward, striding forcefully and respectfully saluting Liu Rushui. He wasn't wearing military attire, but rather a suit. Ling Yu didn't notice at first, but upon closer inspection, he was startled. Isn't this Lin Qinglan? Lin Qinglan had already spotted Ling Yu and gave him a dazzling smile upon seeing him carrying his sister, the princess. Very good, Liu Rushui commanded in a dignified manner. Quickly storm in and rescue the general's daughter. Oh, and her man too. Ling Yu felt like he was about to spit blood. Who's her man? Don't just say things randomly. I'm just her personal doctor. Yes, madam. Lin Qinglan and Liu Rushui were really getting into their roles. With another stat and a loud acknowledgement, followed by a grand gesture. Charge in. The students inside were already dumbfounded, including Qin Ruhan. It was the first time she had seen the strength of the Lin family. Rumors had it that Lin Qingshuan's father was a general, and it turned out to be true. No wonder she wasn't afraid to compete with her sister for men. Dong Lei and his men were already scared stiff at the sight of regular soldiers. Seeing the opposing forces charging in, they quickly covered their heads, with their hands, one by one, cowering on the ground, not daring to even breathe. How could they still be arrogant when facing a team armed with real guns? Boss, don't shoot, we were wrong. Yes, we were wrong. We were just fooling around. Sob. Don't kill me, don't kill me, I'll kneel to Miss Lin. Dong Lei and the others knelt in front of Lin Qingshuan and Ling Yu, even publicly kowtowing and apologizing. Just now they were mighty, now they were extremely humble. Fooling around? Ling Yu suddenly got angry and roared, "You fired rubber bullets at us, release poisonous snakes to kill us, and you call that just fooling around? If that's just fooling around, then what exactly did you intend to do to Miss Lin and me? What? Dare to use rubber bullets and poisonous snakes against the princess of my Lin family? Seeking death?" Lin Qinglong exploded with anger, his veins bulging. It happened. Lin Feifei was well aware that her cousin, Lin Qinglong, had always doted on her sister the most. Since childhood, not even as much on her, the little princess. The reason was that her sister had a good temperament, and she had even been to a military camp. She was the princess of the Lin family in the hearts of every soldier. Lin Qinglong directly shouted in anger, "Prepare to fire. Execute these bastards who attempted to murder the princess on the spot." Yes. After the resounding response came the sound of guns being loaded. Immediately after, the safeties were released. Don Lei and his men were scared stiff on the spot, some even wetting their pants. Blue Khan was kneeling on the ground, holding his head, regretting deeply in his heart. He had known that Lin Qingshuan had a formidable background, but he never expected it to be so terrifying. What kind of sin was he committing? He was now facing countless gun barrels. Brother Long, spare their lives, but make sure to teach them a harsh lesson. Despite being angry, Lin Qingshuan was always gentle and kind-hearted. She didn't want Ling Yu to misunderstand her as a big villain, so she quickly stopped Lin Qinglong. All right. Lin Qinglong always fulfilled her requests. He picked up the butt of his gun and fiercely smashed it onto Blue Khan's face. Instantly, blood gushed out like water. The students who had never seen such scenes were dumbfounded, their mouths agape in shock. Lin Feifei and Qin Ruhan shouted in delight, "That's what you get. Look at this guy who acted all high and mighty just now, like he's the best in the world. How does it feel now?" Slap. Lin Qinglong slapped Blue Khan again, then kicked Dong Lei away with another blow. He treated the two of them like punching bags. The troublemaker, Liu Roshui, stood with her hands on her hips, shouting curses. "What kind of nonsense is this? Eyes growing on your butt. How dare you believe in the princess of the Lin family? Bullying the princess of the Lin family. You're dead meat." The other soldiers also roared angrily, rushing forward to beat Dong Lei's lackeys to the ground. In an instant, it was like hell on earth, with cries and screams echoing everywhere. Qin Ruhan shook her head in disbelief, glancing at her brother-in-law. She thought he should be more cautious in his future interactions with Lin Qingshuan. What if he upset the young lady from the Lin family? Who knew what the consequences would be? However, Ling Yu remained unfazed. Firstly, he always acted with a clear conscience, and secondly, he feared no one in terms of strength. After a dramatic chicken dinner game and a fierce fight, it finally came to an end. Ling Yu and Lin Qingshuan successfully won the game, both feeling pleased. Being experienced in matters of the heart, Liu Rushui quickly cleaned up Blue Khan and his group before immediately leading her people to withdraw. She even forcibly dragged Lin Qinglong away, not wanting him to be a third wheel between Lin Qingshuan and Ling Yu. The gamers had all left. Qin Ruhan was also pulled away by Lin Feifei. Ling Yu was a bit slow on the uptake, suddenly furrowing his brows and asking, "Why are your family members so strange? Don't they all know you were injured?" From his aunt and brother to even his sister now, they all left Lin Qingshuan alone and ran away. What was going on? If it weren't for Lin Qingshuan calling everyone over with just one phone call, Ling Yu would even suspect that she had a bad relationship with her family members. Lin Qingshuan looked embarrassed, not knowing how to answer Ling Yu's question. She keenly felt how much of a typical straight guy Ling Yu was. Did he still not realize that she liked him? "Miss Lin, let me take you home." Ling Yu was indeed a bit oblivious, mainly because he knew Lin Qingshuan came from an extraordinary family background, and she was also his sister's boss. After witnessing Lin Qingshuan's prowess just now, he regarded her as a lofty princess. How could she possibly like a man like him, who had to go on blind dates 18 times? It just didn't make sense. So, guided by this inertia of thought, he, who was already emotionally dense, couldn't possibly think in that direction. Unless Lin Qingshuan directly told him. King Xuan nodded with affectionate eyes and murmured in agreement. Without a doubt, Ling Yu completely ignored all her subtle expressions and unusual behaviors, as always, being the typical straight man he was. Lying on Ling Yu's back, King Xuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Did she really have to confess her feelings to this man, or else he might never know she liked him? But what if she said it and he rejected her? Wouldn't it be awkward to see him for medical appointments in the future? Therefore, King Xuan was determined never to confess. Over an hour later, Ling Yu carried King Xuan down from the taxi, intending to bring her to the doorstep of the Lin family's villa. However, he suddenly trembled all over. In front of him stood a stunning woman emitting a chilling aura. With beautiful cold eyes, she stared fixedly at the two of them. "Mingyu, what are you doing here?" Ling Yu quickly asked, after realizing who she was. Mingyu lightly bit her lip, not wanting to say a word to him. Instead, she stared at King Xuan and sneered. "Miss Lin, congratulations." King Xuan trembled slightly too. The icy demeanor of the Qin family's young lady was hard to resist even for her, a young lady from the Lin family. She didn't know how to respond to Mingyu. Although she had always believed that she and Ling Yu were fake husband and wife, she felt a bit uneasy at this moment. Mingyu walked past Ling Yu without a word and even bumped into him with her shoulder. Mingyu. Ling Yu didn't know what was going on, but he still wanted to put King Xuan down and chase after her. However, King Xuan's thigh was bitten by a snake and she couldn't exert any force. As soon as he put her down, King Xuan collapsed to the ground with a groan. Miss Lin, Ling Yu was in a dilemma, but as a doctor, King Xuan was his patient. So he quickly picked her up and took her back to the Lin family villa. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned around and rushed out to chase after Mingyu. Unfortunately, Mingyu had already disappeared. Weird. Why would the Ice Queen be at the doorstep of the Lin family? Was she angry with me just now? Ling Yu felt uneasy. Although he didn't think Mingyu would like him, they were still husband and wife, so maybe there was some misunderstanding. He needed to hurry home and explain things to her. With this thought in mind, Ling Yu hurried back home, only to find that Mingyu was not there at all. Mingyu. After searching around, Ling Yu quickly called her, only to find out that he had been blocked. What's going on? Ling Yu was puzzled. How could the Ice Queen, who usually seemed so composed, be acting so petty today? It was completely unlike her usual demeanor. Unable to contact her, Ling Yu had no choice but to wait silently at home. By 10 p.m., Mingyu still hadn't returned. Ling Yu's phone suddenly rang, and he eagerly checked it. However, when he saw that it was King Xuan calling instead of Mingyu, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. "Dr. Ling, I'm sorry. Did I cause you to be misunderstood? Is Miss Qin still angry with you?" King Xuan was concerned about him. "Miss Lin, you don't need to apologize. I will explain things to Mingyu." Ling Yu's response left King Xuan with mixed feelings. She did have a sense of competition with Mingyu, but she definitely didn't intend to play any tricks. Today, she hadn't expected Mingyu to find her home. Seeing Mingyu's demeanor at that time, she was quite certain that the young lady from the Qin family had truly fallen for the same man as her. "Well, if you need anything, you can always find me," King Xuan added. Ling Yu smiled wryly, not responding. Even he, a bit clueless at times, could see that Mingyu harbored hostility towards King Xuan. If he asked King Xuan to explain things to Mingyu, it might only make matters worse. However, since he hadn't done anything wrong and was genuinely concerned about Mingyu's safety, he said, "Miss Lin, if you have Mingyu's contact information, please ask her to come home. She has blocked me, and I'm really worried about her." "Okay." King Xuan agreed. After hanging up the phone, she bit her lip and, following Ling Yu's suggestion, sent a message to Mingyu. Ding dong. At this moment, Mingyu, who was drinking with her sister in a private room at the restaurant, had already flushed red from the alcohol. When she saw King Xuan's message, she smirked coldly. "Is she still trying to show off? That scumbag is all yours." She was truly disappointed. She had confidence in Ling Yu and herself, which was why she had allowed Ling Yu to participate in outdoor activities with King Xuan. However, she never expected that her man would spend a night in the wilderness with another woman. And the next day, he even brought that woman home. Were they that intimate? Scumbag, he must have gone after Lin Qingshuan for her beauty and money. Let him go deceive Lin Qingshuan. Want to deceive me? Chen Mingyu. No way. Hearing her sister talking to herself, Qin Ruohe was also shocked. She had been with her sister for 20 years, but she had never seen this side of her sister before. It seemed that her sister was really heartbroken. Sis, things might not be as you think. Why don't you go home and listen to brother-in-law's explanation? Although Qin Ruohe didn't think Ling Yu and her sister would last forever, at this moment, she couldn't remain indifferent, and she didn't want to see her sister sad. I don't want that man anymore. Let's drink. Chen Mingyu wanted to continue drinking, and at this time, Xia Shaodi also arrived. Shaodi, you're just in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to handle my sister. Please have someone take her home, Chen Mingyu said. Okay. Xia Shaodi agreed and forcibly embraced the tipsy Chen Mingyu, leading her out of the restaurant. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Ling Yu finally heard a knock on the door. He hurriedly took 3 steps and opened the door, accidentally bumping into the corner of the table, which made him grit his teeth in pain. Upon opening the door, he found Xia Shaodi helping Chen Mingyu back. Ling Yu's expression couldn't help but show surprise. Miss Xia, is that you? Ling Yu had seen Xia Shaodi before, not in the company, of course. He was just a part-time worker running errands for the project, only working at night. How could he see the prominent figure around the CEO? He remembered helping this beautiful woman who drove a BMW to fend off a scam in front of a coffee shop. He just didn't understand why it was her again who was bringing Chen Mingyu home. Mr. Ling, I am Miss Qin's friend. She got drunk tonight, so I'm taking her home. Oh, thank you. Ling Yu quickly expressed his gratitude and was about to take Chen Mingyu from her hands. Really, she gets mad and goes drinking. She's a woman, and she's also a goddess. Get away, don't touch me. Although Chen Mingyu was drunk, she was still conscious. Before Ling Yu could touch her, she forcefully slapped him away. Ling Yu frowned immediately. Wouldn't this be making a scene in front of others? And it felt like he had committed some unforgivable crime. Seeing this, Xia Shaodi couldn't help but awkwardly smile. Mr. Ling, it looks like you'll have to spend more effort to coax your wife. I'll take my leave, okay. Thank you. Ling Yu still kept his temper in check and thanked Xia Shaodi again. After closing the door, he turned around to find that Chen Mingyu had fallen asleep on the sofa. Because of the effect of alcohol, her movements were 10 times more wild than usual. In short, there was a huge difference between her and Ling Yu's first impression of her. Miss Qin, if you have something on your mind, you can tell me. You don't have to go out drinking every time. You know, I've been married for a month and fought for times, but you've been drunk 3 times a month too. Ling Yu expressed his emotions. Chen Mingyu became even more furious. Almost every time she got drunk, wasn't it because of him? But she didn't say it out loud. Instead, she emitted a cold aura and said, "What's it to you? If I want to drink, I'll drink. You can go drink with your Miss Lin if you want. Miss Qin, I need to explain to you. Miss Lin is my patient and also my friend. She got injured while playing a game, and I just escorted her home, that's all," Ling Yu hurriedly explained. Chen Mingyu laughed even more coldly. She got injured while playing a game, and you have to carry her home. What is she to you? Your wife? Miss Qin, the relationship between Miss Lin and me is not what you imagine, Ling Yu further explained. I've known her for 3 years, back when I didn't even know Miss Qin. We have a purely platonic friendship, believe it or not. Chen Mingyu stood up directly, mocking, finally showing your true colors. So you've been looking for a wealthy woman all along. You married me just for my grandfather's money. Ling Yu sighed deeply, feeling very disappointed that Chen Mingyu would say such things. Miss Qin, I'll make you some sobering tea. Drink it and then take a bath and rest early, Ling Yu suggested. What, am I right? You don't even bother to explain. Chen Mingyu sneered. Miss Qin, please refrain from baseless accusations. Ling Yu, though patient, had his limits. With Chen Mingyu's remarks, his temper flared up, and he faced her directly, locking eyes. Back then, we signed the prenup. Apart from pleasing my mom and making her happy, what other benefits could I get from marrying you? Ling Yu explained, a sentiment that Qin Mingyu also understood. If he really cared about money, wouldn't it be better for him to marry Lin Qingshuan? Especially since she seemed to be offering herself to him on a silver platter. But Qin Mingyu still felt uncomfortable. She felt compelled to say these things, even though they didn't feel like her true self. It was a terrible feeling, making her feel like she was lowering herself to his level. It's all because of this idiot. Seeing her silent, Ling Yu continued, Miss Qin, when we got married, you said you wouldn't interfere with my relationships with other women. Why the change now? And my interaction with Miss Lin is completely normal. There's absolutely no crossing of boundaries. Because I know I'm legally married to you, and I would never do anything to betray you. He spoke very frankly. While Lin Qingshuan might not have had this confidence, Ling Yu definitely did. He truly had no impure intentions towards Lin Qingshuan, even though he thought she was a very good and perfect woman. So you're saying I'm making a fuss for no reason? I'm causing trouble out of nothing. I'm just whining. Qin Mingyu, such a high and mighty woman. When was the last time someone dared to defy her like this? If she could persuade Ling Yu with reason, it would be fine. But she felt that she couldn't reason with this idiot. So her womanly traits were completely triggered. I didn't mean that. I just don't want you to be angry. I just like seeing you happy. Do you understand? Ling Yu, also emotional, spoke from the heart. He was genuinely worried about Qin Mingyu today. Just seeing her come back drunk made his heart ache. Seeing him like this, hearing his words, and under the influence of alcohol, Qin Mingyu inexplicably hugged him. The next moment, she kissed Ling Yu. Ling Yu tensed up instantly, thinking this woman had gone mad. But even crazier was him. He didn't even think about pushing her away. At this moment, he truly felt the difference between Qin Mingyu and Lin Qingshuan. Only this woman could make his heart race so intensely. What should he do now? Ling Yu, who had no experience in relationships, felt like a wooden puppet, motionless. Until Qin Mingyu suddenly felt a surge in her throat. And all the food and drink she had consumed tonight sprayed into his mouth. He was completely stunned. What's going on? A wonderful first kiss, and you had to spice it up for me? Ling Yu quickly stepped back. Qin Mingyu vomited all over the floor, feeling so embarrassed and mortified. She felt like dying. If this got out, she wouldn't want to live anymore. It's all because of alcohol. Ling Yu was also embarrassed. He was about to go over and pat Qin Mingyu on the back, help her sober up, when suddenly the phone rang. Seeing that it was Lin Qingshuan, Ling Yu hesitated whether to answer or not, ultimately deciding to hang up. But then she called again for the second time. Thinking she might be calling to inform him about Qin Mingyu, he reluctantly answered. However, he didn't expect Lin Qingshuan to say, Dr. Ling, did Qin Mingyu come home? If she hasn't returned, can you come to my house now? I need you. What's going on? The two were too close, and upon hearing this, Qin Mingyu sobered up instantly. Just a moment ago, she still trusted Ling Yu, even considering forgiving him. But now, she was completely furious. Seeing the situation turning sour, Ling Yu quickly tried to explain. But Qin Mingyu slapped him hard, smack. Humph, you spoke so frankly just now, but I won't believe you anymore. Get out. With a furious voice, her eyes turning red, she ran back to her room alone. With a loud bang, she slammed the door shut. Mingyu. Mingyu. Ling Yu hurried to the door, but it was evident that she had no intention of acknowledging him. He could only sigh heavily in frustration and retreat. What's wrong, Dr. Ling? Lin Qingshuan's tone sounded apologetic. Her strange illness had flared up at such an inconvenient time, and she really wanted to see Ling Yu now, hoping he could come and help her. Miss Lin, I'm sorry. I won't be going out tonight. Please come to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. Ling Yu knew what Lin Qingshuan meant with her earlier statement, but he just didn't have the mood now. Okay. Lin Qingshuan sighed softly in response. After hanging up the phone, her mood remained unsettled. She didn't feel a sense of accomplishment from defeating a romantic rival. Instead, she felt guilty. Though it wasn't intentional, it was because of her that Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu ended up like this. She felt like she was a homewrecker. But she really wanted to be with Ling Yu. What should she do? Tears welled up uncontrollably in her eyes. Ling Yu didn't have the mental space to consider Lin Qingshuan's feelings. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to deal with his relationship with Qin Mingyu. Despite being told to leave by the Ice Queen, he couldn't help but feel a reluctance to leave this home. However, after some hesitation, he decided to respect Qin Mingyu's wishes. Leaving behind a note, he departed from the house. Though he closed the door quietly, Qin Mingyu still heard it. She hurriedly came out, only to find that he had indeed left. At this time, it was already past midnight. He wouldn't be thinking of going to find Lin Qingshuan now, would he? Seeing the note on the table in the hallway, Qin Mingyu quickly picked it up and read it. Miss Qin, I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have gone to participate in the real-life PUBG, but my relationship with Miss Lin is truly pure. I didn't have an affair within the marriage. Please believe me. This house is yours. If you want me to leave, I will leave. If there are other things later, you can contact me anytime. These simple words made the dignified and aloof female CEO of Chiagang Group tremble slightly, and she even felt a bit of a sour sensation in her nose. Damn it! When did she become so concerned about a man? Qin Mingyu gritted her teeth tightly, comforting herself in her heart that it was good that the fool left on his own. He was the one who made the mistake. Even if they divorced, Grandpa couldn't blame her, right? That's what she thought in her mind, but her actions didn't match. Since she couldn't sleep, she threw on a coat and went out. Through the glass window of the corridor, she indeed saw that fool sitting on a bench under the community streetlight. Qin Mingyu really wanted to call him back home, but she was the noble Miss Qin from the Qin family. How could she go back on her word? She had told him to leave, and now she was calling him back. If people found out, she would be laughed at. No way. Absolutely not. Humph. He's as strong as a tiger anyway. The cold won't kill him. Qin Mingyu ultimately returned home, but she couldn't fall asleep no matter what. The next morning, Qin Mingyu left home a bit later than usual. When she reached the garage, she found that the Maserati was still there. Ling Yu must have taken the electric scooter to go to work. Qin Mingyu looked a bit annoyed. She was about to call Zi Wang to come and pick her up, but after some thought, she got into the Maserati herself and drove to work. Outside the headquarters of Chiagang Group, as the security guard was about to register the Maserati, he was shocked to see that the driver was none other than the cold and aloof female CEO. He immediately apologized. Miss Qin, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you. Please come in. Previously, Ling Yu would stop the car at the intersection of the industrial park and never drive to the company's doorstep, let alone park in the company parking lot. So, the security guard didn't recognize the car at first. Register the license plate into the system. If this car comes into the company in the future, let it pass directly, Qin Mingyu ordered. Yes, Miss Qin, the security guard promptly responded. When Qin Mingyu parked the car in the company parking lot and got out, she coincidentally met Xia Shaodi. Xia Shaodi was stunned and quickly greeted her. Miss Qin, good morning. Why are you driving yourself today? I have a driver's license. Why can't I drive myself? Qin Mingyu responded coldly. Xia Shaodi, gathering her courage, said, Miss Qin, you should know I didn't mean anything by it. Where is your driver? Qin Mingyu shot her a sharp look that could almost slice her in half. Xia Shaodi felt a chill running down her spine. This version of Miss Qin was terrifying. In the past, she would never have believed that the mighty Miss Qin could be associated with the term heartbreak. But now, she had no choice but to believe it. Qin Mingyu's haggard and cold appearance was undoubtedly the result of heartbreak. Throughout the day, Qin Mingyu scolded more people than usual. Fortunately, Qin Ruhan had been warned by Xia Shaodi in advance and didn't dare to get too close to her sister. Otherwise, she might not have escaped unscathed. Seeing her sister in such a state, Qin Ruhan felt compelled to report to their grandfather. She even complained, Grandpa, was this your idea? Sister's work performance is very poor right now. If this goes on for long, it might affect the company. Ha ha, that's great. Qin Qiangong laughed heartily, seemingly indifferent to the state of his company. Anyway, the Qin family is wealthy and influential, so missing out on a few bucks isn't a big deal. Qin Mingyu's current state proves that Lingyu has already entered her world and deeply affected her emotions. Qin Chang'an was very confident. He believed that no one else in the world could put his granddaughter in such a state. Lingyu had achieved it, proving that he was indeed suitable for his granddaughter. Ha ha ha, excellent. Hearing his grandfather's laughter, Qin Ruhan couldn't help but feel annoyed. He was truly the most ruthless grandfather in the world. Although her older sister was formidable, compared to her grandfather, she was perhaps still lacking in experience. On the other hand, Lingyu was also absent-minded at work today. He had never been in a relationship before marrying, so having his first conflict with his wife was really distressing. Since retiring from the military, he hadn't smoked, but today he couldn't resist the urge to go to the rooftop for some fresh air and a cigarette. What's wrong, buddy? Is it a relationship problem? Lin Fan appeared behind him at some point, expressing concern. And you can tell? Lingyu didn't hide his thoughts in front of his best friend. Ha ha, your expression says it all. Troubled by love, Lin Fan grinned smugly. Lingyu sighed bitterly. You talk as if you're very experienced, but you've been single for just as long. It's different. Although I haven't married, I used to chase after girls. But you got married without any prior romantic experience. Skipping that process comes with significant risks, Lin Fan chuckled. Lingyu smiled but didn't respond. He admitted that he had underestimated marriage initially. Now, facing Qin Mingyu's current state, he didn't know what to do next. Miss Lin is here. Do you want to go see her? Lin Fan suddenly suggested, which was the reason he came to the rooftop to find Lingyu. Although Lingyu didn't feel like seeing Lin Qingshuan at the moment, he had professional ethics. If a patient came, he couldn't ignore them.